Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 10.21, The Socialist Revolutionaries. Last time, we talked through the liberal, or at least liberal-ish, tradition of 19th century Russia. However thin the thread, when Tsar Nicholas II ascended the throne in 1894, there was a group inside the intelligentsia who hoped the arrival of a young new monarch would bring liberal political reform, a constitution, representative government, freedom of speech in the press and assembly, something resembling the rule of law, economic modernization, social improvements. They were as grossed out as any radical by the chauvinistic, authoritarian, and backwards triptych of orthodoxy, autocracy, and nationality. It embarrassed them abroad and humiliated them at home. But those liberals were always going to want to stop well short of the places more radical leaders wanted to take Russia in the 1890s, whether these new groups of Marxist social democrats or the groups we're going to talk about today, the neo-Narodist socialist revolutionaries, or as everyone calls them, the SRs. To begin this discussion, we need to back up to the late 1870s. In 1879, the terrorism question divided the once unified Land and Liberty Party into two factions, the small minority who followed Plekhanov into the splinter group Black Repartition, which then wound up breaking with Narodist ideology entirely when they formed the explicitly Marxist Emancipation of Labor group in 1884. But the majority of Land and Liberty had done what? That's right, they embraced the terrorist campaign, redubbed themselves People's Will, and went off to kill the Tsar, finally succeeding in 1881. But what happened to them after that? Well, as I mentioned somewhat obliquely in episodes 10.16 and 10.17, the People's Will organization was almost immediately smashed and scattered by the vengeful fist of the Okhrana, the Tsar's new secret police service. The members of People's Will were hunted, arrested, tried by military tribunals, and then either hanged or exiled. Those who slipped this roundup were forced into exile, taking off for Switzerland or France or Britain. A few stayed behind and dug in even harder on terrorist campaigning, but their old networks were so disruptive, and the repressive hand of the new Tsar Alexander III was so heavy that it was nearly impossible to meet, publish, or plan. So their great prize for successfully killing the Tsar was the destruction of their party. Not only were the 1880s a low point for radical Narodism in terms of literal personnel and party organization, but it also seemed like their ideas and theories were dead too. Because what was the main organizing principle behind People's Will in those critical years leading up to the assassination of Tsar Alexander II? Well, first, while they fought for the peasants and wanted to base future Russian socialism in the rural villages, the peasantry was, at present, too hopelessly smothered by the repressive imperial government to rise up en masse. It would only be after the political war against the Tsarist state was won that the peasants could be freed and rural socialism could flourish. Now, one of the main arguments in favor of an assassination campaign carried out by an elite cadre of revolutionary terrorists was that it would deal a fatal physical and psychic blow to the forces of political despotism. On the physical level, this was very much a kill the head and the body dies kind of thing. But on the psychic level, on an almost cosmic level, assassinating the Tsar would prove that the Tsar was just a man after all, not some divine demigod, and the superstitious peasants would then be roused from their fearful and superstitious stupor. So, on both a practical and a spiritual level, killing the Tsar was supposed to simultaneously cause the imperial apparatus to fall apart and trigger the people to rise up. And then, People's Will did it. They killed the Tsar. And what happened? Pretty much the opposite. The repressive imperial police state only spread wider and drove deeper. And as for the peasants, they did nothing. They were seemingly as inert and apathetic as ever. Certainly there was no mass insurrection accompanying the death of Tsar Alexander II, kind of disproving and discrediting all the strategic, tactical, and ideological assumptions that People's Will had been operating under. That leads to what might seem like a pretty straight historical story for the evolution of Russian radicalism at the end of the 19th century. The nihilism of the 1860s had led to the mass mobilization going to the people of 1874, which failed, giving way to the elite terrorism of people's will, which was exposed as fatally flawed in 1881, paving the way for the exciting new brand of Russian Marxism to pick up the fallen torch in the 1890s. And is this what happened? Well, yes and no. Everything I just said definitely led a new generation of radicals to be drawn to the Marxist ideas being disseminated by the Emancipation of Labor group, because Marxist analysis was going to make a lot of sense against the backdrop of the rapid industrialization of the Witte system. But Narodism did not die in the 1880s. It simply went into hibernation, and when it emerged from its slumber in the 1890s, it still found a lot of enthusiastic adherents, not for the least reason that even with the rapid industrialization of the Witte system, the empire was still overwhelmingly rural, agrarian, and peasant. The revival of the fortunes of Narodism can be traced to two coinciding events in the early 1890s. The first was the famine of 1891-1892 that we talked about in episode 10.18. Bad harvests led to frightening scarcity and then outright famine, which resulted in the deaths of upwards of 500,000 people. The government was simply unprepared and unequipped to deal with the crisis. And while people's will theory had been, if we kill the Tsar, maybe the people will lose faith in the Tsar, there was now a new revelation. If the Tsar lets the people die, then maybe the people will lose faith in the Tsar. The experience of mass starvation caused by bad luck, but exacerbated by incompetence, indifference, or outright malevolence by the Tsarist imperial apparatus, it was a real blow to the regime's perceived legitimacy. Old Narodist veterans of the 1870s working among the peasants in the 1890s remarked how much more open and receptive they were to radical critiques of the government. So going to the people had failed in 1874, but suddenly it was maybe an idea whose time had come by 1894. And speaking of those Narodist veterans, they are the other coinciding event of the early 1890s. Many of those who had been tried and convicted of various crimes back in the 1870s, like those convicted in the famous Trial of the 193, were now completing their sentences of Siberian exile and returning home by the early 1890s. Then, in his benevolent generosity, when Tsar Nicholas II ascended the throne, he marked the occasion by granting wide-reaching amnesties and pardons that invited former political prisoners to rejoin society. Now, sure, many of those who returned were like, okay, that's all in the past, Siberia sucked, I have paid for my youthful follies, and I would like to just go home now, please. But plenty of those returning had changed not one jot, and they had spent their years either in prison or in exile, simply biding their time. And because they had gone into isolation, holding old Narodist ideas, they came out of that isolation holding those same old ideas. They missed the memo that their ideas had been discredited, that Narodism and the rural peasants were old news. The future belonged to the Marxists and the urban proletariat. Now, they were not insensible to the fact that conditions in the 1890s were not what they had been in the 1870s, and that past experience and new ideas would mean some of the program would need to be adapted or revised. But still, they had no intention of being merely a stepping stone on the road to Marxist proletarian revolution. Okay, so what we are up to specifically in this week's episode is setting up the formation of the coming Socialist Revolutionary Party in January of 1902. So what we're going to spend the rest of today talking about are the four distinct groups who would start coming together independently of each other in the mid-1890s, who would go on to form the core of that Socialist Revolutionary Party. These groups formed organically and separately, often starting with one or two people deciding one day to get a little group together, maybe to educate the workers or the peasants, maybe to offer reading material and discussion space for students, maybe to try to link with like-minded members of the intelligentsia. These groups were self-starting and self-funded. They were often a mix of old veterans and young upstarts. They were never very big. 7 people here, a dozen people there, 50 at most. But what they all had in common is that they were working in the old Neurotis tradition. Well, that, and they were all destined to feed into the SRs. So the first group we'll talk about is called the Union of Socialist Revolutionaries, but they will be better known to history by the shorthand name, the Northern Union. And just as a general warning as we go forward, not just for today, but for the rest of the series, all these people are going to be calling themselves the Socialist Revolutionary Union and the Workers' Union of Revolutionary Socialists, and the Socialist Revolutionary Party as opposed to the Revolutionary Socialist Party, as opposed to the Party for Revolutionary Socialism, as opposed to the Revolutionary Party of Socialists. Don't worry too much about the names just now. Just try to follow along with the ideas and the people who are participating in the movement. So anyway, what becomes known as the Northern Union formed in 1896 in the southwestern city of Saratov, but moved its headquarters to Moscow the following year. And just to remind you of the scale here, the Northern Union, at its peak, is only going to have about 30 full-fledged members. The organizing force behind the Northern Union was Andrei Argonov, who will be on the Central Committee of the SRs come the Revolution of 1905. Born in 1866, he was too young to have been a part of the original run of People's Will terrorism, but in his early 20s, Argonov hooked up with the few 1880s holdouts in Tomsk, and then spent the early 1890s circulating among student groups, which led to the more formal organization of the Northern Union a few years later. When it was formed, the Northern Union represented the most unreconstructed ideological continuity with the now defunct People's Will. Argonov would write a declaration of principles for the group in 1898 called Our Tasks, which set out their political goals and tactical approach for the revolution. Both friends and rivals alike noted that it was cribbed almost entirely from similar People's Will declarations in the 1870s. The argument was that though the peasants, the people, would be the principal beneficiaries of the revolution, they were not yet ready to carry out the revolution themselves. They would not be able to overcome their poverty, ignorance, and apathy until the czarist apparatus had been brought down. And the best way to attack and topple that apparatus was through violent terrorist assassination campaigns. Before there can be a social or economic revolution, there must first be a political revolution carried out by die-hard radicals inside the intelligentsia. So all of this I just said 5 minutes ago when I was talking about what People's Will believed. And other groups, among them neo-neurotists and anarchists and Marxist social democrats, would read Our Tasks and find it full of tried and failed neurotist dogmatism. While the Northern Union was getting going, there was another developmental pattern centered especially in Ukraine that is collectively referred to as the Southern groups. Unlike Argonov and the Northern Union, the Southern groups really leaned into the neo part of neo-neurotism, and they adapted their program to A, account for the failures of the 1870s, B, acknowledge the reality of Vita System Russia in the 1890s, and C, grapple directly with the Marxist analysis now going mainstream inside radical circles. On the matter of terrorism, they either tried to avoid directly taking a stand or coming down firmly in opposition. Terrorism and assassination might be viscerally exciting, but it had not and would not get the job done. The Southern groups were also recalculating the immediate revolutionary potential of the peasants. While the old recycled People's Will dogma that the Northern Union was spouting said they can't be activated until the Tsar has been toppled, the Southern groups suspected that things had changed. The times had changed, and that activating the peasants was not only possible but necessary to carry out a socialist revolution in Russia. And they also agreed that a sure path to appealing to the workers and the peasants was to focus on addressing their immediate concerns and grievances, and then helping them alleviate those immediate concerns and grievances. But just as the Southern groups criticized the Northern Union for reheating spoiled potatoes, the Northern Union criticized the Southern groups for splitting off from neurotism entirely. This isn't neo-neurotism, this is something else entirely. For example, one of the big features of neurotism was a desire to either head off or leapfrog over industrial capitalism. And the southern groups tended to accept the Marxist position that capitalism was coming, and that the urban proletariat might very well serve as the advanced guard of the next revolution. On top of this heresy, they added another. That willingness to talk about and improve living and working conditions was a break with the core beliefs of both Narodism and Bakuninist anarchism. Those guys wanted to reject capitalism root and branch, and not sap the revolution of its vitality by marginally improving the workers' lives in exchange for tacitly accepting this new capitalist system. Putting padding on the chains does not break the chains. But the southern groups were not closet Marxists. In fact, they had more faith in the rural peasantry than the Northern Union did. They still believed that the future of Russia was agrarian socialism, and that the failure of the going to the people should not be taken as permanent proof that a revolutionary army would never come marching out of the rural countryside. When they looked around in the mid-1890s, they noted that conditions had changed, and there were two new classes who provided an excellent opportunity to more efficiently and productively focus recruitment, propaganda, and education efforts on the peasants. First, there was the so-called rural intelligentsia, and second, there was that large subset of the growing industrial working class who regularly returned home to their native villages. Neither of those classes had really existed back in the 1870s, but now they did, and now they could be used. As to the first class, this rural intelligentsia, the zemstva wound up being the factory that produced them. Remember, the zemstva were focused on creating schools and hospitals and health services and improving local infrastructure. So this drew out to more rural areas educated professionals who used to be found only in the bigger cities: teachers, lawyers, engineers, doctors, and so forth. And then, especially thanks to the educational improvements of the 1870s and 1880s, you saw a new generation growing up much better educated than their parents. Now, obviously, many people in this rural intelligentsia group are going to wind up mostly in political sympathy with the liberal zemstva constitutionalists that we talked about last week, but there were plenty with more radical ambitions, especially among the teachers. They would start their own little reading, discussion, and educational circles. Partly this was to alleviate boredom, but partly it was out of real zeal. And you would see things like little lending libraries get organized that allowed the increasingly literate local population to access new and interesting ideas. And one of the great lessons learned of the failed going to the people was that the people had not known or trusted the people who went to the people. But the rural intelligentsia was engaged with far more permanent cohabitation, and they were identified as the perfect bridge between the elite revolutionary leadership still based in the capital cities and the mass of peasants they hoped one day to organize and lead. The other group that this elite revolutionary leadership realized had potential was that semi-seasonal labor force that moved back and forth between industrial labor sites, like factories and mines and railroad projects, and their home villages. If you were a socialist revolutionary organizer, you could maneuver your way into one of these mass concentrations of industrial workers that we talked about at the end of episode 10.18 on the Vita system, and find a very receptive audience, an audience whose minds had been opened by the general terribleness of their working conditions. Then you could explain to them your theory of what socialist revolution would look like, and they would carry that message back to their friends and families in the home villages. Ideas that were now being delivered not by strangers who just showed up one day and started saying, "Hey, you know what, down with the Tsar." They heard it from their cousin, or their sister, or their best friend. And with a little luck, when those workers then returned to their factories, the people left behind might find a radical member of the rural intelligentsia lurking around ready to talk more about all of these interesting new ideas and further foster revolutionary consciousness. So this was a pretty exciting realization, and it made the southern groups more convinced that right now today they should think of the peasants as a force that could be mobilized. Now, as I've said, these groups are not very big, and they would still have to be based in the cities, focused mostly on the urban workers. But they could create a social web that would spread ideas, and when the time was right, a revolutionary army could come marching out of the rural countryside. And this wasn't going to happen overnight, but the path was clear, and the heart of what is going to become socialist revolutionary ideology started beating. The third pillar of the future SRs grew out of a worker education circle in Minsk that was dubbed the Workers' Party for the Political Emancipation of Russia. Founded in 1895, the Workers' Party for the Political Emancipation of Russia was unique in that it was specifically focused on the Jewish community, a community that held its own unique position inside the Russian Empire, navigating as they did between the anti-Semitic assumptions of the Tsarist authorities that the Jews did not really fit into a system of orthodoxy, autocracy, and nationality, and the anti-Semitic assumptions of many revolutionary Marxists and populists and anarchists that the Jews were greedy parasites, adversaries, not allies, in the coming revolution. But that said, this Jewish-centered Workers' Party operated a lot like the Northern Union did in the tradition of terroristic neurotism and anarchism. They believed that first and foremost, the revolutionary task was to overthrow the Tsar. What better way to fight the encroaching tyranny of capitalism than overthrowing the state, which backed up those capitalists with the force of the police and the army and an array of anti-labor laws? So the Workers' Party for the Political Emancipation of Russia and the Northern Union were largely in agreement about both the task and the methods of revolution. One of the key organizers of the Workers' Party was an old veteran of the 1870s, who was among those leaders now returning from a long period of political exile. They had in fact spent the last 20 years bouncing around between prisons, penal labor camps, and supervised exile. I am speaking of Yekaterina Breshkovskaya, a revolutionary stalwart on her way to earning the nickname Babushka, the grandmother. Born in 1844 into a well-to-do land and serf-owning family, Breshkovskaya was 17 years old when the Emancipation Decree was issued in 1861. She enthusiastically helped her father navigate the logistics of freeing the family serfs and took it upon herself to organize education and literacy programs. 2 years later, she followed a normal social path by marrying a landowning magistrate, but that was a very short-lived experiment with normalcy. She left her husband 2 years later and moved to Kiev with her sister and a friend named Maria Kolykina. Upon arrival, the three of them set up house and got super into Bakuninist anarchism, meeting at this point a young 20-year-old named Pavel Axelrod. Now, her sister appears to have died young, but in 1874, Breshkovskaya and Maria Kolykina, of course, went to the people. They were, however, soon tipped off that they might be arrested, and Kolykina went home. But Breshkovskaya simply bounced to other villages. Eventually, though, she was arrested. While trying to pass a checkpoint dressed as a peasant, she failed to act the part and show the instinctive deference expected from a peasant woman. She blew her own cover and was arrested. So now she's in jail, and then she wound up as one of the 193 in the famous trial of the 193. When it was her turn to stand accused, she gave a defiant speech declaring that she did not recognize the court's authority over her, and that yes, she was a socialist, and that yes, she was a revolutionary, and she was damn proud of it. The court, of course, recognized its own authority over her, and unlike most other arrested women who were acquitted and set free, Breshkovskaya was given 5 years penal labor in Siberia, and I have seen it claimed that she was the first woman in Russia sentenced to prison labor for political crimes. And now I must break this story so that we can tie ourselves back to some big drama from previous episodes, because after the sentencing, Breshkovskaya's old friend, Maria Kolykina, resolved on a plan to murder the prosecutor in revenge, and Maria got together with one of her new friends to plot a double assassination, and that new friend was Vera Zasulich. So yes, when I talked about Zasulich's comrade in the murder conspiracy, that was Maria Kolykina. This is a very small world we're talking about here. Anyway, while Zasulich was able to get her shot off, Kolykina was not, and instead she was arrested and sentenced herself to 10 years in Siberia. But getting back to Breshkovskaya, after a couple years, her sentence was reduced from penal labor to mere exile, and she immediately attempted to flee the country. But the attempt failed, and so she got 4 more years hard labor. After completing that sentence, she was back to living in mere exile again when an American journalist came through in 1885 and Breshkovskaya gave an interview where she said that maybe she would die in exile, maybe her children would die in exile, maybe her grandchildren would die in exile, but someday it would all be worth it. This interview made her a minor celebrity among unionists and radicals and progressive liberals in the English-speaking world, though, as it turned out, neither she nor her children nor her grandchildren died in exile. In 1896, she was released as part of a general amnesty that accompanied the formal coronation of Nicholas II. Now well past 50 years old, she returned home so full of thankfulness at the amnesty that she went right back to organizing for a socialist revolution, this time in Minsk. Her partner in crime during this period was future Inner Circle SR leader Grigory Gershuni. Gershuni was 25 years younger than Breshkovskaya, but they formed a working revolutionary partnership, with Breshkovskaya as the dynamic, charismatic, passionate living witness to the indomitable spirit of revolutionary will. Then, once the audience was fired up, Gershuni would follow in her wake and handle the practical logistics of organizing and establishing groups and communication between them. Their partnership made the Workers' Party for the Political Emancipation of Russia one of the most dedicated and well-organized inside Russia, and though even at its peak there were never more than 60 full-time members, they would be one of the backbones of the coming SR coalition. The fourth and final group we need to talk about today are those not in Russia at all. Because if you had been in people's will when the reactionary hammer came down in 1881 and you managed to escape arrest and execution or exile, you invariably wound up fleeing abroad and settling in Russian émigré enclaves, usually in Switzerland or Paris or London. As so often happens with communities of exiled radicals, as we've seen going all the way back to the post-1848 émigré waters that Marx and Engels and Bakunin swam in, these exile groups continued to publish pamphlets and newspapers that focused as much on prosecuting beefs and rivalries amongst themselves as the larger project of socialist revolution. Everyone was pushing their own idiosyncratic vision for the revolutionary future, even as that revolutionary future seemed further away than ever. The most important of these groups came together in Paris, where one of the old deans of Russian populism, Pyotr Lavrov, had moved after his time in Switzerland. Lavrov, remember, had been an influential neurotist theorist going all the way back before the Going to the People, and he was as old an old-timer as they came. In the mid-1890s, he was enjoying something of a personal renaissance after the failure of People's Will-style quick terrorism made Lavrov's pitch for slow and steady education seem much wiser in retrospect. So in the early 1890s, Lavrov and a few other old exiled luminaries formed their own group of veterans. Now that conditions in Russia seemed to be improving, they hoped to form a kind of neurotist senior leadership in exile who could observe and direct their younger comrades who were making good headway back home. But though their voices were listened to and their service was respected, they suffered from the same delusion that many émigré groups abroad suffer in all times and places, namely, that while they considered themselves to be the leaders of the movement, the people on the ground back home didn't know them, and certainly weren't going to take orders from them. The leaders in Russia saw themselves as the leaders, and they saw the émigrés serving merely as ambassadors and fundraisers, not as like the central committee of the revolution. This disconnect is shown clearly in that one of the principal preoccupations of those leaders inside Russia was how to get their own printing presses and newspapers going, because the literature being smuggled in from abroad was so thoroughly out of touch and disconnected from realities in Russia, it was just all around unhelpful. So the émigrés are going to form the fourth group, the fourth pillar of what becomes the SRs. And by the late 1890s, our future socialist revolutionaries are coming back to life, like budding little shoots after a long winter. But as they came back to life, they would find themselves in direct competition with a new species of revolutionary that they had not had to contend with back in the 1870s. and that was Marxist Social Democrats. And next week will be a very important episode in the Revolutions podcast, because we will be introducing two of the most important members of the energetic younger generation of Russian Marxists. So join me next week when I finally introduce you to Lenin and Krupskaya. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 10.22, Vladimir and Nadia. So here we are at episode 22 into our series on the Russian Revolution, and I am just now getting to the people who will be the main characters going forward. And to the guy who would probably be the main character if this were ever, say, adapted as a prestige television show. Just throwing that out there. But if you have friends who like to wait until I am done with the series before binging it all at once, be sure to tell them that we are at episode 22 of the Russian Revolution and we have just gotten to the early life of Lenin. So this new group of characters came from a generation who were too young to have been a part of the radical upheavals of the 1870s. They were just kids when Tsar Alexander II was assassinated. They were in grammar school through the reactionary 1880s. But by the time Tsar Nicholas II ascended the throne in 1894, it was their turn to be the young 20-something student radicals offended by the society within which they had been raised, and who were determined, in the face of all of Russian history, to be the cohort that finally pulled off a revolution. And today we are going to introduce two of these up-and-coming revolutionaries who will, in fact, in the future, actually pull off the revolution. Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov, known to history as Lenin, and his wife, Nadezhda Konstantinovna Krupskaya. Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov was born on April 10, 1870 in Simbirsk, a small provincial city on the Volga River. The Ulyanovs were an upwardly mobile family, not rich by any means, but fine specimens of a respectable and prosperous provincial middle class. Vladimir's paternal grandfather had been a serf who managed to transcend his status sometime around 1800. His son, Ilya Ulyanov, Vladimir's father, had then received a good education and graduated in 1854, joining the civil service as an inspector of schools. An energetic and reform-minded bureaucrat, Ilya Ulyanov entered state service just as Tsar Alexander II was ascending the throne and preparing his period of capital G, capital R, Great Reform. Himself only a generation removed from serfdom, Ulyanov was thrilled by almost everything the Tsar Liberator did. The emancipation of the serfs was a work of profound enlightened justice, and the directives to create the Zemstva and improve local primary education gave his life purpose. Settling in Simbirsk, Ulyanov traveled the region setting up and monitoring new primary and grammar schools. All through the 1860s and 1870s, he was happy, fulfilled, and respected. Vladimir's mother, Maria Alexandrovna, came from a good family herself. Her father was a doctor, and her mother a German-descended Protestant from the Balkans. Now, given that Vladimir's paternal grandmother was probably of Kalmyk descent, the Kalmyk were a people who trace back to the Mongolians on the Volga, Vladimir's ethnic ancestry told the demographic story of the Russian Empire. After his death, this demographic story was given additional drama when one of Lenin's sisters discovered that their maternal great-grandfather had actually been a Jew who converted to Orthodoxy and then raised his kids Christian. When Stalin was presented with this revelation, he ordered the information suppressed. Now, Lenin himself had no real anti-Semitic tendencies to speak of, and his sister actually wanted to publicize this genealogical revelation to cut down on anti-Semitism in Soviet Russia, but Stalin was an anti-Semite, so the information was suppressed. But getting back to his mother, Maria Alexandrovna gave birth to 8 babies, 6 of whom lived, of whom Vladimir was third oldest. She held small-c conservative-ish bourgeois values, but insisted that her 3 boys and 3 girls receive equal and equally rigorous educations. She instilled in them a passion for learning and a competitive spirit to succeed. And even though she never really understood her children's politics, she was not surprised that they followed their minds and their hearts into radical revolutionary action. And whatever happened in the future, she would always support her kids with money and aid and the necessary begging of forgiveness from the authorities, which there would be quite a lot of. So the elder Ulyanovs had a conservative liberal disposition. Their children really did not. Young Vladimir was raised by both his parents to work hard, study hard, and excel at everything. And from an early age, he was blunt, sarcastic, and arrogant. But he could always back this up with high marks and superior ability. A fellow student later said that Vladimir was esteemed, but he wasn't exactly liked, and he had few real friends. He was on the verge of his 11th birthday when the Tsar Liberator was assassinated on March the 1st, 1881. This was a shocking event that had his father weeping off and on for days. The emotional blow of his revered Tsar getting killed paved the way for professional setbacks, as the new reactionary regime of Tsar Alexander III preferred returning primary education to the church. So Dad's career of opening more modern secular schools stalled out and became far less fulfilling. But he kept working as hard as he possibly could, and probably working too hard, because his health began to fail him in his early 50s. In January 1886, he went into his office one day, had a stroke, and died. Vladimir was just 15 years old. I have yet to read a single biography of Lenin, or even the briefest biographical sketch, come to think of it, that does not transition out of his father's death with a line like, "But his father's death was immediately followed by an even greater emotional blow." And you know what? Why reinvent the wheel? His father's death was immediately followed by an even greater emotional blow. His older brother Alexander, known to all as Sasha, was the alpha of a brood of Ulyanov children who were something resembling a little band of prodigies. A deadly serious student, Sasha always got top marks, was head of his class, and went off to university in St. Petersburg pursuing a degree in the natural sciences. All his professors agreed they were witnessing the beginning of a brilliant career. Now, Sasha's academic focus was on the biology of worms, but kind of out of nowhere, his real passion suddenly became radical politics. Now, this is 1886, and remember, the old People's Will network has been broken, and the radical revolutionaries are at their nadir. So Sasha's move into radicalism was self-directed and pretty self-organized. It was really just him and some friends, and though they would adopt the name People's Will for their group, they had nothing whatsoever to do with the original People's Will. Their tactics, however, did follow the original group's line. Sasha and his friends wanted a mass-mobilized socialist party operating out in the open, but that was simply not possible under the reactionary repression of the current regime. Without the opportunity to voice their opinions, or even put to work their elite educations on behalf of the country they loved, they had no choice but to attack the regime until it either collapsed or allowed for political freedom. So they followed in the spiritual footsteps of the original People's Will. They formed a small cell of revolutionary comrades and concocted a terrorist plot to kill the Tsar. Sasha sold a watch he had won as an academic prize and used the money to buy components and supplies to make bombs to blow up the Tsar. Now, usually in these days, a half-baked plot like this would be uncovered early by the Okhrana, or, just as often, the would-be assassins would find the job too hard or too risky. But Sasha followed through. He succeeded in acquiring the supplies and building the bombs, and he and his fellow conspirators planned to use them on March the 1st, 1887, the 6th anniversary of the assassination of the Tsar Liberator. But it did not work out. Though the assassins were ready, the Tsar did not appear where they thought he was going to appear. Then one of them was picked up on an unrelated charge of being suspicious in public, and it wasn't until he was in custody that the police realized he was carrying a bomb. The guy confessed to everything, and the other 14 conspirators who were in on this plot were picked up, including Sasha, who then proceeded to nobly attempt to take responsibility for everything, saying it was all his idea and all his work. Back home in Simbirsk, the family was shocked at how far and how fast Sasha had gotten mixed up in such big trouble. His mother did everything she could to try to get him released or merely exiled or given some other reduced sentence. But this isn't like he had been found with banned books or busted leading a seditious discussion circle. By Sasha's own admission, he was a bomb maker who was making bombs to kill the Tsar. This is real-life stuff. So 10 of his fellow accomplices were ultimately sentenced to terms of prisoner exile, but Sasha and 4 others were sentenced to be hanged. And right to the very end, his mother thought the Tsar would commute the sentence now that the boys had had the fear of God and death put in them. But clemency never came. On May the 8th, 1887, Alexander Ulyanov and 4 of his friends were hanged. The execution of Sasha was a shock to the Ulyanovs and their neighbors. Though he and his younger brother Vladimir were very different people and were never exactly friends, Vladimir had always looked up to the point of worshipped his older brother. Everyone in the family had. And though he almost never spoke about any of this in the future, it left Vladimir hostile and embittered towards the state that had murdered his brother. In his mind, Sasha's only real crime had been bravely standing up to an evil regime. So, who knows how much of his life and career was personal? Adding to this resentful bitterness was that after the scandal broke in town, the respectable and polite families in Simbirsk iced the Ulyanovs out. They stopped coming around. They stopped inviting the family to parties or including them in anything but whispered gossip behind their backs. The social treatment was so bad that his only recently widowed mother sold the family house and they all moved out of town for good. And it has been remarked on more than one occasion that this treatment may have played a role in Vladimir's future deep, deep hatred of hypocritical bourgeois liberals. Treacherous, two-faced bastards who cannot ever be trusted. That was his consistent and unshakable belief. Now, perhaps this reads too much into it, but then again, deep-seated beliefs do have to come from somewhere. Now, we cannot go on before mentioning the story that Lenin's sister Maria told after Lenin's death. She said that upon hearing the news of Sasha's execution, that Vladimir shook his head and said, "No, we will go another way, Sasha," which then became something of a colloquial aphorism in Soviet Russia. Now, the story itself is for sure a later invention. Maria was only 9, Vladimir was a teenager who had never yet showed any interest in politics. But while the story and the quote were an invention, it did capture a basic truth. Lenin would always have a healthy disdain for the kind of elite people's will terrorism that Sasha had attempted, and, in the attempt, proved once again how inadequate a strategy it was. And though he wouldn't necessarily turn his nose up at plots to assassinate Tsarist officials, the future Lenin would never think it was the main work of revolution. One lesson Vladimir, or any of his siblings, did not take away from the execution of their brother was to stay out of politics. When Vladimir arrived at the University of Kazan in the fall of 1887, he immediately joined student activist groups and took part in demonstrations, one of which was so big that more than 150 kids were arrested. But even though he was not a leader of this demonstration, Vladimir was one of the few to be expelled for his involvement because, holy hell, this guy's Ulyanov and he's the brother of that guy we just hanged for trying to kill the Tsar. Now kicked out of school, Vladimir was ordered to confine himself to a country estate owned by his extended family, where he wound up spending almost the entirety of 1888. And he spent this time in forced idleness reading, and reading, and reading some more. And it was during this period that he finally came across What Is to Be Done by Chernyshevsky. Vladimir loved What Is to Be Done. He loved it so much he read it 6 times over the summer. And he was enthralled by the main ultra-dedicated revolutionary character, the same character who had once inspired Nechayev. So Vladimir loved What Is to Be Done. He loved it so much that in the future he literally carried a small picture of Chernyshevsky with him in his wallet, a claim that could not be made by Marx or Engels or even his wife. And in a very real way, it was Chernyshevsky, more than Marx, who turned Vladimir into Lenin. But that is not to say he did not also fall in love with Marx and Engels. He did. In fact, he does it right now. His mother managed to get the de facto house arrest lifted, and the family moved back to Kazan. And though Vladimir was not allowed to return to university, he continued to educate himself, though he was assisted by local radical discussion groups that he continued to slip in and out of. So in 1889, he got his hands on his first copy of Capital, and the Communist Manifesto and some Plekhanov, which he read and which thrilled him. From this point on, he's a full-throated Marxist. Now, we will obviously have plenty of time to talk all about Lenin's understanding of Marxism in theory and in practice, but suffice it to say that he believed what he was reading gave him a historical blueprint for a great heroic struggle that would inevitably see the people triumph over evil despotism. Now, understandably, his mother was not too keen on the direction he was headed, and she purchased a country estate partly in the hopes of turning her son into a productive landed farmer. But Vladimir did not take to farming, and farming did not take to Vladimir. So instead, he managed to get permission to take law exams, even though he was not a graduate of any university. And after a year of intensive self-directed study, he aced the exam in the spring of 1891 with top marks, doing on his own in 12 months what it usually took a student about 4 years of law school to accomplish. Say what you want about Lenin, he was not dumb. But this small triumph was knocked down by another tragedy. His sister Olga, the sibling with whom Vladimir was closest, and who I've read was considered the real genius of the family, which is saying something, slowly succumbed to typhoid. Vladimir lived with her at this point and nursed her, but to no avail, and she died in May of 1891 practically in his arms. He was devastated. Shortly after passing the law exams and burying his sister came the Great Famine of 1891-1892, and here there are conflicting accounts about Vladimir's attitude. All of these attitudes were reported much later, and all of them were meant to either attack or defend him. If you hate Lenin, the story is that he openly opposed relief efforts for the peasants, that he insisted the famine was a progressive historical force that would help destroy the archaic villages and drive the rural peasantry into the cities, where they would grow the ranks of his beloved urban proletariat. This version has Lenin glorying in human suffering in order to have his way. Now, if you like Lenin, you say all of that is made up, and it doesn't actually fit with his beliefs or his actions, because during these same years he would be arguing in debates that any social democratic party worth its salt must address the daily miseries of the people they were trying to convert, and it feels off that he would say we should oppose something like famine relief. Now, both sides can point to Lenin's later conduct, both cruel or compassionate, that backs up their version of the Lenin opposed famine relief story. Now, do I think it's at least plausible that he saw the failed relief and mass suffering as politically advantageous? Sure, because it was. In 1893, Vladimir finally moved to the big city for good. He arrived in St. Petersburg in August, got hooked up with a not-too-difficult associate lawyer's position that allowed him to spend most of his time around the small but growing Marxist reading circles. And in these circles, he quickly earned a reputation for a ruthless debating style. Withering, surgical, sarcastic, acerbic, blunt, and supremely self-confident. He did not believe that debate was for persuading your opponent, it was for demolishing your opponent. And whether they liked him or hated him, the people in these radical circles started noticing this guy Vladimir Ilyich, this new guy who had just shown up. And one of those who heard of his growing reputation was a young woman who was already established inside these St. Petersburg Marxist circles, Nadia Krupskaya. Nadezhda Konstantinovna Krupskaya was born in St. Petersburg on February the 14th, 1869, so she was just about a year older than her future husband. Her family had also been pretty respectable and upwardly mobile, at least at the time of her birth. Her father, Konstantin, was the orphan son of landless nobles, whose upbringing had been underwritten by the state, and so he got funneled into the Army Officer Corps. In 1863, Konstantin was shipped off to help suppress a revolt in Poland that saw him both perform well and probably emerge with some sympathy for the Poles. But the serving well part was more important, and he was transferred off to study law in St. Petersburg, where he met his wife, Elizaveta Vasilievna. She, too, had been the orphan daughter of respectable nobility and had gotten a good education that qualified her to serve as a governess, which is what she was doing for the 10 years before she met Constantine. And though she would always be a devoutly orthodox wife and mother, she had little good to say about the kind of noble family she had lived among. Certainly, she passed on to her young daughter a love of hard work and education, and a hatred of the casual cruelty of the idle rich. Graduating with his law degree, Constantine was then shipped back to Warsaw with his wife and new baby, little Nadia, to serve in the imperial administration in Poland. And during his tenure in Warsaw, he operated with something of an enlightened hand. He helped open a hospital, protect Jews from persecution, and laid down rules that regulated labor practices. His wife, Elizaveta, meanwhile, similarly engaged with the local culture, and she even wrote a successful children's book in Polish. All of which seems to have caught the wary eye of somebody higher up in the bureaucratic chain of command, or more likely the eye of somebody who was complaining about the labor regulations. Because in 1874, Constantine was brought before an imperial assessor and officially reprimanded for exceeding his authority. He appealed the decision, but this appeal took time. And in that time, his career in the civil service was totally derailed. So while ages 0 to 5 for little Nadia were stable and happy, ages 5 to 10 were disjointed, difficult, and lonely, as the family followed her increasingly bitter and discouraged father from job to job, unable to find a place to settle down, all the while nursing a grudge against the state that had wronged him. Probably during these troubled years of the mid-1870s, Constantine developed friendly relations with people who were at least adjacent to the radicals in People's Will, though he never did wind up on anybody's watch list. As the family moved around chasing jobs, Nadia became a lonely bookworm. But she was first brought out of her growing shell in the summer of 1880 when she came into contact with an energetic and idealistic young teacher. The 11-year-old Nadia latched onto this teacher and was allowed to hang out and sit in on classes that were above her level. And it was this teacher who first introduced Nadia to the poet Nikolai Nekrasov, an enormously influential and beloved Russian writer who had died just a few years earlier. Nekrasov did for Nadia what Chernyshevsky had done for Lenin. It was a passion-stirring moment of contact with something special and magical. And right up until her death, it was Nekrasov who held pride of place in Krupskaya's heart, and when she penned her own first political polemic, she opened it with one of his lines: "Thy lot is hard, a woman's lot. A harder lot can scarce be found." But Nadia's summer in poetic bliss soon ended. The family moved on to St. Petersburg, and shortly thereafter she learned that this beloved teacher had been arrested for owning subversive literature. And I have no idea what happened to her. After arriving in St. Petersburg, though, Nadia found another place to flourish. The Obolonsky Gymnasium was a progressive school run by reformist liberals with deep-pocketed patrons. With something resembling a permanent home after 5 years of itinerant wandering, Nadia made friends and started getting pretty good grades. And it was during this period that she herself read Chernyshevsky, though it never hit her as hard as some of her contemporaries, including, of course, her future husband. Her father's health had deteriorated under the strain of his circumstances, though, and while he eventually did win his appeal after 6 years' persistent effort, it turns out he was wrongly disciplined. It was too late to save his career, and it was too late to save him. He contracted tuberculosis, and after a long period of wasting away, finally died in 1883 at the age of just 45. Nadia and her mother were left alone. And I hate to keep calling back to Lenin, but Nadia would never forgive the state for humiliating, slandering, and driving her father to ruin and then to death. So, this is all personal for her, too. The immediate circumstances for mother and daughter were not terrible, though. Elizaveta was always able to get steady work as a teacher, and Nadia herself now picked up money tutoring, and they lived in a respectable 3-room apartment, solidly, if sparsely, middle class. Elizaveta continued to instill in her daughter a love of education and a sense of social obligation to help and improve those around her, especially by passing her education along to others. So eventually this mentality is going to take her towards radical Marxist politics. But Nadia Krupskaya took a bit of a detour through Tolstoy's anarcho-Christianity. Now, unfortunately, we do not have the time, nor do I have anything like a firm grasp on Tolstoy's anarcho-Christianity to delve too deep into this, but luckily, neither did Nadia. She had no use for Tolstoy's evangelical beliefs, his views on women, or his disdain for science, but she did like a lot of his other beliefs, most especially his thoughts on education, which stressed spontaneity and curiosity and emotional connection over rigid memorization and harsh discipline. Nadia admired Tolstoy enough that she wrote him what amounts to a fan letter, and briefly participated as a proofreader in a program that Tolstoy spearheaded to publish cheap editions of great books, and she edited an edition of The Count of Monte Cristo. The possibility of using progressive education to improve the masses was alluring, and by the time Nadia was 20, it was poetry and literature and teaching that gave direction to her ambitions about how she could have an impact on the world. Once she graduated from gymnasium, though, Nadia arrived at her own famous conversion to Marxism moment, and every great Soviet biography has to have a great conversion to Marxism moment. For Nadia, this came in 1890 at the age of 21. She joined a small radical discussion circle, and after reading and delivering a report on Lavrov's historical letters, she asked about these guys, Marx and Engels, she had been hearing about, and was given a small bundle of books to read. Ironically, though, this bundle was selected by a comrade who happened to be into neurotism, and who hoped to prove to Nadia that Marx was full of beans. So along with Capital, she got a critique of Marxism by a neurotist ideologue, and a few other books. And even after the revolution, Nadia admitted that reading the first 2 chapters of Marx's Capital was like reading Greek, and she had no background in economics or philosophy or political science. But she kept reading, and got to the parts that talked about the conditions that the workers had to endure, and that did grab her. And by the time she was done, she believed that Marx had effectively laid out an analysis of what was wrong with the world, what could be done about it, and most especially, who was to blame. And it was capitalism, and in Russia, the Tsar. And in a straightforward way, Nadia Krupskaya accepted that they were the enemy, and that she needed to spend her life fighting them. On a more practical level, in 1891 she found her calling working as a night school teacher in the very poor working-class districts of St. Petersburg, teaching anything from basic literacy to math, history, literature, and geography. She loved the work, and in 1893 she was elected director of the program by her fellow teachers. Now, given the nature of this work, it should come as no surprise that most of the faculty and administrators were reformist liberals. A few of them were neurotist populists, and a handful, like Nadia, were Marxists. Now, they could not use the classroom to organize politically, but lessons could be steered in certain directions, and if a particular worker was interested in learning more, then names and addresses could be surreptitiously passed along. Nadia's own education continued through this period, as she both had to learn additional materials to teach her students, but she also learned from her students what their life was like, who they were, what their problems were. And it gave her invaluable insight and judgment, insight that many of her bourgeois radical comrades never quite grasped, as many of them remained the kind of coffeehouse radicals who never met the people they supposedly idolized and were fighting for. Now, by this point, Nadia and a few of her friends had moved into a reading circle headed by an old neurotist turned Marxist named Stepan Radchenko. And it was in this group that she first heard about this character Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov, brother of a hanged martyr, who was bulldozing his way through the radical debate circuit. And then it was in this Radchenko group that they met for the first time in February 1894, and it could not have been a more classic meet-cute. He read from passages from a book he was writing called What the Friends of the People Are and How They Fight the Social Democrats, which was an anti-neurotist tract that would be the first book published under the pen name Lenin. Now, Nadia thought this was all fine, but then after the reading, he made a sarcastic jab about the value of teaching the workers literature, which was clearly a pointless fool's errand, and which happened to be her great passion in life. So, as we know from every romantic comedy ever written, this awkward moment of initial off-putting behavior was only ever going to result in wedding bells. But the wedding was still a while off yet. For the next few years, Nadia and Vladimir would be merely comrades. At this stage, not fighting a war against the Tsar so much as against other radicals who were trying to pitch the wrong brand of revolution. And so next week we will pick back up with them as they hook up with another key player in the fight against revolutionary Philistines, Julius Martov. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 20.23, On Agitation. Last time we did the biographical introduction of Lenin and Krupskaya, and though I called them Vladimir and Nadia last week, for future clarity I will be referring to them by their better-known names, Lenin and Krupskaya. Lucky for us, we ended last week with their first meeting in February 1894, where this man, Vladimir Ilyich, read aloud from a book that would be the first book he published under the pen name Lenin. And though he would use a bunch of different nom de plumes in his life and revolutionary letters, Lenin would be the one that stuck, and the one that would become his permanent public identity. So where we left them was in St. Petersburg in 1894, working in the revolutionary underground just about 6 months before the ascension of Tsar Nicholas II, who they would, in 25 years, ensure would be the last Tsar of Russia. The revolutionary underground at the time of Nicholas's ascension was a tug-of-war pitting the re-emergent neo-Neurotists, who will wind up forming the SRs, against the Marxists, like Lenin and Krupskaya, who will go on to form the Social Democratic Labor Party of Russia. These two groups had plenty to disagree about, but also had a lot in common. And one of the biggest things they had in common was that they were really only talking to each other. This was coffee house radicalism. This was salon bickering. The SRs were arguing in favor of the rural peasants. The Marxists were arguing in favor of the industrial workers, but there were no actual peasants or workers involved in this argument. These discussion circles of young, radical members of the intelligentsia were insular. These people were coming out of the middle and upper classes, and they wore suits, they sported university educations, and they had uncalloused hands. In the parlance of our times, they are 100% white collar. Now, when the earlier People's Will types had faced the problem of how to connect with the capital P people, they went to the people, and then they got sent back by the people. And so they concluded that it was hopeless, and they simply had to do the revolution for themselves. But this is not how Lenin and his comrades are going to want to do things. They don't want to do the revolution for themselves. They needed to get the proletariat involved. So that left them facing a vexing question: how to connect to the working class, who are meant to be the leaders of our socialist revolution. This was a real problem for Lenin, and one that could not just be dismissed. Because to reiterate the point I made when we were talking about Plekhanov and the Emancipation of Labor Group, Lenin read Marx, historical materialism, the nature of class conflict, and the role of the proletariat in the socialist revolution, and he believed it. If they were going to follow the scientific program of some future history they believed Marx and Engels had laid down, it was going to take the proletariat as a class doing the necessary revolutionary work, not just a handful of effete coffeehouse radicals. And that brings me to another point I need to make about Lenin, that when he committed himself to Marxism, he also committed himself to the doctrine of two revolutions, as elaborated by Plekhanov. That because Russia was still laboring under a medieval mode of agrarian production, they were going to have to undergo a bourgeois capitalist revolution in order to sufficiently transform the country for a subsequent socialist revolution. For Lenin, capitalism was not something he liked, but it was something he considered a vital and inevitable force of history, that without it, Russia would remain condemned to the stagnant despotism of orthodoxy, autocracy, and nationality forever. Without the historical power of capitalism modernizing the Russian economy, increasing its productive capacity, and more importantly, turning rural peasants into urban laborers, the socialist revolution was simply not possible. And then, of course, along with that advance of the capitalist mode of production would come the first revolution, the democratic revolution, led by the bourgeoisie against the old medieval state that oppressed them under the weight of anachronistic aristocratic privilege. And that first revolution would be necessary to create the second, and far preferable, socialist revolution. Now, as they waited for this, that did not mean they were just going to sit around and do nothing. No, it did not. Lenin believed that they should begin now to make connections inside the actual working class to forge at least a small skeletal structure of a political party that would first add weight to the coming democratic revolution, and second, make them ready to boldly stride towards the next socialist revolution once democratic reform made open political organizing legal. Because remember, the goal here is Marx's dictatorship of the proletariat, which was not understood to mean a small Jacobin-style revolutionary committee of public safety. It was simply meant to express a mass majority now ruling a fully democratic system. So one way to think about this is that the dictatorship of an aristocracy is a monarchy. The dictatorship of the bourgeoisie is an oligarchy. The coming dictatorship of the proletariat would be mass majority democracy, the first system, Marx always noted approvingly, where the majority would actually rule. That's how it was supposed to go anyway. So the Russian Marxists of the 1890s believed that what they needed to do was build the skeleton of an organization that would connect the socialist intelligentsia to worker groups inside the factories. And in the rather annoying business speak language of our time, to have this organization be scalable. That as the proletariat inevitably expanded as a result of the advance of capitalism, that this proto-party they were building now would be able to grow with it, and soon become the party of the mass majority. Now, one of the great influences on Lenin's thinking at this time was a German Marxist named Karl Kautsky, who I briefly name-checked back when we were talking about the Emancipation of Labor group because he was friends with Pavel Axelrod. They were like neighbors in Zurich. Now, I can't go overboard on Kautsky because this is technically a series on the Russian Revolution, not a general history of 19th century European socialism, though you wouldn't necessarily know that from listening to our past episodes. But just so you know, Kautsky was one of the 2 or 3 most important Marxists in the generation that came up after Marx and Engels themselves. Kautsky was a friend, comrade, disciple, correspondent, and occasionally wayward protege, especially of Engels. What Kautsky advocated was a merger of the labor movement and the socialist intelligentsia, who were not, at that point, the same thing. Kautsky was arguing that the educated intelligentsia needed the manpower, energy, and numbers provided by the workers, and the less educated workers needed the theories, ideas, and direction that would be provided by the more educated members of the intelligentsia. But again, these two groups are not necessarily primed to be bosom buddies. On the one side, you have blue-collar factory workers, and on the other, you have these white-collar student socialists. Culturally, personally, there's a lot of mutual side-eyeing going on. But Kautsky said these two groups must bridge their differences, recognize the advantages of an alliance, the principal advantage of which was if they did combine, they could literally take over the state and become Marx's dictatorship of the proletariat. The merger of the socialists and the workers was the essential feature of the Social Democratic Party of Germany, which is why Lenin and his friends will soon be organizing their own Russian Social Democratic Labor Party. Now, in the early 1890s, the strategy for forging connections between the workers and the socialists was a process called propagandizing, which is the opposite of what we usually understand the term propaganda to mean these days. We are not talking about brief, manipulative messages aimed at a large population, but rather an intensive course of education aimed at a select few, highly motivated members of the working class. These potential propagandized workers could be identified in the kind of worker education programs that Krupskaya was dedicating her early life to. If a particular student was eager and motivated, You could just keep feeding them more and more books and articles and pamphlets about politics and economics and history until they emerged as a fully enlightened Marxist. The problem with this approach is that it was time-consuming and extremely hit and miss. It required patience and sustained interest from both teachers and students. But if they stuck to it and kept to a strict program of propagandizing individual workers, in 10,000 years they might all be ready for a revolution. But what happens if you would prefer your revolution to come less than 10,000 years from now? Well, we will spend the rest of today's episode talking about the new strategy they would adopt and the man who would come to St. Petersburg in 1895 bearing the new gospel. This guy will be very important to our story going forward, as he starts out as Lenin's great friend, practically Lenin's only friend, and then, down the road, his bitterly disappointed rival, if he was never able to quite bring himself to call Lenin an enemy. And this is Julius Martov. When it was all over, as he neared death in 1921 and reflected on the revolution he had in fact successfully hijacked and led, Lenin said that he had one regret, that Martov is not with us. What an amazing comrade he is. What a pure man. So, let us talk about Julius Martov. Julius Martov, as we know him in the West by his Anglicanized revolutionary name, was born on November the 24th, 1873. He was the son of a Russian Jewish family then residing in the Ottoman capital of Constantinople, though they moved to Odessa when Martov was 4 years old. He had 5 siblings, one of whom, Lydia, would become a revolutionary socialist comrade in her own right, and she is known to the history books as Lydia Dawn, after taking her comrade husband's name. Their father, mother, aunts, and uncles seem to have been a generation of disillusioned liberals. Once excited by the prospect of the great reforms, they were, by the 1870s, disappointed how far short of the mark the Tsar Liberator had ultimately fallen. Though they were Jewish, they were not particularly observant about it, and Martov's lived experience as a Jew in the Russian Empire had less to do with a strong cultural or religious identity built from within, and more to do with the negative experiences of anti-Semitism he had to deal with from without. Lydia later said that the myriad ways anti-Semitism expressed itself in Russian society, both big and small, made her brother sympathetic to any group who found itself maltreated for ethnic, religious, or class reasons. But it did not push him towards Jewish nationalism or separatism or Zionism, all of which were options on the table for radical Jews at the end of the 19th century. When Martov was about 15 years old, the family was living in St. Petersburg, and he fell in with a group of rebelliously progressive friends who clashed constantly with the more Russian nationalist conservative kids at the school. And unlike Lenin, who was always a loner, Martov found it easy to make and keep friends, and he later remarked, "I have the nasty privilege of being liked by people." It was at this point that he got super into the French Revolution. He read everything he could get his hands on by and about Robespierre, Danton, Desmoulins, Marat, Hébert, and Babeuf, and he mentally advanced his own beliefs along with the course of the revolution. He said, "Within half a year, I had gone through all the phases of revolutionary enthusiasm. My model at first was Mirabeau, and then the Girondists, and then Danton, and finally Robespierre." Martov's ideological evolution would then keep following the course of European social history. He read all the post-revolutionary socialists like Fourier and Saint-Simon and Proudhon, and then a friend came back from a family holiday to Switzerland loaded with banned Russian revolutionary writers. Lavrov and Chernyshevsky are among the names that we would recognize, and this brought him into contact with the Russian revolutionary tradition, and gave him a pretty neurotist point of view. Though it must be said that he also came across a journalist's account of the 1881 trial of the assassins of the Tsar Liberator, and walked away from that convinced that mere revolutionary terrorism was not only an insufficient strategy, it was downright counterproductive. Meanwhile, he got his hands on a copy of the Communist Manifesto and was stirred by its call to the masses to rise up openly. Let them tremble at our size and strength. Martov quite liked the sound of that. In 1891, Martov graduated and went off to the University of St. Petersburg. He was originally studying science, but like so many of his contemporaries, attending class was secondary to his real passion, which was reading dangerous literature and dreaming dangerous dreams. He and his friends formed a little radical reading circle and discussed everything they could get their hands on. And they were idealistic enough that they wanted to reach out and bring in members of the working class into this circle. And they did manage to recruit one worker, and they were very proud of themselves. Unfortunately, this guy allowed himself to be recruited because that was the mission he had been assigned by his handlers. He was a police spy, and after a few meetings, he turned names over to the police. One of Martov's best friends was arrested, and after a month of interrogation, he coughed up Martov's name. So Martov was arrested in February 1892 and then held until May. But as he sat in custody, it turned out he was such a minor priority that he never really got interrogated too deeply or too harshly. He was just another student reading banned books. In May 1892, his grandfather managed to bail him out of detention while he awaited sentencing. There would be no trial, mind you, there would just be a sentence that would get handed down. And while others may have emerged from this chastised by the experience, Martov was thrilled by it all. His arrest and detention meant that he had received his revolutionary baptism. He was a real revolutionary now with real credibility. He was, of course, expelled from university, though his parents did manage to arrange an interview with school officials to review the case if the boy was sufficiently penitent. But Martov was insufficiently penitent. He, in fact, refused to attend the meeting. The expulsion stood, and he awaited his final sentence. It was during this summer of waiting in 1892 that we come to the conversion to Marxism portion of Martov's biography. He got his hands on the writings of Plekhanov and Axelrod and a French translation of Capital, and he was blown away by what he read. He later said that before this, his revolutionary instincts had been flimsy and superficial, and now they had weight and heft. He believed what he was reading was the final stop on the development of his revolutionary ideology, which had begun with Mirabeau and now ended with Marx. Whatever lingering neurotist ideas he held were banished. The rural peasants would be an apathetic sack of potatoes until they were turned into a working-class proletariat by the inevitable force of capitalist modernization. Having had this conversion, Martov received his sentence in December 1892. 5 months solitary confinement. So he was arrested again and tossed in prison again, and though it was technically solitary confinement, security and oversight in these prisons was shockingly lax, and he was able to get books to read and exchange letters and writing with friends that were never much analyzed or monitored. We'll talk more about this later, but though the Tsarist police state was aiming for omnipresent totalitarian suppression, it would always be hampered by limited personnel, limited resources, limited talent, and limited interest at all levels. If you were a prison guard, you could either pore over every single sentence of every single letter that came and went, or you could not. Martov was hoping his 5 months in prison would be it, but when he got out in May of 1893, he received a further sentence, 2 years of administrative exile. Now, he would be allowed to choose his destination. It just couldn't be a city with a university, in order to keep him away from other students. But someone tipped him off that interesting things were happening in what was then called Vilna, and what is today Vilnius, Lithuania. So he said, I'll go to Vilna. And in June 1893, he got on a train and left St. Petersburg for exile. And it was in this quote-unquote exile that Julius Martov really found his own revolutionary potential. So Vilna was a part of Lithuania, which had once been a part of Poland-Lithuania, and had come under Russian hegemony during the Great Partitions of Poland. So one of the principal reasons that interesting things were happening in Vilna was because the authorities there were mostly focused on Polish nationalists, not Russian socialists. The other reason is that these interesting things that were happening in the Jewish community, which was really off the radar of the local authorities. Jewish factory workers often worked for Jewish factory owners, and so the local Russian authorities considered labor relations in those industries to be an internal Jewish affair. so Jewish socialists in Vilna, operated uniquely unmonitored and unharassed. And so even though he was in administrative exile and had to check in with those local Russian authorities, the not yet 20-year-old Martov was able to jumpstart his revolutionary career. Martov made contact with the local Jewish socialists immediately, the most important of these being Arkady Kremer. And Kremer gets to go down as the father of the Jewish Labor Bund, and if you know what that means, then great. If you don't, we'll talk all about the Bund when we get to the formation of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party. Now, initially, Martov was deployed as a teacher of economics and politics and history, doing propagandizing among the workers to turn them into fully enlightened Marxists. But though they did find plenty of eager students, it was always going to be slow going and slow building. So over the winter of 1893-1894, Kremer, Martov, and a few others strategized, and the conclusion they came to was that they needed a new strategy, that they needed to move from propagandizing to agitation, and this strategy would thereafter be referred to as the Vilna Program. Now, they started doing it before they wrote about it, but the Vilna Program was summed up by a pamphlet published in 1895 called On Agitation, that was devised by Kremer and the other Vilna veterans and written up by Martov, who, they discovered much to their delight, was a very good writer. On Agitation was not pure invention. They were not inventing this out of whole cloth. It had many sources feeding into it. Karl Kautsky and the German program, of course, but also a piece that Plekhanov had written in 1891 in response to the famine, saying that socialists should take advantage of the crisis to set down literary debate and go out among the people to give a name and a purpose and a direction to their immediate angry suffering. But On Agitation became the touchstone for the new organizing strategy that Russian Marxists would embrace. By agitation, they meant ditching abstract philosophy for concrete issues. For starters, do less talking and more listening to the workers. Find out what they specifically hated about their job. The long hours, low wages, docked pay, living conditions, safety concerns. Whatever pissed them off, find out about it, listen to them. Then bring it back, review it, collate it, condense it, draw it up in a crisp declaration that enumerated those complaints, and then publish it on a single leaflet and get it spread around the factory. Is this what you want? Because if it is, there is a way to get it, and that way is to go on strike. This is the heart of agitation, taking nebulous resentment and turning it into direct action. Help the workers realize the benefits of group action to achieve what are clearly their shared goals. The role of the socialist intelligentsia was to give voice and direction through leaflets and maybe pamphlets, but not much more than that. And in many ways, the debates over the merits of this strategy is whether the revolution is going to be won with 500-page books about abstract philosophy or single-page leaflets about better pay. The group in Vilna was saying, leaflets. Now, I know what you're saying, and you're right. This strategy is anathema to traditional Russian anarchist and neurotist ideology, which said we must not engage with such petty concerns. That even if you won a shorter workday or a few more rubles a month, in exchange you are granting the premise and legitimacy of an exploitive capitalist system. More comfortable chains are still chains. Plus, small material improvements will sap the revolutionary energy of the workers, make them complacent. But On Agitation argued the opposite. It said the very act of going on strike together and demanding better conditions, not asking, demanding, would enhance the revolutionary class consciousness of the workers, not diminish it. That coming together to agitate for concrete shared demands, that experience of going on strike, suffering hardship together, and hopefully winning concessions together, would create solidarity and trust. Getting an hour knocked off the workday or getting a slight increase in wages would not be the end of anything. It would be the beginning. So for starters, yes, agitate for small issues related to individual factories or sectors. Once this organization is up and running to accomplish small goals, it can be turned to bigger and more political projects, and the workers will turn to those projects with experience and confidence. If the revolutionary proletariat is necessary for the achievement of a socialist revolution, then this is one way to start building the revolutionary proletariat. and it is certainly quicker and easier than waiting for every single lathe operator to graduate from propaganda school with the equivalent of a master's degree in Marxist economics. Now, there was one further aspect to the Vilna program that was specific to Vilna, but which did have broader applicability as a general theory. The problem they were having among the Jewish workers is that most of them spoke Yiddish, while the socialist intelligentsia spoke Russian. So the Vilna socialists came to a conclusion that's kind of obvious. Let's write our leaflets in Yiddish. Don't make them come to us, let us go to them. Now in Vilna, there was literally a language barrier to overcome. But in broader strategic terms, speaking the language of the worker, whether it be literally another language, or merely dialect, or expressions, or relatable references, or simple sentences, the important thing was to speak their language. And one of the most persistent complaints that would be lobbed back at the exiled leaders like Plekhanov is that they produced nothing the average worker could read or understand. That was going to have to change if we actually want to organize the masses, not just talk amongst ourselves. Now, of course, what Kremer and Martov and the others in Vilna were doing wasn't just speaking the language of the worker, they were Jews working among Jews. And what we're watching right now is something close to the foundation of the Jewish Labor Bund, the organization of Jewish socialists who believed in maintaining a separate organization of Jewish socialists because Jews faced unique Jewish problems that required unique Jewish solutions. And this is going to be an issue down the road once the real revolutions get going, and I do promise eventually there will be real revolutions that get going. I mean, was there a place for a Jewish identity inside a movement so committed to defining the world in terms of economic class? These are questions we will get to later. So this agitation strategy was outlined and implemented, and by May of 1895, Martov was able to give a speech to a group of about 400 comrades announcing that it had been a resounding success. Their organization was bigger than ever. They were more democratic than ever. They were more worker-focused than ever. They actually had workers in their organization. But this success and their desire to spread the idea to other cities faced pushback. There were intelligentsia socialists who enjoyed their pamphlets and books and intellectual debates. They wanted to talk theoretical forces of history, not a 10-hour workday. Then there were the propagandized workers who had achieved enlightenment. For them, their emergence from a previous state of ignorance was the whole point of the revolution. It's certainly what they personally valued above all. And they saw in the Vilna program, and they read in On Agitation, an abandonment of that effort. A strategy that would leave their fellow workers in their ignorance in exchange for a few more rubles in their pockets. And they were offended by the idea that it was not worth the time or effort to educate those workers fully, that all they were good for was bodies in the street, and that down the road they would be turned into revolutionary cannon fodder, dying on behalf of their intelligentsia leaders. The other big objection, an objection that Lenin and Martov would themselves soon be making, is what happens if the Vilna program becomes an end unto itself. Agitation for strikes on behalf of factory workers to address their particular grievances was great, as long as it was a step on the way to the political revolution. But as the years went on, others in the movement would say this focus on improving the economic status of the workers is practically all that matters. The people who would take up this argument would later be disparagingly referred to as the economists, and be added to Lenin's very long list of revolutionary Philistines that he carried around with him in his pocket. But as we will see next week, right here at this moment in 1895, Lenin is going to be totally on board with this program. He will read On Agitation and embrace it. He will meet Martov and embrace him. And next week, we will see how well they are rewarded for this change in strategy, which will be, you guessed it, exile in Siberia. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 10.24, The Union of Struggle for the Emancipation of the Working Class. Last time we introduced Julius Martov and a new theory of organizing for the Russian Marxists: agitation, not propaganda, which Martov would then carry with him to St. Petersburg when his 2 years administrative exile in Vilna finally wrapped up in the autumn of 1895. In today's episode, he will arrive bearing this new strategy and then join with other Marxists in the capital to form a new group who would agitate their way towards the revolution they all dreamed of. Now, one of Martov's key allies in this project is going to, of course, be Lenin, and it is in the course of today's episode that these two future friends turned future rivals will meet for the first time. So, what has Lenin been up to? Well, while Martov was trumpeting the success of the new program of agitation to his comrades in Vilna in May of 1895, Lenin was off on his first trip abroad, on a mission he undertook on behalf of his comrades in St. Petersburg to make contact with the now legendary old guard émigré Marxists of the Emancipation of Labor group, our old friends Grigory Plekhanov, Vera Zasulich, and Pavel Axelrod. When Lenin submitted his travel paperwork to the authorities, he claimed that this was a vacation he undertook for his health, which wasn't totally made up. He had been very sick in April of 1895 and did actually need to recuperate. But the authorities didn't really care whether it was a lie or not. Lenin was well known to them, and they happily stamped his papers to get him out of the country, because maybe if they were lucky, he would just decide to never come back, which would be all right with them. So in the last week of April 1895, Lenin departed on what would be a 4-month tour through Austria, Germany, Switzerland, and France, his most important object being linking up with the Emancipation of Labor group. Now, we left this group back in episode 10.17, round about 1890, and I wrapped up episode 10.17 by saying, and I'm quoting myself now, "It's fair to say that by the dawn of 1890, the Emancipation of Labor group had zero influence on socialist politics at home or abroad. But much to everyone's shock, the forces of history turned in their favor. Plekhanov suddenly appeared to be a mad prophet who had predicted a great flood and who everyone had laughed at, until the flood suddenly came." End quote. So having spent the 1880s publishing their interpretations and translation of Marx into the void, the Witte system had come along and made Marxism suddenly very relevant to this younger generation, like Lenin and Krupskaya and Martov. Not that the Emancipation of Labor group yet had any formal ties to any distributors or allies inside of Russia. Their work was smuggled in and passed around, but it was all very haphazard, like the kids who would go on holiday with their families and come home with trunks full of illegal books. These books would then be passed around hand to hand inside of reading and discussion circles, but there was no permanent, stable distribution link. One of the reasons Lenin was undertaking his mission to find the Emancipation of Labor group was to forge just such a permanent, stable distribution link between Switzerland and Russia. So even as late as 1895, the Emancipation of Labor group was still just as small as they had always been. It was still just the three of them: Plekhanov, Zasulich, and Axelrod. And this is not to say they could not have built a larger organization inside the émigré community had they wanted to. They just did not want to. The triumvirate of Plekhanov, Zasulich, and Axelrod conceived of the Emancipation of Labor group as a close-knit intellectual brain trust that must remain compact in order to maintain ideological coherence and purity. Coherence and purity as defined mostly by Plekhanov. So they were happy to meet with potential supporters or followers or people who might like to spread their work, but they were never going to offer you membership in the group. And one way to think about this is that they basically conceived of themselves as something like a modern rock band cranking out albums. If you like a band, you support the band. You go to their concerts, you buy their albums, and tell your friends. But just because you like a band doesn't mean you get to join the band. But young radicals at the time didn't really have any concept of this. Being invited to join parties and circles and groups was a fairly normal thing. So it often came as a disappointing shock to fans who came around to Plekhanov being like, "Oh man, I dig your stuff. Where can I sign up?" And Plekhanov would say, "Hey, great, buy some books, spread the word. But no, you don't get to join the band." And then they would leave and he would go back to writing. Now, there were pluses and minuses to this approach, but for sure the biggest plus, at least in Plekhanov's mind, was that he never had to share songwriting duties with anyone. Is it time for me to let this metaphor go? Yes, it is time for me to let this metaphor go. You get it. While they were busy not expanding their ranks in the early 1890s, Plekhanov was hard at work on what became one of his most important books, The Development of the Monist View of History, which was meant to be the definitive articulation of historical materialism for a Russian audience. Written under a pseudonym, the title, The Development of the Monist View of History, was intentionally designed to be unwieldy and boring, to hopefully slip it past the censors. And it worked. Just as they had done with Capital, the bureaucrats in the censor's office decided The Development of the Monist View of History was a snooze fest, and they let it be published legally in Russia. Once it started making the rounds, though, it turned out to be a real hit. The monist view became the basic textbook explanation for historical materialism, leaving readers with a clear argument why the Marxists were so focused on this growing urban proletariat as the key to the future socialist revolution. And it turned out to be a must-read for all budding socialist revolutionaries. One of those budding socialist revolutionaries was, of course, Lenin. And a 25-year-old Lenin arrived in Switzerland in May of 1895, moderately intimidated by the prospect of meeting the great Plekhanov, the Moses of Marxism. Plekhanov, for his part, seems to have appreciated Lenin's appreciation of his work, at least once it became clear that Lenin did not want to, join the band. Lenin was instead offering his services as a representative of supporters inside Russia who could help spread the ideas of Plekhanov and the other members of the Emancipation of Labor group. And this was the perfect moment to really flood the intellectual market with Marxism, because the Witte system was in full swing by this point, which really did seem to be proving that Marx and historical materialism were dead right. So Plekhanov and Lenin worked out an arrangement in principle, and Lenin departed with a stack of letters of introduction written by Plekhanov that would open doors for young Lenin throughout Europe. And though in the future they were almost never in the same place at the same time, Lenin and Plekhanov would spend the next 10 years or so basically on the same side. So this meeting in May of 1895 was the beginning of an effective partnership. But Plekhanov also recognized in Lenin something that Lenin probably recognized in himself already: a potential rival for the title leader of the Russian Marxists. This concern was deepened a little bit when Lenin moved along to Zurich to stay for a week with Pavel Axelrod, and Axelrod straight up said, "I think we found our leader in Russia." So Lenin and Axelrod hung out for about a week and got to know each other. They read and discussed various articles and books and ideas, and Lenin was very pleased when Axelrod commented on a collection of articles Lenin had brought with him, saying that he liked one in particular, which just so happened to be the one written by Lenin under another pen name. They also discussed the role and relationship of those revolutionaries inside Russia to those outside Russia. And they agreed that when the revolution came, that the center of leadership had to be inside Russia. That the best way for emigre outfits like the Emancipation of Labor group to help the revolution would be, as Axelrod put it, to act as a fortified redoubt overlooking a great battlefield. They would be able to take in the whole picture, give strategic advice, and protect the most precious valuables. Axelrod did not really agree with many of his fellow emigres, who, in their kind of arrogant and insular myopia, believed that the people inside Russia should be the foot soldiers, while the emigres should be the generals. Axelrod thought this was kind of crazy. If nothing else, it was a supremely inefficient way to run a revolution, which is, almost by its very nature, a rapid-fire event that will require instantaneous decision-making on the ground. Lenin agreed wholeheartedly. So agreed on this point, Lenin departed. And it would come as a bit of a shock to Axelrod to find Lenin making the opposite case just a few years later. Of course, that was after Lenin had been driven into exile himself, which I'm sure had nothing to do with his change of heart. After his stay in Switzerland, Lenin moved on to Paris, where he met with other émigré radicals, the most important of these audiences being with the legendary Frenchman Paul Lafargue, the veteran of the Paris Commune who had fled to London in the aftermath of the Bloody Week, and who soon thereafter married Karl Marx's daughter Laura. Sitting there with this communard and the daughter of Marx, Lenin listened to their stories with rapt attention, and the Paris Commune in particular would be a historical event he would often return to in his own writings. Aside from this meeting, Lenin enjoyed his time in Paris as best he could, though his health did start to deteriorate. He suffered headaches and insomnia, and eventually he had to make his declaration to the Russian authorities that he was traveling abroad for his health true. With an infusion of cash from his always supportive mother, Lenin returned to Switzerland, where he recuperated at a spa before heading back to the battlefield in Russia. Lenin returned to St. Petersburg in early September 1895, looking forward to implementing a program he had discussed with the Emancipation of Labor group, linking together the 20 or so currently separate Marxist reading circles in and around St. Petersburg, and then linking that linked group to the émigrés abroad. It was going to be the beginnings of a social democratic party. Maybe. It was in the service of this project that Lenin first met Martov, who returned from his exile in October of 1895, bearing the new gospel of the Vilna program, and eager to make it work in St. Petersburg. Now, up until now, Lenin himself had mostly been doing polemical work against the Philistine neurotists, who could not see that they were the past and Marxism was the future. He had also done some propagandizing among the workers, though he didn't really enjoy it. He was a writer, a debater, and a leader, not a schoolteacher. So though he did enjoy the intellectually stimulating life of a salon radical, he saw in the Vilna program a straightforward way to advance the revolutionary character of the working classes. Because in the end, the working classes were going to be expected to do their revolutionary work as a class, as a mass movement. This was not supposed to be about an elite intellectual vanguard. Lenin agreed that focusing on specific factory grievances would help show the workers living examples of the theory of the exploitation of labor outlined by Marx. Lenin also agreed that prodding the workers towards strikes by socialist agitation would give those workers necessary experience and a fighting spirit that would serve them well in the revolution to come. So the leaders of the various Marxist discussion groups in St. Petersburg got together and founded this thing called the Union for the Struggle of the Emancipation of the Working Class. The Union adopted Martov's recommended strategy. Talk less, listen more. Publish leaflets, not books. Focus on lived reality, not abstract theory. Your audience is the workers, not other coffeehouse radicals. Now, the actual membership of this coordinating union of struggle was never very big, maybe 20 members in all. Lenin and Martov both sat on the Central Committee, where they implemented Martov's strategy. Their first task was to go out among the workers and find out what their grievances actually were. So they printed and distributed questionnaires for people to fill out that they hoped would allow them to cobble together a list of complaints that might motivate the workers to go on strike. Now, this did generate some useful information, and the members of the union also attempted to supplement this with direct personal interviews. But as we've discussed, many of the members of the Union of Struggle were white-collar, middle, and upper-class intellectuals. They'd come around asking these potentially seditious questions of the workers and be met with understandably tight-lipped suspicion from those workers. But Krupskaya was assigned to one of the poorest working-class districts, and thanks to her years of experience and connections as a night school teacher, she was able to come back with reliably detailed information about pay, conditions, and hours. And one of the most interesting things to come out of this exercise in gathering information was that the managers had a habit of imposing fines on workers for any number of infractions. So their already pitifully low hourly wages were in reality even lower than that, because their pay was routinely docked. Lenin, with his training as a lawyer, would soon be writing up a 44-page booklet explaining to the workers their rights with regards to these fines. But that was the last thing he was able to do as a free man, because as he sat down to get started on the first issue of a new newspaper they hoped to get going, Lenin was arrested. For as much as our young revolutionaries enjoyed playing cloak and dagger, dodging surveillance and meeting secretly, and writing to each other in secret codes with invisible ink, all the stuff you find in a standard issue spy novel, the Okhrana was watching them pretty much the whole time. Lenin was well known. He had been tracked in and out of Europe. The authorities knew about his false bottom trunk that he used to bring home illegal literature. But as long as Lenin and his comrades posed no immediate threat, it was better to just wait, monitor them, gather more information, more names, and more plans. And most especially wait until they did something you could really nail them to the wall for. Now, the reason the authorities knew so much about them is because they had spies, informants, and agents provocateurs liberally sprinkled around, keeping tabs on everyone. Among the founders of the Union of Struggle was a certain dentist, who was just such a spy. Now, the problem of police spies was one of the biggest hurdles that Lenin and his comrades struggled to overcome. It's one of the biggest problems any revolutionary group struggles to overcome. You can't trust nobody, because if you trust nobody, then you're just a paranoid crank hiding out in a studio apartment afraid to talk to anybody. You're not a revolutionary of the people. But you also can't trust everybody, because for sure some of your comrades are police spies. Of course they are. Now, in his novel, The Moon is a Harsh Mistress, which is a manual for revolution dressed up as a space adventure, Heinlein recommends making friends with a sentient and basically omniscient supercomputer who will be able to identify such police spies, group them together in their own cordoned-off revolutionary cells where you can feed them disinformation. But in the absence of a sentient and basically omniscient supercomputer, spies are going to get in. You just have to trust your instincts, trust evidence that they are spies if and when it does come in, and then go with your guts. In these early days especially, Lenin tended to err on the side of being too trusting. So, because they trusted this dentist, everyone wound up arrested before they got a chance to do much of anything in 1895. Now, the authorities finally decided to go from surveillance to arrest in November 1895 because some factory workers did start a brief strike, and the authorities became concerned that maybe this new Union of Struggle group was having an impact. So the dentist spy tipped off his handlers that the 6 principal editors of the new underground newspaper would all be in the same place at the same time on December the 8th. The police raided the rooms, and Lenin and 5 of his comrades were carried away. About a month later, a second sweep picked up Martov and a bunch of others. Now, not all the members of the Union of Struggle were in custody. Krupskaya kept her name clear, as did some of the younger members, and they tried to carry on with their agitation work. And though it was difficult, it was not impossible to stay in contact with their imprisoned comrades. As we saw last week, the people running the prisons and detention centers were not exactly committed to their jobs, and for the entirety of 1896, while Lenin and Martov and friends were held in the preliminary detention facility, which is where you were held without trial until your sentence was handed down, they freely accessed their comrades on the outside without too much difficulty. They used coded language and invisible ink and hidden notes smuggled into the binding of books because the inspectors at the detention facility never tried too hard to stop it. And in between this regular correspondence, Lenin, for example, was able to return to more abstract theoretical ideas, beginning work on his first contribution to Russian Marxism, the development of capital in Russia. Now, Lenin's principal facilitator in all this was Krupskaya, who was still on the outside and who had taken a job as a copyist in the railroad administration. She happened to have a co-worker who was a non-movement family friend of the Ulyanovs, who could somewhat innocuously visit Lenin in prison. So people would send letters to Krupskaya at her office. She would write or encode things into books and letters, hand them off to this family friend who would then take it all in to Lenin. And it was in this way that everybody inside prison was able to cheer on the strikes of 1896. These great strikes were, of course, blamed on the socialist agitators, and the socialist agitators were happy to take credit for it. But in fact, the strikes were quite spontaneous and undirected by anyone inside the Union of Struggle. The 1896 St. Petersburg textile workers' strikes were something of a watershed in retrospect, and their importance only grew in time, as it seemed to be proving what Karl Kautsky had said, and which the Vilna program was working towards, the merger of the blue-collar worker and the white-collar socialists into a single movement. The strikes lasted for 3 weeks in May and June 1896, and were the largest industrial worker actions in Russian history to date. The strikes specifically hit the textile industries in St. Petersburg, where you found the lowest paid, least educated, and most maltreated workers. These people were doing 12 to 14-hour days in miserably hot conditions, doing monotonous activity. It began as a small walkout of just a few workers in one single textile plant, but quickly spread to 20 more factories, and in the end included at a minimum 18,000 workers, and at a maximum 30,000, depending on what source you're looking at. Half of these workers were men, and half of these workers were women. And it was a big moment in Russian labor history, and the liberal professor turned liberal politician, Pavel Milyukov, who we talked about back in episode 10.20, said that the 1896 strikes were when the Russian masses first stepped on to the revolutionary stage. The first action started on May the 23rd, 1896, when about 100 very low-grade assistants walked off the job and demanded pay for the recent plant closure that had coincided with the coronation of Tsar Nicholas II, who, I should mention, we will be catching back up with next week. Now, in addition to this recent affront, they were also demanding back pay related to this additional 20 minutes of unpaid labor that employers had started adding to the end of the day back in 1887. This is just 20 minutes that were tacked on to the end of the day that you weren't paid for. It was as literal an expression of the exploitation of surplus labor as you could get. The next day, these 100 assistants were joined by about 100 spinners at the plant who further demanded a shorter workday. Now, this first plant would remain shut down until June the 5th. In the meantime, word of this strike spread to other workers as they talked to each other at canteens or in parks or at shared boarding houses, and it became very apparent very quickly that these workers understood the importance of getting as many factories as possible to catch the contagion of strike. Just as a single worker is isolated without his or her co-workers, a single factory is isolated without other factories also joining in. So over the last week of May 1896, the strike spread to the 600 workers in this factory over here, then the 700 in that factory over there, eventually reaching something like 20 factories in all, and as I said, somewhere between 13 and 30,000 workers. Now, these strikes were not started by the Union of Struggle, but when they got going, the remaining free members of the union did what they could, and principally that meant helping spread the word and make sure other people knew what was happening. This turned out to be extremely helpful because previously, the authorities had just been able to clamp down on all information about an isolated factory strike to stop the contagion of strike from spreading. But they were unable to do this in 1896. So for 3 weeks, St. Petersburg had to deal with tens of thousands of workers refusing to work and the textile industry basically shutting down. Now in the end, no great victory was really won here. Some small concessions were extracted, and the factories restarted. Now, another follow-on strike in early 1897 did eventually lead to a maximum hour law being passed by the government later in 1897, but the importance of the 1896 strikes weren't just about what specific demands they extracted. They were peaceful and disciplined and seemed to be both spontaneous and widespread, which indicated prior organization and planning. And given that On Agitation had just come out, it seemed like the merger between the workers and the socialists was in fact taking place. And even if we know in retrospect that that merger was not fully consummated in 1896, it certainly showed that things were heading in that direction, which terrified conservatives, exhilarated radicals, and made cautious liberals wring their hands and beg for reform. And working class demonstrations, strikes, and direct actions would only pick up steam as Russia's embrace of industrialization continued, and everyone pointed themselves towards the shockingly massive confrontations of 1905. But 1905 is still a little ways off, though I promise we are moving towards it quicker than you might realize. Certainly quicker than anyone in Russia realized. But before the revolution could come, the members of the Union of Struggle were going to have to become exiles and émigrés. Krupskaya was finally identified as a revolutionary and arrested in August of 1896, and she too got placed in the preliminary detention facility. Then they all sat in custody until the end of January 1897, when their sentences were handed down. And they all agreed these sentences were surprisingly light, just 3 years exile in Siberia. They even got 3 days freedom in St. Petersburg to arrange their affairs and prepare for their trip. And it was over these 3 days that Lenin and Martov apparently cemented their lasting friendship. In the few months they had worked together at the end of 1895, they hardly knew each other. They were still strangers. and they were kept separate in the preliminary detention facility, but here in these last 72 hours they bonded. Even if they had been apart, they had gone through something together. Their spirit was unbroken, and both of them were as committed to the cause as ever. So they agreed to ride out their 3 years in exile without making any attempt to escape, and then they would meet back up and plot their next move. Among the last-minute arrangements Lenin made before he had to depart east was to write a small message in invisible ink to Krupskaya, who, being arrested later than the others, was still in prison. The invisible note was a marriage proposal. Vladimir and Nadia had now known each other and worked together for nearly 3 years, and they liked each other and respected each other. But most importantly, if she agreed to marry him, then their union would be recognized by the state, and she would be allowed to come join Lenin in Siberia, where they could continue their work and, if nothing else, keep each other company. She agreed. Now, the marriage of Lenin and Krupskaya would never be the stuff of romance novels, and down the road it will become emotionally complicated, but they will remain loyally married until death did them part. So next week we will ship these revolutionaries off to Siberia, but keep the story in St. Petersburg to pick back up with newlyweds whose marriage, for better or for worse, was more like something out of a romance novel. They really truly loved each other as man and wife, and I am talking here about Nicholas and Alexandra, who were opening their reign as Emperor and Empress of Russia by telling all those whose hopes for progress, reform, and change, hopes which had been raised by the elevation of the young Tsar, that those hopes were hopeless. No, you silly heads, there will be no progress, reform, and change. There will be only orthodoxy, autocracy, and nationality. And isn't that simply marvelous? Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 10.25, Senseless Dreams. Over the last 5 episodes, we have introduced some of the revolutionary forces that will eventually combine to tear down the 300-year-old Romanov dynasty. Among them, moderate liberals and Zemstva constitutionalists, neo-Narodist socialist revolutionaries, and the Marxist Social Democrats. This week, we will return to the 300-year-old Romanov dynasty that all those revolutionary groups will be combining to tear down, because there's a reason they will be able to tear it down. Revolutions are an extremely it-takes-two to tango affair. You don't get a revolution without the ruling class making many, many mistakes for many, many consecutive years. And so now we return to Nicholas and Alexandra, who will be the authors of so many, many of those mistakes for so many, many consecutive years. We left the couple on the day of the death of Tsar Alexander III on October the 20th, 1894. They were not even married yet when Nicky suddenly became Tsar Nicholas II. They had only even been engaged since April. Now, Nicholas wanted to correct this immediately and have a small private wedding ceremony to marry his beloved fiancée and make her empress. But as would happen a lot in the first decade of his reign, his family steamrolled him into backing down. An imperial wedding, especially the wedding of a czar, was simply too important a state affair to be hidden away in private. This was the considered opinion of Nicholas's 4 uncles, Vladimir, Alexei, Sergei, and Paul. They were all confidently overbearing men who believed it was their duty to tell their weak little nephew Nicky what to do. And so, for this very first decision Nicholas wanted to make as the absolute ruler of Russia, I want to marry my beloved fiancé Alex right now, he backed down under a heavy salvo of what would become a routine barrage of condescending bullying. The uncles were careful never to do this in public, of course, but behind closed doors they expected Nicholas to do as he was told, and Nicholas usually did. So instead of a wedding, the imperial family focused on their dead patriarch and escorted the body of the late Tsar on a funeral train from the Sea of Azov to Moscow. The body lay in state in the Kremlin for an appropriate period, and then the funeral train moved on to St. Petersburg for another lying in state. The courts of Europe sent representative dignitaries for the official funeral, which was held on November the 19th, 1894, but the guest list was not quite as august as the guest list for that famous wedding in Coburg had been just 6 months earlier. Victoria, for example, did not come. She instead sent her son Bertie, Prince of Wales, and her grandson George. Kaiser Wilhelm II, meanwhile, sent his brother. Relations had never been great between these monarchs. Queen Victoria thought Alexander III disgracefully uncivilized and could hardly stand talking about him, let alone to him. Meanwhile, as we'll discuss in a moment, Alexander III despised the young Kaiser Wilhelm and treated him with deliberate contempt whenever they met. Willie was on much better terms with Nicky, and was not at all sad to see the mean old Russian bear gone off to heaven. But though the death of the Tsar initiated a period of official mourning, this was temporarily suspended a week later for the state wedding of Nicholas and Alexandra. All these various dignitaries from the courts of Europe were already on hand, and so though Nicholas's uncles wanted to quote-unquote wait, they just meant until we can do it publicly. So on November the 26th, 1894, the couple were married, and Alexandra became Empress of Russia. Nicholas was 26, Alexandra was 22. But though for a day they switched from black to white, they had to switch right back to black again. There would be no honeymoon. There wasn't even a wedding reception. For Alexandra, it was the worst possible way she could have become empress. She was a young princess of a minor German duchy. She had been engaged to Nicholas for only a few months. She had only converted to Orthodox Christianity a few weeks earlier. The Russians didn't know her, and she didn't know the Russians. Now, what should have happened is that she would come to Russia, get married, start a family, make friends, acquire trusted intimates, learn the language and the customs, be seen by the people at public events, mingle and grow in society. And then, after many years of just being a Russian princess, then step into the much higher and more important role of Russian empress. Her new mother-in-law, Nicholas's mother and now former Empress Marie, had been just such a princess for 17 years before she took that final great step. But there was no prolonged period of preparation for Alexandra, and it would be an awkward fit just jamming her into it like this. She was by nature shy and uncomfortable around strangers, much preferring the intimacy of close family. She had also been raised with stiff and prudish Victorian manners, and now she was thrust into a very public role of being one of the centers of Russian high society, which was quite a bit looser than the courts that she was used to back in the West. And she wouldn't fit in with that society, and they wouldn't fit in with her. And because everything happened so fast, they never got the chance to warm up to each other. So right from the beginning, there would be an estrangement between the Empress and her court. It didn't help that when she converted to Orthodoxy, she dove into it with the fervor of a convert and would be devoutly and sincerely religious, whereas the rest of the Russian aristocracy treated Orthodox Christianity as a ritual adornment to be indulged in at births and weddings and deaths, but it wasn't meant to be taken seriously. It also didn't help that she took motherhood seriously and was pregnant and caring for her children a lot through the early years of her reign. And the couple's first child, Olga, was born in November of 1895. Alexandra would then give birth to 3 more girls over the next 6 years, which reduced her ability to be a society hostess. So, to society, Alexandra came off as an aloof prude. And to Alexandra, society came off as a bunch of petty and immoral gossip mongers. Meanwhile, out in the streets, they said that the young empress's arrival had been marked by bad omens all around, that she had come to them walking behind a coffin. Meanwhile, her husband, the one person who she really loved and who really loved her back, now had a million duties to attend to. And though he initially followed his father's advice and kept on Sergei Witte and let him do what he wanted to, since practically the last thing his father had said to him was, "Witte is the only one who knows what he's doing," Nicholas followed Witte out of respect for the word of his dead father. But in his heart, Nicholas mostly listened to the advice of his old tutor, Konstantin Pobedonostsev, who, as Synod of the Orthodox Church during the 1880s, had been one of the principal architects of the reactionary return to orthodoxy, autocracy, and nationality after the great reforms of the Tsar Liberator had resulted in revolutionaries assassinating him by way of thank you. Nicholas had been raised with this lesson drilled into him, and he believed it. He believed in his heart and soul that he was God's chosen ruler of the empire, and that his role as absolute autocrat had been ordained by God and was not answerable to or divisible with other men. This belief would underlie and ultimately undermine his entire regime. Now, one of the other things that informed the governing worldview of the new Tsar was that, going back to the old Westernizer Slavophile debates, Nicholas was a convinced Slavophile. I mentioned that, for lack of a better term, his quote-unquote ethnic heritage was mostly German and Danish, but he had been born and raised a Russian and considered himself a Russian. So unlike the rest of the aristocracy, Nicholas actually preferred speaking Russian to speaking French, especially in matters of state. He read Russian books. He listened to Russian music. When it wasn't a formal occasion, he habitually wore standard-issue Russian peasant blouses and pants around. His favorite Tsar was Tsar Alexei the Mild, who was the last quote-unquote pure Muscovite Tsar, and he had little good to say about Alexei's son Peter the Great, who had done so much to turn Russian attention towards Europe, a mistake in Nicholas's view. He even preferred the antiquated and technically inaccurate title of Tsar to Peter's title of Emperor. Nicholas believed himself operating in the grand tradition of a mystical and divine Muscovite tsardom, which was, historically, existing in its own special and unique realm between Europe and Asia, and to the extent that he would have preferred to take Russia anywhere, it would not be forward to the future, but backward to the past. As often happens with the ascension of a new ruler, though, especially a young ruler, hopes are raised and projected onto them. A new day dawning, reform, change, progress. This must be the beginning of a new era. Now, for radical socialist revolutionaries and anarchists and Marxists, the idea of potential reform was greeted only with derision, and perhaps a moderate dose of fear that such reforms might temper revolutionary ardor. But for the Democrats and liberals and Zemstva constitutionalists we talked about in episode 10.20, the ascension of Nicholas II was a moment of great hope and promise. The reign of Alexander III had been a dark time of reaction for them, and in the last years of Alexander's reign, he had moved from simply halting the advance of the Zemstva's role in governing the empire to turning it back. In 1890, he had signed a decree explicitly making centrally appointed governors all-powerful in the provinces as an explicit check against growing Zemstva power at the provincial level. The liberal constitutionalists hoped maybe the son would reassess the policy of the now-dead father. And one Zemstva in particular, the one in the city of Tver, was led by some of the most powerful liberal-minded members of the nobility, the kind of liberal nobles who would have fit in well with the Decembrists. So when the Zemstva in Tver sent a standard congratulatory address to Nicholas upon his ascension, the address said that they hoped he would take his reign as an opportunity to listen to his people more and see the empire turn more towards the rule of law rather than the rule of men. Now, it was all incredibly mild language, and even that mild language was wrapped in enthralled devotional language. But the hint was there. Constitutional government. Nudge, nudge. But Nicholas had no intention of allowing anything that would come between him and his people. So with help from Papadonostev, Nicholas drafted a definitive statement that would pour bleach all over the last remnants of the democratic weed that had been allowed to grow up in his pristine autocracy. It famously said that they must give up, quote, senseless dreams of the participation of the Zemstva representatives in the affairs of internal administration. I shall maintain the principle of autocracy just as firmly and unflinchingly as it was preserved by my father. This is not what the Zemstva was hoping to hear. And the Tsar was only 26. If he held true to his stated principles, then it would be a generation before hopes of constitutional reform could be raised again. This was incredibly worrisome and depressing. Because look, these guys believed that liberal and constitutional reform was necessary, that the state apparatus, for all its vaunted absolute power, was actually a rickety and underfunded toothpick house badly managed by corrupt and inefficient bureaucrats and ministers. They believed that their work in the Zemstvo was good and healthy and necessary and needed to expand, and the Tsar was just saying, nah. Now, in his, defense, Nicholas really believed he had been put on earth by God to be the father of his people, and he considered constitutions and parliaments to be literally sacrilegious barriers standing between the people and their father, the Tsar. But still, by not even pretending to be interested in reform or in asking for help governing the empire, Nicholas turned all those liberals and Democrats and constitutionalists away from officially sanctioned channels that supported the regime and into revolutionary channels that sought to overthrow it. So, okay, Nicholas sees himself as an autocrat, bearing sole responsibility for the governing of the empire. What did this mean in practice? It meant, as it turned out, that he would spend a lot of time alone in his office signing pieces of paper on the smallest and most inconsequential of details. He somehow believed that the work of an autocrat was to do all of this paperwork and do it all himself. He refused to even have a private secretary help him sort through and prioritize things. Now, what his father had done, and what frankly any sane autocrat must do, is focus on big-picture policy and long-term strategy while delegating the minutiae of imperial administration. And Nicholas did the opposite. To the extent that he even had a vision for his empire, it was orthodoxy, autocracy, and nationality in a kind of permanent inertia. And then he focused on being a busy little bee, signing paperwork and micromanaging ministerial affairs without really having the relevant experience to be a micromanager, and without ever giving anyone a clear idea of where they were going or why they were going there. So it's true, you can't really accuse Nicholas of being an absentee ruler. He came into the office early, he stayed late, he was always doing official work, but it was like he was the captain of a ship, standing over midshipmen telling them how to properly scrub the deck, while paying no attention whatsoever to steering or navigation. And so the ship just kind of drifted along. And as it turned out, Nicholas wanted to micromanage things while not being a particularly good manager of people. Both he and Alexandra tended to treat government ministers as if they were household staff, and he took his absolute hiring and firing privileges seriously, and he undermined the morale in practically every department by promoting favorites and ignoring things like seniority and talent, which do mean something to the internal functioning of a governmental ministry. The guys running those ministries were proud, and they had their own egos, and they did not like the way they were being treated. Now, it's not like Nicholas yelled at them or abused them. He was somehow even worse than that. Nicholas was so personally conflict-averse and pathologically nice to people that no one ever knew where they stood. In person, he agreed with everyone about everything. Then, a few minutes later, he would agree with the opposite. So you'd leave a meeting thinking you had the Tsar's approval for something, only to find out much later that the project had been canceled completely. Or even worse, you'd spend an hour having pleasant tea with the emperor, only to find out by letter upon returning to your office that you were actually dismissed from service. Nicholas didn't like doing things like that in person. He was nice that way. So everything I've just said about Nicholas's style of governing will hold true as a general rule in the years to come. But to get back to the nuts and bolts of the narrative, Nicholas's ascension to power and his wedding to Alexandra were overshadowed by the funeral of his father. But society now emerged from its mandated period of mourning, and it was time for Nicholas to have his official coronation, a celebratory moment that the emperor and empress could have all to themselves, all good and all happy, put the bad omens to rest. The big day was scheduled for May the 14th, 1896. And as I briefly mentioned a few episodes back, this coronation was accompanied by a grand display of generous benevolence, the kind of generous benevolence that often comes with such high royal occasions, as various sentences to prison and exile were commuted, along with various amnesties and pardons. It's a long-standing tradition not just in Russia, but in monarchies across the world and throughout history. New king, here he comes, what a great guy, fresh start, and all that. And as I said when we were talking about the socialist revolutionaries, Many of those released really did tip their cap and disappear back into private life, but quite a few came out more determined than ever. Now, the coronation itself in May of 1896 was meant to be a wonderful celebration of the emperor's divine ascension to the throne, and it was. But as haunted these last Romanovs, the day was immediately overshadowed by tragedy. A few days after the coronation itself, Nicholas's uncle Sergei hosted a public banquet out on the Khadinka field, a military training ground. It was meant to be a great affair open to the public. Commemorative mugs would be given to everybody, and best of all, there would be free beer. So people started congregating around dawn on the big day to make sure they were first in line. And I have seen the total numbers who gathered listed at a low of about 100,000 with a high of 500,000. But for sure, whatever the actual number was, we are talking about hundreds of thousands of people. When the carts with the barrels of beer showed up, a rumor ripped through the crowd that there wasn't enough beer for everyone. It would be first come, first serve. And as can happen in times like this, people started pushing forward. And with various trenches and gullies marking the field, people stumbled and they fell. And then other people tripped over them and fell. But people kept pushing, people kept stomping. And then it turned into a tragic stampede as a mixture of fear and panic and desire caused the crowd to surge forward, trampling the fallen underfoot. When everyone finally cleared out and the crowds dispersed, the carnage was horrific. The most common number I see cited is 1,300 to 1,400 dead and about the same number of wounded. So this is a horrible tragedy. It is in fact known to history as the Khadinka tragedy. And Nicholas and Alexandra both wanted to cancel further banquets and balls and parties they were scheduled to attend. But there was one special ball that very night, hosted by the French ambassador, and as we'll discuss here in a minute, France and Russia had recently come into a critical alliance, and so Nicholas's overbearing uncles insisted he attend the French ambassador's party. And so he did, which turned out to be a big mistake, because the Tsar came off looking extremely callous. The people in the street took it as another bad omen. Educated public opinion was horrified how badly the public relations was mishandled, partying while people lay dead. What are you doing? Radicals and revolutionaries took it as proof that the new Tsar was a cruel and heartless monster. And it was the first origin of his future nickname, Bloody Nicholas. But look, his first instinct was right. Nicholas didn't think it was a good idea to go to the party, and he and Alexandra spent the next day touring hospitals and promising to take care of the injured and pay for the funeral arrangements of the dead. But the damage was done. More bad omens to mark the outset of his ill-fated reign. Now, since Nicholas had just been forced to go to this banquet hosted by the French ambassador because it was so important not to offend the French, this is as good a time as any to talk about the new Franco-Russian alliance because it's going to be pretty important. Now, I am going to massively oversimplify a very complex series of decisions and diplomatic events in the 1870s and 1880s, but here we go. The Franco-Prussian War left two great things in its wake, setting aside the Paris Commune. A humiliated France, now taking the form of the Third Republic, and a triumphant and possibly overmighty Germany, now taking the form of the German Empire. And so as they picked themselves up off the mat, one of the foreign policy objectives of the French Third Republic was to make sure they didn't get knocked down again, and that meant getting the Russians on their side. Germany would be loath to make further moves against France if millions of Russian soldiers were standing poised on Germany's eastern border. And if the French played their cards right, they might even be able to box the Germans in and avenge the losses in the Franco-Prussian War, which in concrete terms meant getting back the lost territory of Alsace-Lorraine, which was now the physical symbol of France's national humiliation. Now the Russians, for their part, were none too thrilled about the emergence of a unified German empire, but really ever since the Crimean War, their foreign policy had been to not get tangled up with the Western great powers. Now, on the other side of all this, German foreign policy was also aiming at a Russian alliance, where the Russians would support German claims to Alsace-Lorraine, and in exchange the Germans would support the Russians if they, for example, wanted to go in the complete other direction and start mucking around in the Far East with China and Japan. But Tsar Alexander III had been standoffish towards the Germans, and as I mentioned, he did not like young Kaiser Wilhelm personally. So by the late 1880s, the French and Russians were moving closer together. Now, if the French were going to get millions of Russian soldiers poised on Germany's eastern front, what were the Russians going to get? Well, the Russians were going to get French loans. Because this moment right here in the late 1880s is the same moment Sergei Witte is being promoted and needs foreign financing for his aggressive state-sponsored industrialization policy. So, here comes some French money. Then in July of 1891, a squadron from the French Navy visited Kronstadt, and diplomats exchanged some letters of understanding. In April 1892, military conventions were signed, and then, over the winter of 1893-1894, in one of the last major projects of his reign before the Tsar got sick and died, the Russian Empire signed a formal military alliance with the Republic of France. If either were attacked by Germany, the other would declare war. Underscoring how out of the loop he was as heir to the throne, Nicholas knew none of the details about any of this until he became emperor just a few months later. So, whether he liked it or not, he was now in close alliance with a bunch of French Republicans. So getting back to it, after their coronation, Nicholas and Alexandra embarked on a goodwill tour of Europe in the summer of 1896 to visit all their friends and relatives and new partners in alliance. They started in Vienna to visit the now aging Emperor Franz Joseph, who we last saw being installed as a young Franz Joseph back in the heat of the revolutions of 1848. Then they moved on to visit Willy up in Germany, who had never liked how dismissively he had been treated by Nicholas's father. But now that he was the senior and more experienced monarch compared to Nicholas, he planned to use every form of flattery and cajoling to bring the Russians into alliance with the Germans. He had been horrified that Tsar Alexander III had signed a treaty with the blasphemous French Republicans, and was thrilled by Nicholas's senseless dreams response to the Zemstva. Now, in broad terms, the Kaiser wanted to see Europe dominated by an alliance of absolutism. In more immediate and specific terms, he wanted to push Nicholas's attention east towards Asia to ease Russia off Germany's back. Now, nothing would happen on this trip, but the Kaiser would thereafter open up a non-stop correspondence with his dearest Nicky to bring the Tsar over to his side. And he insisted that Nicky had a divine mission to turn back the Yellow Menace, because both of them were just racist as hell towards Asians. We'll talk about that more next week. After leaving Germany, Nicholas and Alexandra then went up to Scotland to visit old Queen Victoria, who still loved Alex as one of her favorite granddaughters. While the women played with baby Olga, Nicholas and the men went out hunting in the cold Scottish rain. Now, this was all family reunion stuff, but the most important leg of this tour was the last stop, and that was Paris. It was Nicholas's first trip to Paris and was potentially fraught with diplomatic danger. The new Franco-Russian alliance was still very new, and here we have the most autocratic autocrat in Europe being hosted by the most democratic republicans in Europe. The French pulled out all the stops, up to and including artificially refastening fallen sprigs of chestnut blooms to the trees because the trees looked better that way. Their own little Potemkin villages for the Tsar. But Nicholas and Alexandra had a wonderful time. The Parisians cheered the new imperial couple wherever they went, though it probably helped that the French had police stationed every 20 feet along every route the couple traveled. Nicholas laid the foundation stone of what is now Pont Alexander III, named for his father, and best known, at least by me, as being the bridge with the cool Art Nouveau streetlights. Then they went out for a visit to the palace at Versailles and stayed the night, and Alexandra slept in the bedchambers of Marie Antoinette, because why not toss just another bad omen onto the pile? Now, given that we've got Alexandra sleeping in Marie Antoinette's bedchamber, I thought it might be fun to leave off today comparing and contrasting the two great couples of our two biggest revolutions, Nicholas and Alexandra versus Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette. because there are similarities and differences between the two that are worth highlighting. Like, for example, Nicholas and Louis were both nice and genial in person. They didn't like confrontation. They were personally generous and pretty laid back. And as I said of Louis back in the French Revolution series, under normal circumstances, he would have been a fine and forgotten king. And Nicholas was kind of the same way. Neither of them were like psychotic tyrants. Both of them just faced a similar great crisis that neither of them were really equipped to handle. And even those crises manifested in similar ways, because both Nicholas and Louis sat atop absolutist monarchies breaking down under stress and facing the need to reform. Reform that would have to be handled carefully and with a great deal of intelligent savvy. Intelligent savvy both Nicholas and Louis lacked. And they both shared that very bad habit of following the advice of the last person to speak. But there is a little contrast between them that's worth pointing out. Louis really wanted nothing to do with statecraft. He would have much rather been hunting or tinkering with clocks. Nicholas, on the other hand, was a busy little bee. He was always working on matters of state. So Louis didn't like showing up for work. Nicholas thought showing up for work was his duty. But the results were the same. A couple of weak-willed, too nice, moderately oblivious monarchs perched atop absolutist regimes at a moment of great political, economic, and social stress. The problem is not that they were bad men, the problem is that they were the wrong men. Now, as for Alexandra and Marie Antoinette, they too had much in common, not the least that they were both young German princesses, or Austrian in Marie Antoinette's case, who came to a foreign land and had difficulty fitting in. But where Marie Antoinette was a frivolous party girl, Alexandra was a straight-laced joy-kill. To put it another way, Marie Antoinette was disdained for self-indulgent vice. Alexandra was disdained for self-indulgent virtue. But both of them wound up estranged from many at court, and both wound up personally hurt by the disdain and the estrangement. Though in Marie Antoinette's case it manifested as a kind of bitter disdain of her own. And to the extent that she thought about French peasants at all, she didn't think about French peasants at all. Meanwhile, Alexandra remained sublimely confident that the people of Russia loved her and her husband, that aristocratic society and liberal public opinion and radical revolutionaries may hate her, but the vast majority of Russia was composed of good, hardy, pious peasants who loved the emperor and empress as their father and mother. She would believe that to the last. And she would believe that to her ruin. But a further thing that Marie Antoinette and Alexandra had in common is that they were both stronger-willed than their husbands, and exerted a great deal of influence over them, and were pretty equally terrible wielding that influence. Both of them wanted to prop up an uncompromising will that they feared their husbands lacked, and this too was, of course, followed to ruin. As for their respective married relationships, that was almost all contrast. Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette were hardly a couple at all, until the final stages of tragedy and confinement brought them together as a shadow of doom spread over their family. Nicholas and Alexandra, meanwhile, were very much in love from the start, and both very much would have preferred to just be a simple family, husband and wife, father and mother. And if Nicholas had been like the fourth son of the Tsar, they would have been very happy indeed. But that was not to be. Next week, the Emperor and Empress will return home to the east, and then we will keep moving east for another couple thousand miles, because as the Trans-Siberian Railroad neared its completion, the Russian Empire would be put on a collision course with something it really couldn't handle at this great moment of political, economic, and social stress: a catastrophic military defeat. Episode 10.26, The Far East. Last time, we returned to the Romanov household and the elevation of Nicholas and Alexandra to Emperor and Empress of Russia. We also talked a little bit about the position of the Russian Empire in Europe, specifically with regards to the two rivals whose rivalry would define the next half-century or so of European war and diplomacy, France and Germany. Today we are going to extend that conversation, but take it to the other side of the world to introduce the origins of a brand new element to our story. The element that will get to go down in history as being one of the principal triggers for the cascading crisis that would become known as the Revolution of 1905, and that's the Russo-Japanese War. The Russian Empire had first started pushing east across the Ural Mountains in the later 1500s, and they just kept pushing right across Siberia until they got to the Pacific coast, and once they got to the Pacific coast, they launched seafaring explorations towards the Americas in the early 1700s. Now, they made some stab at setting up colonies in what is today Alaska, but these would never be well established or profitable, and as every fifth grader who ever did a report on the state of Alaska knows, hi, that's me, Russia sold Alaska to the United States in 1867. But while they pulled back from the Americas, they had no intention of pulling back from the Pacific. In 1858, and then again in 1860, Russia signed treaties with Qing Dynasty China, establishing a new border between China and what was becoming called the Russian Far East. As soon as these treaties were signed, Russia immediately started building their first permanent Pacific port, Vladivostok. Now, Vladivostok was fine for the moment. It was a nice toehold, but it was so far north that it was iced over much of the year. So the Russians wanted something more. They wanted a permanent warm water port on the Pacific. And as they watched the failing Qing dynasty buckle under the weight of its own decay and the battering of European imperial encroachment, policymakers back in St. Petersburg prepared to take advantage of the situation. The minister who would wind up taking the lead on Russia's political, economic, and diplomatic interests in the Far East is conveniently somebody we already know very well, Sergei Witte. The Far East was destined to play a major role in Witte's vision for the future of Russia's imperial economy. The abundant natural resources of Manchuria, the Chinese territory now bordering the Russian Far East, would provide excellent stock for the rest of Witte's industrialization project. Further Russian encroachment into Manchuria would also likely net them that good, stable, warm water port on the Pacific that would in turn plug them into the Asia-Pacific trade. The whole region could also then serve as a logical place of resettlement for the increasingly overcrowded parts of core Russia, and encouraging migration and resettlement east, which would ease the burdens on the natural resources of central Russia, burdens which became so tragically apparent in the midst of the 1891 famine. Now, the centerpiece of this project, and really the centerpiece of almost everything Witte is up to here in the 1890s, was the Trans-Siberian Railway. Construction on the railway began going in both directions in 1891, and remember, Nicholas was on hand to lay the foundation stone of the terminus station in Vladivostok. Once the western and eastern ends of the empire were linked by this vital artery, the strength of the Russian Empire would increase exponentially. That was the plan. Now, the arrival of Russia in the region introduced them as a new player into what was already an increasingly volatile rivalry between declining China and another power that, much like Russia, was trying to rapidly modernize itself out of an archaic feudal world in the later 19th century, Japan. Now, I can't start from scratch attempting to explain all of Japanese history, but just so you know, there was this thing called the Meiji Restoration, which overthrew the old shogun system in 1868, and then embarked on a radical remaking of Japanese society, its political system, military forces, social structures, and its economy. The new leaders of Japan saw how rapidly things were changing in the world and how far behind they were when it came to dealing with Western Europe and the United States, who were now forging empires with steel and steam. So, post-Meiji Restoration Japan embarked on a program of aggressive modernization and industrialization. The idea was that if they did this hard enough and fast enough, that they could join the great imperial games of the late 19th century instead of becoming one of its victims. So they wanted a modern political empire and the economic wealth and social clout that went with it. And they too eyed the declining behemoth of China as a ripe target. But first on the agenda, Korea. Now, Korea at this point was technically an autonomous kingdom operating under the political hegemony of the Qing dynasty. Now, the ruling faction at the Korean court was conservative. They were allied with China and trying to maintain their traditional isolationism, but much like the rest of East Asia, they were being pried open by Western imperial crowbars. Opposing the traditional monarchy in the 1880s was a group of reformists who wanted to follow Japan's example towards industrial modernization, and in fact saw the future of Korea as Japan-facing rather than China-facing. In 1884, a clique of these reformers, fully backed by the Japanese, attempted a coup, but the Korean royal family called in help from China. The Chinese sent 1,500 soldiers, and pretty soon Japanese and Chinese troops were fighting openly in the streets of Seoul. But the Japanese did not yet want an all-out war with China, so they withdrew. The end result of all this was a thing called the Convention of Tinsin that required both China and Japan to pull their forces out of Korea, and that in the future neither could send military forces onto the peninsula without notifying the other. And this was a win for Japan, because Korea was no longer just the preserve of China. It was a co-protectorate with Japan, and this, for the Japanese, was a step in the right direction. So fast forward 10 years. 10 years during which China got progressively weaker and Japan got progressively stronger, and a peasant rebellion erupted in Korea against the corruption and inequality of the old Korean monarchy. The Korean royal family again appealed to the Chinese, who dispatched about 3,000 troops to help quell the revolt. But this was all done without notifying Japan, as per the convention everyone had just signed. Armed with this casus belli, the Japanese invaded in 1894, starting what we now call the First Sino-Japanese War. Japan's goals for this war were to drive out the Chinese, end the rebellion, dislodge the pro-Chinese royal family, and install a pro-Japanese puppet government. Japan, stronger in every way, on land and at sea, made short work of their enemies, and in April 1895 they forced China to sign the 5-article Treaty of Shimonoseki. China renounced its claims to Korea, promised to pay a war indemnity to Japan as well as make further trade concessions, but most importantly for our story, recognizing new territorial acquisitions that Japan had won during the war. And most importantly for our story, this meant Japan's occupation of the Liaodong Peninsula, which is that peninsula that juts south into the Yellow Sea between mainland China to the west and the Korean peninsula to the east. It is this part of the treaty which brings us back to Russia. Now, up until the First Sino-Japanese War, Russia and Japan had never really had any major beefs between them. Sergei Witte certainly had friendly relations with Japanese diplomats, and he looked forward to profitable trade with Japan in the future. But the Russians did not like the idea of Japan occupying the strategically valuable Liaodong Peninsula because A, it seemed to be upsetting the existing balance of power in the region, and B, the Russians themselves were eyeing the Liaodong Peninsula as a place they might like to occupy, to get that warm water port on the Pacific they so desired. So as I said, up until now the Russians had maintained good relations with both China and Japan, but now they had to pick a side. Do we partner with the rising, modernizing, expansionist Japan, or do we recast ourselves as the protectors of Chinese sovereignty? Since failing China seemed like a better conduit for Russian ambition than rising Japan, Witte threw Russia's lot in with the Chinese. So within a week of the signing of the Treaty of Shimonoseki, Russian diplomats stepped in and said, "This treaty is no good, you need to rewrite it." And the change they demanded was straightforward. Japan needed to give the Liaodong Peninsula back to the Chinese. In exchange, China would pay a larger war indemnity than they had originally agreed to. Now, if it had just been Russia making this demand, Japan might have held firm. But Russia was flanked by both France and Germany, which is why this little episode gets dubbed the Triple Intervention. Concluding they could not take all three European powers at once, the Japanese backed down and withdrew from the peninsula by the end of 1895. So this raises an interesting question. France and Germany are both siding with Russia on this? What's going on? How is that even possible? I thought the French and Germans were rivals in all things. Well, from the French perspective, they felt obligated to play along with Russia's demands in the Far East, even if they weren't thrilled about it. Russian moves around Manchuria had already induced a statement from the French Foreign Office to the effect that their military alliance only covered events in Europe. France was not going to fight a war on Russia's behalf over Manchuria or Korea. I mean, the French had their own Southeast Asian imperial interests in Vietnam to attend to and didn't want to get sucked into something that was of no benefit to French national interests. But there was more to consider, which brings us back to what we talked about a bit last week, and that is that Germany is now working aggressively to turn the Tsar away from the French and towards the Germans. So while the French were reluctant partners in this triple intervention, the Germans were enthusiastic partners. Heck yeah, we'll help. We'd love to help you advance your hegemony in the East. There's nothing we'd like better. And with Germany showing so much enthusiasm, the French concluded they could either back their new ally Russia or lose influence to Germany. So it became the Triple Intervention. And really, this is just a love triangle over Russia between her two suitors, France and Germany. But in reality, German enthusiasm for supporting Russian interests in the Far East was not all that it appeared to be. Both Bismarck and the Kaiser hoped that getting Russia embroiled in the Far East would advance German interests in Europe. The Russians would wind up committing their resources to the other side of the world, leaving them less able to commit resources in Europe. This meant both on Germany's eastern flank as well as in the Balkans, which would make Germany's ally Austria-Hungary happy. It would also put stress on the new Franco-Russian alliance because the French were very dubious about all of this and would prefer the Russians stay focused on European affairs, not go gallivanting around Manchuria. And plus, as a final bonus, it would probably bring the Russians into direct conflict with the British. So for Germany, helping Russia get embroiled in the Far East was just win, 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 win. Now, another thing we need to expand on here is something else I mentioned last week, which is the Kaiser's direct written correspondence with Dearest Nicky, which constantly urged and encouraged Russian ambitions in the Far East. And all of this urging and encouraging was couched in extremely racist terms about the quote-unquote yellow peril that was allegedly facing Europe. The Kaiser painted a picture, and at times literally sent allegorical paintings depicting this, by the way, of Nicholas and the Russians as the great savior of the white race, that they stood between the heathen yellow hordes of Asia and stalwart Christian civilization. The Kaiser wondered at the horrors that would come if modernizing Japan were able to seize control of China, forge a huge conscript army, and invade Europe like some new Mongol horde. Now, this is all delusional and racist, and it's also a hell of a thing to be pitching this scenario of a yellow peril at the precise moment when the Western European powers are systematically invading and enveloping most of Asia. But Nicholas himself was just racist and delusional enough to believe it. Remember, we talked about that tour he took through the Far East, and how he had emerged from it with nothing but dismissive contempt for the people he had met. Both the Tsar and Kaiser thought that the yellow monkeys of the East, that's how they talked about them, were an inferior race to be controlled and ruled by their white superiors. The Kaiser then further embellished these racist fantasies by telling Nicholas that it was Russia's divine destiny to rule over Manchuria and Korea and most of northern China. In fact, if they did this in full partnership with the German Empire, then together their united, divinely ordained empires would rule all of Eurasia, and thus become the de facto rulers of the whole world. Now, on slightly firmer and I suppose more rational footing, Sergei Witte had made his decision to side Russia with China against Japan. And the first thing Witte did was create a new institution to facilitate loans to China to help them pay the indemnity that had just been forced on them by a victorious Japan and raised by the Russians. This is the Russo-Chinese Bank. This bank would float Chinese government bonds to raise money to make the indemnity payments. But let's recall here that Russia is itself a major international debtor. So Witte turned to the French bankers, who eagerly capitalized this project, seeing easy profits to be made financing China's war indemnity to Japan. Then, during the festivities surrounding the Tsar's coronation in May 1896, Witte and Chinese diplomat Li Hongzhang worked out terms of a further secret treaty. Witte took full advantage of Chinese weakness to forge what became known as the Li-Lobanov Treaty, so called because Foreign Minister Alexei Lobanov-Rostovsky was the official signatory for the Russians. And though the ostensible purpose of the agreement was to enlist Russia in the defense of Chinese sovereignty, the actual result of it was the de facto annexation of Manchuria by the Russians. The terms of this treaty would remain a secret to the rest of the world. The de facto Russian annexation of Manchuria was carried out in stages and organized around, what else, a new railroad. The big thing China agreed to was to give Russia permission to build a Russian railroad directly through Manchuria to Vladivostok. Now, up until now, departing Vladivostok on the Trans-Siberian Railway meant not heading west, but due north about 500 miles before making a sharp left turn to stay inside of Russian territory. With the Chinese now granting a concession to build a railway through Manchuria, the Russians would have a straight shot that cut about 1,000 miles off the journey. As diplomatic cover for all this, Witte established the nominally independent Chinese Eastern Railway, financed by the Russo-Chinese Bank. Now, on paper, the Chinese joined this new corporation as a full partner, but in reality they put in no money, made no decisions, and had no control. But it did keep up the fiction that the concession to build this railroad were not being made directly to the Russian government, but instead to a corporation that China itself appeared to be a part owner of. Work on the project began in July 1897 with Russian administrators and engineers and workers streaming into Manchuria. The official headquarters of the Chinese Eastern Railway were established in the Manchurian center of Harbin, staffed entirely by Russian managers. And of course, it goes without saying that along with all these Russian managers and engineers and workers came Russian soldiers to protect the work sites and Russian property. The Chinese Eastern Railway would take 6 years to complete, and in that time Manchuria would go from enticing opportunity for colonial advancement to Russian province in all but name. Meanwhile, the Russians still dreamed of a warm water port on the Pacific, and with the Chinese proving so willing to give the Russians whatever the Russians wanted, the Russians now asked to occupy the tip of the Liaodong Peninsula. This was the very spot the Russians had forced the Japanese to surrender just 2 years earlier. There, they would build up both a commercial port and a naval base. The naval base in particular was known at the time in the West as Port Arthur. Now, they were only going to be leasing this territory. This was not an annexation, but the scope of the building project and the nature of the materials the Russians would use to build up fortifications and infrastructure and facilities indicated that they were planning on sticking around for good. All of this was then formalized in the Russia-Qing Convention of 1898, which confirmed and extended the lease on Port Arthur by the Chinese to the Russians. The Russians were also given permission to build a spur line off the Chinese Eastern Railway that would run due south through the peninsula. When completed, this would create a railroad network that would connect Port Arthur all the way back to Russia via the Trans-Siberian Railway. Work began on this spur line later in the year, and the pace of construction on the Chinese Eastern Railway accelerated. Going along with all this, the Russian Navy requested a nearly fourfold increase in their budget for 1898 to help them rapidly build up a new Pacific fleet. The Japanese, meanwhile, were furious about all this. The port was of enormous strategic value. They had won it fair and square as a spoil of war in 1895 and had been forced to give it up after listening to lectures from Russian diplomats about the need to respect Chinese sovereignty, and here the Russians were now occupying that very spot. Russian duplicity was transparent. The Japanese felt robbed, they felt threatened, and if the Russians weren't careful, all of this was going to lead to war. But of more immediate concern to everyone was the Boxer Rebellion, which erupted in November of 1899. Now, the Boxer Rebellion is another watershed moment in the development of modern China. It was a popular uprising against the vast array of foreigners carving up their country. In response to this uprising, we get an unprecedented 8-nation alliance, which forged an international expeditionary army to go quote-unquote liberate Beijing from the rebels, or more specifically rescue everyone's respective embassies, which were besieged in the diplomatic district of the Chinese capital. This 8-nation alliance was composed of 8 nations who never were on the same side of anything. It was the United Kingdom, the German Empire, the French Third Republic, the Austro-Hungarian monarchy, the Kingdom of Italy, the United States, the Empire of Japan, and the Russian Empire. Now, most of the time, these nations were rivals with each other. Occasionally, they were active belligerents with each other. And in short order, they would all be engaged in gigantic world wars with each other. But at this moment in time, they were united in imperial alliance against any attempt to resurrect the corpse of China that they all hoped to feed off of for the next century. So they got together, they won, and the rebellion was suppressed by 1901. Now, to stay focused on the Russian angle, though, the Russian envelopment of Manchuria was one of the causes of the Boxer Rebellion, and during the fighting, the Chinese Eastern Railway was a prime target. To protect the railroad and Russia's clear colonial interest in Manchuria, they flooded 175,000 troops into the region. When the rebellion was over, various terms and conditions and conventions were agreed to, including the withdrawal of all these Russian troops from Manchuria. But then the Russians just kind of didn't withdraw. They liked Manchuria. They wanted to keep it. So they left about 100,000 troops behind, despite signing documents stating that this occupation had only been temporary and would soon be over. Now, back in St. Petersburg, Sergei Witte argued strenuously against this idea. He thought it was unnecessarily provocative, that nobody was really challenging their influence in Manchuria. They had access to the raw materials and natural resources they wanted. They had the shortcut to Vladivostok they wanted. They had this new port, Port Arthur, that they wanted. So why stir up a potential international crisis by leaving so many troops behind? But he was overruled. He was standing in the way of Russia's destiny. Now, the Japanese looked at all of this with more furious frustration, but they were divided about what to do. Some believed that they should launch an attack right now to push the Russians back, while others argued that there was no good military path to preventing the Russians from annexing and occupying Manchuria, and that they just needed to focus on Korea. So after the Boxer Rebellion, Japanese diplomats took a two-pronged approach to the Russia question. One prong was work out an accommodation with the Russians to avoid a war. Japan offered to recognize Russian claims in Manchuria if Russia in turn recognized Japanese claims to Korea. Now, this accommodation was hoped for enough that the great Japanese statesman Hirobumi Ito made a trip to St. Petersburg in 1901 to talk personally to the Tsar. But the Tsar and all his ministers thought the Japanese were like subhuman, and they were incredibly dismissive and rude, and after keeping Ito waiting under a variety of pretexts, they then refused to even grant the audience with the Tsar. So Ito went home, and the possibility of peaceful accommodation seemed to be ruled out. The other prong was to ensure that they were never again isolated diplomatically in Europe. And they identified the British in particular as being very nervous about Russian advancement into Manchuria. So the Japanese started working very closely with British diplomats, and they did a clever thing where they highlighted the Witte system's policy of closed national economic integration with its high protective tariff barriers. The Japanese played up the fact that if Russia was allowed to continue its envelopment unchecked, that the markets and resources of the region would be locked up, and the available riches would not be shared with the rest of the world. This too was very troubling for the British. So with a new century dawning, and the diplomatic landscape changing all over the world, the British decided to start emerging from the splendid isolation phase of their foreign policy, where they avoided all permanent treaties of alliance, and in 1902 they signed the Anglo-Japanese Alliance, which promised neutrality in the event of either side going to war with just a single other belligerent, but full support if that war expanded to include more than one belligerent. Japan now had a strong European partner. So to wrap all this up, since we've now advanced to 1902, where we're going to leave things is that Russia is pretty much enveloping Manchuria and building up a Pacific fleet at Port Arthur. If they were going to take the next imperial step, it was going to be a step towards Korea. Now, there's still much debate over how committed the Russians were to advancing into Korea, whether they were gunning for it 100%, whether it would be nice if it happened, but not if it cost too much, or whether they were happy to consolidate Manchuria and just call that good. And part of the difficulty in getting to the bottom of this question is that different factions inside the Russian government each took each of the three positions. And in the end, as with all things, the final decision was going to be left to the Tsar, and he was offering very little in the way of decisive leadership. Sometimes he seemed amenable to a compromise with the Japanese. Sometimes he okayed very provocative policies. Now, I don't think the Tsar was actively seeking a war with Japan, but Nicholas himself was just racist enough that he figured if and when Russia did get into a shooting war with the Japanese, that such a war would be quick and splendid, so they really didn't have to think too much about what the Japanese thought about anything. So, Russian policy in the Far East at this point is not some Machiavellian game of 12-dimensional chess. It was absent-minded and lacking clear focus or direction, like pretty much everything else in Tsar Nicholas's Russian Empire. Next week, though, we will return to the Revolutionary Front, as we approach another critical moment in the build-up to the Revolution of 1905. The Witte system had created what some historians refer to as the Witte boom, with especially railroad construction and especially the Trans-Siberian Railway creating huge demand in other major industries, coal, iron, tools, machinery, textiles, everything that went into building and running railroads. That in turn created a huge demand for industrial labor. But after the turn of the century, a lot of the initial buildup was coming to an end. The Trans-Siberian Railway was itself essentially finished by 1902, and when it was finished, it's going to lead to a sharp economic downturn that was going to hit industrial workers and rural peasants alike. Workers and peasants who had just spent the last few years getting increasingly angry, educated, and organized. Episode 10.27, Coming Together, Drifting Apart. I forgot to mention this at the end of last week's episode, so I must begin today's episode with a scheduling heads up. Saturnalia is upon us again, and this year, for a variety of reasons, I am scheduled to take a 3-week break. That again is a 3-week break. So today's episode will be the last new episode until January the 19th, 2020. And when I get back, I will also have some further announcements about what the future holds in store for the Revolutions podcast. But what we're going to do in this last episode before I go on holiday is carry ourselves forward to the end of the 19th century by rounding up the opposition to the Tsarist regime, moderate and radical, reformist and revolutionary, as they start coming together and drifting apart. This process would give more coherent shape to what had been a very fluid and cross-pollinated underground during the 1890s. And then, when we get back in January, we are going to take all of this and throw it at 1905 and see what happens. So on the Marxist side of things, the exile of the leaders of the Union of Struggle for the Emancipation of the Working Class, that is, Lenin, Martov, and Krupskaya, had removed some of the most stridently radical voices from the social democratic scene. And their departure in 1897 happened to coincide with the arrival of new interpretations of Marxism that were, well, less stridently radical. There were now new currents of thought dubbed revisionism and economism and legal Marxism, and these new currents gave heartburn to the old guard Emancipation of Labor group, who considered themselves to be the keepers of the one true faith, and they were annoyed they now had to fend off all these new personalities promoting new ideas. But not everyone wanted to break with the one true faith, and the Emancipation of Labor group would find allies in Lenin and Martov and Krupskaya, who, though very far away, monitored these debates and contributed to them when they were able to. And when their exile finally ended in 1900, they would come back home ready to wage a rhetorical war for the future of Russian Marxism against all these heretics. The first new current we should talk about is economism, which I mentioned briefly in our discussion of the Vilna program, since economism finds its roots in the same tactical shift towards labor agitation. Now, economism was not a doctrine or an ideology, so much as a term of abuse used by intra-party opponents to the new program. But for clarity's sake, the way I'll define it for you now is that economism took the move towards focusing on real working class grievances and said, right, this is the thing. The fight for the working classes against the exploitive bourgeois owners is the fight we should be focusing on. But remember, this is a departure from the Vilna program, which argued that agitation among the workers was a strategy to organize, recruit, and practice collective action without ever losing sight of the final goal, political revolution. All this work must be done with an eye towards heightening the political consciousness of the workers and putting their struggle into a political context. The goal of a strike was not just winning concessions, but building solidarity, confidence, and unity so that the workers would be ready when the time came to overthrow the Tsar. But a new cadre of Russian Marxists saw in this strategy an end unto itself, especially in light of the 1896 St. Petersburg strikes. Class conflict was the thing, worker versus owner, proletariat versus bourgeoisie, to say nothing of the fact that conditions were in fact terrible in these factories, and focusing on real material gains over abstract political theory was a good and just change in focus. People were suffering. The political stuff can come later. Back up in Switzerland, the Emancipation of Labor group saw this trend developing and feared for its effect on their doctrine of two revolutions. For Grigori Plekhanov and Pavel Axelrod, the lesson of historical materialism was that we must have a democratic bourgeois revolution and then a proletarian socialist revolution. First one, then the next. And at this point, here in the late 1890s, Russia had yet to undergo the necessary transition to democratic capitalism. Axelrod in particular argued that for now, the next step for socialist revolutionaries had to be building and joining a broad anti-Tsarist democratic alliance. Creating sharp, angry divisions between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie now would tend to inhibit the formation of the coalition that would be necessary to carry out the first democratic revolution. So the socialists must expect to fight alongside anyone who took aim at Tsarist despotism, including the bourgeois commercial classes, because those bourgeois commercial classes were naturally seeking to end the last vestiges of medieval aristocratic privilege, to end arbitrary and capricious despotism. They would want a constitution and a parliament which would give them political power commensurate with their growing economic power. And they would demand rights like freedom of speech and freedom of the press and freedom of association, rights that the socialists would need in order to form the coming dictatorship of the proletariat. So in the eyes of the Emancipation of Labor group, advocates of economism made one of two fundamental mistakes. They either focused all organizing energy on petty concerns like hours and wages while abandoning the bigger picture, or by prematurely engaging in a war against the bourgeoisie, they undermined the creation of the anti-czarist coalition. So what the Emancipation of Labor group really wanted was for working class organizers to emphasize their struggle as a struggle for democracy and democratic rights. First, we fight under the banner of democracy. Then we fight under the banner of socialism. Don't jump the gun. Now this is all fine in theory, but it's a tough thing to tell a worker, hey, capitalism is evil and your boss is exploiting you, but also just be cool and endure it. And actually, we might have to help your boss get political power because his time has to come before your time can come. The other new current that entered the Marxist stream during these years often flowed in and out of economism, and this was quote-unquote revisionism. Now, like the term economism, the term revisionism was mostly a pejorative used by rivals to discredit new theories on how to use and apply Marxian economic, social, and political theory. Now, we are not going to go headlong into this, but the split between orthodox and revisionist Marxism really opened up after the death of Engels in 1895. In some cases, these were just disputes over emphasis and interpretation, but in some cases the differences were quite large. And in particular, a German Marxist named Edward Bernstein started making such drastic revisions to traditional interpretation that in the end he was accused of not really even being a Marxist anymore. He went so far as to abandon the Hegelian dialectical framework of Marxism in favor of rooting his approach in neo-Kantian philosophy. But we are not going to get into all of that. Of more direct importance to our story, Bernstein started arguing that revolution wasn't even necessary, that per historical materialism, capitalism would come along, do all of the transformative things Marx said capitalism had to do, but then, rather than necessarily leading to a proletarian revolution, that raw industrial capitalism could simply be reformed and improved and softened, until voila, after a long and steady period of democratic regulation and reform, that the end state goal of socialism would be achieved. Not by the proletariat rising up and violently overthrowing the bourgeois capitalist state, but by simply changing a piece here and swapping out a piece there, until the mode of production had transformed from capitalist to socialist. Now, like I just said, this was revisionist heresy to the point where other Marxists said Bernstein is not just revisionist, he's not even a Marxist anymore. But his argument gained a lot of adherents in the 1890s, especially among those creating these new labor political parties that would go out and contest and win elections. They were thinking, well, why not just do that? Go out, win elections, and then reform everything. There's no need for violent revolution at all. Now, ironically, these growing divisions were happening at the same time that the Russian Marxists were also trying to form a single, unifying umbrella organization to house everybody. One of the main proponents for this push towards unification was a guy that I mentioned in passing in episode 10.23, but who deserves more of an introduction. That is Arkady Kremer. Kremer was the leader of the Social Democrats organizing among the Jewish workers in Vilna, and was one of the principal authors of On Agitation, both the idea itself and the pamphlet that explained it. Kremer came from an observant Jewish family and had been living in Vilna since he was 12 years old. He briefly attended university in St. Petersburg in 1889, before his involvement with student radical groups earned him an expulsion from school and a ban from setting foot in St. Petersburg. So he went back home to Vilna, where he started up a Marxist social democratic circle. And this is the circle that Martov joined when he arrived in Vilna in 1893 after his own arrest. And they would spend the next 2 years putting agitation into successful practice. But while Martov was only passing through, Vilna was Kremer's home, and after Martov left, he kept building the movement, and in a few years the Vilna organization was, by number of members, the largest Marxist group in the whole Russian Empire. Now, of course, the other unique feature about the Vilna organization was that it was Jewish. As we've discussed, Jews faced unique problems inside the Russian Empire that seemed to demand uniquely Jewish solutions, and Kremer naturally wanted that solution to run through social democratic Marxism, rather than the Narodist socialist revolutionaries, or the more nationalistic proto-Zionists, who were also starting to organize and gain adherents inside the Jewish working classes at the same time. In September 1897, Kremer and his comrades got together and founded the General Jewish Workers' Union, known colloquially and historically as the Bund, with Bund meaning something less than a rigid party, but more than just a loose group. The plan was for the Bund to become the umbrella group for all Jewish workers and socialists, to always make sure that their particular Jewish character and concerns were highlighted and represented inside the larger movement. Now, a few points. Kremer was himself pretty assimilationist, and though he wanted to organize the Jews as Jews, he differed from a younger comrade named Michael Lieber, who was more strident in asserting the Jewishness of the Bund. And the subtle distinction here is between we are social democrats who are also Jews versus we are Jews who are also social democrats. Neither of them, though, were rigid Jewish nationalists, and they still saw things through Marx's analysis of economic class conflict. So, like, the Jewish bourgeoisie cannot be trusted to be our friends just because they are our fellow Jews. So Kremer would himself always maintain good working relations with non-Jewish social democrats, and even though he helped create this autonomous Jewish Bund organization, he did not believe that it could ever accomplish its goals without Gentile comrades. Isolation was death. So Kremer and the early leaders of the Bund were at the forefront of the first attempt to really unify all the Russian Marxist social democratic groups into a single party, which they managed to achieve, however inauspiciously, in March 1898. So this brings us to the inauspicious founding of an organization that would go on to become a fairly important entity in world history, the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party. Now, it is entirely possible you've never heard of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, but just so you know, it is the precursor, through many twists and turns, changes in personnel, direction, factional splits, rebrandings, and refoundings, of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, which you probably have heard of. After a great deal of correspondence and communication, various Russian Marxist groups, the Jewish Bund, Social Democratic Emigres, what was left of the Union of Struggle for the Emancipation of the Working Class, organized a congress in Minsk. Now, the word Congress is a bit of an overstatement, because exactly 9 delegates were able to attend. These 9 delegates spent March the 1st through March the 3rd, 1898 together in a house on the outskirts of Minsk, discussing how they could all merge under one shared set of principles. They elected a 3-man executive committee, which included Kremer, as he and the Bund were major sponsors of the initiative. But the reason this is such an inauspicious beginning was that, as usual, their organization was shot through with police spies and informants. The authorities knew that this was happening. They let the delegates come together to more properly identify them, but within a few weeks, most of them had been arrested, including Kremer, who would be thrown in jail and not be released until 1900. So this first Congress of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party was really hardly anything but a prelude to the much more important Second Congress of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, which was a far more momentous event in the history of the Russian Revolution. Though that Second Congress would have to wait until 1903, since everyone was now in jail or in exile. Now, once the RSDLP, that's one of the ways it can be abbreviated, was founded, they tasked one of their most committed comrades to draft the party's first manifesto. And that committed comrade was Peter Struve. Now, we must talk about Struve because he represented yet another new current in Marxism, a current that would soon be flowing over towards liberalism. This current is called legal Marxism. Struve himself was born in 1870. He arrived in St. Petersburg in 1889 and got into student politics, but still managed to finagle a job as a librarian in the Ministry of Finance in 1893. But just a few months later, he was arrested for subversive activity, tossed in jail, and fired from his job. Now, through these early years, he was an excited convert to Marxism, and his first full-length book in 1895 was an argument that Marxism was in fact applicable to the Russian situation, despite what the neurotists and the anarchists might tell you. During these years, he also married a woman named Nina Gerd, who happened to be a gymnasium classmate of Nadia Krupskaya, in case you were wondering how small these revolutionary social circles are. Despite his Marxism, Struve tended to stay out of illegal radical politics, and so even before legal Marxism became a thing, Struve was by temperament a legal Marxist, as was his friend and intellectual collaborator, Mikhail Tugen-Baranovsky, a Ukrainian-born political economist who also married one of Krupskaya's classmates. The line that Struve and Tugen-Baranovsky followed emphasized the positive application of Marxist economic and social analysis to the Russian situation. They welcomed the arrival of modern capitalism as a forward step in the progress of historical materialism, and they argued against the neurotists and the anarchists who were trying to stop that progression. But they wanted to do things above ground, not underground. And their arguments and papers and rhetoric were academic enough and tame enough to be legally published in journals that had gotten approval from the censors, which is where we get this term, legal Marxism. One of the places legal Marxism started to get a hearing was in an institution that we mentioned in episode 10.20 on the liberal tradition. That is the Free Economic Society. Now remember, the Free Economic Society was an organization initially founded and patronized by Catherine the Great to import the latest in Western economic theory and practice. But it turned into a social club and intellectual society for liberal-minded discussion, as long as those discussions stayed away from politics. Well, in 1895, the society came under the direction of a liberal noble named Count Gaydon, who wanted to expand the scope of the society to include cultural and political topics, rather than narrow technocratic economics. So in came people arguing, especially in the age of Wittes' industrialization practices, that politics and economics were actually inseparable. Among those who started taking part in these discussions were Struve and Tugen-Baranovsky, floating a Marxist take on Russian current events. And it was in the Free Economic Society that the moderate fringes of Marxism started to mingle with the radical fringes of liberalism. Now, even the quote-unquote legal Marxism of Struve and Tugen-Baranovsky would eventually be too much for the authorities to take. And while they themselves were not arrested, the Free Economic Society would eventually find its doors shuttered in 1900 for fostering subversive thinking. Struve himself would continue to operate on the moderate edge of Marxism for the rest of the 1890s, and he was obviously still trusted enough to compose the official party manifesto for the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party in 1898. But after Lenin returned from his exile in 1900, he and Struve attempted to find common ground between their two factions, but the common ground was getting very thin. And in 1905, we will find Struve and Tugen-Baranovsky not among the Marxist Social Democrats, but among the liberal cadets. Now, in the middle of all these debates about revisionism and orthodoxy, economism and legal Marxism, dropped an article called The Credo, written by a woman named Yekaterina Kuskova. Kuskova had gotten into radical student politics upon her arrival at the University of Moscow in 1890, but first she had fallen in with the neurotists. But after her involvement in student politics got her exiled to Nizhny Novgorod, where upon arrival she converted to Marxism and met her future husband, Sergei Prokopovich. Together, they would become the leaders in the move towards revisionist economism. After getting married, the couple hung out in Russia until 1897, at which point they decided life would be better, easier, and less dangerous if they just emigrated to Germany. When the RSDLP was formed in 1898, they both joined as émigré members, but were already growing disenchanted with strict Marxist orthodoxy, and they liked the kind of revisionist line Bernstein was taking in Germany. In 1899, Kuskova wrote and published an article called The Credo, which argued in favor of the Social Democrats in Russia adopting revisionist economism. Not that she called it that. She was just arguing that socialism could be achieved by steadily reforming existing capitalism without the need for a catastrophic revolutionary break or a lot of bombings and assassinations. She went so far as to argue that a political party wasn't even necessary at present, that they all needed to focus on worker organizing activity more in line with traditional labor unions than a labor political party. The credo went off like a bomb inside social democratic circles, and in particular, it had the effect of bringing into closer alliance a group whose alliance would become very important: Plekhanov, Axelrod, and Zasulich in Switzerland, Lenin and Martov in Siberia. Through exchanges of letters in the wake of reading the credo, they all denounced this revisionist heresy and agreed it was terrible and had to be fought. Kuskova was soon enough expelled from the party for her heresy, and her husband would resign along with her. And they too were now on the same path as Struve and Tugen-Baranovsky, away from radical revolutionary Marxism towards liberalism, and they too would wind up among the liberal cadets come 1905. Now, so far today, we've only covered the Marxists and the Marxists who were turning into liberals. But the late 1890s also saw important organization among the neo-Nerodists, the future SRs. They were making a lot of headway recruiting among those who were turned off by what these Marxists were calling for. You want us to embrace all the horrors of industrial capitalism as inevitable and even good? You want us to rejoice in the destruction of the traditional rural village? Not just be indifferent, but to cheer the resulting dislocation and human suffering? To a lot of people, the whole Marxist program seemed unforgivably long-term, likely condemning 2 generations or more to urban capitalist hell before they were allowed to finally arrive at the promised land. If nothing else, this was simply morally unacceptable. The future SRs were also aided in their recruitment efforts because while the Marxists tended to put all agency and attention on the urban proletariat, the SRs allowed for different types of people to play real roles in the coming revolution, most especially peasants and the rural intelligentsia who might feel left out of Marxist theory. The SRs also continued to emphasize their continuity with Russia's more romantic revolutionary tradition, which celebrated heroism and elan and self-sacrifice and dramatic acts of valor, all of which was not without appeal to the young and the fed up. And it goes without saying that many who were young and fed up found the doctrine of 2 revolutions to be insane. There is going to be one revolution, it is going to be a socialist revolutionary revolution, and it is going to be rooted in the traditional Russian village, which was, right now today, ready to become the bedrock of Russian socialism. Why wait? We have everything we need. So I know that I've already introduced a bunch of new people and concepts today, but we are going to end with one more guy who is about to emerge as the brain box of the SRs, Viktor Chernov. Now, there were a lot of older Narodist brain boxes out there, but they had all come of age during the glory days of the 1870s. And just as with the Marxists, a younger generation of Narodists were now emerging, and of them, Viktor Chernov would turn out to be the most influential. He was born in 1873, so he was a bit on the younger side of this newer generation. He encountered radical Narodist ideas as a teenager in the 1880s, and then stayed on that line when he went off to university in Moscow in 1892. And it was while in these Moscow Narodist circles that he encountered Yekaterina Kuskova. But while she was moving from Narodism to Marxism to revisionism to liberalism, Chernov stayed in the original Narodist tradition. In 1894, he was arrested and spent 9 months in prison before being assigned to a 5-year administrative exile in the city of Tambov in central Russia. While in this exile, he continued his own radical education by reading the old guard Narodist theorists, but he also started developing his own new ideas. Despite being under surveillance, he was able to engage in organizing activities, and he focused on the lower-class peasant workers. He set up lending libraries and discussion circles, and was pleasantly surprised how eager they seemed to be to engage with radical politics. So Chernov was among those major voices inside neo-Narodism who found the peasants of the 1890s far more ready for radicalism than those peasants of the going to the people era of the 1870s. Chernov came away a convinced yes on the controversial matter of whether the peasants had revolutionary potential. Chernoff thought that they absolutely had revolutionary potential. But he also learned quite a bit about how to talk to the peasants, how to go to the people. Much the same way that Kremer and Martov realized the importance of simply speaking Yiddish to Yiddish-speaking workers. Chernoff observed that the basic worldview of the peasant was shaped by religion and morality, that they encountered a world not composed of economic classes or political ideologies, but of basic theological morality, right and wrong, good and evil, just and unjust. So Chernoff now believed that the best way to connect with the peasants was to pitch socialism in moral terms. This wasn't about abstract forces of history, or the necessity of economic transformation, or which constitutional theory of government worked best. It was about what was just and what was unjust, what was right and what was wrong, what was good and what was evil. And what are some things that are good? Generosity, sharing, honesty, mutual support. What is evil? Corruption, selfishness, cruelty, exploitation. So frame socialism versus czardom in those terms. Frame socialism versus capitalism in those terms. Chernoff argued that his fellow comrades must think of themselves not as professors or political organizers, but as the apostles of a new religion. After his term in official administrative exile ended in 1899, Chernoff went abroad, where he encountered the Old Guard exiles, whose heads were, as I said, still mostly in the 1870s, still clinging to a Jacobin-esque dismissal of the peasants as potential fellow comrades. Chernoff first spent time in Switzerland, where I should mention he encountered the Marxist Social Democrats, who were embroiled in their own bitter debates about orthodoxy and revisionism and economism, but who all agreed that Chernoff and his Narodist buddies were trying to resurrect the past, not push forward into the future. During his stay in Switzerland, Chernoff and Plekhanov in particular came to enjoy a deep mutual and personal loathing that went beyond mere ideological disputes. After this, Chernoff moved on to Paris, where he met with the most revered veteran Narodists in exile, who absolutely still considered themselves to be the leaders of this movement. Chernoff made a pilgrimage to meet old Lavrov, and Lavrov revealed that his final dream was to unite all the different Narodist parties and groups and unions both inside and outside Russia into a single party, not unlike what the Social Democrats were attempting with the RSDLP. And in fact, this would be Lavrov's final contribution to a life of revolutionary theorizing and organizing, because in February 1900, Lavrov died. Since everyone in all walks of Narodist life respected, admired, and acknowledged Lavrov's importance, his funeral brought them all together. And it was literally while standing beside his grave at the funeral that the leaders of the different émigré Narodist groups hashed out the basis of what they came to call the Agrarian Socialist League. The Agrarian Socialist League would be held together by the idea that the peasant commune was still the basis of future Russian socialism, and it would bring together the old veterans of the 1870s and the younger radicals of the 1890s. And this Agrarian Socialist League would soon become the émigré pillar of the SRs when they finally fused with their domestic comrades in 1903. So by the dawn of the 20th century, we see major differences being highlighted and widened among all of these different radical groups, while at the same time, they were trying to bring themselves together to broaden their organizing capacity, their reach, their membership, and their influence. And despite crackdowns by the authorities, their numbers on all sides only continued to grow. And that growth would be encouraged by the recession that would follow the end of the Witte boom that had defined the 1890s. And this happened to coincide with the end of the 3 years exile in Siberia endured by the more radical Marxists, who wanted nothing to do with revisionism and economism and legal Marxism, and who came back home in 1900 ready to take back control of the movement, only to find themselves pushed into foreign émigré life themselves. And it was in this new foreign exile that the youngsters like Lenin and Martov fused with the oldsters, Plekhanov, Axelrod, and Zasulich, to found a new newspaper called Iskra, the Spark. But that spark is going to wait until I return from my moderately prolonged absence of 3 weeks. But when we come back, it will be time to finally launch into the account of the Revolution of 1905, which, given hindsight, is usually cast as a prologue or a dress rehearsal for 1917, but who everyone at the time, czarists and Marxists, neurotists and liberals, conservatives and radicals, anarchists and nationalists, thought was the revolution they had all been expecting. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 10.28, The Spark. So welcome back. I hope you've had a chance to listen to our Revolutions podcast update. But if you couldn't wait to get back into the story, then that update will be waiting for you when you're done with this episode. Now, we left our story at the dawn of the 20th century with the various factions in the radical Russian underground simultaneously trying to unify their efforts while also staking out ideological territory to define what the true path to revolution really was, and most importantly, what it was not. Today, we will start grappling with the most historically significant of these efforts, the attempt to unify the recently formed, but still at this point entirely theoretical, Russian Social Democratic Labor Party. This attempt was spearheaded by Lenin and his orthodox Marxist comrades. Now, we last left Lenin and Krupskaya and Martov and the other leaders of the Union of Struggle for the Emancipation of the Working Class at the end of episode 10.24. They had all been exiled to Siberia. Now, exiles to Siberia came in two broad forms, either hard labor in work camps or just being ordered to go live in some remote village that you were not allowed to leave. Since the crimes our young radicals stood accused of amounted to merely distributing subversive literature, their sentences were all administrative exile to remote Siberian villages rather than hard labor. But still, not all remote Siberian villages were made equal. Probably thanks to the Ulyanovs being legal members of the nobility, Lenin wound up assigned to a plum village down in the south, in a region called the Italy of Siberia thanks to its relatively mild climate. So, though it was a tiny, dung-strewn village in the middle of the steppe, it was hardly unbearable, and to a certain degree Lenin enjoyed his exile. The mail service was regular, even if it was months behind the times, and he was constantly getting shipments of books and clothes and other material from home. He was able to complete his first major theoretical work, The Development of Capitalism in Russia, in between hunting and fishing expeditions. Meanwhile, you will recall that also at the end of episode 10.24, Lenin proposed marriage to Comrade Krupskaya, and when she was finally sentenced for her own crimes, she and her mother were both allowed to join Lenin, beginning their 3-person cohabitation that would continue for the rest of all their lives. Mother and daughter arrived in Siberia in May 1898, and Nadia and Vladimir were officially married in July. Now, their marriage was often described, both then and now, as cynically proposed and politically convenient. But it was not without affection, loyalty, and the regular ups and downs of married life. And they were husband and wife. Comrade Martov, meanwhile, drew the short straw. He received a much harsher sentence to a tiny village in the northern tundra just south of the Arctic Circle. We're talking minus 50 degrees in the winter, swarming with mosquitoes in the summer. Martov's 3 years in exile were defined by physical discomfort, mental isolation, and poor health. Martov's village received exactly 9 mail deliveries a year, and he was starved for information and any connection to the outside world. But despite limited contact, Lenin and Martov were able to correspond with each other, and their friendship and partnership grew even as they remained physically separated. They were also both able to use the same old invisible ink and hidden messages and otherwise innocuous books routine to stay informed and even contribute to the political debates among their free comrades back in Russia, which is how both Lenin and Martov followed with increasing distress the rise of revisionism and economism and legal Marxism. Their own letters, both to each other and back home, expressed outrage at the spread of these heresies, and they resolved to do something about it once they were free. Lenin's 3-year sentence finally ended at the end of January 1900, and though Krupskaya still had another year to go, she had been arrested and sentenced later, there was never any question of Lenin staying in exile while she finished her term. He had work to do. So he left while she and her mother stayed behind. Martov's exile, on the other hand, wrapped up at the same time Lenin's did, and the two comrades, who had hardly spent more than a few days under the same roof together, now rejoined one another and made plans to refound the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party on a firm, united footing. And to this end, Lenin made contact with Pyotr Struve and attempted to find enough common ground with the legal Marxists to create a national newspaper that could espouse a single unified social democratic message. But the legal Marxist drift towards reformist liberalism was in full effect, and they were no longer able to see eye to eye on fundamental questions. Their unification was impossible, and henceforth they would be rivals for the hearts and minds of the radical intelligentsia. With the split now permanent, and the authorities keeping a very close eye on him, Lenin concluded he could do more abroad than he could at home. He applied for permission to leave the country and found his passport quickly approved. There was nothing the authorities liked more than energetic radicals going abroad and sinking into the lethargy of an émigré's life far from St. Petersburg and Moscow. Now, during his exile in Siberia, Lenin had maintained contact with allies in those émigré communities who still believed in holding the orthodox line against revisionist economism, since they had essentially invented and defined that orthodox line, and we're talking here about the original Emancipation of Labor group of Plekhanov, Zasulich, and Axelrod. What Lenin now proposed, and what the Emancipation of Labor group agreed to, was the foundation of a national newspaper that could become a focal point for social democratic organizing and a way to spread information, ideas, and solidarity throughout the Russian Empire. This new national newspaper would combine their forces, the intellectual and moral authority of the old guard with the energy and fighting spirit of the new guard, and together they would restore sanity to the social democratic underground. Now, despite Lenin's misgivings, Martov elected to stay behind in Russia while Lenin departed for Switzerland and then Germany in July of 1900. But if the proposed newspaper was going to have an audience, it needed points of distribution and allies inside of Russia. And so Martov spent the next year traveling around, making contacts, organizing allies to receive and distribute the newspaper when it started publishing. By the fall of 1900, the work of organizing, writing, and publishing this new newspaper was underway, and it even now had a name. They called it Iskra, or the Spark. Iskra had multiple functions. First and foremost, it would establish an orthodox Marxist line of attack on the Tsar and his regime, and create a national narrative within which local social democratic groups could fit their own local struggles. Second, but equally important, was emphasizing that orthodox Marxist line of attack, which meant going after divergent and heretical strains in the radical underground. And this meant not just liberal-leaning economism and revisionism inside the Marxist sphere, but also reviving their traditional attacks on the Narodist socialist revolutionaries and the anarchists. Because if they were going to take down the Tsar and usher in a social revolution, they were going to have to do it with right theory and right action. Third, as we'll discuss more in a minute, Iskra was also meant to serve as the new foundation of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, which, despite being technically founded in 1898, didn't really exist yet. Iskra was meant to give form and focus and unity to the kind of National Social Democratic Party that the Iskra leadership deemed essential to the revolution. That leadership team was a 6-person, self-appointed editorial board, which is always described as a balance between the old guard and the new guard. The old guard was, of course, Plekhanov, Zasulich, and Axelrod. The new guard was Lenin and Martov, and this other guy, Alexander Petresov, who was their comrade in the Union of Struggle and had been arrested and exiled and freed alongside Lenin and Martov. And though Petrasov is obviously important enough to be on the board of Iskra, and would be around all the way through the revolution of 1917, he positively radiates plus the other guy energy. So let's just leave him as the other guy and not worry about him. This 6-person editorial board of Iskra represents something of a generational transition inside the movement. Though Plekhanov was still only in his mid-40s, this is the period where he starts to go from father of Russian Marxism to something more like grandfather of Russian Marxism. And though in the early period of the paper, Plekhanov believed he would remain the dominant personality, his younger colleagues were not interested in deferring to Plekhanov's will and ego the way Zazulich and Axelrod always were. They respected Plekhanov enormously, they honored his life and work, but they would not be his ciphers. And in an important early showdown, the New Guard carried a proposal to base Iskra in Munich, Germany, rather than in Switzerland. Now, this was partly to keep the paper in neutral territory. Switzerland was so full of long-established acrimonious factions inside the Russian colony that publishing the paper there might inhibit Iskra's ability to be something new rather than just the continuation of something old. But publishing the paper in Munich was also a bid by the younger editors to stop it from falling under the domineering thumb of Plekhanov. So the first issue of Iskra was published in December 1900. And it would be the first of 51 issues printed over the next 3 years. By the spring of 1901, Martov and then Krupskaya had both joined Lenin in Munich, and they all devoted all their attention to the paper. Iskra devoted its column inches primarily to 3 main topics. First, a relentless denunciation of the Tsarist regime. Second, relentless attacks on revisionism and economism as false bourgeois traps they must not fall into. And third, sharing news about activities and successes of comrades who were sending in reports from their local areas. Taking its cues from Lenin's own rhetorical style, Iskra was blunt and sarcastic and satirical. They mercilessly skewered everyone. Axelrod sometimes complained that they needed to be a bit more diplomatic in their approach to potential allies. But in Lenin's mind, the unification of the Social Democrats was not about creating a big enough tent for everyone to feel welcome, but to delineate a set of principles and objectives that would bring clarity and purpose to everyone's activities. But as I said earlier, the point of Iskra was not simply to be a journalistic and intellectual organ per se. It was meant to be the nucleus of a social democratic political party that did not yet exist. So while half the work was writing and editing, the other half was building up a network to distribute Iskra in Russia and defend its editorial line. And this network was meant to become the organizational skeleton of a fully realized Russian Social Democratic Labor Party. And with Lenin as the one most interested in this particular aspect of the paper, and Krupskaya acting as principal secretary, the network of agents and contacts and comrades that they started organizing took orders from and sought advice from Lenin and Krupskaya. And the couple was very successful at both distributing the paper and winning the loyalty of dedicated agents across Russia. And they were encouraged to adopt a with us or against us mentality. And thanks to all this, its subscription list grew and spread. At its peak, they were printing 8,000 copies of each new issue. Iskra was unquestionably the single largest and most successful revolutionary newspaper of the time, of any of the revolutionary creeds or sects or organizations. And whether you loved them or hated them, everyone now had to reckon with this new Iskra party. Alongside the regular work of putting out the paper, Lenin wrote a condensed summary of all the ideas that were now being espoused piecemeal in Iskra, and he named his manifesto after his own favorite novel, What is to be Done? Now, this short book opens with its most immediate purpose, which is staking out the superiority and necessity of orthodox Marxist revolution, as opposed to revisionist reformers and opportunists in the West who are now horror of horrors joining governmental ministries, as if a real socialist could cohabitate in a government with a bunch of bourgeois liberals. But the later sections of What is to be Done wound up being more historically important, as it outlined Lenin's theories and strategies and tactics for organizing a revolutionary party, and it became essentially the practical handbook of Bolshevism. And here, Lenin himself revised Marx a little bit, saying that the proletariat was never on their own and spontaneously going to produce the leaders or the revolutionary consciousness necessary for them to play their historical role in overthrowing capitalism. So they needed guidance and leadership. But Lenin also believed that both sides of this equation, the intelligentsia and the workers, would, if left to their own devices, both drift in their own way away from revolution. The intelligentsia would sink into their comfortable bourgeois habits and embrace reformist liberalism, as was happening with revisionism and the so-called legal Marxists. Meanwhile, the workers would be seduced by the immediate fruits of mere trade unionism. So what was needed to keep everyone on track was a network of professional socialist revolutionaries drawn from the intelligentsia who would not abandon the socialist faith, but who would commit to keeping the workers focused on the real prize, political and social revolution. And though he was talking about committed, professional, fully dedicated revolutionaries, Lenin opposed the creation of a people's will-style elite vanguard party who had simply given up on getting the people on board. Lenin's understanding of historical materialism meant that the revolution would ultimately be a mass movement. The problem was that under the prevailing laws of the Russian Empire, organizing a mass worker party was illegal. So they would have to do the next best thing: create the skeleton of that party, so that when the Tsarist regime crumbled under the weight of its own contradictions and incompetence, as it must, the party would be ready to rapidly scale the party up into a mass movement. The dictatorship of the proletariat was still never meant to be a Jacobin-style revolutionary dictatorship. This was all about the people rising up from below, rather than a small group of elite revolutionaries issuing decrees from above. Just as Lenin was finishing what is to be done, the heat in Germany got turned up a bit as the authorities started getting annoyed at reports of their brazen smuggling operations. So the board of Iskra voted to relocate from Munich to the greater freedom of London. The move to London marked the end of whatever honeymoon period they all enjoyed together. Plekhanov and Axelrod, still living in Switzerland, started to recognize how little influence they had on the daily running of the operation, while Lenin proceeded to take on an even greater role. He and Krupskaya continued to lead the project of organizing and operating agents back in Russia, and more everyone came to the realization that by accident or design, Lenin and Iskra were becoming synonymous. But in Lenin's defense, he was a workaholic who was 100% committed to Iskra in a way that the others just weren't. Axelrod and his wife were both sick, and he lived in Zurich. Plekhanov was always more interested in theory than in practice. Vera Zasulich was an increasingly passive partner, and Martov, though still young and energetic, was also more concerned about developing himself as a writer and a theorist, not a publisher and an organizer. Plus, he was personally unhappy in London and spent as much time as possible traveling around to confer with émigré groups in Germany and Switzerland and France to build up support for Iskra among the exiled intelligentsia. So the long hours and necessary work of actually putting the paper to bed fell on Lenin's indefatigable shoulders. His reward for bearing this burden is that he often called the shots. And one of the shots he called in late 1902 was extending an invitation to an up-and-coming young writer who had recently escaped from his own Siberian exile to come to London and join the operation. And though this up-and-coming young writer was born Leif Davidovich Bronstein and had written articles under a variety of pen names, when he showed up on Lenin and Krupskaya's doorstep in October of 1902, his passport bore the name Trotsky. Leif Davidovich Bronstein was born on October 26, 1879, making him about 10 years younger than most of the other people we've recently introduced. He was the fifth child of a prosperous Ukrainian Jewish family, though, like Martov, he grew up without any major attachment to the Jewish faith. His father was not religious at all, and the family spoke Russian and Ukrainian rather than Yiddish. The boy showed enough precocious intellectual promise that when he was 8 years old, his parents sent him off to live in Odessa with middle-class cousins, where he would receive a better and more worldly education. And they were right about his intellectual abilities. but from time to time regretted the worldly part of his education. Young Bronstein was smart and well-liked, though also willful and egotistical. He had no interest in sports or roughhousing, but enjoyed shredding everyone, teachers and students alike, in debates with a self-confident, sarcastic wit. He once got himself kicked out of school for joining in the disrespectful booing of a hated teacher, but was readmitted the next year. His sins at this point were merely behavioral, rather than political or criminal. And at least until he was an older teenager, Bronstein showed no interest in politics and seemed to aim for the safe intellectual harbors of a university math department. But this all changed in 1896 when he was sent to do a final year of school in the Black Sea port of Mykolaiv. This was the same year his future comrades were already so deep in radical organizing that they had to follow the great strikes in St. Petersburg from their prison cells. Meanwhile, Bronstein was still just a smart-mouthed teenager. And his smart mouth was about to get a lot smarter. In Mykolaiv, he fell in with a more nonconformist set that congregated in an orchard rented by an old radical veteran of the 1870s who hosted all comers for tea and free discussion. Free discussion which was never so conspiratorial or actively seditious that the police spies who periodically sat in on their gatherings had any real problem with. It was in this orchard that Bronstein met a young woman named Alexandra Sokolovskaya. Sokolovskaya was the one participant in these meetings who openly self-identified as a Marxist. Himself currently falling under the thrall of the romantic neurotist ideas about the heroic power of the individual over the march of historical materialism and its seeming erasure of the individual spirit, Bronstein spent most of his time ridiculing her Marxism. But Sokolovskaya's counter-arguments and his own further reading slowly ate at Bronstein's early intellectual and political assumptions. By the middle of his final year in school, he abruptly switched sides and converted to Marxism. Though he did not know it, he was well on his way to becoming one of its greatest and most influential apostles. Bronstein's political bent naturally worried his parents, and they were relieved when he went off to the University of Odessa and, as I said, the relative safety of the math department. But he did not stay long at university, and soon left for the unsafety of a life in politics. Inspired by the strikes of 1896 and the recent move towards a worker-focused agitation method of the Vilna program, Bronstein and his friends, including his former sparring partner turned comrade, Alexandra Sokolovskaya, organized what they called the Southern Russian Workers' Union in the spring of 1897, focusing most especially on the 10,000 or so dock workers of Mykolaiv. To this end, they started up a little newspaper, in which Bronstein discovered how great of a writer he actually was. The pamphlets and papers he wrote started to get circulated around, and they did the trick. People started signing up. Membership in the party grew. Enough so that the authorities took notice. Though it did take them a while to realize that this was really just some independent kids on a DIY project than a group linked to the larger and more established radical networks. But the success of the union proved to be its undoing. It couldn't be ignored, it had to be dealt with. So in January 1898, a police sweep picked up 200 members, including Bronstein. He was still just 18 years old. He spent the next 2 years held in various jails and prisons, uncharged and awaiting arbitrary administrative sentencing. The early part of this incarceration was spent in solitary confinement to break his spirit, but as it turns out, he had a capacity for endurance to go along with his capacity for writing and speaking and organizing. Eventually, Bronstein was transferred up to an overcrowded prison in Moscow, where he met other more established and experienced revolutionaries who put more radical literature into his hands, oversight in these prisons being lax thanks to indifference and bribery. And it was here that he first read Lenin's Development of Capitalism in Russia. He also found in this prison his old sparring partner turned Marxist comrade, Alexandra Sokolovskaya. She too was there awaiting her own administrative sentence. And in the summer of 1899, the two agreed to get married. Now, like the union of Lenin and Krupskaya, the ratio of convenience to affection is hard to pin down. Now, certainly it probably started with a calculation that a marriage would allow them each to have a companion in their expected Siberian exile, but they also wound up having a couple of kids together. so it wasn't a strictly platonic marriage of convenience. Their sentence was finally handed down in 1900, 4 years in Siberia. So at pretty much the same moment Lenin and Martov are traveling back home, Bronstein, still just Bronstein, was shipping out to 4 years in Siberian limbo. During the next few years, Bronstein read everything he could get his hands on, finally reading, for example, Capital by Karl Marx, which he had not yet ever gotten his hands on. He joined in the lively debates among the social democratic exiles that was allowed to proceed more or less undisturbed by the ineffectual authorities. This community was far enough along that there was even a social democratic Siberian Union that he joined and wrote pamphlets for. He managed to get his letters and articles and literary criticism and observations printed in various journals under various pseudonyms, and he developed a reputation as one of the best writers in the whole scene. Meanwhile, he and Sokolovskaya bounced around between different assigned villages and had 2 children together. In 1902, a copy of What Is to Be Done and a box full of back issues of Iskra arrived, and here he found ideas expressed that he himself had been groping towards on his own. And only halfway through his term of exile, but 4.5 years since he had last tasted freedom, Bronstein longed to get back into the action. So when an opportunity arose to smuggle him out of Siberia, he took it. And he apparently took this opportunity to escape alone with the full support and encouragement of Sokolovskaya, now the mother of his 2 children. The escape would prove to be the amicable dissolution of their brief marriage, though they would remain on friendly and mutually supportive terms for the rest of their lives. So, leaving his wife and kids in Siberia, Bronstein hid in a hay cart and then followed a series of contacts west using a fake passport. Needing to slap a name on this document, he wrote down the name of one of his original jailers in Odessa, Trotsky. So it was Bronstein who went to Siberia, but Trotsky who came out. And when he got out, he started traveling around, making new friends and contacts, many of whom knew the reputation of this young writer from Siberia, and they sent back reports to Lenin in London saying, "We have this remarkable talent. What should we do with him?" And Lenin sent his response, "Tell him to present himself at the Iskra office in London. There's work to be done." Not wasting any time, Trotsky crossed the border and headed to Britain in October of 1902, finally showing up unannounced on Lenin and Krupskaya's doorstep in the wee hours of the morning with not even enough money to pay the cab driver. Trotsky's arrival did not really shift the dynamic too much at Iskra, much to Lenin's chagrin. Trotsky was well liked by everyone, and his talents were undeniable, and after just a few months, Lenin proposed that Trotsky be added to the editorial board, an initiative supported by everyone else. But co-opting a new member onto the board required unanimity, and Plekhanov would not have it. He was still holding tenuously to his status as leader of Russian Marxism, and he did not want to hand Lenin the gift of a loyal and deciding vote in Iskra matters. Not that Trotsky's vote would have impacted the next really big decision the editorial board voted on anyway. The others were sick of being based in London, and with plans well underway to hold a second party congress of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party underway, they decided it was better to consolidate their own group. In March 1903, they voted to move their headquarters to Switzerland. Lenin objected and voted no, but he was the only nay. And so, Iskra moved to Switzerland. And that takes us to the brink of a small gathering at the time that became a huge event in retrospect. Next week, we will discuss the Second Party Congress of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, and really the first time anything like a Congress was actually held, seeing as how the quote-unquote first Congress was 9 guys in a house who were all soon arrested. Now you would think, as I've outlined things here today, that the natural battle line would be drawn between the 2 alphas, Lenin and Plekhanov. The upstart versus the master, the new guard versus the old guard, the student versus the teacher. But it wouldn't go down like that. Lenin and Plekhanov would form an alliance that would define the party. And instead, the major battle line would be drawn between new factions and old friends. Factions that would soon be dubbed the Mensheviks and the Bolsheviks. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 10.29, Bolsheviks and Mensheviks. We ended last week with the editorial board of Iskra voting to move their headquarters to Geneva in advance of the Second Party Congress of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, which was now scheduled for July 1903. Though there was tension between the old guard of Plekhanov, Zasulich, and Axelrod, and the new guard of Lenin, Martov, and the other guy, they still formed a united front as leaders of the Iskra faction inside the larger social democratic community, and they were all anticipating that the coming Congress would be the moment when their vision for the party became the vision for the party. But right on cue, our old friend the entropy of victory is going to come along and cleave them in twain, resulting in one of the most famous political party splits in history. The prologue to this historic split came just before Iskra moved to Geneva, and the prologue is called the Bauman Affair. The Bauman of the Bauman Affair was Nikolai Bauman, considered by Lenin to be one of his best and most reliable agents supporting Iskra in Russia. But Bauman came with shameful baggage. While serving a term of exile in 1899, Bauman had carried on an affair with a fellow comrade, who was herself the wife of yet another comrade. Once free, Bauman mocked his former mistress and trashed her reputation. The social democratic community was not large, and this trashing of her reputation was traumatizing and humiliating, and she seemed to receive no defense or support from her fellow comrades. So in response, she wrote a letter to the party defending her honor, and then hanged herself. Bauman himself carried on like nothing had happened, but in early 1903 the widowed husband showed up in London asking the members of Iskra, as the most central party organization that currently existed, to do something about it. Here you have one of your agents having cruelly driven another comrade to suicide. Now it was obvious to Martov and Zasulich and Axelrod that Bauman should be expelled from the party. His heinous cruelty was an ethical breach too great to overlook. Character counted for something. But Lenin disagreed. Strongly disagreed. He refused to allow the board to even officially consider the matter. He said this was all personal business and outside the party's jurisdiction. Besides, Bauman was an exceptional agent, and that was all that mattered. Lenin was so stubborn on this point that nothing was ultimately done. The board never officially heard from her husband. Bauman remained in the party and would remain one of Lenin's most loyal agents. By all accounts, the other members of the board were shocked at Lenin's adamant amorality. One of their comrades had killed herself over Bauman's behavior, but somehow they were just supposed to act like the only thing that mattered was how good of an agent he was, while she counted for nothing. How can we let a man like Bauman stay in our ranks? I thought we were the good guys. So the Bauman affair would linger as a dark cloud over all their relations. And from here on out, for example, Vera Zasulich couldn't stand to even be in the same room as Lenin. Now, Lenin and Martov, meanwhile, remain allies for now, but their relationship noticeably cooled, as Martov had now seen a hard part of Lenin's character that Lenin had either not revealed yet, or that Martov had chosen not to see. On the other hand, the Bauman affair brought together Lenin and Plekhanov at a very timely moment. Plekhanov supported Lenin's argument that the revolution is all that mattered, even above personal morality. So this brought together the two alphas who had been competing with each other for control of the board of Iskra, and it brought them into alignment with each other just on the eve of the Second Party Congress. Now all that said, I don't want to oversell the impact of the Bauman affair. They all still went into the Second Party Congress on the same side, aiming for the same thing: the adoption of what you might call the Iskra Party platform as the official platform of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party. The core tenets of this platform was unite the various local social democratic groups under a single central committee, advance an orthodox Marxist ideology that would be defined and elaborated and distributed by a single party organ, namely Iskra. And thanks to the work Lenin and Krupskaya had done over the past few years building up a network of loyal agents across Russia, including Bauman, who would be a delegate at the Congress, Lenin fully expected the Second Party Congress to simply be those agents coming together and voting to enshrine the Iskra platform as the official party platform. The Second Party Congress of the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party met in Brussels in July 1903. Attending were 57 delegates, of whom 43 had voting rights. The others had merely consultative rights, the ability to speak but not cast a vote. These delegates did not attend as mere individuals, but as representatives of some officially constituted social democratic group. And in very simple terms, the goal of the Congress was to unify all these different autonomous groups into a single party. And one of the most gratifying parts of the Congress was that of the 26 different groups represented, all but 5 of them actually came from inside the Russian Empire. This was not just another assembly of impotent emigres pretending like they had influence back home. These groups ranged from the Bundists in Lithuania all the way to the Far East Siberian Union, represented by their recently escaped golden boy Trotsky. Lenin was right not to fear any real challenge to the Iskra platform. 44 of the 57 attending delegates were Iskra agents. Those who might be considered the opposition, the Bundists and a few emigre economists, would be faced with a stark choice: submit or leave. But hardly anything got done in Brussels. The Okrana knew all about this meeting, even if they couldn't stop it from happening. So the Russian ambassador appealed to the Belgian government for help, and the Belgian government, themselves not very thrilled at this Congress of revolutionaries meeting in their backyard, offered the Russian government assistance. The delegates were kept under tight and not at all hidden surveillance. They often returned to their hotel rooms to find that the police had searched their rooms in their absence. Worried that they might be arrested and deported, they all decided to decamp Brussels and reconvene in London. Lenin scrambled to arrange meeting places and lodges after this surprise move, but on August the 11th, 1903, they all finally reconvened. Able now to get down to business, Lenin expected no challenges. He was thus mighty upset when he faced a challenge from Martov, of all people, on the seemingly trivial point of what it meant to be a member of the party. Now, Lenin and Martov had been on the same side of practically every issue since they had first come together back in 1895, the recent unpleasantness of the Bauman affair being the first real crack in their alliance. But when the definition of party membership came up for debate on August the 15th, the two old comrades found themselves on opposite sides of a practically invisible line. Lenin's suggested formulation for membership is that you needed to support the party program, support the party materially, and personally participate in party organizations. Okay. Martov's counter-formulation was that you were supposed to support the party program, support the party materially, but merely engage in, quote, regular personal assistance under the direction of the party. To illustrate the difference, Martov described a university professor who might wish to be a member of the party, but who could not publicly participate in a party organization for fear of losing his job. There was no reason that the party should reject such a candidate. But hidden in the apparently trivial distinction between personal participation and regular personal assistance was a much larger disagreement about where the party was and where it was going. Lenin believed that it must remain a closed organization of full-time dedicated revolutionaries, so he wanted a narrower and more restrictive definition. Martov, on the other hand, was willing to be more open and inclusive. But to be very clear, Lenin was not arguing for some people's will-style hyper-elite vanguard party, nor was Martov saying that the mere fact of claiming membership would be enough to confer membership. The difference was smaller than that. But there was a difference. What this really comes down to is a debate about whether the party was going to continue to operate under a state of siege mentality. Facing the threat of economism and revisionism and legal Marxism, Martov himself had fully supported building up the Iskra group using some pretty sharp-elbowed tactics that demanded disciplined agents inside Russia who followed orders and who committed every waking moment to the struggle. This siege mentality had justified strategies and tactics and organizational principles that were necessary to ensure the survival of orthodox Marxism. but they were only ever meant to be temporary emergency expedients. And for Martov, the Second Party Congress was, in effect, the end of the siege. Not only had they survived the emergency, but they had triumphed. Iskra had won. So it was time now to return to normal order and return to their larger long-term goals, building up the party rolls and recruiting as many new members as possible, which would naturally require flexibility and a more inclusive definition of party membership. But for Lenin, the state of siege was nowhere near over. It might even, in fact, be a permanent way of life until the revolution was won. The emergency had not ended. The emergency would not end until the revolution was won. So they still needed a ruthless, centrally directed organization of hyper-disciplined full-time agents. Basically, Martov is saying it's time for us to open our hand, and Lenin is saying no, we need to remain a strong fist. That only a strong fist is going to smash the Tsar. So the delegates proceeded to debate the two proposals and take a vote. And much to Lenin's great annoyance, Martov won the point. Martov's open hand beat Lenin's closed fist, 28-23. Lenin was doubly furious that aside from Plekhanov, the other members of the Iskra board, as well as everyone's favorite protege Trotsky, voted against him. Now Martov did not realize how pissed Lenin was about losing this vote, because for Lenin there was no problem. They had had a difference of opinion about a point, both of them held their opinions honestly, there had been a debate and then a vote, and Martov had won. That was how it was supposed to work. And certainly Martov did not anticipate that this was the beginning of a larger breach, especially because in the next two big showdowns of the Congress, Martov remained right by Lenin's side as they completed the consolidation of the party under the Iskra platform. And that brings us to the fate of the Bundists, represented at the Congress by 6 delegates, led by Martov's old comrade and mentor, Arkady Kremer. The Bundists put forward a motion to define the Jewish Bund's relationship with the larger party. Specifically, they asked to be recognized as an autonomous subgroup with their own elected central committee. They also sought recognition as the sole representatives of Jewish workers. And much to Kremer's dismay, Martov himself led the charge rejecting the Bund's demands. Martov's point was that they were founding a single party. That was the point. So, despite their honest intentions and obvious organizational success, the Bund could not maintain themselves as some mere federated part of the whole. They either joined the party and submitted to the Central Committee or they did not. And there was a precedent at stake. If the Jews were allowed to have the Bund, then what was to stop the Poles or the Ukrainians or Lutherans or any other subgroup from demanding their own autonomous position? That would defeat the purpose of unification, and they would be right back to being a mere loose federation rather than a single party. Martov also rejected the idea that the party should have to go through the Bund as some kind of cultural intermediary if they wanted to appeal to or recruit Jewish workers, who were, after all, according to Marxist orthodoxy, workers who happened to be Jews, rather than Jews who happened to be workers. Joining Martov against the Bund was Trotsky, who leveled his own razor-sharp invective in saying that as a Jew I reject what the Bund is trying to do, not for the least reason that the socialist revolution is meant to erase the cruel and irrational distinctions between Jew and Gentile, so we can't very well enshrine that distinction inside our socialist revolutionary party. Unwilling to surrender himself and the Bund to outside control without any autonomous rights, and feeling mighty abused by his former friends, Kremer and the 5 other Bundist delegates walked out of the Congress. Then, right on the heels of driving out the Bund, Lenin and Martov and their allies moved on to clearing out any lingering vestiges of economism. The Congress voted 2 measures that were directly aimed at the economists. First, they defined Iskra as the sole editorial organ of the party, and second, they voted that there would be one single foreign league for all émigré members of the party. Since there were rival papers and non-Iskra-aligned émigré groups who advocated economism, it was not lost on the 2 economist delegates that these measures were designed to establish unchallenged orthodox supremacy inside the party. So the 2 economist delegates followed the Bundists out the door. And now we come to the real turning point of the Congress. The Bundists and the economists had all voted with Martov on the membership question, and when they walked out the door, they carried Martov's majority with them. As soon as they were gone, Lenin knew that he now controlled a loyal caucus of voters who would vote with him no matter what, and he was not afraid to immediately take advantage of his newfound majority on two key issues: the composition of the three-person Central Committee who would control the party inside Russia, and the composition of the editorial board of Iskra, who would define the ideology and policies of the party. So on the very night after the walkout of the Bundists and the economists, Lenin convened a caucus of his loyal voters where it was agreed that the next day they would elect 3 loyal comrades to the Central Committee and, more provocatively, purge Vera Zasulich, Pavel Axelrod, and the other guy from the board of Iskra. Martov caught wind of this caucus and tried to address the group, but he was denied entry. Having been in lockstep with Lenin every step of the way, Martov was now literally on the outside looking in. The next day, Lenin went ahead with his plan. The proposal to drop Zasulich, Axelrod, and the other guy from the Iskra board triggered shocked commotion. Now, it was presented as a matter of efficiency and more accurately capturing the working reality of the paper. Zasulich and Axelrod in particular did not contribute much to the process of publishing Iskra, which was true. But unceremoniously dumping them like this seemed heartless and disrespectful. Axelrod and Zasulich had been fighting the revolution since Lenin had been in short pants. They had helped found Russian Marxism, and now they were being treated like dead weight to be simply tossed aside. And given the recent personal divisions on the board, it was not hard to take all of this as a power grab by a vengeful Lenin looking to consolidate control over the paper and the party, purging those who stood in his way. Equally shocking to Zasulich and Axelrod was that Plekhanov backed Lenin up. The new board would be composed of just Lenin and Martov and Plekhanov. The delegates who were not in on the plan rose in shocked opposition, but no amount of shouting could change the math of the vote. Lenin had the votes, and the final tally in support of his motion was 25-2, with 17 delegates abstaining in protest. This marks the real epicenter of the split in the party. Now, Martov still had a place on the Iskra board, but in solidarity with his purged friends, announced that he refused to serve. He could not believe the shameful way this had all unfolded. Others, including Trotsky, agreed with Martov. How could Lenin be so callous towards honored comrades? It was disgusting on a personal level. And on a political level, again, it was not hard to see this as Lenin ruthlessly taking control of the party. It was hard to see his intentions in a benign light, that he just wanted to make Iskra function more efficiently, when the actions themselves seemed so overtly malevolent and amoral and vindictive. Especially because at the same time, Lenin's caucus also selected 3 comrades personally loyal to Lenin to serve on the Central Committee. After these final votes, the Congress's official work was done, and they dispersed. And though united on paper, and with an organizational structure and leadership committees in place, in reality, they were now sharply divided. The entropy of Iskra's victory created 2 new factions, known forever after as the Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks. These famous party labels come to us thanks to Lenin's adroit understanding of politics, because Bolshevik basically just means the majority, while Menshevik means the minority. Lenin took his victories at the end of the Congress as an opportunity to label himself and his supporters the Bolsheviks, while labeling Martov and his allies merely the Mensheviks. The great irony, of course, is that Lenin's Bolshevik quote-unquote majority only existed at one very specific moment in time. Setting aside the fact that they only held that majority because the Bundists and the economists had walked out the day before, after reports of the dramatic and acrimonious conclusion to the Congress spread back out to the wider social democratic community, most members of the party tended to side with Martov, Axelrod, Zasulich, and Trotsky. The majority of the party were Mensheviks, and it is one of the great case studies of successful political branding that Lenin managed to get his faction called the Bolsheviks at all, and that Martov and his allies accepted the label Menshevik is generally taken as proof that they were simply not as politically adept as Lenin, which is probably true. In the short term, Lenin's majority was quickly exposed for what it was. The months after the Congress saw the Mensheviks boycotting Iskra and threatening to ignore the Central Committee of the party altogether, challenging their legitimacy on the grounds that they had been put in place by something of a coup staged by Lenin and his cronies. In October of 1903, the Foreign League of the party held its first meeting as the sole émigré wing of the party, and all the émigré leaders were there. This time Martov commanded a majority, and he received plenty of support for his denunciations of Lenin's tactics, behavior, and vision for the party. Plekhanov had come to regret his support for Lenin at the Congress, and he had believed supporting Lenin's hard line would result in a stronger and more unified party, and instead he had badly divided them all. Lenin was now accused of being a Robespierre leading a Jacobin coup, and in November 1903, Plekhanov told Lenin he was going to publicly invite the purged members back onto the board of Iskra. Lenin could either accept the return to the status quo or resign. Recognizing that the bulk of the party members would support Plekhanov, and that the return of these members to the board meant that his position would be nullified, Lenin resigned from Iskra in December 1903. He had done more than anyone to make Iskra what it was, and now he was out. Just a few months earlier, it seemed like Lenin had completed a personal takeover of the party, and now he had no official position or rank to speak of. It was now Lenin's turn to feel angry and aggrieved. He argued, not unjustly, that it was he, not the Mensheviks, who was the victim of a coup. All he had done was propose motions to a duly convened Congress of the party and then won a majority of the votes. He had broken no rules, there had been no tricks, he had observed the rules of order. Everything had been done out in the open and after a free debate. For Martov and the Mensheviks to now insist that all this be undone simply because they didn't like the outcome was ludicrous. The party can't operate like that. And Lenin kind of has a point here. They were accusing him of being authoritarian, when they were the ones trying to go outside the rules to reverse the majority decision of a party Congress. And also, we must note that whatever Lenin's authoritarian instincts may or may not have been at this point, he did not take the opportunity afforded to him by his brief Bolshevik majority to literally expel the Mensheviks from the party for opposing him. So Lenin is basically saying, and I'm paraphrasing here, you accuse me of orchestrating an authoritarian purge. Yet, such a purge never actually took place. All I did was drop the least active members from the editorial board of Iskra and elect some comrades in good standing to serve on the Central Committee. And now you're freaking out and boycotting the Central Committee and Iskra. So who's in the wrong here? What exactly is the problem? But clearly there was a problem. A big problem. And so we'll wrap up today trying to make some sense of this Bolshevik-Menshevik split. Now, lots of people, then and now, look at all this arguing over membership rules and who sat on an editorial board, and concluded that these are just excuses to cover a naked contest for personal power. That the issues and principles didn't matter. This is just about a fight for who personally controlled what committees. Lenin wanted to be in control. His rivals also wanted to be in control. The exceedingly minor points over which they split prove that this was not about what or why or how, but who. And while this is true, I think it can be taken too far, because there was a difference in principles. Are we inclusive or exclusive, wide or narrow, disciplined or flexible, a party of people or an organization of professionals? Or do we have an open hand or a closed fist? In the months that followed, everybody traded essays in the underground press that elaborated some of these divisions, and Axelrod in particular wrote a long essay about the necessity of transitioning from an intelligentsia-led organization to a proletariat-led party. So there were ideological and organizational principles at stake, at least at the beginning. But the thing is, ideological and organizational principles were not the only principles at play. It seems pretty clear, at least on the Menshevik side, that the thing that really upset them was the moral dimension. Lenin's unscrupulous ruthlessness offended them. His behavior was callous and churlish, disrespectful, mean, devoid of camaraderie, loyalty, or generosity. In a word, unprincipled. They associated such cruel and ruthless amorality with the despotic czar and the exploitive capitalists. It's why they're the bad guys. They don't care about people, but we do. That's why we're the good guys. And at a minimum, we have to at least care about each other. Character counts for something. Lenin said such sentimentality was a sign of weakness. Well, they disagreed. And how can you really trust Comrade Lenin if you know that he'll chuck you overboard if he thought it would bring the revolution one day closer? Now, of course, we should stop for a moment and ask where Martov's generosity of spirit and loyal camaraderie were when he led the charge purging the Bundists and the economists from the party. But the point is that when they now talked about what had split the Bolsheviks from the Mensheviks, these issues of morality and honor and loyalty were front and center, and those too were principles that were at stake. But there is no denying that in very short order, principles gave way to personalities. Like any feud, the original causes were forgotten in a never-ending cycle of personal slights and insults and attacks. The grudges became personal and deep and bitter. And when you keep driving to the heart of the split between the Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks, what it really comes down to is a simple question. How do you feel about Lenin? If you liked him, you were a Bolshevik. If you didn't like him, you were a Menshevik. And as the insults became personal and petty and vulgar, especially between Lenin and Trotsky, it really didn't matter what they were fighting for. It only mattered who they were fighting against. Lenin and Martov's personal friendship was now over. Their political alliance was at an end. And when Lenin now talked about the enemy, he meant Martov, not the Tsar. So what was this all about? Was it about party principles, moral codes, personal grudges, or just a raw contest for power? The answer is yes, 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 and yes. But though these personal conflicts and bitter grudges kept the feud inside the party permanent, it did not actually break up the party. Everyone spent all of 1904 enmeshed in mutual insult flinging, but everyone still identified as a member of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party. And this is because, though their differences loomed large under close magnification, with a wider lens, they were all still on the same side, standing opposed to the Tsar, of course, but also against liberals, revisionist Marxists, anarchists, and the neo-Narodist SRs. And next week, we are going to return to those neo-Narodist SRs as they organize their own national party to achieve their own ends by their own means, almost none of which aligned with the members of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party. But after this, there won't be any time left to organize, because in February 1904, the Russo-Japanese War is going to get going. And then after that, suddenly, the revolution they had all been waiting for and planning for and organizing for and preparing for their whole lives was at hand. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 10.30, The SRs. We spent the last two episodes tracing the unification of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party under the banner of Marxist orthodoxy, and then we left them as they entered their post-unification de-unification phase as they split into the Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks. This week we are going to trace a similar line of unification for the Party of Socialist Revolutionaries, aka the SRs. The SRs were that Narodist alternative to the Social Democrats inside the still very fluid revolutionary underground, where different parties representing different ideologies were competing for the hearts and minds of potential young radicals. So the SRs grew up right alongside and in rivalry with the Social Democrats who we've been talking about the last few weeks, though their post-unification de-unification phase was not as immediate or as abrupt as it was for the Social Democrats. So to reorient yourself, it may be helpful to go back and listen to episodes 10.21 and the back half of episode 10.27 because that's what I'm building off of here today. But where we basically left off with the SRs is that around 1900, there were a couple of stable neurotist organizations floating around in Russia and in the emigre communities of Europe. There was the Northern Union, who most explicitly carried the legacy of people's will, believing that an elite vanguard of terrorists must launch a violent political revolution that will free the people of Russia, but that we cannot count on the people of Russia to rise up themselves because they are hopelessly ignorant and backwards. Then there were the southern groups, who extended across a span from Ukraine to the Volga River. These southern groups now believe that a combination of better rural education, the famine of 1891, and the impact of the Vita system had left the Russian peasantry very receptive to radicalization. They could, in fact, be counted on to rise up, that they had revolutionary potential right now here today. Now, like their northern comrades, the southern groups also preached political revolution as being the first necessary step to economic socialization, but they were far more suspicious of the efficacy of terrorism, which they felt was a strategy that had long since been discredited. The original people's will had successfully killed the Tsar, and the result had been smothering reaction, not liberating revolution. To which their northern comrades could easily reply, well, you're arguing we try going to the people again, which has never worked and will never work. But though these differences of opinion existed, they all did come out of the same neurotist tradition. All of them sought the overthrow of the Tsar and believed that the revolutionary future of Russia was all about agrarian socialism. After all, even with the undeniable impact of the Vita system and the advance of modern industrial progress, Russia was still overwhelmingly rural, and the Russian population still engaged in agricultural activity. But perhaps most importantly, they shared common rivals. They were not liberals, or unionists, or legal Marxists, and they were not, perish the thought, social democrats. So the various socialist revolutionary leaders inside Russia agreed that despite their own differences, it would be better to come into alliance with one another than to not. This was both to advance what common agenda they did have, and form a united front to prevent potential recruits from being taken in by the Social Democrats on the one hand, or settling for weak tea liberal reformism on the other. So over the winter of 1901-1902, the leaders of the Northern Union and the Southern groups came together and formed this new thing they called the Party of Socialist Revolutionaries. Now, joining the new SR party as its third principal pillar was that Workers' Party for the Political Liberation of Russia that we talked about back in episode 10.21. This was the group founded by Grigory Gershuni and Old Breshkovskaya, the babushka of revolution, who did their work among the Jewish laborers. Their focus on the Jewish communities put them in competition with both the Marxist Jewish Labor Bund and the Proto-Zionists, who were pitching a vision of united Jewish nationalism. I mean, if you were a Jewish worker in the Russian Empire at this point, there were lots of groups competing for your attention and loyalties. But Gershuni was noted by friends and enemies alike as an incredibly charismatic proselytizer and organizer, while Breshkovskaya's undeniable revolutionary credentials and her own fiery charisma made them very successful among those they preached to. Now, the program of the Workers' Party was similar to the Northern Union. Staging a quick and violent political revolution should be the main work of the party, and wherever Gershuni and Breshkovskaya planted seeds, we will find later hotbeds of SR maximalism. So with this new nucleus of an SR party having formed inside Russia, they then pursued unification with the larger neurotist community in exile, both old veterans of the 1870s and younger émigrés who had departed Russia in the 1890s. And this was, again, both about improving their ability to actually stage the revolution they all wanted, and to form a united firewall that would stop the expansion of the Social Democrats, who seemed to be insisting, among other things, that Russia must undergo a period of bourgeois capitalist rule, which seemed crazy and not a little bit counterproductive to the project of revolution. So the SR leadership inside Russia deputized Gershuni in late 1901 to leave Russia and meet with potential émigré allies to pitch them on the idea of forming one single party to unite them all. But while this was a successful trip, it was not a wholly successful trip. Gershuni did meet enthusiastic supporters of the idea, including Viktor Chernov, who we talked about at the end of episode 10.27, and who is emerging, right now basically, as the main theoretical architect of SR ideology. Chernov had now settled in as an émigré and was excited by the existence of this new united party inside Russia. So Chernov and his collaborators abroad agreed to help facilitate and edit the publication of a newspaper called Revolutionary Russia, which had been founded by Andrei Argunov, one of the main Northern Union leaders, and which would now serve as the single national paper of the SR party, putting it in direct competition with the orthodox Marxist newspaper, Iskra. But Gershuni found other émigré groups more circumspect. As you will recall from the end of episode 10.27, most of the old veteran Narodist groups had gotten together literally at the graveside of Pyotr Lavrov and agreed to form a united League of Socialist Revolutionaries. But these older veterans were not as thrilled by the announcement of this new SR party inside Russia, and they were not thrilled for three detectable reasons. First, they were old. They had seen this all before. They were skeptical that a united party could actually survive under constant police repression inside Russia. Plenty of the League's members had fled into exile specifically because the police had so effectively crushed people's will back in the 1880s. So they were not prepared to commit to what may be just another disappointing flash in the pan. Second, and we'll talk more about this in a second, they had theoretical reservations about some of the ideas this new party seemed interested in pursuing. Chernov and the southern groups were clearly looking to revive something like the Going to the People movement, which, if they were skeptical about the chances of an SR party surviving in Russia, they thought going to the people was downright impossible. That was a strategy that had been tried and was amongst the most embarrassing failures of the whole Russian revolutionary tradition. But third, you cannot deny the power of personality and ego sensitivity. The old guard émigrés believed they had earned the right to not simply join, participate, or affiliate with a new party, but to lead that new party. Merely joining as the émigré wing of something was not what they had dreamed of for themselves. But while the League remained aloof, Gershuni did return to Russia bearing the good news that Chernov and some other exiles, whose names I won't trouble you with, were now on board, and the party inside Russia now had connections to émigré groups abroad, which meant access to support and financing and resources from across Europe. But as a new SR Central Committee came together to try to advance their common interests, they had to grapple with two big differences of opinion about what to do and how to do it. Now, one of these issues I have already brought up plenty of times because it's an issue that's just not going to go away: what to do about the peasants. Are we doing this for them or with them? And by them, who do we even mean? When we say the people or the peasants, are we talking about one undifferentiated mass? Or are there, in fact, important class distinctions inside the people that we need to take into account? But the other big issue was a matter of tactics, specifically the question of terrorism. Do we do terrorism or not? And if we do it, who do we target? When do we target them? How do we target them? And why do we target them? Opinion inside the SR leadership ranged from terrorism is a counterproductive distraction to terrorism is our primary purpose. So, they're going to have to work that out. First, we will turn to the peasants, and for that we will turn to Viktor Chernov, who was one of the ones arguing that times had changed and there was a great deal of revolutionary potential inside the Russian peasantry. Now, he was not alone in this opinion, of course. Old Breshkovskaya reported after her return to Russia from 20 years in exile that she found the peasants of the 1890s far more advanced than where she had left them in the 1870s. They were better educated, more literate, and best of all, openly dissatisfied with the realities of life in their post-emancipation villages, especially due to the fact that they still had to pay those hated redemption payments. But the population had also been growing rapidly over the past 30 years, while the amount of available land had stayed pretty much the same. So many peasants were forced into becoming landless wage laborers, and they found their wages depressed by the glut of available labor. Now, if you will also recall, I briefly mentioned in episode 10.26 that Sergei Witte was hoping to deal with this problem of overpopulation by enticing people to hop on the Trans-Siberian Railway and resettle in the Far East. Chernov and the SRs hoped to deal with the problem by having the people rise up, seize all the land that was still being held by the parasitic nobility, and redistributing that land equitably. But that brings us to this question of what we mean by the people and the peasants. Now, back in the 1870s, in the days of people's will, it was taken for granted that the people, whose will they were doing, was just one thing. But more sophisticated analysis in the intervening years had revealed that this was not actually the case. And the arrival of Marxism in Russia really helped shed a light on this, though I should note for the record that Pyotr Khrushchev, doyen of elite vanguard party revolution, had already pointed out to everyone that there was a big difference between rich peasants and poor peasants. But the realities of post-emancipation land ownership and the arrival of Marxist theory combined to make the class distinction out in the rural areas more obvious. Now, the prevailing theory of the Russian Social Democrats, that is, Plekhanov and Lenin and Iskra, was that the peasants were of two types, those who owned land and those who did not. The former were classified as bourgeois, and the latter they classified as a rural proletariat. In this telling, both types of peasants would be united in the first democratic revolution aimed at tearing down the last vestiges of medieval privilege. Rich peasants and poor peasants alike had an interest in throwing off the shackles of the old aristocracy. This would then usher in a period of agrarian capitalism that would see the richer bourgeois peasants expand their private holdings and improve the profitability of their growing commercial estates. This would at the same time transform the majority of the rural population into landless wage laborers. These landless wage laborers would then either migrate to the factories and swell the ranks of the urban industrial proletariat, or stay behind and swell the ranks of a new agricultural rural proletariat. Those who stayed behind would then join in the second socialist revolution by attacking the rural bourgeoisie, the rich peasants. They would seize the means of production, which is to say the land and the tools and the farm equipment, and socialize the agricultural sector of the economy. Chernov, however, disputed this analysis and instead differentiated three types of peasants. There were the landless wage workers, yes, and the rich peasants who owned a lot of land and hired those landless wage workers and exploited their labor for profit, yes. But at the moment, the vast majority of Russians were neither of those things. Most of them were families who worked a small plot of land for themselves. Now sure, thanks to post-emancipation economic reforms, they technically owned the property, which according to the orthodox Marxist interpretation meant they owned the means of production and were thus bourgeois. But Chernov said the important thing is that they worked these plots for themselves. In Chernov's view, which was about to become one of the defining points of SR ideology, the key issue was not whether or not you owned the land, but whether or not your income was principally drawn from the exploitation of labor, which was not true in the case of this middle rank of smallhold independent farmers. Now, the Social Democrats said that anybody who owns their own plot of land would be ranked among the reactionary petty bourgeoisie when the revolution came. And Chernov said, no, they are just as downtrodden and exhausted and exploited as the landless agricultural proletariat. They're living under the tyranny of bankers and the oppressive competition of their wealthy neighbors, and when the revolution comes, they would join the revolution, not the reaction. But both the SRs and Social Democrats agreed that the richer peasants were a big concern. And though the definition of the word at this point is still vague and unrefined, we call these richer peasants the kulaks. Now, eventually, the word kulak will come to have a specific administrative definition that had bloody consequences when Stalin implemented dekulakization in the first five-year plan, but for now we can define them as peasant families who had successfully navigated the economics of the post-emancipation world. They had gathered up a little investment capital, speculated in land, successfully expanded commercial operations. They often worked in conjunction with the experts employed by the zemstvas to improve agricultural production. The kulaks employed modern farming techniques, brought in veterinarians to care for their animals, they consulted soil and crop experts, all of which made them rich and successful, or at least richer and more successful than their neighbors, who were now employed as hired wage workers on kulak lands. But we shouldn't go too far yet in talking up kulak wealth and prosperity. They had not grown to the same scale as the old noble estates, whose far greater holdings the kulak families eyed with a mix of envy, resentment, and ambition. And this obvious mix of envy, resentment, and ambition led SRs and social democrats alike to assume that the kulaks would be on board with any revolution aimed at overthrowing the feudal lords, because that would open up land to be privately acquired and further developed. The concern for Chernov, though, was that if the kulaks were allowed to take the lead in such a revolution, that they would then turn around and short-circuit the socialist revolution. Thus, when he received reports of the possibility of recruiting inside that rural intelligentsia, and specifically targeting the village teachers, who ever after became a kind of quasi-mythic ideal SR revolutionary. These teachers were educated, connected to the people, and as members of the intelligentsia, were off to one side from the direct class conflict that would be coming with the revolution. So the village teachers were the perfect mediator between the urban intelligentsia who led the SRs and the rural peasants who they hoped would fill the rank and file of an SR army. It would take time to build these connections and mediate the differences between them, but it could be done, and it should be done. Now, as these theories were being developed, there was this whole other wing of the SRs that believed it was all just a pointless retread of going to the people. It was doomed to failure. But then proponents of peasant agitation received a startling gift that proved indeed what they had previously only been spec mobs, but they did seize all food, supplies, grain, and equipment that they could lay their hands on, and then they would burn the manor house down, reasoning that if the hated local lord had no home to live in, that they wouldn't come back. So all through the spring of 1902, as many as 50,000 peasants total attacked and torched about 100 different estates. Now this wasn't 50,000 people in one mass army, mind you, but the combined number of participants in lots of separate local uprisings that stretched from Ukraine to the Volga. Now, the 1902 peasant uprisings ended the way most other peasant uprisings end. The regime scrambled the army and the angry peasants were brutally suppressed. And then the harvest of 1902 was much better than the harvest of 1901, which eliminated the immediate problem of hunger. But still, you could not have asked for better proof that the peasants were in fact very pissed off, and it was eminently possible to turn them into a full-blown revolutionary army. The 1902 uprisings had three immediate effects on SR theory, practice, and organization. First, they created an official peasant union that would serve as the organizational backbone for what they envisioned to be one day a vast network of revolutionary groups inside every village in Russia, ready to lead their friends, family, and neighbors into revolution when the time came. Second, they incorporated a new rural teachers union which had formed independently and whose task it would be to recruit and train local teachers to be the principal missionaries of revolutionary gospel. And then finally, it was one of the things that finally convinced that emigre League of Socialist Revolutionaries to finally join the SRs, because they said, hey, maybe times have changed. And though they maintained the League as a separate entity that was merely federated with the SRs, for all intents and purposes, they were part of the SRs. And they now helped form a link of money, resources, publications, and personnel that stretched from Paris all the way to the Ural Mountains. But now we need to turn to the other big debate inside SR circles that was going on alongside all of this, which was over the tactical question of terrorism. Terrorism and neurotism had always been closely linked, and plenty of SRs believed that it needed to be a central part of their program, that an SR without a bomb was no SR at all. And though there was a lot of sympathy for terrorist activity, many SR leaders did not want the political project caught up with the dirty business of assassinations and bombings, and they didn't want this for three very good reasons. First, it might turn off potential allies in more moderate circles. Second, terrorist activity was bound to invite heavy police pressure that would threaten anyone directly connected to the terrorists. And third, actually participating in murderous conspiracy would weigh far too heavily on the consciences of many of the political leaders. Now, some SRs really didn't want to restart the terrorist campaigns of the past, but a majority of them seemed happy enough to give it their approval if the three concerns I just mentioned were addressed, which they were. They concluded that the best approach would be to create a wholly separate, compartmentalized, and autonomous terrorist group which would stay at arm's length from the political party so as not to create traceable links between the two operations. And thus was born the SR Combat Organization. The principal leaders of the combat organization were Grigory Gershuni, now transitioning from organizing Jewish workers to organizing potential assassins, this other guy named Boris Savinkov, and a third guy who I will more fully introduce here in a second. The combat organization was not interested in ideology or theory or what Russia would look like after the revolution. They were there to wage war on the Tsarist regime right now, directly, today. Their goal was to keep up a relentless campaign of political assassination that would help destabilize that regime, and if nothing else, keep everyone inside the government in a constant state of stress and panic. Now, unlike the old People's Will, the combat organization did not believe that just knocking off a few government ministers would necessarily trigger a revolution all on its own. Instead, they saw themselves acting as the people's executioners, delivering karmic justice for the evil those ministers had done. And this was not unlike Pancho Villa's avenging angel routine that we talked all about during the Mexican Revolution. So in small conspiratorial cells, they planned and carried out assassinations, some of which were successful, many of which were not. And as this campaign of terror unfolded between 1902 and 1905, the combat organization became ever more autonomous. Now, they were supposed to at least run potential plans by the SR Central Committee to at least give them a heads up, but after a while, the leadership of the combat organization stopped doing even that. They were just off on their own, killing people when and where they wanted. Their coming out party was April the 2nd, 1902, when an agent successfully walked up and put 2 bullets into the Minister of the Interior. There was then a subsequent plot to execute attendees of the minister's funeral, the most important of which being old Papadonostev, one of the architects of orthodoxy, autocracy, and nationality. But it turned out the combat organization was not composed entirely of hardened killers, because the assassin lost his nerve and couldn't fire the shot. And indeed, a deeper look at how the combat organization actually functioned reveals some charismatic leaders convincing some impressionable and potentially unstable youths to carry out assassinations on behalf of a revolution they didn't quite fully understand. And indeed, one of the jobs of those charismatic leaders was to ensure that potential assassins didn't get cold feet at the last minute. So that brings us to one of the most infamous members of the combat organization, that third guy, who I am now more fully introducing right now this second, Yevna Azef. But Azef is not just infamous because he played a leading role in planning and carrying out so many political murders over the next 5 years, and if you already know who Azef is, please don't spoil it for the other listeners. So Azef was now in his mid-40s. He was born the poor son of a Jewish family in Belarus, and while he was working as a salesman and aspiring journalist in the early 1890s, he got caught up with the radical underground. At one point, the police were on to him, and to avoid arrest, he embezzled some money from his employer and fled to Germany in 1892. Once he got there, he linked up with some other socialist exiles and appeared to continue his revolutionary activity, but he struggled to make a living. And then he hit upon a brilliant idea, a way to ensure himself a steady stream of cash, and here now is what makes Azef not just famous, but infamous. He contacted the Akhrana and offered to become an informant. All he asked for in return was money. And thus began his career not so much as a double agent, but as a straight-up police spy working deep inside the revolutionary underground. Azef then returned to Russia, partially bankrolled by Akhrana, and linked up with Andrei Argonov and helped organize the Northern Union. Far from being suspected as a spy, Azef was considered one of the most dependable members of the party. And Argonov, for example, did not know that one of the reasons Azef had been able to successfully set up a printing operation was because the police let him do it. Then, when Azef went abroad again in 1901 and Argonov and many of his close associates were arrested, right after Azef crossed the border, it never occurred to them that it was Azef who had sold them out. Now, so far, this is all pretty standard police spy stuff. But where it gets interesting is that one of the reasons Azef was never suspected of being a spy was because of his vocal advocacy of direct terrorist action. And when the combat organization was formed, Azef joined as Gershuni's principal deputy, and he conceived, proposed, and organized some of the most spectacular assassination plots of the whole terrorist campaign. I mean, it's not like the Akhrana would be employing someone they knew to be literally murdering government officials. Except, that's exactly what they were doing. Azef was too valuable an asset to worry about the individual lives of a few interchangeable ministers. They let these assassinations happen. In the spring of 1903, Gershuni was arrested, thanks to a tip from a different informant, and Azef became the leader of the combat organization. And even then nothing changed. So when I said that the Akhrana was more creative than their secret police predecessors, this is what I'm talking about. They were allowing one of their assets to conduct an assassination campaign, which is certainly a creative way to combat revolutionary terrorism. Now, for his part, Azef seems to have been in it simply for the money. He was an amoral scoundrel, interested mostly in amassing a personal fortune while killing government ministers for the fun and sport of it, all the while selling his comrades to the police whenever it seemed convenient or profitable. But nobody would know anything about this for years to come. Azef would not be exposed until well after the revolution of 1905 had come and gone. So, where we will leave the SRs today is with the unified party in place and growing. They would double their membership between 1902 and 1904, and though it remained frustratingly slow going, that was okay because they had time to build up their strength. In the meantime, those who were looking for immediate action could join the combat organization and go throw bombs at people. But everyone's calculations were going to change in 1904, because the Tsarist regime they were trying to take down was suddenly hit with a massive destabilizing blow that was not inflicted by the SRs or the Social Democrats or any other domestic revolutionary group, but instead by the Japanese Navy. And next week, we will return to the Far East, where the Tsar's imperialist ambitions in Asia were leading not to the expansion of the Russian Empire, but nearly to its ruin. Episode 10.31, A Big Mistake. This will be our last setup episode before we get going with an 8-episode-long toboggan ride through the Revolution of 1905 that will round out Part 1 of the Russian Revolution, open parentheses, S, close parentheses, series. This week, we pick up the narrative thread from the end of episode 10.26, The Far East, which was the episode that required us to go all the way to Manchuria and Korea to somehow understand why there will be revolutionary uprisings in St. Petersburg and Moscow. History works in such ways, and today we will start to understand why. Now, where we left off in the Far East was that Russian imperial ambitions had carried them into Manchuria and then further down the Liaodong Peninsula, where they established a naval base at Port Arthur, giving the Russians that permanent warm water Pacific port they so coveted. Russia's settlement on the tip of the Liaodong Peninsula was infuriating to the rising empire of Japan, because remember, they had claimed that very same spot during the First Sino-Japanese War and had then been forced to relinquish it by the Russians, who then turned right around and occupied it themselves. This was both diplomatically insulting and militarily provocative. Then, in 1903, we see two further Russian provocations that set off alarm bells inside the Japanese government. During the Boxer Rebellion, which had seen both Russia and Japan as members of the same eight-nation alliance, Russia had flooded Manchuria with an additional 100,000 soldiers. According to agreements the Russians signed after the rebellion was suppressed, they were supposed to withdraw most of these troops from Manchuria by a specified date in April 1903. But the deadline came and went without the Russians moving anyone anywhere, and they clearly did not feel any pressure at all to actually leave. Who was going to make them? So that was alarm bell number one. The second alarm bell was the arrival of a private Russian corporation called the Yalu Timber Company. The Yalu Timber Company was a private enterprise run by a brash and charismatic former Russian cavalry officer who had visions of leading the Russian Empire beyond Manchuria and into Korea. The Korean government had granted this Yalu Timber Company the right to harvest trees in the Yalu River Valley, which stood as the border between Manchuria and Korea. This put Russian interests inside the Kingdom of Korea, and back in St. Petersburg, this adventurous former cavalry officer used his contacts in the ministry to propose a plan whereby Russian soldiers would be dressed up as and do the work of regular loggers, allowing the Russians to insert a sizable force into Korea that could advance the dream of annexing the Korean peninsula. The Russian ministry thought this was all a grand idea. If it worked, and Russia would get Korea. If it didn't work, if it blew up in their faces, the government could assert it was all a misguided private project and they would publicly disavow it. Tsar Nicholas was himself carried away by enthusiasm for the project and gave his approval. The only one of the Tsar's ministers who objected was Sergei Witte, who had, remember, been the point man for Russian diplomacy in the Far East, and he said this is crackpot, it's going to ruin everything and probably start a war. But by now, the luster of Witte's standing as the only minister who knows what he's doing had worn off. He and the other ministers around the Tsar had very different worldviews. His advice always seemed to run counter to what everyone else instinctively wanted to do, and he had been kept around mostly because the Tsar's dying father had all but commanded it from his deathbed. So the disagreement about what to do in the Far East was one of the issues that isolated Witte from everyone else, led to a loss of favor with the Tsar, and his removal as finance minister in August of 1903. So at this critical juncture, the guy who knew the most about international politics in East Asia was removed from the loop. Meanwhile, the Japanese had to address the clear advance of Russian ambitions into territory the Japanese now viewed as vital to their own national interest. There was disagreement inside the Japanese government about whether Japan could, right now, do anything militarily to expel the Russians. Some said we can take them, others said no we can't. But they had at least ensured that they would likely only face the Russians if, and when, a shooting war began. They had ensured this by signing a treaty with the British in 1902 that said each party would remain neutral if the other party got into a war with a single other belligerent, but would join the conflict if another belligerent joined on the opposite side. In practical terms, what this meant is that if France or Germany decided to join Russia against Japan, that the British would enter the war on Japan's side, which meant that in Paris and Berlin, calculating support for Russia in the Far East now necessarily carried the risk of war with the British, which is not what anyone wanted. France had already announced that their defensive pact with Russia covered Europe only. So the Japanese calculated, correctly, that if Russia fought a war with Japan, that they would be fighting alone. So Japan embarked on a two-pronged strategy to deal with the Russians. On the one side, they would approach Russia diplomatically and attempt to come to a peaceful and mutually agreeable compact. But on the other side, the generals and admirals of the Japanese Army and Navy tirelessly planned war scenarios, campaigns, and strategies, which I can assure you their counterparts in Russia were not doing. So on the diplomatic front, in August 1903, Japan's emissary in St. Petersburg delivered the basis of an understanding. There were two issues here, Manchuria and Korea. The Russians already had Manchuria, but were clearly eyeing a move into Korea. So Japan said, what we can do is both officially maintain the territorial integrity and independent sovereignty of Korea and China, while saying to each other that you, Russia, have a special position in Manchuria, and that we, Japan, have a special position in Korea. That way, there won't be any conflict between us. Much to Japanese chagrin, it took the Russians 2 full months to get around to replying to this proposal. But in October 1903, the Russians came back and said, first of all, Manchuria isn't even a question for us to resolve. It's ours, and you have no claim to it. You can't even use it as a piece of some larger hegemonic swap. We don't need your permission or understanding to do whatever the hell we want in Manchuria. And while we are willing to discuss your interest in Korea, we will stipulate certain conditions if we allow you to claim this special right to the peninsula, because we have interests there too. And so negotiations began. Now, Tsar Nicholas was not eager for war. He did not want a war. He found the idea terribly loathsome. His ministers were also mostly opposed to the idea of war, citing the problems that such a war would pose. Financially, they were still relying on French loans to cover huge annual budget deficits. Then there were supply and manpower issues with maintaining a front line literally 6,000 miles away from home. And besides, the issues at stake here were like logging concessions and theoretical advancement into Korea. Russia already had most of what it wanted in the Far East, specifically that warm water port on the Pacific. So the consensus among the Tsar and his ministers was that war was not ideal, nor were the issues big enough to start a war. So let's just talk our way through this at our leisure. As a result of this understanding, the Russian negotiators gave ground on various points, and the Japanese believed, rightly, that they were getting the better end of it at the bargaining table. But they were deeply troubled by the manner in which the Russians negotiated. When the Russians sent the Japanese something to consider, the Japanese replied promptly. The Russians, on the other hand, would then sit on that reply for weeks and even months without responding at all. This was not just annoying, this was not just insulting, this was suspicious. And the Japanese came to believe that the stalling was part of a deliberate Russian strategy to buy time while they built up their military forces in East Asia. But so far as I can tell, from everything I have read, this is not what the Russians were up to. Instead, they were just kind of being arrogantly blithe and flippant about the whole thing. A blithe arrogance that was coming from the very top. Remember, Tsar Nicholas believes that being an absolute autocrat meant involving himself in minute details of state, and that matters of high foreign policy were especially in need of his personal micromanaging. And Nicholas even fancied himself a special expert on the Japanese, because he visited Japan once, and emerged from that trip with a thoroughly racist disdain for them. So because everything was running across Nicholas's desk, there were delays getting formal replies back to the Japanese. Because though the Tsar had his own proclivities and peaceful desires, he was also being relentlessly lobbied by trusted voices who wanted him to not give in to those peaceful desires. So he stalled, and decisions were put off. Besides, who cares? It's only the Japanese we're talking about. Among those counseling firm resolution and not giving away Russian interests in the Far East was the Empress Alexandra, who implored her husband to be strong and not back down. But more than anywhere else, Tsar Nicholas was hearing it from Kaiser Wilhelm. all through 1903 and 1904, Willie was writing a steady stream of letters to Nicky saying, this isn't just about timber concessions and access to markets, it's about the fate of Christendom itself. That the half-savage Japanese represent the great yellow peril that might rise up and sweep west like a new Mongol horde and destroy Western civilization itself. That Nicky's destiny was to be the savior of the white race. So anytime Nicholas would confess a desire for peaceful compromise, Willie would come back. Don't back down, concede nothing, push back, take the fight to them, for God's sakes, be a man. It was all incredibly racist and incredibly manipulative. Because remember, the Kaiser's real interest here is in making sure Russia gets tied down on the other side of the world so they pose less of a threat to German interests in Europe. And though he constantly promised that the Germans would have Russian backs in the event of a war, he just meant watch your back in Europe, not actually join the war in the Far East. Which is never how Nicholas understood it. To the bitter end of the coming disaster that was the Russo-Japanese War, Nicky believed that Willie would come. But Willie was never going to come. Because of this conflicting advice, Nicholas was conflicted. And he did the perfectly human thing to do when you're conflicted about making a decision. He avoided making a decision. And this was the main cause of the delays that the Japanese took to be nefarious, calculated strategy. Now, Nicholas didn't even think there would be any great harm to delay, because he, along with all other Russians, assumed Japan would never unilaterally declare war on Russia, that they had to know how inferior they were. They were just this tiny island of half-civilized savages, while Russia was a vast and mighty ancient empire. So, if a war did come, it was obviously going to be a cakewalk for Russia, and the Japanese surely had to know that it would be a big mistake to start a war with the Russians. So in Nicholas's mind, this was all entirely his call about whether or not there would be a war, and he did not believe there would be a war, because, and I'm quoting him now, I do not wish it. But folks, I must tell you, this was not a decision that was in the Tsar's hands. And the Japanese were in fact making very different calculations, because they had kept up that second prong of their approach. They were meticulously planning for war. And when the Japanese diplomats concluded that negotiating delays were not caused by racist arrogance or diplomatic incompetence, but an intentional strategy of delay, the Japanese government voted in December 1903 to go to war. As Nicky sat around believing that there couldn't be a war because he didn't wish it, the Japanese had already decided there was going to be a war, whether the Tsar wished it or not. On January the 26th, 1904, according to the old-style Russian calendar, the Tsar was returning home from the theater when he received an urgent telegram. Not only had the Japanese done the unthinkable and unilaterally declared war on Russia, before that declaration was even received, they had attacked Port Arthur in the middle of the night, severely damaging 2 capital vessels. By dawn, the Japanese Navy was flooding into the Yellow Sea. The Tsar was shocked, not just that the Japanese had declared war, but that they had launched this war with a surprise attack that was against recently signed international conventions of war that said you couldn't do that. The Tsar was incredulous and offended, but it was done now. Punishing the Japanese for breaking international law would have to wait until after Russia stomped them into the ground. Though he had not wished it, the Russo-Japanese War had begun. The shocking news of war swept Russia over the next few days. The story, of course, was that the dishonorable Japanese had launched a sneak attack on our brave troops, and patriotic fervor swelled. On January the 30th, something like 75,000 people congregated at the Winter Palace to show their support, cheer the Tsar, and sing hymns. Nicholas came out to the balcony and waved to the happy, massive crowd. Indeed, commencement of the Russo-Japanese War was quite a boon to the flagging popularity of the Tsar. The still vaguely defined but increasingly important thing called public opinion rallied to support the war effort. The intelligentsia was almost uniformly supportive of war as a matter of national honor, and many of them embraced the yellow peril theory that Russia had a special destiny to defend Western civilization from the savage Eastern hordes. Propaganda started being plastered everywhere, portraying the Japanese as inferior little monkeys being captured or smashed by a big white fist. Even commentators as far out on the political spectrum as Pyotr Struve and the legal Marxists supported the national war effort, even as they tried to keep that national effort separate from the Tsarist regime they still wanted to criticize. So all over Russia, the story was, we are the victims, we must now go fight a war, but we will easily win the war. That was the message. And so everyone is simultaneously embracing two contradictory thoughts. One, the Yellow Peril poses an existential threat to Western civilization that must be defeated, or it literally means the end of Western civilization. But also, two, that the Japanese are a weak and pathetic enemy that can be stomped like so many ants. So in other words, we are vastly superior to you, yet also believe you pose an apocalyptic threat. This is the classic 1-2 punch of racist paranoia. So had the Russians gone out and easily won the Russo-Japanese War, as everyone seemed to suspect was going to happen, it might have been just the shot of confidence and popularity that the stagnating and unpopular Tsarist regime needed to pick up its spirits and remind everyone that they were not, in fact, incompetent, backwards, out of touch, inefficient, corrupt, stupid, and on the brink of collapse. Instead, the Russo-Japanese War proved all of those things were truer even than the harshest critics of the Tsar dared to think. Because as it turns out, Russians everywhere had badly underestimated the Japanese and overestimated themselves. And just to note a few things in a non-exhaustive list. First, while it was true that Japan had only begun modernizing in the 1860s, they had actually done a really good job at it, and they were ready to wage a modern industrial war. Second, they had imported European instructors to train their officer corps, who emerged from this training creative, talented, and ready to deploy the latest advances in military theory and practice. Third, their supply lines were compact and reinforcements readily at hand. So while Russia had a 3 million man army compared to Japan's 600,000, only about 130,000 Russian soldiers were actually in the Far East. The rest were going to have to be transported across the Trans-Siberian Railway, which, though nearly finished, still had a critical 100-mile gap at Lake Baikal, which required transferring everyone and everything to slow-moving ferries in the summer and literal horse-drawn sleigh in the winter. Fourth, though their navies were of roughly equal size, the Japanese boats carried heavy long-range guns, while the Russians were more equipped for traditional close-quarters broadsides. And then finally, the Japanese had probably spent 2 years planning their campaigns, while the Russians had assumed the Japanese would never attack, but that even if they did, we'll just, fight back and win. Now, at first, there didn't seem to be that much to worry about on the Russian side. Nothing to seriously challenge the triumphant expectations back home. The sneak attack on Port Arthur had damaged some ships, but further attacks had been repelled, and after the first furious skirmishes at the end of January and beginning of February 1904, both sides settled into a stalemate. The Russian Navy would not leave its harbor, nor would the Japanese Navy venture into range of Russian shore batteries. And this went on right up through the spring of 1904. But with all this attention on Port Arthur, the Japanese landed an expeditionary force at Incheon and in short order had enveloped and occupied the entire Korean peninsula. They now sat on the Yalu River right across from Russian-held Manchuria. Then the Japanese started ferrying forces over to the northeast coast of the Liaodong Peninsula and pushing those forces down to Port Arthur to begin a siege on the land side aimed at dislodging the Russians from the critical hilltops that commanded the harbor. Now surrounded, Russian Vice Admiral Makarov, by far the most talented Russian officer at Port Arthur, led an attempted breakout of the Navy through the Japanese blockade in mid-April, but these ships ran into mines, and not only were they badly damaged, but Makarov was killed, which was probably the bigger blow to Russian fortunes. While the Russians were reeling from these blows at Port Arthur, The Japanese advanced across the Yalu River and successfully pushed the Russian army backward, paving the way for a more thorough envelopment of the Liaodong Peninsula, as well as further advances into Manchuria while the Russians just fell back. Meanwhile, Russian supplies and reinforcements were still months away from showing up. This was not going to be a quick war, and it was not going to be an easy war. Somebody had made a big mistake, and it wasn't the Japanese. Reports of these frustrations, setbacks, and retreats filtered back to the home front, and a dreadful picture emerged. The slow-witted and incompetent military high command had been caught flat-footed, and they were losing the war. These reports were especially explosive because of all that racist double-thinking that had been going on. The Japanese are supposed to be pushovers, but if they win, it's the end of civilization as we know it, and now they're winning. People literally couldn't believe it. And just as suddenly as the patriotic fervor had led everyone to support the Tsar, it now led them to criticize the Tsar relentlessly and passionately. The fate of Russia was in the Tsar's hand, and he was blowing it. So the crescendo of support for the regime in January, February, March, and April now gave way to disillusioned anger. Far from proving they were strong, hard, and capable stewards of the national interest, the Tsar, his ministers, and the military high command revealed themselves to be incompetent, slow, backwards, and irresponsible. Old generals and admirals who had their jobs thanks to favors and connections rather than intelligence or skill were leading Russia to catastrophic defeat. And with all this bad news coming in, the dormant liberal opposition started to revive in a major way. Because it's safe to say that there's nothing liberal nationalists hate more than a badly run war. It offends both their sense of national honor and their belief in the superiority of meritocracy. Business leaders were expressing concern that the regime was ruining the economy. Respectable members of the intelligentsia were concluding that the only way forward was for the regime to reform itself, and fast. Almost overnight, talk of national assemblies and political participation and civil rights and constitutions was suddenly everywhere. All the senseless dreams came rushing back, and that is what next week's episode is going to be all about. Then came a really important turning point. Remember last week that the SR Combat Organization had succeeded in killing the Minister of the Interior in early 1902. Well, to replace him, the Tsar had appointed the archest of arch hardline conservatives, a guy named Vyacheslav von Plehve. Plehve had made his bones back in the early 1880s running the gendarme operations that crushed people's will, and he got a lot of credit for destroying their organization after the assassination of the Tsar. Well, after becoming Minister of the Interior in 1902, he not only cracked down hard on revolutionaries like the Social Democrats and the SRs, but also on liberal reform types. He tightened censorship and absolutely stifled any attempt by the Zemstvas to revive their hope of greater political participation. He also earned international enmity by doing nothing to stop a wave of attack on Jews in 1903, all but giving official approval to a destructive pogrom that left 50 dead. So naturally the SRs targeted Plehve for assassination, and after missing a few times they finally got him in July 1904 when a member of the SR Combat Organization tossed a bomb into his carriage and blew him to bits. It is noted particularly that Plehve's violent death was met with an incredibly muted response. He was hardly mourned or lamented even inside the government, and in fact, many breathed a sigh of relief that his provocative reactionary tactics had now come to an end. But most of all, it spoke to how little support there was for the Tsar continuing his hardline conservative tactics. A different approach was needed. Then the summer of 1904 brought even more bad news from the Far East. In August, the Russians and Japanese squared off in a battle that might pave the way for the Russian relief of Port Arthur, but instead the Russians were again forced into retreat. This was yet another humiliating defeat that meant Port Arthur would not be relieved until the reinforcements from the west arrived, and those reinforcements had still not arrived. In response to this, the Navy at Port Arthur attempted another breakout, this one featuring nearly the whole squadron, but they were blasted back into their harbor by the superior range and targeting of the Japanese Navy, who were just able to sit back and lob artillery well out of range of most of the Russian guns. Meanwhile, heavy fighting in the hills above the port made it ominously possible that the Russian position in Port Arthur was hopeless. It was in the midst of all this bad news that the Tsar was deciding who to appoint to be his new Minister of the Interior. He was inclined to appoint another hardline conservative, those were Nicholas's instincts, but he was now facing public opinion that was enraged by the disappointed expectations in the Russo-Japanese War. So his inner circle concluded that whatever his mandate from God might be, that this newfangled and very troublesome thing called public opinion was going to have to be sated. So at the end of August 1904, the Tsar tapped a 47-year-old career bureaucrat named Prince Svyatopolk Mirsky to be his new Minister of the Interior. Mirsky was an enlightened, liberal-ish reformer who had the support and confidence of the Zemstva constitutionalist types, and he believed he was there to negotiate an understanding between angry reformers and liberals and educated observers in the nobility and the intelligentsia, and the conservative Tsarist regime. The hope was to form an anti-revolutionary bulwark in defense of the existing order, to strengthen the monarchy with some liberal reforms. But as we will see next week, Mirsky found himself in an impossible position. The dashed expectations of an easy military triumph had now been replaced by expectations of political reform. Meanwhile, the Tsar was adamantly opposed to any such reforms, and was only indulging in such talk to buy himself some time until he won the war. But there was no denying that at the moment the war was going very badly, and he did need to buy himself some time. So in October 1904, the Tsar took dramatic action. The Russian Baltic Fleet was ordered to embark on a 20,000-mile-long voyage from the Baltic Sea, around Europe, down the African coast, around the Cape of Good Horn, through the Indian Ocean, and then up into the Yellow Sea, where they would finally relieve Port Arthur and pound the Japanese into the ground once and for all. It might take them 9 months to get there, but when the Baltic Fleet did arrive, all this trouble at home and abroad would be resolved once and for all. The promise of victory may have been delayed, but it was not broken. But as the world watched and waited as the Russian Baltic Fleet embarked on its famous voyage, angry Russian liberals continued to take advantage of the Tsar's failures and demand reform. They wanted a national assembly of some kind. They wanted freedom of the press, less arbitrary government, more respect for civil rights, power sharing with the people, and by the people they meant themselves. It was all coming out now. The liberals smelled blood in the water. And wouldn't you know it, as they pressed for these reforms, they used a method that was explicitly copied from the French liberal opposition in 1847 and 1848, because they were caught in the same legal predicament of wanting to openly talk about politics without being able to hold overtly political rallies. So next week, we will open the Russian Revolution of 1905 as we open the French Revolution of 1848 with the Banquet Campaign. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 10.32, The Union of Liberation. So now we actually come to the Revolution of 1905. Really, seriously, I'm not kidding. An honest-to-God revolution in this 10th and final series of the Revolutions podcast. Now, if you know anything at all about the Russian Revolution of 1905, you know that its beginning is traditionally marked by Bloody Sunday in January 1905. But though Bloody Sunday is the dramatic jolt of revolutionary energy, where that which was rising up met that which was falling down, in retrospect, revolutionary energy had already been humming well beyond normal capacity all through the latter half of 1904. And this energy was not generated by socialist revolutionaries or social democrats or anarchists or neurotists, but the liberals. Liberals who seemed to be fulfilling their assigned historical destiny as ushering in that first revolution, the Democratic Revolution. Russian liberals were as shocked as anyone to be leading the revolutionary charge in 1904, given how much they seemed fated to a life of disappointed frustration. The heyday of the era of great reform back in the 1860s and 1870s was long since past, even further away psychologically than an objective counting of years gone by. The 1880s had been as dismally repressive for liberals as it was for neurotists and socialists and anarchists. Most of the progressive judicial reforms had been watered down over the years, leaving the same old unaccountable police state bureaucracy able to do what it wanted, when it wanted, to who it wanted. Newspapers and books could be legally published, but the censors made it nearly impossible to speak openly about political topics, and everyone went through the motions of life well aware that the Okhrana had spies and informants everywhere, that it wasn't enough to watch what you said publicly, you had to watch what you said privately. Meanwhile, the local zemstvos, the most significant new political institution to emerge from that era of great reform, had seen their power and jurisdiction curtailed and fenced off, and then curtailed and fenced off some more. The local zemstvos still existed, and there were now 34 of them scattered across the empire. But instead of growing and spreading and making the state more democratic, they were aggressively pruned back. There was that brief flicker of hope upon the ascension of Nicholas II that things might get better, that things might change, but Nicholas told them all to give up their senseless dreams. And so it went. Between the senseless dream speech of 1895 and the revolution of 1905, Russian liberalism continued to exist in a state of resigned dormancy, confined to private conversations among trusted friends and colleagues. By the turn of the century, liberalism came in three basic types. First were conservative liberals, who simply wanted the Tsar to recognize the benefits of allowing his people, at a minimum, to have a consultative voice in how the empire was run. To their left were liberal constitutionalists, who genuinely wanted what most of their social and intellectual peers in the West had, a written constitution, a representative parliament with real legislative power, civil and political rights that were respected. These first two types of liberal were well represented inside the zemstvos, though conservatives tended to outnumber constitutionalists. And then further to the left of the both of them was a third group who came mostly from the ranks of the intelligentsia. They were more radically democratic. Not necessarily Republican, but definitely believing that the people, not the Tsar, should govern the empire, that Russia could not truly flourish until the Russian people had been set free. What these three groups had in common was a hatred of the unaccountable police-state bureaucracy under which they lived. Whatever stripe of liberal you were sure to agree that the arbitrary and repressive bureaucracy was equal parts humiliating, degrading, and incompetent. It was this unaccountable alien thing that had inserted itself between the Tsar and his people, and despite its own blindingly obvious ineptitude, it was able to maintain its power through intimidation, threats, and force. All of this was plain as day, but you could not say anything about it. You just had to sit silently while the imperial bureaucracy clunked along, making a hash of everything, and lashing out at even the most constructive criticism. Thanks to that bureaucracy's reactionary sense of self-preservation, Democrats and liberals were not treated much differently than the most radical revolutionary communist. It was all the same to the police. And because of this attitude, more radical liberal voices tended to gain influence, because asking the Tsar nicely for liberal reform clearly wasn't ever going to work. And among those more radical voices, we find Pavel Milyukov, who we talked about at the end of episode 10.20. Milyukov was a proponent of universal suffrage and representative constitutional democracy, and for his outspokenness on these issues, he had spent time in prison, in administrative exile, and ultimately working as a professor in Bulgaria in self-imposed exile. But he also earned a lot of admirers across the political spectrum for his principled resiliency on these issues. Also in this camp of radical Democrats, we now also find Pyotr Struve, completing his ideological journey from social democrat to legal Marxist to radical liberal. Struve, remember, had been an active part of the social democratic underground in the 1890s, and when the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party officially formed in 1898, Struve was the one who had written their founding manifesto. But Struve was also among those embracing the possibilities offered by revisionist Marxism, and by the time his erstwhile comrades, Lenin and Martov, more stubbornly doctrinaire orthodox Marxists, came home from exile in 1900, their brief attempt to bridge their widening ideological divide ended in failure. They were simply too far apart on too many issues. And so after simultaneously leaving and being left by the Social Democrats, Struve found himself briefly homeless politically. But he soon found the basis for common cause with the radical liberals and constitutionalists. Struve had always been passionate about the democracy part of social democracy, and so he fell in with frustrated constitutionalists who wanted to do more than just grumble in frustration for the rest of their lives. As a gifted writer with a radical bent, Struve was able to secure financing for a newspaper that would express liberal hopes and dreams for Russia. And just to condense a few further twists and turns, in 1902, Struve emigrated to Germany and became the publisher and editor-in-chief of a new newspaper called Liberation. Liberation was not a legally sanctioned paper. It was as underground as Iskra and the SR's paper, Revolutionary Russia. It had to be smuggled into the country, and when it arrived, it competed with those more revolutionary journals for the hearts and minds of the politically minded intelligentsia. Under Struve's editorial direction, Liberation took a different approach than the other two big underground papers. In its first issue, Liberation announced that its primary purpose would be to join together all the forces that wanted to end Tsarist absolutism. Liberation did not want to speak for the working class, or the peasants, or the bourgeoisie. It wanted to speak for the whole nation collectively. Everyone from conservative liberals to bomb-throwing SRs. Thus, the Liberation editorial line was simple: down with absolutist autocracy. Whether you wanted to achieve this through reform or insurrection, evolution or revolution, the first and foremost goal must be to destroy the current bureaucratic police state that kept them all in chains. This left the door open for social democrats who believed in a two-stage theory of revolution, SRs who believed that the principal goal of their political revolution was to overthrow the Tsar, and liberals who simply wanted the Tsar's powers legally constrained by a constitution. Now, this editorial line could be frustrating for those liberal constitutionalists like Milyukov who wanted the paper to be more forthrightly, liberal constitutionalist. But Struve was adamant on the need to form a big tent anti-Tsarist coalition to advance that cause. So the paper itself was a mix of news, editorials, and submitted correspondence. And plenty of contributors were anonymous dissenters from inside the state apparatus who were able to provide juicy stories of sinister policies or routine incompetence that they witnessed every day, including, for example, a leaked memo from Sergei Witte recommending that the Tsar shutter the Zemstvos once and for all. All of it made for very popular reading to a suitably outraged public. The arrival of Liberation in 1902 also happened to coincide with the arrival of the arch-reactionary Plehve as the new Minister of the Interior. And his hardline attacks on anything to the left of divine right absolutism helped Liberation gain a large following, running, it seems to me, just behind Iskra in terms of total number of copies printed and distributed. While Struve and his allies developed this strategic editorial line of a nationwide popular front combined in opposition to the Tsar, they also formed their own underground organization to make this dream a reality, and this organization was dubbed the Union of Liberation. But even here, the focus was entirely on the negative goal of destroying absolutism, rather than trying to promote any particular vision of what should replace it. Because once you started talking about what came next, any potential national coalition the Union of Liberation hoped to link together would instantly fracture apart. So if you think back to Lenin's argument about party membership in the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party needing to be narrow and restrictive, while the Union of Liberation defined its membership as broadly as possible. Are you opposed to absolutist autocracy, yes or no? If yes, then you're in. So the Union of Liberation included a wide spectrum of beliefs. It included Zemstva constitutionalists, liberal academics and professional types, revisionist socialists, legal Marxists, even more orthodox social democrats and SRs who saw the utility of a political popular front at this stage in the revolutionary game. And thanks to the regime treating everything from tepid constitutionalism to radical anarchism as equally illegal, all of these people who had all of these wildly divergent beliefs actually did share a common cause. But just as the Union of Liberation was formally coalescing in January 1904, the potential anti-Tsarist coalition faced a major problem: the Russo-Japanese War. As we saw last week, the beginning of the war triggered a wave of patriotic flag-waving, and many liberals set aside domestic politics to embrace the war as a matter of national interest. Liberal leaders of the Zemstvas now wanted to join together not to attack the Tsar, but to help him win the war. In particular, the Zemstva leaders believed that their decades of experience employing doctors and setting up hospitals would be of great service to the empire. And the Zemstva leaders approached the Tsar and received his personal blessing to form an all-Zemstva organization, to coordinate a national effort to recruit doctors and provide health services for the army in the Far East. But though this all-Zemstva organization was not meant to be a hotbed of political opposition and liberal reform, it was still the first time the Zemstva had received permission to coordinate their activities beyond their own local jurisdictions. So the patriotic mood that prevailed through the spring of 1904 confused the budding liberal opposition and stymied their efforts to get united. Struve himself tried to distinguish between supporting the national war effort and supporting the regime that waged the war, but this was a muddled and unsatisfying position. But then, suddenly, all the Union of Liberation's problems were solved when the news from the front lines was all bad, bad, bad. Now, last week, I probably oversold the one-sidedness of the actual course of the Russo-Japanese War. That when it's analyzed objectively and outside the domestic political context, the war was not quite so lopsided. But if I got carried away, it was just because I was thinking about it in its domestic political context. And so even if this is one of those cases where the final score didn't exactly reflect how close the game was at times, the political reality back home was that all the news from the front lines was bad, and the consistency of the bad news was shocking and absolutely destabilizing to the regime. And the political climate back in Russia shifted as quickly as a blizzard following a heat wave. If the Union of Liberation took the patriotic beginning of the war to be one step back, then the bad news in the spring and summer of 1904 was like 10 steps forward. Briefly knocked back on their heels, they now had to sprint just to keep up. For years, the liberal argument had been that the regime's bureaucracy was hopelessly incompetent and held together by little more than paranoid cruelty. The fact that they were now getting hopelessly whipped in the Far East was proof positive that they were right all along. And then when Plehve was assassinated in July of 1904 to exactly 0 public expressions of regret, the liberals were further emboldened to press their case even harder. And it was this pressure that forced the Tsar to go against his instincts and elevate the liberal-ish Prince Mirsky to be his new Minister of the Interior in late August. Mirsky, remember, carried with him the confidence of the Zemstva leadership, and he immediately promised less draconian policies and more trust in the people. As I said last week, Mirsky was genuinely worried that things were moving in a revolutionary direction, and he wanted to head all that off. But this wasn't just about avoiding revolution for him. He genuinely believed that the state would work better if it worked in harmony with the people instead of simply imposing its will on the people. As the center of acceptable political discourse moved left, more radical elements were then able to move in a more radical direction. So Struve warned readers of Liberation not to be seduced by the mere whiff of reform that Mirsky's promotion represented. The shifting times also led the Union of Liberation to join even more radical parts of the political underground for even greater and potentially revolutionary coordination. Now, before the assassination of Plehve, a national anti-czarist movement had been more theoretical than real, and the liberal constitutionalists had never really had to face the prospect of accepting or rejecting partnership with more radical organizations. But after Plehve's death, this prospect now presented itself, and they answered an invitation from Finnish nationalists to attend a meeting in Paris of all anti-czarist groups. The SRs also accepted this invitation and sent among their delegates the unimpeachably dependable Yevna Azef, which is how the Akhrana learned all the details of who attended and what was discussed. The Russian Social Democratic Labor Party also voted to attend this conference, but when they realized the SRs would probably dominate, they pulled out at the last minute. But everyone else convened in Paris in mid-September for what was officially called the Conference of Oppositional and Revolutionary Organizations of the Russian State, but later called simply the Paris Bloc. They agreed to a common program of aggressive anti-czarist agitation. And while the liberals at the conference, led by Pavel Milyukov, wanted to stick to demonstrations and petitions and trying to organize some kind of national assembly, the revolutionaries were talking about stockpiling weapons and who to assassinate. And while they differed on tactics, they all left this Paris meeting agreeing not to get in each other's way, nor publicly denounce each other. They all really did share the same goal of toppling Tsarist absolutism. Now, the Union of Liberation also had members inside most of the local zemstvas, and after this Paris Bloc meeting, they started vocally pushing for an all-zemstva Congress to address the need for political reform. The regime was clearly weak. It was staggering. It was disoriented. And to the happy surprise of the Union of Liberation, even more conservative Zemstva leaders supported this call for an all-Zemstva Congress. By October 1904, even the usually docile legal press was making the case for greater Zemstva participation in government. What's wrong with Russians of talent, goodwill, and intelligence playing a role in public administration? The Zemstva leaders then asked Mirsky for permission to hold such a Congress, and caught between these emboldened liberals who he sympathized with and his conservative boss who was being very stubborn, Mirsky worked out a compromise whereby the Congress would not receive official sanction, but they would be allowed to meet privately for, quote, a cup of tea. Mirsky would instruct the police not to interfere. On November 6, 1904, 103 delegates representing all the local zemstva convened in St. Petersburg. Now, one of the stipulations Mirsky had insisted upon in exchange for looking the other way while they had this cup of tea was that there would be a strict media blackout on the Congress. They could meet, but who was there and what they discussed was not supposed to be talked about out in the open. They were just supposed to tell Mirsky what they had talked about, and he would take it to the Tsar for a response. But this news blackout induced something of a Streisand effect, because not only was the fact of the Congress common knowledge, but the Ministry of the Interior insisting that nobody could speak about what happened in the Congress only heightened public interest. So as delegates departed for St. Petersburg, they were often escorted to the train station by happy, cheering crowds who believed they were sending these guys off to participate in a great momentous affair. And hopes were high that it would be a historic moment in Russian political history, the beginning of a new era of great reform. I have often seen the Zemstva Congress of November 1904 compared to the convening of the Estates General in 1789. And because this is the Revolutions podcast and we know a little bit about this stuff, I'd like to dwell on this comparison for a second, just for fun. Now, like the Estates General, this was the first time in living memory that representative delegates from across the empire had been allowed to convene at the national level to discuss political matters. But unlike the Estates General, it was still a private and officially unsanctioned affair. The Estates General, meanwhile, was the king officially calling his subjects together under his official auspices. So what I see here in the Zemstva Congress of 1904 is something more akin to an alt history of the French Revolution, where Louis XVI resisted calling the Estates General, and instead Jacques Necker made a nod-wink agreement with the liberal nobles and Third Estate leaders to hold unofficial meetings, probably in the Palais Royal or like Lafayette's house, which could then back-channel its considered opinion to the royal ministry. And the fact that Nicholas did not follow Louis's example speaks to one of the important differences in the crises that they faced. Louis was forced to officially convene the Estates General because the monarchy was bankrupt, and the Paris banking community made convening the Estates General a necessary precondition of granting the monarchy further bridge loans. And while Nicholas was facing a sudden popular backlash over an unpopular and badly managed foreign war, he wasn't yet stony broke. Ironically, the same Paris banking community that had forced Louis over the barrel in 1788 was now keeping the Tsar afloat in 1904. French loans were critical to the financial health of the Tsarist regime, and the French were at this point far more worried that the collapse of the Tsar would strengthen Germany than they were about using their financial leverage to insist on democratic reform. So in 1904, the Tsar was unpopular, facing a very real political crisis, and this elected assembly was meeting to discuss political reform, but it's not quite the Estates General of 1789. But that said, I do think that this moment is important enough that I don't think the Zemstva Congress was a precursor to the Revolution of 1905. I think the revolution is happening right now. Nobody knew it, but the Revolution of 1905 had already begun. Over 3 days, and in meetings that were held at different private residences, the Zemstva Congress debated reforms they wanted the Tsar to adopt. And of the 103 delegates who convened, it's reckoned that about 2/3 were liberal constitutionalists, while only about 1/3 were conservatives who merely wanted the Tsar to accept the principle of a consultative place for popular voices. The Union of Liberation had successfully gotten some of their men selected for the Congress, and they were there to make sure that the reforms they demanded were as forthrightly constitutional as possible. The final 10-point plan the Congress came up with reflected this dynamic, and it included all the greatest liberal constitutionalist hits: equality before the law, freedom of religion and conscience, freedom of speech and the press, freedom of association, elected regional assemblies, and an elected National Assembly, and that these assemblies should participate in both lawmaking and budget oversight. In the midst of these recommendations, they also editorialized that above all they wanted an end to abnormal and arbitrary government. They wanted to free the Tsar's subjects from the whims of an unaccountable police and an arbitrary bureaucracy. Now, to appease the conservatives, this 10-point plan avoided using trigger words like constitution and parliament, but it was still plain that they were asking for a constitution and a parliament. And after 3 days, they finished their work and they voted on this 10-point plan, and then transmitted it to Mirsky, who promised to take it to the Tsar. No one was under any illusion that the Tsar would accept the whole package, but it was meant to signal how far he was going to have to move to appease them. So as I just said, it was impossible to keep this out of the press. The people of the Russian Empire knew that it was taking place, and something like 5,000 telegrams flooded into St. Petersburg declaring support or best wishes for the delegates. And all around the empire, municipal councils, social organizations, and business groups wrote and published their own supportive public calls for reform. Mirsky was obviously frustrated he couldn't keep a lid on things, but he also believed that if he cracked down too hard, that it would only make things worse. After the conclusion of the Congress, the Union of Liberation then took direct action to keep up the public drumbeat in support of reform, specifically modeling their efforts on the liberal opposition in France in 1847 and 1848, which they all knew from their history books. The Union of Liberation organized a private campaign of banquets that would skirt legal prohibitions on political meetings by billing themselves as merely private dinners. But even the cover story for these banquets sent a message, as they were allegedly convened to celebrate the 40th anniversary of the great judicial reforms of 1864. The first of these banquets was held on November the 20th in St. Petersburg and hosted 600 attendees, many of whom ranked amongst the most prominent members of the intelligentsia, the liberal nobility, and the reform-minded officer corps of the military. The quote-unquote toasts they offered were little more than political speeches supporting a constitution and civil rights and participatory government. And this kicked off a wave of such banquets. Over the next few weeks, 38 dinners were held in 26 different cities, all sounding the same call. And you had doctors, lawyers, engineers, landowners, journalists, military officers, and even reform-minded bureaucrats from all over the empire repeating the call for the necessity of political reform. Meanwhile, the press dutifully covered all these events as news stories that quoted from the speeches that were given, the toasts that were given, spreading reformist ideas far and wide. And it was noted that opinions that would have gotten you sent to Siberia 6 months earlier were now boldly spoken out in the open. So that brings us to what could have been a satisfactory conclusion to all of this. Events had been moving very rapidly since the summer of 1904, and by December, expectations were high that the Tsar was going to have to bend to public opinion. Mirsky was certainly working hard on him to acknowledge this political reality. The least you could do is put some elected people on the state council. And at this point, Mirsky is literally saying, "Sir, we either do this or it's gonna be a revolution." But to Mirsky's dismay, the Tsar did not agree. He took his counsel not from the liberal Mirsky, but from conservatives in his family and his ministry, who said, "We can't agree to this. The principle of absolutism is simply too important." And so Nicholas went back to Mirsky, reiterating the same position he had held since the Senseless Dreams speech. "I will never agree to the representative form of government." But he did acknowledge that he would have to take some notice of events. So on December the 12th, the Tsar issued a decree. It was the decree everyone had been waiting for, the Tsar's official response to this great national stirring for political reform, and it was spectacularly underwhelming. It included a vague promise to strengthen the rule of law, to slightly ease up on press censorship, to expand this moment. And then 2 days later, the Tsar followed this up with a provocative counterbalance to his concessions. He condemned the press for irresponsibly inflaming national passions. He demanded the Zemstvos take no more part in national affairs. Anyone who continued to participate in public calls for reform, especially those on a state salary, could expect to be punished in the future. This sent ripples of frustrated anger through the empire, and was greeted with downright ridicule from the population. Who does the Tsar think he is? Mirsky was devastated, and he said, "Everything has failed. Let us build jails." Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 10.33, Bloody Sunday. Last time, we talked about how the shocking disappointments of the Russo-Japanese War led to a sudden awakening of liberal and reformist opposition to the Tsar in the summer of 1904 that culminated with the Zemstva Congress, which demanded an end to Tsarist absolutism. Today, we are going to talk about another major tide that was rising alongside that liberal opposition, the workers' movement, and how that movement, itself building up steam amidst bad news from the Far East and the liberal demands for political reform, would wind up blowing the lid off the whole thing in January 1905. Now, you may have noticed that as we talked about the people allegedly speaking on behalf of the working classes, the Social Democrats, be they Bolshevik or Menshevik, or the SRs or the legal Marxist or revisionist economists, the workers themselves never really entered into it. That's because for all their talk, none of these parties, by their own frank admission, had done a great job actually connecting with actual workers. Though the method of agitation was now accepted, the track record after nearly a decade was not great. The best of the lot by far was the Bundists, who really had forged an alliance between workers and intelligentsia socialists, but they were of course operational only among Jewish workers, and they had just gotten the boot from the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party. The radical socialists were not the leaders, nor hardly even the friends of the workers. One Menshevik reported as late as December 1904, in the middle of a great labor upheaval that we're going to be talking about today, he called a meeting of workers directly affiliated with the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, and only 10 people showed up. SR agents, similarly, reported to their central committee that attempts to organize inside the working classes had produced meager results. But there was a working class movement developing. It existed. It was growing. So, where did it come from, and who was leading it? Well, we know that since the introduction of the Vita system, the working classes of Russia had nearly doubled in size. But that still only made them at most 5% of the total population. But though small in the grand scheme of things, inside the various major cities of the empire, their growth was immense and noticeable. St. Petersburg alone added 250,000 workers to its population over the 1890s, and they now accounted for nearly 30% of the total population. The existing infrastructure of the city was not equipped to handle this influx, and suddenly the lodging houses, tenements, and meager dwellings of the industrialized periphery were overflowing with poor families. Conditions here were deplorable by any objective measure. And if you'll recall, one of the hallmarks of early Russian industrialization was that the workforce was often transient. People moved back and forth between their home villages and jobs in the cities. And this flux meant that the places people lived and where they ate and bathed and got medical attention were only ever temporary expedients. It was a bit like you were going off to some particularly crappy summer camp. It was only meant to be temporarily endured, not lived in full time. And so conditions just never got better. People were not just renting rooms, they were renting corners of rooms. You could rent not just a bed, but part of a bed. Sanitation was, of course, practically non-existent, and the food was disgusting. The work itself, meanwhile, was long and grueling. There were no safety standards in the factories, there were hardly any rights for anybody at all, and pay was literally inadequate. The Ministry of Finance itself surveyed conditions and concluded that a family of 4 needed about 50 rubles a month to purchase basic necessities, that is, food and shelter and heat, and then they found that 75% of the workers were making less than 30 rubles a month. The economic and moral math was just not adding up. After the turn of the century, people were still moving back and forth between villages and factories just trying to stay alive. But the industrial way of life was becoming increasingly permanent. And there was already a group of more skilled workers who now lived full-time in the cities and who were making maybe 60 rubles a month. And this group sometimes earns the label the labor aristocracy. They could survive living year-round in the city, they were better educated, and could boast more irreplaceable skills. But as the days and months and years went by and conditions remained horribly exploitive, this group became more radicalized. And when and where we find our socialist radicals managing to meet and educate and propagandize a potential working class recruit, chances are they came from this cohort of the quote-unquote labor aristocracy, and they were well on their way to becoming the working class leaders of the industrial proletariat, actually of the workers, not just for the workers. In contrast to this radicalizing cohort, the lower-skilled, less educated, and still mentally peasant workers tended to remain culturally conservative. They were Orthodox Christian and believed strongly in the divine benevolence of the Tsar. And indeed, one of the things reported by both Social Democrats and SRs back to their respective central committees was that they struggled to recruit among these workers because they were out there pitching overthrowing the Tsar, and everyone was like, what? We love the Tsar. And he loves us too. To them, the Tsar was not a villain, but a hero. Not the devil, but their savior. It understandably made recruiting for a political revolution to overthrow their hero and savior very difficult. But even these culturally and politically conservative workers did not like the conditions under which they lived. And though tangible party building had been slow going, the ideas and demands espoused in radical pamphlets and broadsheets over the past decade had an impact. And there were also now working class leaders who continued to share these ideas and demands directly with their coworkers. They were talking about shorter workdays, a minimum wage, medical attention, safety standards, the kinds of demands that Lenin and Martov often denounced as mere economism, but which to the workers was the difference between like their kids living and dying. And this was another thing that hindered any connection between the socialist intelligentsia and the workers. The intelligentsia socialists were always trying to pivot from economic demands for the workers to grand political schemes, but the workers didn't want their grievances to be made abstract and used as political leverage. They wanted their demands met. This was not abstract to them. It was a matter of immediate life and death. And this reality is actually part of what led many revisionist socialists to turn to quote-unquote economism in the first place. They were responding to the workers themselves. As the 1890s advanced, demands for workplace reform gained traction, as did the number of work stoppages and strikes. Now, we talked about the first big one of this new industrial era, with the rolling textile workers' strike that unfolded over 2 months in the spring of 1896. After that, the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of the Interior both tracked with alarm the growth of the number of worker strikes. They counted 118 in 1896, then 145 in 1897, then 215 in 1898, and then it dipped a little to 189 in 1899. Plenty of these records that make up the strikes that are known to us are police records, because they indicated when and where the police had to come in to break them up. Now, there was a slack period around 1900 and 1901 as the Witte system started to slow down and it made the workers more reticent, but things picked up again in 1903. Over 500 work stoppages and strikes were recorded in that year alone. The authorities were vexed and divided over what to do. Do we just keep cracking down? Do we just ride it out? Do we actually mandate the reforms these people are demanding? The regime's various ministers remained divided, but by 1898, one guy was proposing a novel solution, which was later dubbed police socialism. The originator of this idea was the head of the Moscow Okhrana, Sergei Zubetov. Zubetov had himself started as a teenage revolutionary, but quickly grew disillusioned and switched sides, first becoming a police informant, and then, once his cover got blown, joining the Okhrana full-time as an officer. Zubetov was a skilled and talented agent, and by 1896, he was head of the Moscow section. And thanks to his own background, Zubetov was well aware that workers had legitimate grievances. Their lives were miserable. And if their miserable lives were simply ignored by the authorities, the workers would inevitably be organized into a formidable army by the agents of revolution. Zubetov's big idea was to beat the revolutionaries to the punch, to organize worker groups that would be funded by and under the auspices of the Ochrana. That way, they could control the workers' movement rather than just fight against it. And if these police unions actually delivered material benefits, then not only were you sapping the revolutionary potential of the working classes, you were making them downright loyalists to the regime. These unions would be steeped in Tsarist propaganda. Your lives are being improved thanks to our little father. He is your friend, not these sinister revolutionaries. Zubetov received cautious permission to pursue this plan after the turn of the century. Now, of course, Zubetov's organizations didn't come right out and say, oh, we're a union run by the police. Instead, he hired workers and agents, sometimes right out of the ranks of Social Democrats and SRs who had bills to pay, and who rationalized that delivering real material change might be possible inside an organization that was not being shut down by the police, but supported by it. The pilot program in Moscow was successful enough that when Pleva took over as Minister of the Interior in the spring of 1902, he promoted Zubetov to Chief of Ochrana and let him keep expanding his police unions. Zubetov moved to St. Petersburg, but struggled to make inroads with the workforce of the capital. He did not have the same kind of long-standing trusted connections he had in Moscow. But then in the fall of 1902, he was alerted to a particular priest who was doing amazing business among the impoverished workers, who was gaining a large following thanks to his charismatic oratory, genuine humanity, and evident sincerity. And this priest was Father Grigory Gapon. If Zubetov could get Gapon on board, then it seemed like he might be able to bring the whole St. Petersburg working class under the umbrella of police socialism. Grigory Gapon was born in 1870, and unlike practically every other person we've talked about so far in this series, he did not get into radical student politics. He was a bright kid who got a scholarship to study at a seminary and was noted by his superiors as a potential star in the making. But young Gapon had his own ideas about religion and spiritual service, and was frankly grossed out by what he saw as the corrupt and stagnant hierarchy of the existing Orthodox Church. One of his teachers then slipped him some Tolstoy, whose anarcho-Christian broadsides further blasted Gapon's faith. Not in God, but in the Church. Gapon wanted to minister to the poor and the impoverished and the suffering like a true Christian, and he saw in the official hierarchy only corruption, hypocrisy, and decay. So he gave up on the idea of being a priest and quit the church. He then spent a few years bouncing around trying different things to make money, and while tutoring a well-to-do family, he fell in love with one of their daughters, Vera, and the couple decided to get married. But her parents were not keen on the match until Gapon agreed to apologize to the church for his previous behavior and go back to trying to be a priest. He was talented and intelligent enough that he was welcomed back into the fold as long as he behaved himself. So Gapon settled in. But this new life was quickly upended. After having 2 children, Vera suddenly got sick and died in 1898, which precipitated another crisis of faith for Gapon and a move to St. Petersburg. But ultimately he decided to stick with the church. He studied more and became a priest, and found his true calling working and ministering to the growing working classes of the capital. And as I said, his mixture of genuine sincerity, his charismatic oratory, and his simple, constant presence amongst them earned Gapon a large following among the workers. His evident concern for their material as well as their spiritual well-being made him a potentially potent leader of the workers' movement. Gapon himself was already entertaining such thoughts, and that is how Gapon came across Zubetov's radar. In the fall of 1902, Zubetov reached out to this priest, who was so trusted by the workers, and proposed a deal. Now, Gapon was understandably standoffish to Zubetov's overtures. Gapon had his own ideas and his own plans, and he wasn't looking to become just a paid police stooge. But by the spring of 1903, Gapon concluded that it was better to organize and grow without the police cracking down on him, so he entered into a mutually satisfactory agreement with Zubetov and the Ochrana. That Gapon would keep his organization apolitical and focused on religion and self-improvement. Most especially, Gapon's group would promote loyalty to the Tsar. This was no problem for Gapon. He seems to have genuinely believed in the Orthodox Christian belief that the Tsar had been put on earth by God to protect his people. So it was no compromise for Gapon to promote the Tsar to the workers as their generous benefactor. Now, while he was getting started, Gapon did take money from Zubetov, and it is a persistent historical rumor that he subsequently received a personal 100 ruble a month stipend from the Akhrana. But so far as I can tell, that particular rumor doesn't have firm historical evidence backing it up. So while it is indisputably true that Gapon worked in cooperation with the authorities, and took their money from time to time, the deal he struck with Zubetov left Gapon's group outside the more explicit police union scheme. Which is all to say that given Gapon's larger ambitions and his desire to work free of political interference, here in 1903, it's not really clear who is using who. It was probably best for Gapon that he managed to keep his group outside of Zubetov's police union network. In the summer of 1903, one of Zubetov's groups down in Odessa went rogue and participated in a strike, which was all the ammunition that skeptics inside the regime needed. In August 1903, Zubetov was dismissed from his post as head of Akhrana, and his groups were subsequently dismantled. The police socialism experiment was over. But this was good news for Gapon, who continued his own independent relationship with the officials who replaced Zubetov, and Gapon's religious approach was now seen as a much safer way to control the working classes. Gapon was savvy enough to lean heavily on what officials wanted to hear, and he played up the great themes of orthodoxy, autocracy, and nationality, that he would do things through the lens of the Christian faith, that his love for the Tsar was real and heartfelt, and this was all about improving the moral and spiritual condition of the community. As for the nationality part, Gapon promised that membership in his groups would be open only to good Russians of Orthodox faith, and here he exploited anti-Semitic tropes about foreign agitators, that is, Jews, leading good Russians away from God and the Tsar. In the spring of 1904, Gapon finally received permission to form a new organization that he wanted to officially charter called the Assembly of Russian Factory and Mill Workers of the City of St. Petersburg. The Assembly, as it was called for short, started opening branches all over the working-class periphery of the capital, hosting social events, dances, concerts, and lectures on self-improvement and spiritual uplift. But while he was saying one thing to various officials, he was saying another thing to his top lieutenants. By the time the charter of the Assembly was approved in the spring of 1904, Gapon had purged from his inner circle most of those who had been paid agents of Zubetov. Now working with a newer group of leaders directly loyal to him, Gapon presented them with a document in March 1904 that he said was the real plan. This document was quite a bit more ambitious than what Gapon had been telling the authorities. It listed some pretty major economic demands: labor laws to protect workers, freedom to form unions, an 8-hour workday, and a minimum wage. But it also included a raft of political demands: freedom of speech and the press and assembly and religion, equality before the law, worker participation in lawmaking, a direct progressive income tax, universal education, canceling those redemption payments the peasants still labored under, and transferring land to the people. This was a blueprint for the wholesale reform of the Russian state and economy. But Gapon told his lieutenants nobody is yet ready for this real plan, and he swore them to secrecy. Historians continue to debate whether Gapon floated this document to his lieutenants as secret bait to keep them loyal while he pursued a much more conservative agenda aimed at working-class docility, or whether he was lying to his state handlers, and this really was the real plan. For my part, Gapon seems to have had great ambitions and a sense of personal destiny, and when he marched on Bloody Sunday in January 1905, the petition he bore was almost word for word the text of the program he had shown his lieutenants. Gapon could not have founded the assembly at a more fortuitous moment, because the spring of 1904 was right when bad news from the Far East started swirling and political opposition started rising. Then in the summer of 1904, Plehve was assassinated and replaced by the more liberal Mirski. In this new liberal atmosphere, Gapon started pushing beyond the limits of his agreement with the authorities, the biggest of which was to confine his activities to St. Petersburg. Instead, he undertook a mission to form branches in other cities, and by the fall, he had opened 9 branches and counted 5,000 members, numbers that only increased into the winter. The police authorities, now operating under a more tolerant administration, actually seemed fine with letting Gapon run around. Their main problem was now seditious and potentially revolutionary liberals who were denouncing the Tsar. Gapon, meanwhile, was running around telling everybody the Tsar is great, he loves you, and you should love him back. If anything, Gapon's assembly was counted as an asset, not a liability. And indeed, if Nicholas and his ministers had not been so blunderously blunderful, Gapon might have proven to be a powerful ally, rather than the regime's undoing. So this is roughly where we left off last week. It's December 1904, with the Zemstva Congress and the banquet campaigns, and all the public demonstrations, and then the Tsar's underwhelming concessions, which were coupled with threats for everyone to sit back down and shut up. The Tsar was able to hope that that would be the end of it for, just about 2 weeks, before devastating news hit St. Petersburg. Just as the Tsar was issuing his supremely watered-down concessions, the Japanese army completed their envelopment of the hills around Port Arthur. They then proceeded to mount their own artillery and shell what was left of the Russian fleet in the harbor. Completely helpless, these ships were sunk one by one. With the Russian fleet now sitting at the bottom of the harbor, the Russian garrison commander of Port Arthur unilaterally concluded that further resistance was pointless, and he surrendered the base. Port Arthur had fallen. It was lost. When the news reached St. Petersburg, public opinion, still furious about the Tsar's weak response to the Zemstva Congress, roared with righteous indignation. It was amidst all this hostile public energy and just general angry disbelief at the fall of Port Arthur that a small incident at the Putilov Ironworks became the spark that brought the revolution of 1905 out of the liberal salons and into the streets. The Putilov Ironworks was the single largest factory in Russia, employing about 12,000 workers. It also happened to have the single largest contingent of assembly members. There were about 500 assembly members who worked there. Now, though the police tolerated the assembly, the boss of the Putilov Ironworks had a very different attitude. He hated them. He complained to his own friends inside the Ministry of Finance that the Ministry of the Interior was out here undermining his ability to perform necessary work for the war. On December the 4th, one of these assembly workers had his pay docked, and when he complained, he was fired on the spot. This was a firing which was accompanied by a public diatribe by one of the managers against the assembly. Over the next few weeks, 3 more assembly members were fired on flimsy pretexts. Now initially, even Gapon assumed that this was not that big of a deal and some kind of arrangement could be made. But the workers inside the factory were furious, and the rumor was now that anyone connected to the assembly was going to be fired. With his own followers begging for him to intervene, Gapon decided he could either lead or be left behind, and so he led. On December the 27th, there was a large meeting where Gapon openly threatened to strike if the workers were not reinstated. A week of fruitless negotiations between Gapon, management, and the government produced nothing. And with the deadline for action passed, on January the 3rd, the workers of the Putilov Ironworks went on strike. Then, sympathetic assembly members in other factories stirred their own co-workers. 2 days later, 10,000 more workers had walked off the jobs, and this wave kept spreading over the next week, soon impacting 382 different factories with somewhere between 100 and 150,000 workers walking off the job. St. Petersburg was now effectively under a general strike. To return briefly to our friends in the revolutionary underground, the Social Democrats, Mensheviks and Bolsheviks alike, were taken completely by surprise. Lenin and Krupskaya did not hear about the strike from their own agents. Instead, they read about it in foreign newspapers. One Bolshevik confessed to Lenin he had not even heard of Gapon until a few weeks earlier. So Bolsheviks and Mensheviks and SRs alike all ordered their agents to get in there, infiltrate the strike, and take it over. I mean, this is a really big deal. We need to lead it. In the first few days, they confidently believed that this could be done. But taking over the strike meant sidelining Gapon, denouncing him as a police stooge or as an agent of the Tsar. But whenever they stood up in a workers' meeting and so much as hinted about Gapon's credibility, they were mercilessly booed and shouted down. By January the 7th, they were writing back to say, "We've been able to keep our place in the ranks by openly conforming to Gapon's leadership, but there is no way we're taking this thing over." When Iskra attempted to take credit for turning Gapon in a political direction, the SR's paper, Revolutionary Russia, complimented Iskra on their successful turn to creative writing. But things were now taking a political turn. This was moving from an economic strike to a political confrontation. For his part, Gapon was happy to take the advice of these revolutionary agents, be they Bolshevik, Menshevik, SR, or people out of the Union of Liberation. But Gapon was clear that while they could participate, they could not lead. The idea Gapon now settled on was to draft a petition to the Tsar and carry it to him in a great peaceful procession, to alert him to the conditions under which the workers lived and beg him to intercede on behalf of his people. A draft of this petition then circulated around over the next few days, which, as I said, amounted to an almost verbatim list of the items that had been included on the secret real plan that he had shown his lieutenants back in March of 1904. The only real change is that it appears that someone in the Union of Liberation got him to add an explicit demand for a National Representative Assembly. But because this real plan had always been secret, and because it's not entirely clear Gapon thought it was ever going to become public, this looked like a sudden change in direction. It was certainly far more overtly political than anything Gapon had previously endorsed in public. When the draft petition was complete, Gapon sent it to Mirsky in the Ministry of the Interior and said, "Here is a copy of a petition. We are going to march in a peaceful procession to the Winter Palace this Sunday, January the 9th. Please be prepared to meet us." The regime's response was, as usual, inadequate, contradictory, and detached from reality. They would neither meet Gapon's demands, nor did they want to explicitly reject them and make the situation worse. Some suggested arresting Gapon, but that seemed sure to rile up the workers even more. So they drifted into loosely hoping this would all just kind of blow over. The Tsar was not even at the Winter Palace at the moment. He was out at the imperial residence in the suburb of Zarsky Selo, about a 90-minute train ride away. Rather than bring the Tsar back, his ministers decided to use his absence to their advantage. The authorities posted notices starting on January the 7th forbidding any demonstrations and saying the Tsar is not at the Winter Palace and he is not going to be at the Winter Palace on Sunday. Along with this, they arranged for some additional troops to be brought in to reinforce the garrisons. Their objective would be to prevent any workers who defied the ban on demonstrations from entering the old central city, and especially from entering the grounds of the Winter Palace. The government hoped that the Tsar's absence, coupled with the presence of all these troops, would deflate the workers, and Sunday would pass without any problems. Now, a few isolated voices suggested maybe the Tsar should meet his people. Maybe he should take their petition, if nothing else than to diffuse the general strike we're dealing with. But those lonely voices were ignored. On Saturday night, Mirsky took the train out to Zarsky Selo and briefed Nicholas, who wrote in his diary that some socialist priest was causing trouble, but it was all well in hand, no big deal. Back among the workers, a few lonely voices were likewise trying to stop Gapon from going ahead with the march. The Tsar isn't there. The army is massing. Do you think we should rethink this? But Gapon insisted that the army would not dare shoot on an unarmed procession of peaceful supplicants. And besides, he was now staked to this thing all or nothing. He had spent the last few days in full-blown revivalist preacher mode, building up excitement, energy, and most of all, expectations. The Tsar will see us. He must see us. The Bible commands it. He was whipping people up to promise to die for the cause if need be. "Are you ready to die?" he would shout, and they would all shout back, "Yes, we're with you." So for Gapon, there was already no going back. Before dawn, on Sunday, January the 9th, 1905, workers started gathering at 6 prearranged locations around the periphery of the city, with orders to congregate on the Winter Palace at 2 in the afternoon. The day was bitterly cold, but spirits were high. When they converged, they said prayers, sang hymns, carried icons and portraits of the Tsar. Gapon had explicitly banned the red flags of socialism to avoid accusations that they were dangerous revolutionaries. They all dressed in their Sunday best. They brought their wives and children. Many workers emptied their pockets to show that they were not armed. As they departed, it appears to have been generally known that the Tsar was not actually home. At least, a lot of people seem to understand this. But they also understood that he was only a 90-minute train ride away, and that once they planted themselves at the Winter Palace, he would have to come back. But they also marched out with a kind of grim determination in the ranks that they were marching towards soldiers, and things might get very ugly very fast. At the head of the largest procession, Gapon had convinced himself that there was no way the Tsar could refuse them. There was no way the army was going to fire on them. There was no way this wasn't going to work. But he did have one kind of sort of backup plan. Assuming that he would at least be invited into the Winter Palace to parley with someone, Gapon carried in his pocket a red and a white handkerchief. If he waved the white handkerchief when he emerged, that meant the petition had been received and all was well. But if he waved the red handkerchief, that meant they had been rejected, and that meant it was time for a general insurrection. He had made the socialists and the revolutionaries promise to play it cool during the procession, but if they saw that red handkerchief, all bets were off and they could do whatever they wanted. None of them ever got that far. There was not, as you might have in your imagination thanks to later fanciful depictions of Bloody Sunday, a single dramatic confrontation at the Winter Palace. The 9,000 infantry and about 3,000 cavalry who were now inside St. Petersburg had been posted at various bridges, gates, and main roads to prevent the 6 different processions from advancing into the central city. Nor, I should say, was the violence that's about to happen the result of one big premeditated plan to violently crush the people. As with so much of late Tsarist Russia, Bloody Sunday was the result of confusion, lack of direction, poor leadership, and vague orders. The police, working for the Ministry of the Interior, for example, seemed to passively acquiesce to the march. Policemen were present as the marchers embarked, and they did nothing. Some even doffed their caps as the procession went by, which led many workers to conclude that they had official permission to be doing what they were doing. But the regular army, working under the Ministry of War, was told under no circumstances are you to allow these people to enter the city center. Now, when these orders were issued, I think the assumption was that the mere presence of all these soldiers would be enough to turn the crowd back. But if you order a bunch of soldiers to not let people get by them, soldiers have ways of following that order. The largest procession, as I said, was led by Gapon. They reached the Nerva Gate in the southwest of the city somewhere around 10 or 11 a.m. Gapon was out in front, surrounded by supporters and bodyguards, and as they approached the gate, a line of soldiers barred the way. Orders to disperse went unheeded. Gapon was convinced he could win this staring contest. Even a cavalry charge only moved the workers back a little bit but did not break them up. Those in the back of the procession likely had little clear idea what was happening in the front anyway. The soldiers were then ordered to fire 2 volleys of warning shots over the heads of the crowd. But again, unless you're right up in front, you don't know where that crackling is coming from, nor do you know why that crackling is happening. So the marchers did not disperse and they did not turn around. Then a bugle sounded, and the soldiers leveled their rifles and fired directly into the people. 40 were immediately killed or wounded, including those closest to Gapon. And now the procession did break up in panic. Gapon himself was spirited away over a fence, and then he moved through a series of apartments, ultimately winding up in the apartment of Maxim Gorky, who I have not introduced yet, but who I'll get around to one of these days. The stunning realization that the Tsar was capable of murdering his own people devastated Gapon, and his now wounded and angry mantra was, "There is no God any longer. There is no Tsar." Similar violent clashes followed in other parts of the city as the various processions approached reinforced gates and bridges, all with the same result. Orders to disperse were ignored. That was followed by firing directly into the mass of unarmed demonstrators. The largest clash was at Nevsky Prospect, the city's main grand boulevard. Here, families not even involved in the demonstration, who were simply out for a Sunday walk, were overtaken by a workers' procession that filled the street. These numbers were then swelled further by workers who had been driven away by violent clashes elsewhere, but who were still trying to finish the march to the Winter Palace. And according to at least one account I've read, there were about 50,000 people bunched up in Nevsky Prospect by mid-afternoon. At the north end of the street, protecting the approach to the Winter Palace, there stood a phalanx of troops. When they could not get the people in front of them to turn around or disperse, they lowered their guns and started firing. Ultimately, 4 total volleys, plus some artillery, scattered the shocked crowd backwards, leaving dead bodies strewn everywhere. The demonstrators never did reach the Winter Palace. None of them did. They never saw the Tsar, they never presented their petition. Instead, they left their dead in the street and fled for home, full of shock, disbelief, resentment, anger, and hate. For the crime of trying to tell the Tsar how wretched their lives were, he had murdered them. The final casualty numbers of Bloody Sunday are hard to pin down. The official report says 96 killed with 333 wounded. Stories from the political opposition put the numbers as high as 4,000 killed, which is clearly an exaggeration. In contemporary histories I have read, I've seen quoted 130 dead, 299 wounded, as well as 200 dead and 800 wounded. But the numbers themselves hardly matter. The psychological impact of what was immediately dubbed Bloody Sunday was going to be the same no matter what the final body count. The reason that final body count doesn't matter is because no matter what, it always includes one very specific, very important death. That was the death of the myth of the good Tsar. The belief that the Tsar was good, benevolent, and generous, and that the main problem is that he was surrounded by evil ministers, corrupt bureaucrats, and self-interested officials, had deep roots in Russian history. This belief was strong enough that it had inoculated both rank-and-file workers and rural peasants against more radical revolutionary agitators. But this wasn't just about the lower classes. Within the liberal intelligentsia that we talked about last week, a distinction was usually drawn between the Tsar, who they were loyal to, and the bureaucracy that surrounded him, which they blamed for creating an unnatural barrier between the Tsar and his people. This week we saw how Gapon's assembly had always pointed to the Tsar as their ally, not their enemy. So it's hard to imagine a worse mishandling of this situation by the regime. The workers who had marched out on Bloody Sunday believed the Tsar was a good man who would protect and save them, and he could have secured their love and shorn up popular support for his faltering regime with even the barest of gestures. Outside the morality of the thing, a basic political calculation suggests maybe cementing the loyalty of the workers to act as a counterbalance against the seditious liberal and socialist opposition might not be the worst idea in the world. But no. Not only had the Tsar refused to hear his people's anguished cries for help, but his army had murdered them in the streets. The survivors were left shocked and horrified. They felt betrayed, and their faith in the Tsar was shattered. And to the revolutionaries they had once rebuffed, they now listened to with open ears and angry hearts. In our final assessment, we know that Bloody Sunday was not the result of Nicholas's personal cruelty. He had not ordered the army to mow people down in the streets. He was just catastrophically out of touch. After being briefed on events in St. Petersburg, Nicholas wrote in his diary that night simply that it was all painful and sad, like it was a depressing story on the news about something that was happening on the other side of the world. Nicholas just did not grasp the severity of the situation, the grief-stricken rage it had produced, nor his own culpability in remaining so sleepily aloof. Now, were his advisors and ministers also to blame for not alerting him to alternative answers to the St. Petersburg general strike, for downplaying how serious it was, for creating a situation where the army wound up murdering a bunch of peaceful, unarmed, and loyal subjects of the Tsar? Of course. But if you're claiming to be an absolute autocrat whose unquestioned, all-encompassing authority comes directly from God, and nothing can stand between you and your people, that you are their protector and they love you as much as you love them, well then, buddy, this policy of sad-eyed obliviousness is not going to cut it. Back in St. Petersburg, Father Gapon escaped detection by shaving his beard and then getting dressed in another set of clothes that had been provided by theater friends of Maxim Gorky. Now sought by the police who had tolerated him for so many years, Gapon probably should have skipped town directly. Instead, he snuck into a packed meeting of the Free Economic Society, where leaders of the liberal intelligentsia were meeting to discuss the day's dramatic events. In the midst of this meeting, this man who no one had ever seen before stood up and started railing against the Tsar, saying the time for half measures were over. In the midst of this fiery speech, the room suddenly realized that it was Father Gapon. The meeting descended into chaos, and Gapon had to hustle out the door. He then departed St. Petersburg, eventually making his way to the relative safety of Finland. But before he left, he penned an open letter that said, amongst other things, "Tear up portraits of the blood-sucking Tsar. Be thou damned with all thine august reptilian progeny." Bloody Sunday took a fire that was burning in St. Petersburg and spread it across the whole empire. The liberal opposition was more emboldened than ever. They used the combination of the fall of Port Arthur and Bloody Sunday to expect and demand political reform. Tsarist absolutism was a moral, political, economic, and military disaster. Meanwhile, the working classes joined their brothers and sisters in the capital, and a general strike spread across Russia, ultimately including some 500,000 workers. On Saturday, January the 8th, the Tsar's ministers had gone to bed hoping this would all blow over. By the time they went to bed on Sunday, July the 9th, it had all blown up in their faces. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 10.34, The Wave of Protest. Bloody Sunday was a watershed moment in Russian history. As news of the massacre spread, Russians reacted with shock, horror, and anger. Bloody Sunday invited the whole empire to join an aggrieved reappraisal of the Tsarist regime that was now failing as disastrously at home as it was abroad. And as if the truth itself wasn't bad enough, rumors swirled that Father Gapon had served as a Pied Piper to lure workers into a murderous trap laid by Bloody Nicholas, the admittedly unfair nickname that had been hung on the Tsar after his coronation, but which now seemed more apt than ever. Outside Russia, the rest of the world learned that the Russian army had murdered a bunch of peaceful demonstrators, and the international condemnations of the Tsar were loud and uniform. Faith in the regime was at an all-time low. Faith that this could end only with political and economic reform was at an all-time high. But the exact end result of all this would depend a lot on how it was handled by the Tsar and his ministers. And folks, let me tell you, they are not going to handle it very well at all. As I mentioned last week, Nicholas reacted to Bloody Sunday like it was an unfortunate natural disaster. It was a tragic accident. To the extent that he believed that somebody might be to blame, he placed that blame on revolutionary agitators who had led his people astray. The response from the Empress Alexandra was even more obtuse. She wrote her sister saying, in effect, that she and Nicholas were the real victims. Her heart went out mostly to her husband, who was now bearing a terrible weight thrown on him by a few malcontents in the capital, even as the rest of the empire still loved them as ardently as ever. She wrote, among other things, "Petersburg is a rotten town, not one atom Russian. The Russian people are deeply and truly devoted to the sovereign." Such were the rationalizations inside the imperial family. Meanwhile, back in St. Petersburg, all those workers who, let me just check, are in fact a bunch of Russians, were reeling from Bloody Sunday, but not at all broken. Because one thing Bloody Sunday did not do was end the workers' strike. In the midst of all of Sunday's drama, it was easy to forget the simple fact that their petition had never reached the Tsar. Their demands were still unaddressed. So the workers woke up on Monday morning and still refused to do their jobs. And now they were joined by even more workers. People who had remained on the job thus far now quit in angry solidarity, and this included at the gas works and a critical power station. The general strike that had begun on January the 3rd was not just ongoing, it was bigger than ever. Nothing had been solved, everything was worse, and on top of that, Father Gapon had been forced to flee the country, taking with him the great idea that had previously animated the strikers: the Tsar is good, and he will help us. To deal with the immediate problem of unrest in the capital, the Tsar promoted General Dmitry Trepov to be the new Governor-General of St. Petersburg. A veteran cavalry officer, Trepov had been the head of the Moscow police since 1896. He was a staunch and reliable conservative and had been a vocal critic of Mirsky's liberal approach, saying that it would cause more problems than it would solve. And after Bloody Sunday, this seemed like a bang-on assessment to Nicholas. So Trepov was moved to St. Petersburg to get the situation back in hand. Martial law now prevailed in the capital, with police and troops patrolling unusually empty streets. Trepov also ordered the police to round up all known revolutionary agitators and suspects. Trepov proved to be a steady enough hand that his star was now on the rise. In a few months, he would be given the additional title of Assistant Minister for Internal Affairs, which put him in charge of the National Police Service. Along the way, he would become one of Nicholas's most trusted personal advisors. And Sergei Witte, who remained politically sidelined despite his own self-confident belief that he was the only man who could fix the empire, would soon be bitterly describing Trepov as the real dictator of Russia. But the regime now had a lot more to grapple with than just St. Petersburg workers. Bloody Sunday triggered a vast wave of protest, workers' strikes, street demonstrations, and demands for economic and political reform. This wave of protests spread through three principal channels: the workers, the intelligentsia, and this whole other can of worms that I've been giving short shrift to in the series so far, and that's the minority nationalities on the periphery of the Russian Empire: Poles, Finns, Germans, Armenians, Georgians, and Jews, who chafed under Tsarist rule, and who were after not just economic and political reform, but national liberation. However, one channel that these mass protests in January and February 1905 did not travel through was the peasantry. Now, there were some exceptions here and there, but in the main, this political emergency was mostly an urban phenomenon. which did help Alexandra stay convinced that real Russians still loved them, because people who lived in cities weren't real Russians. So in the industrial labor channel, between January the 10th and January the 20th, strikes broke out in more than 30 cities, and eventually included some 500,000 workers off the job, and that was more than every combined strike since the beginning of the Tsar's reign put together. These strikes were spontaneous and unorganized, and happened far too quickly at this stage for the revolutionary socialist agents to lead or direct them. The vast majority of these strikes were also peaceful, though in Saratov and Kiev there were clashes with local authorities, probably due to the particularly heavy concentration of SRs in those two cities. The worst incident was in Riga, Latvia, where a workers' march on January the 13th was fired on by soldiers, resulting in 70 deaths, some from gunfire, some who were trampled, and a bunch who drowned when they ran for cover onto a frozen river, and the ice broke. But in the main, we are not here talking about people throwing up barricades and storming fortresses. These were peaceful strikes, not insurrectionary uprisings. Which is a good thing for the local authorities because this was an unprecedented spread of urban unrest and they had no coherent plan for dealing with any of it. Now, as I just mentioned, the SRs and the Social Democrats, be they Bolshevik or Menshevik, were forced to play catch-up. They had always been predicting a revolution would break out, and when it actually broke out, they were not expecting it. As we saw last week, their initial attempts to get in there and take over the workers' movement in St. Petersburg had been rebuffed. But after Bloody Sunday, they did start having more success, because they were able to persuasively argue, you tried groveling to Bloody Nicholas and look where that got you. But the agents making that case to the workers inside Russia were now operating mostly independently from the senior emigre leaders who we've been talking about so far, right? Plekhanov and Martov, Lenin, Chernov, Struve. All of them elected to remain abroad rather than rush home. They were all known to the Okhrana and would likely have been arrested the minute they stepped foot back in Russia. Plus, it was not at all clear this was the revolution they had been waiting for. It might all blow over before they even finished their travel arrangements, so they elected to stay put. The only major exception to this was Trotsky, who concluded that he did not want to miss out on the action. So he shaved his beard, acquired a false passport, and traveled incognito to Kiev in February of 1905. And thanks to this, Trotsky will be much more directly involved in the revolution of 1905 than the rest of his emigre comrades put together. As events were moving too quickly for that emigre leadership to issue timely orders, the agents inside Russia had to improvise a response, but nearly everyone focused on ramping up their agitation efforts, to spread ideas and demands and promises, to radicalize the workers who were now well primed by Bloody Sunday to be radicalized, and most importantly to tie the worker grievances to a socialist revolution. But at this point, they were neither the leaders nor the principal organizers of anything. They were just along for the ride. Spreading alongside these labor strikes was the second channel of unrest, the intelligentsia. And January and February 1905 saw a concurrent intelligentsia strike that included all the educated professionals we talked about in episode 10.32 who had been pushing for political reform since the spring of 1904. Bloody Sunday now gave these reformers a bloody shirt to wave around and say, see, this is what we've been talking about. This isn't just about a badly run war, but scandalous, murderous ineptitude at home. We demand political reform. We demand elections and civil rights and a national assembly. So all those same professional organizations and local Zemstva and municipal councils that had supported the Zemstva back in the fall of 1904 issued new statements condemning the regime and demanding an end to autocracy. To back up these demands, they too refused to work. Students and professors walked out of the university classrooms together. Lawyers refused to show up in court. All those statisticians and agronomists and clerks working for the Zemstva stayed home. Instead, they held more meetings and more banquets, jeering the Tsar and cheering reform. They also held fundraisers for the striking workers to try to link these two movements together. And of course, all of this was being covered by the press. And so the drumbeat call for reform spread. And the censor's office was revealed to be ill-equipped to handle this much disruption to routine publishing habits. They simply couldn't handle the flood of material. Successful censorship had always been based on fear of punishment, leading to peremptory self-censorship. But now that fear was gone. And after Bloody Sunday, literate Russia was reading one message: shame on the Tsar, we want reform. The strikes and protests of labor and the intelligentsia then landed in the peripheral parts of the empire, where it combined with the third channel of protest, the minority nationalities. I have not, as I said, fully developed this as much as I probably should have, and I'll have to rectify that. But for now, let's just say that in Poland, angry nationalistic sentiment was rooted in the original partitions of Poland and had been hardened by years of abusive conflict with the Russian authorities. So when, for example, the wave of strikes reached Warsaw on January the 11th, it was infused with this extra burst of nationalist patriotism. And so there was more violence amongst the Polish strikers than there was amongst the Russians. Up in Finland, meanwhile, there was a well-organized revolutionary underground just waiting to break loose. And remember, I mentioned in passing in episode 10.32 that it was Finnish revolutionaries who had brought the anti-Tsarist groups together to form that Paris bloc back in September 1904. And I just noted that one of the most violent clashes in these weeks was in Riga, Latvia. And there's a reason for that. Similar themes of national liberation existed among Armenians and Georgians down in the Transcaucasus, as calls for economic and political reform were joined by attacks on the foreign occupiers. For these minority nationalities in the multi-ethnic Russian Empire, liberation did not just mean liberation from Tsarist oppression, it meant liberation from foreign oppression. The people who attempted to fuse all this together into a coherent movement was the Union of Liberation, who were perfectly positioned to unite all of these forces: intelligentsia, liberals and workers and radicals, socialists, nationalists, SRs, social democrats, all the channels that were now erupting in protest. This was the stuff that a national popular front could be made of, and the Union of Liberation had been trying to achieve that since 1903. Nearly everyone now agreed that the first necessary step was sweeping democratic reform and an end to Tsarist absolutism. That was a minimum plan they could all agree on. Now, whether you wanted to stop there or go further to the dictatorship of the proletariat or stateless agrarian socialism, that didn't matter. For the moment, they were all headed in the same direction, so they may as well all push together. And besides, it was taken for granted among the Marxist agitators that this was probably the beginning of that first bourgeois democratic revolution that would pave the way for the second socialist revolution. So helping these liberal constitutionalists tear down Tsarist autocracy had always been a part of their plans. But though the Union of Liberation was doing a good job fusing together radical members of the intelligentsia, they all still struggled to make contact with the working classes. Even though the workers were now willing, even eager, to listen to scathing attacks on the Tsar, they were still suspicious of attempts to turn their legitimate economic and social grievances into ammunition for a political project they didn't really care about. They were on strike to improve their miserable lives, to address hunger, disease, injury, overwork, and overcrowding. So for them, this was about an 8-hour workday, better sanitation, medical facilities, better wages, an end to arbitrary fines, maybe pensions, collective bargaining, schools for our kids. That was their minimum plan, not a parliament or a constitution. But that said, as long as their minimum plan was addressed, they were for sure willing to turn out in support of political reform, and maybe even political revolution. These waves of strike and protest spread so fast that the Tsarist regime could hardly keep up. And despite all their long-standing paranoid tendencies, it does not seem that anyone had ever seen fit to draw up a coherent national plan of action if a large-scale revolution broke out. So there was confusion about what should be done. Lines of communication and jurisdiction were unclear, and few definitive orders were coming from the top, which is not great if you're allegedly running a highly centralized police state. So provisional governors mostly charted their own paths, many of them invoking their authority to declare a security emergency that would suspend anything resembling civil rights, due process, or judicial accountability. In a few places, as I said, there was violence between police and protesters, but for the most part, things were peaceful. And who knows how far things would have gone if violence had erupted right then and there in January, because nobody really had any idea what they were doing. And remember, the Russian army is still focused mostly on getting their butts kicked in Manchuria. They're not in any position to impose empire-wide martial law. So one of the reasons direction from the central government was lacking was because, well, first they were caught totally flat-footed, but also because the ministry was undergoing a shakeup. Responsibility for a crisis like this was under the purview of the Minister of the Interior, but Mirsky was now discredited with the Tsar, so he handed in his resignation on January the 15th, a resignation which was accepted coldly and without even a parting handshake. Nicholas had only ever appointed Mirsky under duress and had never been happy with his constant whining about the need to appease the liberal intelligentsia. To replace Mirsky, the Tsar elevated a conservative Moscow noble named Alexander Bolygin. But though Bolygin was a staunch supporter of orthodoxy, autocracy, and nationality, and had spent the last few years adamantly opposing all liberal reform proposals, this was mostly through unexamined habit rather than rabid reactionary fervor. And though the appointment of Bolygin was taken by that liberal intelligentsia as a sign that the Tsar was going to attempt to retreat to traditional conservatism, Bolygin was not pleva. He was not going to be that reactionary, and given the circumstances, it really wasn't going to be possible to be that reactionary. But the change in leadership at the Ministry of the Interior in the middle of this crisis did hamper the ministry's ability to provide leadership to the rest of the empire. The regime did get a brief moment to catch its breath, though, because these initial strikes had a shelf life. Even as their workplace demands went unaddressed and unmet by the bosses or by the Tsar or by anybody else, the St. Petersburg workers had been on strike since January the 3rd, and despite fundraising efforts by their new allies among the professional classes, they simply couldn't go on not working. They would die. So inside the capital, workers started returning to their factories as early as January the 14th, just 5 days after Bloody Sunday, with almost the whole city having returned to work by January the 18th. And this was still as other strikes were getting going in other parts of the empire. But those later strikes, which began after the initial strikes in St. Petersburg ended, also had a shelf life. A permanent general strike was never sustainable, and by February the 1st, the wave of industrial strikes was over. And the revolutionaries were disappointed that things had petered out so quickly, but they did take heart that maybe this was the giant first step forward towards the revolution they so ardently desired. But though the workers were now returning to their factories, it was not, oh, things are fine again, even in the myopic halls of the Romanov palaces. Even the staunchest conservatives agreed that there would be no getting out of this without some public concessions by the Tsar. But this was going to have to be handled with care. The Tsar was dealing with humiliation at home and abroad. They had to figure out how to navigate not just the immediate disturbances, but how to repair the regime's long-term legitimacy. Now, through all of these discussions, Nicholas always kept a firm eye on the war with Japan, praying, literally praying, like a lot, for good news. If defeat abroad had undermined his regime, maybe victory could save it. But until that good news came in, there were three things that needed to be done simultaneously: calm the workers inside the capital, calm the empire generally, and calm the international banking community, because the Minister of Finance is now reporting that Bloody Sunday had sent Russia's credit into freefall. So remember how I said that unlike Louis XVI, Nicholas wasn't yet dealing with financial pressures? Well, now he is. But even with all this in front of him, at one point Bulligan was stressing the need for concessions, and Nicholas said, and I'm quoting here, "It's like you're afraid a revolution will break out." And Bulligan said, "Your Majesty, the revolution has already begun." I mean, at least Louis understood something was amiss when he asked if it was a revolt, and told "No, sire, it's a revolution." So the brain boxes inside the ministry finally came up with a brilliant way to solve the problem of the St. Petersburg workers. The Tsar would meet them face to face to express his concern and understanding. But that didn't mean going to the workers, or even going to St. Petersburg, which was far too unsafe. No, what they decided to do was go out and pick 34 subservient and reliably docile workers, and put them on a train to the imperial residence at Tsarskoye Selo on January 19th. For Nicholas, this would be the first time he had come into direct, face-to-face contact with the working class, and when he met them, he felt obliged to play the role that God had ordained for him, the stern but benevolent father. Nicholas read to these workers a pre-written address that turned out to be a paternalistic lecture about how they must not allow themselves to be led astray by evil revolutionaries, especially in a time of war. Then he said he felt terrible about what happened in St. Petersburg, but that he would be a generous father and forgive everyone on all sides for what happened. And then he finished by saying, "I have heard your complaints and I will work to improve conditions for you. Now go home and tell your friends and co-workers that you have met me, that I forgive them all, and I will try to help you all." When they departed, the Tsar and his ministers agreed that it had gone splendidly, and this would be a major turning point. But it really was not. This meeting was accompanied by no other public promises or declarations. The vast majority of people were scarcely aware it had even taken place, and when these 34 workers told people about their trip to meet the Tsar, their friends and co-workers were incredulous. "He forgives us? You have got to be kidding." What everyone really wanted was a great big acknowledgement that something was going to change. The last thing they had heard from the Tsar were some very vague promises back in November in response to the Zemstva Congress that were inadequate at the time and now seemed laughably inconsequential. Because since then we've just had a bunch of bad news from Manchuria, including the fall of Port Arthur, then a general strike in St. Petersburg, then Bloody Sunday, then a nationwide strike. And still, nothing from the Tsar. No official acknowledgement of any of these events. So the Russian people were just sitting there like Ted Knight in Caddyshack. Well, we're waiting. But Nicholas and his ministers were feeling the same unhurried lack of urgency that had gotten them into war with Japan. At one point, to prove that they were in fact working on an official response, the Tsar authorized the ministry to print minutes from their deliberations, which was a fairly unprecedented show of transparency for the Tsar, and he figured it would appease the carping liberals, but instead it turned out to be quite the self-own, because these minutes showed in stark black and white that the ministers were dawdling, petty, out of touch, and neither working hard nor on issues that mattered. Then, on February the 4th, 1905, everything got upended again. Nicholas's eldest uncle, Grand Duke Sergei, the effective patriarch of the Romanov clan, was leaving his Moscow apartment in a carriage when a member of the SR combat organization threw a bomb inside. Sergei was blown to pieces just like his father, the Tsar Liberator. Nicholas was shocked and horrified. It really was a personal blow. Sergei had been a rock in Nicholas's life. The Tsar's sadness turned to fury when he found out that the mood in the streets was not sympathetic or remorseful about the murder of a senior member of the imperial family, but instead muted silence and even glee that old Sergei, who was mostly hated by the people, was dead. Nicholas was furious at how unsympathetic and downright mean everyone was being in this time of mourning. And I do want to say, just before we wrap things up today, that there had been a lot of debate among the revolutionaries on the efficacy of terrorism, mostly on the strategic level, whether it was really advancing the revolutionary cause or inviting a reactionary blowback a la the 1880s. But one thing you have to grant in retrospect is the assassination campaign of the SR combat organization after 1902 did a lot to bring about the revolution of 1905, at least indirectly. Because look, their first major kill was that Minister of the Interior in 1902, which led the Tsar to elevate Plehve, and Plehve turned out to be such an arch-reactionary that he drove conservative reformists into the ranks of the liberal opposition and drove liberal constitutionalists into the ranks of the revolutionaries. Then the SRs killed Plehve in 1904, which led directly to the arrival of Mirsky, which we now understand to be a major turning point that further advanced the political springtime that had opened up and pushed events forward towards the Zemstva Congress, and then ultimately to Bloody Sunday. And now here again, Nicholas is getting ready to publish concessions meant to calm the waters, and the assassination of his uncle made him so upset that he couldn't help but mix these concessions with resentful admonishments of the people, admonishments that were going to screw up the tone that he was trying to adopt. Now, were other factors much more important in bringing about the revolution of 1905? Yes, of course. The war, the buildup of anger in the working classes, Bloody Sunday itself. But looking back and mapping out the course of events, the SR Combat Organization assassinations definitely played their part. And all the while, these assassinations were being orchestrated by Yevna Azev, who was a paid police agent who could have been stopped at any time. It's just wild how history works sometimes. So after the death of Sergei, Nicholas finally got around to putting the finishing touches on the public pronouncements that were meant to address the rolling crises that had been ongoing since the spring of 1904. To his ministry's dismay, however, Nicholas took all their work, did some final editing himself, and then released some proclamations to the public on February the 18th without ever giving them a chance for one last look. So they found out what the final results of all their deliberations were the same time everybody else did. And those final results turned out to be three somewhat contradictory documents. The first was a longish manifesto that called on the people to rally around the principles of traditional autocracy. This is where Nicholas admonished everyone for behaving so disgracefully, and for following ill-intentioned leaders who wanted to, quote, create a new government based on principles alien to our fatherland. This defiant, stubborn, and resentful tone was not what anyone was expecting. But this was not a fatal error. It merely muddled the waters. Because alongside that manifesto, the Tsar issued another decree that formally acknowledged the right to petition, that people were allowed to present proposals on how to improve lives and the working of the government. This was in fact a big concession that the Tsar would at least listen to them. Then finally, later in the day, he issued a third public document, a copy of an order to Minister of the Interior Boligin to begin drafting a proposal that would allow for the most trustworthy people to elect representatives to participate in the initial planning of potential legislation, basically a place where the petitions might be boiled down to concrete proposals. This would all be very limited in scope, but it wasn't nothing. Nicholas is retreating from pure absolute autocracy here. He's going from truly stubborn inflexibility to saying, okay, fine, we'll find a place for the people's voices somewhere. But it was also very confusing because the tone of the manifesto was very different from the tone of the other two decrees. And so suspicion and confusion were as much the reaction out there in the Russian Empire as the joyful embrace of the Tsar's political retreat. The Imperial Acts of February the 18th, 1905, set the tone for the next several months. The invitation to petition led to a flood of petitions, and it was taken by many as an opportunity to more formally and openly organize to discuss the empire's problems and then submit proposals for reform. And if we keep going with our French Revolution analogies, this period resembles nothing so much as the invitation from Louis XVI to his subjects to submit those cahiers de doléances, those grievance lists in 1788. And just like in 1788 and 1789, the petitions of 1905 would ultimately be crafted and positioned to advance the cause of constitutional reform, which was favored by the professional classes. And like the leaders of the Third Estate, the liberal constitutionalists would soon be riding high. In the midst of this swirl of brainstorming political reforms, Nicholas and the Russian Empire were dealt further devastating blows. Nicholas had prayed and prayed for good news from the Far East. But instead, as we will see next week, Nicholas is going to get the worst possible news at the worst possible time. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 10.35, Sinking Ships. When Tsar Nicholas issued his little collection of imperial edicts on February the 18th, 1905, he was no doubt hoping that this would be the moment the fever that had been raging since the summer of 1904 finally broke. He had heard his people, offered concessions, and directed his Minister of the Interior to come up with a workable plan to create space for popular participation in government. So, having satisfied everyone, can the wave of protest and strikes and demonstrations and just general disorder stop now? Please? As your Tsar, I command it? But the fever was not going to break, because what ailed Russia had not yet been properly diagnosed, nor were these concessions sufficient medicine. And there were yet more pathogens to enter the body of Tsarist autocracy, keeping it bedridden for the rest of the year. While he was hoping these hopes, Nicholas was also praying to God for good news from the Far East, an end to the humiliations and setbacks in the war against Japan. Nicholas was praying for something, anything that would balance the endless run of bad news. And for all this praying, Nicholas got, you guessed it, further humiliations and setbacks. Specifically, just as the February Acts were being issued, the Russian army and Japanese army squared off at the Battle of Mukden, which not only turned out to be a battle that served as something of a harbinger for what was to come in World War I just a few years later, but it was also straight up one of the largest land battles in military history up to that point. It featured about 340,000 Russians against 260,000 Japanese, their army now consolidated thanks to the fall of Port Arthur. The Battle of Mukden was not a single set-piece affair, but raged for 2 weeks over extended lines with control of southern Manchuria at stake. Over the course of these grisly weeks, the Russians took close to 90,000 casualties between killed, captured, and wounded. The Japanese rate was even worse. They suffered 75,000 casualties. So both sides suffered enormously. But in the end, the Russian army could not hold their line, and they fell back in chaotic and demoralized retreat. But the Japanese, by this point, were exhausted themselves. Having endured way more casualties and expenses than they had anticipated before the initial attack on Port Arthur, they were now also facing overextended supply lines, and they were unable to pursue the Russians to finish the war right then and there. So, though this was yet another defeat for Russia, it's not like the Empire of Japan was dancing around with a jaunty spring in its step. The war wasn't over, and the Russian Baltic Fleet, now rechristened the Second Pacific Fleet, was still chugging their way around the world and on course for what the Tsar hoped would be their divine destiny to rescue Russia. But while the defeat at Mukden did not yet end the war, it did lead to further piles of scorn being heaped on the Tsar. In particular, the gruesome casualty rate lent further credence to accusations leveled at the regime that they were all incompetent and spending Russian blood and treasure with no plan or purpose. This latest arousal of outrage was then fed directly into a whirlwind of open political activity that had been stirred up by the Tsar's declaration that it was legal to petition the government, to make suggestions about how the state could be better run. So all over the empire, people got together to discuss what they should put into these petitions, especially liberals and reformists and constitutionalists from the professional classes, who would get together at the Free Economic Society or houses of wealthier members, or at school halls or in newspaper offices to discuss politics, which technically the Tsar had not given them permission to do. But what these open meetings did, in essence, was assert that along with the right to petition came an implied right to free assembly and freedom of speech. So when the police authorities would come around to one of these meetings, they would just say, hey, we're doing exactly what the Tsar told us we could do, so buzz off. Now, there were limits to this, obviously. It's not like the SRs could meet in a cafe and shout, hey, I've got an idea for reform, let's kill the Tsar. But in general, political organizing and discussion was now tolerated, if for no other reason than the police simply didn't have the resources to shut it all down even if they wanted to. Now, along with this asserted freedom of assembly and speech came de facto freedom of the press, as journals and newspapers reported all these discussions, brazenly flouting existing censorship laws that, again, the authorities were not actually strong enough to enforce. So, the traditional mechanisms of autocratic political repression were quite simply breaking down everywhere, and it really did seem like a new political era was dawning. In the initial stages of this new era, most of these meetings, speeches, statements, and organizations were led by respectable liberal reformists who were pitching respectable liberal reform. But just underneath the surface was the hand of the Union of Liberation, who were clearly becoming the most influential and potent of all the underground revolutionary parties, largely because their whole mission was to forge a single, monolithic, anti-Tsarist coalition. So they were happy to include all the other underground revolutionary parties, as well as above-ground respectable liberals. So the Union of Liberation became a very necessary connective hub for all the forces driving at revolution. And they weren't just knitting together a coalition, they were also driving that revolution. Radical Democratic members of the Union of Liberation were participating in all of these above-ground liberal meetings and discussions, and they were always trying to get people to demand more and push harder. The most important of these was Pavel Milyukov, who had been on a speaking tour in the United States when the revolution broke out, and who arrived back in Russia in April to hopefully be there for the founding of a new democratic constitutional monarchy for Russia. Milyukov spoke the language of democratic constitutional liberalism, which appealed to the constitutionalists, but he had also paid his dues as an enemy of the Tsar. He had endured imprisonment and exile just like the hardest core revolutionaries had, and they respected him for it. The SRs at one point actually asked him if he wanted to join their central committee, but he declined. They may have shared a single common goal, break the back of the autocracy and create a world of political freedom, but after that they had very different visions about what the future of Russia ought to look like. Many of these political gatherings started out as improvised affairs, so the Union of Liberation worked to bring some order to it. They started organizing professional unions which could act as political pressure groups. Now, this is something that had gotten going in the summer of 1904 when Mirsky had been brought into the Ministry of the Interior, but after Bloody Sunday, professional organizing got going in a more systematic and open way. Soon there was a union for lawyers, and one for doctors, and one for professors, also journalists, agronomists, teachers, veterinarians, pharmacists, and railroad employees. By May of 1905, there were 14 of these professional unions, including groups that were not directly linked to a profession at all, but instead a cause. For example, the Union for the Attainment of Full Rights for the Jewish People of Russia, and the Union of Equal Rights for Women, the first organization dedicated fully to the defense of women's rights as such, as opposed to the socialist or neurotist programs that included gender equality amongst many other demands. The use of the word union here is a bit misleading. These were not labor unions, they were associations of professionals. And when they first started getting together, they drafted their own petitions to the Tsar, which pounded mostly on liberal democratic political demands. But as members of the Union of Liberation were in the middle of all this, there was also an effort to support the workers' movement, and so to include in their petitions demands for an 8-hour day, better wages, pensions, and medical care, to make sure that everybody stayed a part of the same anti-Tsarist movement. We're all in this together. Speaking of those workers, as we saw last week, the initial wave of strikes kicked off by Bloody Sunday wound down by the end of January. But that was just the beginning of everything, not the end of anything. In St. Petersburg, the regime sought to establish a commission to investigate what happened on Bloody Sunday, and in a magnanimous gesture, they wanted representatives of the workers to participate. These representatives were to be selected by 9 electoral assemblies created specifically to perform this single task. But socialists leaped at the opportunity to start influencing events, and they made sure to show up at these assemblies ready to do some influencing. And it worked. The St. Petersburg workers refused to vote on representatives until the government guaranteed certain things, including the audacious demand that the findings of the commission be made public. When the government balked, the workers boycotted the election, and then the Tsar decided to just shutter the whole commission and forget it. This made the workers angry, so just as the February acts were being disseminated, tens of thousands of workers walked off the job yet again in protest. Now, these strikes were neither as long nor as large as the Great January Strike, but it was proof that the situation was still incredibly volatile and the workers were far from satisfied. Elsewhere, the empire continued to be hit by sporadic strikes. So while January 1905 kicked off with something close to 500,000 workers walking off the job at some point, February saw 290,000 workers participating in some kind of strike action, often in areas that had not even been touched by the first wave. Now, these strikes happened spontaneously and seemingly at random in terms of who and when and where and what industries were hit. In the first third of 1905, they were also often so spontaneous that it wasn't until after the workers walked off the job that they attempted to formulate specific demands, most of which at this stage were still purely of the economic variety, right? Shorter hours, higher wages, safety standards, sanitation. But as the year progressed, Bolsheviks and Mensheviks and SRs and people from the Union of Liberation started making better and more stable connections to the working class leadership. And most importantly, they were feeding the workers literature and news and pamphlets that joined these economic strikes to a wider political movement. And as 1905 progresses, we see a marked uptick in workers going on strike, knowing in advance the demands they were striking for, and having democratic political things on that list. The liberal intelligentsia, meanwhile, consistently expressed support for the workers, either out of genuine concern for their well-being, or simply enjoying the strategic value all this industrial disorder had for their own political reform project. Industrialists and manufacturers inside the reform movement, for example, loved to tell their contacts in the Ministry of Finance that really what the workers wanted was political reform, and the economic concessions, which I think we can all agree would cripple the economy anyway, were of merely secondary concern. The number of strikes slackened a bit in March and April, but even still, close to 80,000 workers walked off the job in both of those months, even if it was only for a day or two. By mid-April, the regime was forced to conclude that an 1897 edict making striking a criminal act was simply unenforceable. They couldn't arrest all the workers because, soon enough, there would be no labor force left. Not that the police could handle such an operation anyway. So I think we can add right to strike to a list of reforms that the regime was forced to accept in the face of political, economic, and social reality. They were even forced to admit that limited police actions targeting leaders was pretty counterproductive, because the standard punishment was to exile those working class leaders back to their home villages, which turned out to be a really great way to get the most radicalized voices to return home and start stirring up trouble amongst their friends, family, and neighbors back home, helping activate the thus far inert peasantry. And it is to the peasants who we now turn our attention. The course of events in 1904 and 1905 had led the regime to hope that the unrest would remain confined to the cities and the industrial areas, which were still very small pockets in the grand scheme of things. Nicholas and Alexandra were, of course, personally convinced that the real people of Russia, the good and noble peasants, continued to love them unconditionally. But just to be sure, the regime went out of its way not to spread the news of the Tsar's acts of February the 18th, which confirmed the right to petition. So unlike, say, the Emancipation Decree, which was read in every village church in the empire, the February decrees were really not. But the regime could not keep this information under wraps because the Zemstva liberals and others aligned with the political opposition out in the provinces sprang into action and made it their business to spread the news far and wide. And while they may have been more temperamentally conservative, it's not like the peasants didn't have their own deep grievances they wanted the Tsar to fix. We do not have enough land to support our families. The rent we pay for leased land is too high. The wages we receive for day labor is too low. Also, we would like access to timber and pasture land that is still being claimed as the exclusive preserve of the state and the nobility. Adding to these long-standing complaints was a growing anti-war sentiment, and in the villages this anti-war sentiment was not abstract, it was personal. The Russian army was primarily composed of peasant conscripts, so the lived reality of the Russo-Japanese war for the peasants was watching husbands, sons, brothers, and fathers taken off to go fight a war that was quickly revealed to be as pointless as it was incompetently led. And all the news of the death and destruction in the Far East right up through the retreat at Mukden was then followed by more reservists being activated. And in the villages, the attitude is, what are you doing? Don't send more of our boys off to die for nothing. End the war. So compounding these factors, by the spring of 1905, many workers who had personally witnessed events of the previous winter were now coming back home with lurid tales of murder and revolution and spreading around the ideas that had animated it all. This led the peasants to start participating in these momentous events in two ways. First, village councils would get together and come up with their own petitions to send the Tsar featuring their own demands: more land, cheaper rent, higher wages, and, when they felt particularly bold, the biggest ask of all: take all that land that is held by the state and the Tsar and the nobility and transfer it to the people. But also influenced by local members of the rural intelligentsia, these petitions also routinely demanded a democratic national assembly, civil liberties, and local self-government. These were the same kind of political demands that were now being tacked onto the worker petitions, at the same time that they were being hammered in the press, and by the Zemstvas, and by the various professional unions. So on this front, political reform, all of Russia did seem to be speaking with one voice. But alongside this peaceful path of petition, plenty of peasants took a more aggressive approach, embracing the tactics that had been used during that sweep of rural unrest that had swept across southern Russia in 1902, which we talked about in episode 10.30, and that was target largest states for looting and burning. These direct attacks on the local magnates was particularly heavy in the Volga region where the SRs had been making inroads, but it's not like the SRs were some invisible hand guiding the peasants to revolution. Most of this, by the admission of the SR's own agents out in the field, was spontaneous and self-directed. The common pattern was for peasants drawn from a cluster of villages around some particular estate to agree to congregate at that estate on a certain day. Then, numbering as many as 600 or 700, they would push their way in and loot the premises, making sure to locate the office where the debt and obligation records were kept and burn those in a giant pile. And then, as a grand finale, sometimes they would burn whole buildings to the ground. One of the earliest and most dramatic incidents was at an estate of Grand Duke Sergei's in the Orlov province, run by a notoriously cruel manager. 2 weeks after the Grand Duke's assassination, hundreds descended on this estate. They looted and redistributed whatever wasn't nailed down, and then lit the place on fire. It took a contingent of regular army troops to break this all up. But these direct attacks on the estates were not physically violent affairs. Managers and owners, even if they were hated, were told just to go stand off to one side and not get in the way. No one was being lined up against the wall and shot. At least not yet. February, March, and April each saw 100 or so such incidents across the empire. So this is not like the whole peasantry is now up in arms. But once the weather started warming up and the regime continued to flail, the number of these local insurrections increased out in the countryside. These direct peasant actions led to a debate opening up inside the ranks of the SRs about the nature and utility of so-called economic terrorism. Some younger and more radical SRs argued that they needed to expand their target list beyond the narrow pool of political and police officials, because equally culpable in the people's suffering and equally standing in the way of full agrarian socialism were landlords and estate managers and bankers and industrialists. Just because you were technically a private citizen didn't mean you weren't a core cog in the apparatus of oppression. Plus, engaging directly against landlords and managers might actually bring on board peasants who were still struggling to accept that the Tsar was not their benevolent and protective father. So on a practical level, it would be easier to radicalize the peasantry against local landlords than it was to radicalize them against the Tsar. This debate led to further arguments about how fast they should be moving now that the revolution appeared to be on. Most SR Central Committee members, though, including their leading theorist, Viktor Chernov, believed that decentralized agrarian socialism could only be accomplished after the political revolution was done, after the freedomless autocracy had been toppled. So even terrorist tactics had to reflect that single-minded political focus. Besides, killing hated members of the regime was one thing, but killing landlords and businessmen might, for example, spook liberal reformists into a reactionary posture too soon. But those younger and more radical SRs were saying, no, we can do it now, we can do it all at once. We should attack and terrorize all the exploitive forces in society right now today, and start trying to seize and redistribute land. And this debate was the origin of the split inside the SRs, which led to the more extremist SR maximalists to break away and pursue their own faster, more violent, and more direct route to agrarian socialism. And while we're here talking about these internal SR debates, I should mention that there were also internal debates inside the social democratic circles, especially along that Bolshevik-Menshevik divide. Lenin and his Bolsheviks argued that because the liberals and bourgeoisie in Russia were still pretty small and weak, that if the proletariat played a decisive role in toppling the Tsarist regime, that they could win a powerful position inside the resulting democratic government. So much so that the period of quote-unquote bourgeois rule that was implied by the two-stage revolution theory could be dramatically shortened. And I'll mention this in passing now, but we're going to discuss it a lot more later, that Trotsky is already well on his way to articulating a theory of permanent revolution that will take this argument to its logical conclusion. To achieve this decisive place inside the post-autocratic government, the Bolsheviks also argued in favor of immediate armed insurrection, not just playing the peaceful game of petition and strikes and pressure and working for the liberals rather than alongside the liberals. Martov and the Mensheviks, meanwhile, were far more in favor of holding off on the need for armed insurrection, and they planned to ride out the period of inevitable bourgeois liberal rule without trying to bring about the dictatorship of the proletariat too soon. As a result, we find Mensheviks in Russia far more willing to collaborate with the liberals and the Union of Liberation throughout 1905. But these arguments among the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party members were largely being held in an émigré vacuum, and as we discussed last week, they were happening at such a distance that the Bolsheviks and Mensheviks inside Russia were just improvising tactics and strategy at quite a remove from the alleged leaders of their respective parties. So if we look back now over the course of the revolution so far, we find ourselves nearing the end of the fourth phase of the revolution. The first phase actually happened back in 1904 and was defined by the liberal opposition that culminated with the Zemstva Congress of November 1904. The second phase was defined by Father Gapon and his assembly, and culminated obviously with Bloody Sunday. The third phase was that wave of protest, which culminated with the Tsar's February edicts, and now here the fourth phase is culminating in May 1905, when a number of currents converged simultaneously. The first of these was the convergence of the workers' movement and socialist agitation on May Day 1905. May Day kicked off a whole new surge of worker strikes after the lull of March and April, and these were really important because it was the first time that the socialists managed to organize and, dare I say, lead the workers out of the factories. Up until now, the Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks and the SRs had always been hopping into influence strikes after they had spontaneously broken out. But with May the 1st now declared International Workers' Day, the socialist agitators planned events in advance and got the workers to go along with it. The strikes orchestrated in the first week of May then jolted the workers across the empire back to life and shot the number of strikers from the tens of thousands back into the hundreds of thousands. Then about a week after the May Day strike started, the Union of Liberation completed the next phase of their plan, joining together all the professional unions they had organized into a single force. On May the 8th and 9th, 60 delegates representing 14 unions voted to form a single Union of Unions. And that's what they called it, the Union of Unions. This new Union of Unions then elected Pavel Milyakov to be its chairman, which meant they were not here to be cautious and conciliatory. The Union of Unions was specifically organized to act as something like the public face of the Union of Liberation. Their objectives were overtly political and very radical, and they would push for ever more audacious plans that were now being formed by the Union of Liberation, which included a call for truly universal democratic suffrage, and by truly universal I mean they were now arguing for women's right to vote. But if you know anything at all about the Revolution of 1905, you know the really big event of May 1905, the Battle of Tsushima. While the regime grappled with domestic chaos, Tsar Nicholas had continued to pray for good news from the Far East, prayers that had thus far gone unanswered. After the Battle of Mukden, all hopes and prayers now rested on the Baltic Fleet, which had been redubbed the Second Pacific Squadron. Having departed in October 1904, this fleet of ships plus an array of auxiliary boats had been sailing around the world. And this Second Pacific Squadron included the largest and newest ships in the Russian Navy, 11 battleships plus cruisers and destroyers of various shapes and sizes, and they traveled around the tip of Africa to Madagascar and then across the Indian Ocean. Meanwhile, a third Pacific Squadron composed of lighter and older ships were also dispatched, taking the more direct route through the Suez Canal. Now, since our principal interest here is the effect of all this on the Revolution of 1905, I am not going to do a play-by-play of this ignominious voyage of the damned, but if you are interested, there is such an entertaining play-by-play. A bunch of you have sent it to me. They are very detailed and highly entertaining YouTube videos by a naval history creator, Drakenofel, which covers both the Voyage of the Damned and the resulting Battle of Tsushima. The short version, though, is that after 7 months and 18,000 miles, the Russian fleet was finally approaching Japan in May 1905. Since their original mission to relieve Port Arthur had been mooted by the fall of Port Arthur, all the Russian Navy was trying to do at this point was push on to Vladivostok to regroup. On May the 15th, they tried to sail through the Straits of Tsushima, straits that were blocked by the whole Japanese Navy. A Japanese Navy that had spent the last few months relentlessly practicing for this very confrontation. They knew the Russian Navy was coming, and they were going to stop them. The essential Japanese strategy was to concentrate all their fire on one Russian battleship at a time, so when the two fleets came into contact, that's what they did. The Battle of Tsushima lasted all through the afternoon of the 15th, through the night, and then recommenced on the morning of the 16th. And while the whole thing is a very confusing mess, made more confusing by fog and mistakes and miscommunications, the final result was unambiguous disaster for the Russians. By the time the last small contingent of Russian ships surrendered on the morning of the 16th, almost the entire squadron had been sunk or scuttled, including all 11 battleships. So on May the 15th, this Russian fleet had carried with it the hopes and dreams and prayers of the whole empire, and on the morning of the 16th, that Russian fleet simply did not exist. Now, a few ships managed to break away from this debacle, and they were either taken into custody by the Chinese, or a few arrived down in Manila and were taken into custody by the Americans. Only 3 Russian ships managed to complete the voyage to Vladivostok. The Battle of Tsushima was a short, decisive, and devastating end to the Russo-Japanese War. It was the Russian Empire's final humiliation in what had been a humiliating string of humiliations. The Battle of Tsushima was an almost incomprehensible piece of news back in St. Petersburg. The Tsar had gone into this war essentially by accident, and was so brimming with confidence at the outset that the whole of the empire was convinced that it would be quick and easy. Failures in the Far East had then come so rapidly and seemed so incongruous with everybody's expectations that it had shaken the core legitimacy of the Tsarist regime. And despite all his praying, Nicholas now faced the unthinkable. There was no more hope. Russia was defeated. They lost the war. Through back channels, the Tsar accepted an offer from U.S. President Theodore Roosevelt to broker a treaty. Now obviously there is never a good time to lose a war, but having news of the disaster at Tsushima arrive just as the revolutionary fever is rising in the spring of 1905, that meant that all the Tsar's problems were compounded to the point where he would be hard-pressed to ever escape them. Next week, in the wake of defeat abroad, Nicholas's beloved absolute autocracy would find itself facing defeat at home. Episode 10.36, The Beligan Constitution. So things are going great for Tsar Nicholas. The war with Japan he did not believe would ever happen because he had not wished it, had gone ahead and started anyway. And then, despite all the hubris Russia could muster, the war he had not wished for turned into a non-stop string of humiliating defeats. Once the stark naked reality of the regime's inept overconfidence had been laid bare, the Tsar and his ministers faced a sudden assault on their legitimacy. An assault launched first by the educated intelligentsia, then aggrieved workers, and now included Nicholas's beloved peasants. In 1904 and 1905, the Tsar and his ministers had been faced with 2 great crises, one foreign and one domestic, and they had failed to meet either challenge. The common denominator in both cases was the blithe inability of the regime to comprehend the problems they faced, living as they did in a hermetically sealed imperial bubble which reality was not allowed to penetrate. They believed themselves strong when really they were weak. They believed themselves loved when really they were hated. They believed themselves brilliant when really they were inept. Ministers, senior officials, and high-ranking military officers held their jobs thanks to connections or loyalty rather than talent and expertise. Not only were they incapable of properly cleaning up a mess, they were incapable of understanding that they themselves had made the mess in the first place. It must be someone else's fault. A few malcontented intellectuals too smart for their own good, or some uppity students who should shut up and go back to class, or some ungrateful workers who complained all the time because they were lazy and selfish. And because the halls of imperial power were full of racist xenophobia, they of course also blamed foreigners and Jews. When reality did penetrate their hermetically sealed imperial bubble, say with the fall of Port Arthur or Bloody Sunday, their response was always far too little and far too late. By which point, these far too little and far too late solutions only antagonized the situation because they were so obviously too little and so obviously too late. And so Nicholas and his ministers could just never catch up to the curve. And today's episode is about them continuing to not catch up to the curve. Some of them continuing to insist in the face of everything that we've been talking about that Russia's problems weren't nearly as big as they were being made out to be. And besides, it wasn't their fault. So to pick back up where we immediately left off last week, the Battle of Tsushima ended the crisis abroad. It brought to a close a string of humiliating defeats, with the mother of all humiliating defeats. The war was over. Russia had lost. The Tsar convened a council of his most trusted advisors and senior generals, and they decided to accept an offer from U.S. President Theodore Roosevelt to broker a treaty between Russia and Japan. To handle negotiations, the Tsar called upon Sergei Witte, who, remember, had been in charge of Far East diplomacy until the ministry elected to bumble its way into a war Witte had tried to tell them not to bumble into. Witte had been expecting that the massive crises of the past 12 months would lead to him being recalled to a position of real influence and authority, and was disappointed and a bit grumbly that his assignment was now to go negotiate an end to the war that he would have avoided entirely. And he said, where there is a mess to be cleaned up, they always call Witte. But he took the assignment and led a delegation to Portsmouth, New Hampshire. By way of final instructions, the Tsar came back around to his usual place of benighted hubris, telling Witte to play hardball, make no territorial concessions, agree to no reparations, and accept no limits on Russian activity in the Pacific. Now, as we'll see next week, Witte is going to do the best that he can, and he does have a few aces up his sleeve. But it's like, Your Majesty, we lost. A critical mistake the regime then made at this juncture was that they didn't tell anybody they were going to negotiate a peace. In an effort to protect Russia's honor, they kept the negotiations secret from the public. And to keep this bluff going, they did not stop calling up reservists even after news of the Battle of Tsushima made the rounds. So across the empire, families were learning that the Russian Navy had been sunk as they continued to watch their friends and family and loved ones get called up for service. And called up to do what exactly? Die for a pointless war that cannot be won, apparently. So the general incredulous fury spreading across the empire down to its deepest roots only intensified. The regime simply did not recognize how much lying about everything in a ham-fisted effort to protect their image was doing even more damage to that image than publicly admitting that the war was over. And this had some direct consequences. Within a week of Tsushima, the governor of Moscow province invited peasant communities in the region to come together and issue a statement saying that they supported both the Tsar and the war effort. Instead, representatives of these communities took the opportunity to get together and form the All-Russian Peasants' Union, the germ of the first organization of peasants that was national in scope. This new union had little interest in issuing subservient declarations in support of a regime they believe now to be a colossal failure. Of even greater historical interest, the Battle of Tsushima also happened to coincide with the single longest strike of the Revolution of 1905 so far. The industrial city of, and bear with me here, Ivanovo-Voznesensk lay about 200 kilometers northeast of Moscow. It was home to about 80,000 people and was a major center of textile production. Now, thus far, the workers of Ivanovo had taken almost no part in events. Even after Bloody Sunday, the city had only seen one small and fleeting demonstration. But on May the 12th, a strike began that was called in the midst of the May Day strikes that we talked about last week, and it began spreading with surprising rapidity. Within short order, 32,000 workers had walked off the job, and every factory in the city shut down, leading to the whole labor force being on strike, about 70,000 workers. Their initial demands were basic workplace things: an 8-hour day, a minimum wage, nurseries for their kids, pensions, the right to assembly, the right to sit down on the job. But because there were so many different factories involved in this, the striking workers elected a single council of 151 leaders to handle negotiations with the bosses and political officials. Now, when things had gotten out of hand, those bosses and political officials had split the scene, as had the overwhelmed local police force. This meant that there was no effective local government in place. So the Workers' Council assumed responsibility, and thus did the worker population temporarily wind up self-policing and self-governing itself. This unplanned and improvised assumption of political responsibility meant that, in retrospect, the Ivanovo Workers' Council gets to go down as the first Soviet in Russian revolutionary history. Now, Soviet itself is not a magical word, it's just the word for council, but come 1917, it's going to take on far more significant revolutionary connotation. Now, the workers of this quote-unquote first Soviet did not assign themselves this mantle, nor have a self-conscious awareness that they were drawing up a blueprint for revolutionary worker takeovers of local government. It was just something that they did. But the solidarity of the Ivanovo workers was remarkably high, and despite attacks and strikebreakers descending on them, to say nothing of the trials of life without work and wages, they held out from mid-May all the way to mid-July. Eventually, most were compelled by necessity to return to work, and then a few concessions from the owners brought back everybody else. But it was the longest strike in Russia so far. More importantly for Russian revolutionary history, though, it would carry forever the hallowed glow of being the first Soviet. Meanwhile, back in St. Petersburg, in the wake of the disastrous Battle of Tsushima, with more strikes popping up everywhere, as we just talked about, peasant unrest growing now that the weather was warming up, the representatives of the Zemstva liberal movement decided to try one more time to impress upon the Tsar the need for real political reform. They asked the Tsar to meet with a delegation led by Prince Trubetskoy, who I've mentioned only in passing, but he was the Russian liberal noble par excellence. He was inner circle Russian nobility, while also being one of the principal leaders of the Zemstva movement, going all the way back to the 1890s. On June the 6th, the Tsar met this delegation, and Trubetskoy delivered a message that was suitably abject, declaring that he knew the Tsar only wanted what was best for his people, but what the people now needed was to be heard. He said, "We're falling into anarchy. Most Russians oppose this kind of anarchy, but frankly, the unaccountable bureaucracy is the chief cause of that anarchy. So something has to be done. Most especially, the Tsar must consider convening a National Duma that would be elected not on the basis of the old privileged estates, but of the whole empire together as one. Nicholas could not be the Tsar of this or that estate. He had to be the Tsar of everyone." To the liberals' delight, the Tsar heard all this and said, yes, I know, we're working on it. As I promised we would back in February, I will call a National Duma. Rest assured." Trubetskoy and the liberals thus left feeling pretty good. It would be the last time they attempted to work with the Tsar. And Nicholas was not lying about this. He was telling the truth. He had ordered Minister of the Interior Buligin to begin looking into ways elected representatives might be brought into the government. Now, Buligin was no liberal, and undertook this job mostly with the idea of producing something that would look good enough to calm the waters. His practical objective was simply defuse the revolution, especially because the Tsar's reputation was now in tatters both at home and abroad. Those French bankers who had been mighty upset after Bloody Sunday were positively losing faith after the Battle of Tsushima. The Tsar had to prove he could stabilize the situation. That meant at least giving the appearance of reform. But this minimum goal was too much for Nicholas and other conservatives at court. So the Tsar encouraged these conservatives to draft their own counterproposal to whatever Baligan might produce. And these conservatives were operating on the basic assumption that this quote-unquote revolution was the work of a few malcontents and disruptive foreigners. Why are we capitulating to them? They're like a couple of drops in an ocean. Ensconced as they were in the hermetically sealed imperial bubble, they just did not grasp how widespread the problem actually was, nor what it was going to take for them to survive. But I must say that while they were wrong, they were not totally wrong. I mean, we've understandably been talking about the revolutionary opposition, but there were a lot of loyalists out there. And I don't just mean nobles and landlords and members of the bureaucracy. I'm talking about openly reactionary peasants, workers, shopkeepers, and merchants who believed in orthodoxy, autocracy, and nationality just as fervently as Nicholas did. These people existed. There were a lot of them. So as the revolution of 1905 kept advancing, this reactionary part of the population started forming their own groups that soon became collectively known as the Black Hundreds. The Black Hundreds were reactionary street fighters who would attack anything they thought threatened the regime. They would attack striking workers, or find well-to-do liberals and beat them up, and as supporters of the regime, they usually operated with the tacit permission, if not active assistance, of the police authorities. The Black Hundreds were particularly prominent in the multi-ethnic parts of the empire, and they stood up as violent Russian nationalists and Orthodox Christian supremacists who felt it was their duty to beat back the insolent minority nationalities and aberrant believers of heretical religions. And this, of course, really came together around anti-Semitism, as the Black Hundreds identified the Jews as being the cause of all of this turmoil, and they would always be on the front lines of attacks on Jewish communities. The regime, of course, welcomed this support, and were appreciative of the fact that somebody was pushing back. But what really allowed the Tsar some breathing room was the continued loyalty of the military. Had the army turned on him at any point, as many in the regime feared they might after Bloody Sunday, the revolution would have been over. They would have all been overthrown. But for a variety of reasons, including that natural conservatism of the peasants who formed the rank and file, the army continued to reliably follow orders, even if morale was starting to crash. Now in the Navy, things were a bit different. Not completely different, but at least a little different. Noticeably different. Given the more industrial skills needed to man modern ships, the Navy tended to recruit from the skilled urban workers, the group that tended to be on the radical edge of the workers' movement. So inside the Russian Navy, there were pockets of avowed socialists and revolutionaries. Now you might be thinking, hey wait, hasn't the entire Russian Navy been sunk by now? And the answer is, no, not yet. The Pacific Fleet had been sunk, the Baltic Fleet had been sunk, but there was still a fleet in the Black Sea based out of Odessa. And indeed that Black Sea Fleet had one of the newest and best ships in the whole Navy, the battleship Potemkin. In mid-June, the Potemkin was out on a firing exercise. All the best officers and experienced sailors had been transferred to the Pacific, leaving behind lower-quality officers and mostly raw recruits. And tensions on board the Potemkin during this training exercise were starting to run high between aggravated sailors and irate officers about conditions and treatment. Finally, things came to a head on June the 14th when the crew was served rancid meat. That proved to be the last straw. They complained bitterly, refused to eat, and sent a deputation to confront the captain. In the ensuing showdown, the executive officer pulled out his pistol and killed the leader of this deputation. but instead of scaring the crew back into submission, it triggered a violent mutiny. In the ensuing conflict, 7 officers, including the captain, were killed. Other officers were thrown overboard, the rest were locked up in closets. The executive officer was thrown overboard and then shot. The sailors then raised the red flag and sailed into Odessa on June the 15th, which, as it turned out, was currently in the grip of its own major revolutionary clash. So tensions in Odessa had been rising steadily since April. There had been repeated strikes amongst the artisans and small businesses and shopkeepers, and also unrest amongst the dock workers. Dock workers, who you might remember, had been already into radical literature all the way back when young Trotsky was cutting his teeth as a revolutionary, agitating amongst them back in 1896. In the last decade, Odessa had been a city where SRs and Mensheviks and Bolsheviks and the Union of Liberation had all done very well. By mid-1905, street clashes started to increase in frequency, pitting police backed up by gangs of black hundreds fighting against socialist agitators and radicalized workers. The Potemkin mutineers were connected to those fighting in the streets of Odessa, and it is no coincidence that these two events coincided. The Potemkin sailed into Odessa on June the 15th, flying the red flag of revolution, and understandably terrified the authorities, who declared outright martial law. Over the night of June the 15th and June the 16th, there were major battles in Odessa, and much of the city caught fire, either by arson or accident. The Potemkin offered to put its heavy guns at the disposal of the people, but in the ensuing fighting they only fired once on a theater that was being used as a headquarters for the authorities, and they missed. They didn't fire another shot. Meanwhile, cavalry and infantry units were proving too much for the outnumbered insurrectionists, many of whom around the port were driven into the water where they drowned. When morning arrived on June 16th, much of central Odessa was on fire, and something like 2,000 people had been killed. It was by far the worst fighting since the Revolution of 1905 had begun. Meanwhile, the rest of the Black Sea Fleet then sailed into Odessa to demand the Potemkin surrender, which she refused to do, instead calling on the seamen of all the other ships to follow their lead and mutiny. But either from a lack of will, or a lack of desire, or a major clampdown from their officers, the sailors of the other ships did not heed the call to rebellion. So hoping they might trigger a fleet-wide insurrection, the Potemkin found itself sailing alone. But she was still the fastest ship with the best guns, and the admiral in charge of the rest of the Black Sea Fleet did not want to tangle with the Potemkin directly. On June the 18th, the Potemkin sailed out of Odessa unmolested, and after sailing around for a bit, were eventually allowed into a Romanian port, where they half-scuttled the ship and were granted asylum by the independent Kingdom of Romania. So the mutiny of the Potemkin was a dramatic event, and of course produced arguably the greatest silent film of all time. But it did not lead to anything more than just being another horribly troublesome, embarrassing incident for the government. Now, though this seemed like another revolutionary near miss, the Tsar proceeded to take meetings with delegations of conservatives in the last week of June, and he started telling them that they had nothing to worry about with the coming reforms. This news sounded alarm bells inside the camp of the liberals, and they concluded that the Tsar had not been straight with Trubetskoy, and his apparent duplicity and backtracking, which probably came down to the Tsar just wanting to please the people who were in front of him, were pushing more and more people into the ranks of "we need a revolution." In a meeting of the Union of Unions, they resolved that, quote, all means are legitimate against the frightful menace that is posed by the very fact of the continuing existence of the present government. All means should be employed. There was then another major development. This one a major development in the history of Russian liberalism. On June the 16th, representatives of the local town councils, the Municipal Duma, convened in Moscow. 126 delegates representing 87 different towns resolved on a package of political and economic reforms that included full universal suffrage, and they wanted to include women in that. But more importantly, While this assembly of city councilors met, they were invited to send a delegation to the next Zemstva Congress that was being held at the beginning of July, which these councilmen readily agreed to. So the Municipal Duma and the Provincial Zemstva were the two political institutions in the Russian Empire that had some kind of elected representative element, and which wielded some actual authority at the local level. At a shared Congress on July the 6th, 7th, and 8th, they merged into one national movement. And that was going to turn out to be a big deal. Convening now in the wake of the Battle of Tsushima, the ongoing strikes, the fighting in Odessa, the Potemkin mutiny, and now these leaks coming out of the ministry that whatever the Tsar planned to concede was going to be horrendously inadequate, they resolved to preempt the Tsar's announcement by publishing their own draft plan for a new fundamental law of Russia. This draft outlined extensive civil liberties, respect for the rule of law, a bicameral legislature with the lower house being elected by universal suffrage, though by this point they had forgotten about the women. Basically, it amounted to a Western-style constitutional monarchy. This Congress was allowed to convene and do its work without being arrested, but plenty of people inside the ministry, both among the practical moderates and the rigid conservatives, were awfully worried that what they were watching here was the National Assembly form right before their eyes. That if the regime didn't handle the rollout of their own concessions properly, that this Congress might just self-declare itself a National Assembly, just as the Third Estate had done in June of 1789. So with the people having pretty clearly laid out what they want, let's go back to the hermetically sealed imperial bubble in St. Petersburg and see what the gang is cooking up. By the end of July, Beligin's committee and that shadow conservative committee produced drafts of what a new representative institution might look like, some kind of new representative National Duma. To reconcile the two drafts, the Tsar personally chaired a conference composed of all the head ministers, senior military officials, and members of the Council of State. They met for 5 long sessions between July the 19th and July the 26th, with 2 main questions in front of them. What can this new Duma do, and who makes up its membership? The conservatives walked in still believing that they really shouldn't be giving an inch, and they suggested a body whose members would not be elected, but rather appointed by the Tsar, and who would only be allowed to consult, not wield any real power. To this, the moderates, led by the Minister of Finance, said, if we announce some Tsar-appointed rubber stamp, what are we even doing here? We're trying to shut down a revolution, and that ain't gonna do it. This, the Tsar reluctantly agreed with. He also conceded the point that, at a minimum, the Duma needed to have some kind of role in taxation, because in the wake of the losses in Japan and all this domestic disorder, taxes were going to have to go up, and buy-in from the people paying the taxes was going to be essential. Plus, this was all now being composed with an eye on satisfying those French bankers who, as I said, were leaning hard on the Tsar to guarantee the regime's financial stability. And that was also going to require elections, not just appointments. But the conservatives regrouped, understanding that the Duma could be kept in a subservient position regardless of its formal powers as long as its membership was controlled. So they argued for a body that heavily weighted towards real Russia. They said that voting should go through the traditional estates, and extra preference should be given to real Russians, namely the nobility and the peasants. The Tsar was well disposed to this idea, as he too shared the belief that real Russians were with him, in something of a no true Scotsman fallacy. If you were a real Russian, you supported the Tsar, and if you were against him, then you must not be a real Russian. Against this proposal to have the Duma only represent the nobility and the peasants, the moderates attempted to argue that if they purposefully shut out urban intellectuals and the workers, that the crisis was not going to be diffused, it would only be exacerbated. But they weren't really winning this point. And plus, none of them were Democrats, and they all planned to use land and property holdings as the basis for suffrage anyway. So a compromise was reached. Voting would take place through multiple curia, curia named after the old Roman voting blocks, with the first one being large landowners, second being urban and town dwellers with minimum property holdings or who paid particularly high rent. The third curia was peasants who had a share in communal land, and then each of the 16 major cities would have their own rules that involved even higher property and tax requirements, specifically designed to deny the vote to most of the population of those most turbulent urban areas. These elections would then be further controlled by multi-stage elections, and for that peasant curia, there was a long and cumbersome 4-stage process designed to weed out anyone who might actually speak for the common families. After all these debates, a final draft was composed, which included even more watering down of the Duma's power. And though they were allowed to participate in certain affairs and there would be elections, the Tsar was clearly left with the ability to ignore them anytime he wanted to. So this Baligan Constitution, as it came to be known even though Baligan himself took little part in the actual debates, did not address any of the prevailing demands to an almost comical degree. But none of them knew how far off the mark they were. Minister of the Interior Baligan was quite pleased, and he said surely this will sate the liberal wolves while leaving the conservative bird whole. But the liberal wolves were really not sated. The Baligan Constitution was published on August the 6th and was met with uniform hostility. Not only was the new Duma not a true National Assembly with any real power, but look at who was disenfranchised entirely. Anyone under the age of 25, with students being specifically excluded, anyone who served in the armed forces, all women, all urban workers, and almost the entirety of the urban intelligentsia if they didn't happen to be independently wealthy. Newspapers then published little bits of math showing that Moscow, with a population of a little over 1 million, had just 12,000 voters. St. Petersburg, with a population of a little under 1.5 million, had just 7,130 voters. At the final stage, the 412 delegates to the State Duma were going to be elected by a mere 7,591 qualified electors. Comparing this to the various petitions and resolutions floating around out there, including that draft of a new fundamental law for Russia, the Baligan Constitution was hopelessly inadequate. Now, had this been unveiled back in December of 1904, it would have been hailed as an enlightened and glorious response from the Tsar, the dawning of a new age of freedom. But in August 1905, it was scornfully derided for addressing no key points of contention, satisfying no demands, and utterly ignoring political, social, and economic reality. The only question for the liberals who did qualify to vote was, do we boycott this, or do we participate in the election specifically with the tactical aim of using the Duma as the next headquarters for our continued demands for reform? But funny thing about those elections, they never happened, and the Baligan Constitution was almost instantly reduced to being a mere historical footnote. Not the capstone or end of anything, but simply further proof of the Tsarist regime's woefully inadequate and tardy responses to events, because as plans for the first election were being laid in September 1905, a workers' strike broke out. Now, strikes like this had been popping up off and on all year, so at first it didn't seem like a big deal. But then it grew, and it spread, and suddenly it was everywhere. The Tsar and his ministers, who very briefly believed that they had finally gotten out ahead of things, were now staring down the general strike of October 1905. A general strike which was going to smash the hermetically sealed imperial bubble of willful denial once and for all. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 10.37, the General Strike. Before we get started this week, I do want to remind everybody that we are on a countdown to the big book finishing hiatus, wherein I will temporarily suspend the podcast and pour everything I have into Citizen Lafayette. So after today's episode, I will have 2 more for you. The last episode wrapping up the Revolution of 1905 will post on April the 5th. Now I know that this is not exactly a great time to be depriving you of your favorite podcast, but it'll be that much sweeter when I get back. So we open this third to last episode with the official end of the Russo-Japanese War, the end of the great foreign debacle that had precipitated the domestic revolution. As I said at the beginning of last week's show, Sergei Witte led a delegation to Portsmouth, New Hampshire in the summer of 1905, where, with the help of American intermediaries, most especially President Theodore Roosevelt, they negotiated with their Japanese counterparts. The Tsar had sent Witte off with instructions to play hardball with the Japanese, and though Witte personally would have been much more compromising, he did the best he could to do as he was bidden. And he did rather well, considering that Russia had lost every battle and then lost the war. What Witte had going for him was that Japan, for all their victories, was really no better off than Russia at this point. All the initial assumptions the Russians had made about Japan's weaknesses were true. They were a collection of islands with a tiny population compared to Russia, and the war had taxed their people and their economy to the max. And the new form of modern industrial warfare, with its resulting industrial-scale carnage, had hit them very hard. In the summer of 1905, the Japanese were in extreme "one more victory like that and we are ruined" territory. Long story short, they were as eager to end the fighting as the Russians were. So through a mix of charming his American hosts and threatening to the Japanese that Russia was ready to pour 500,000 more men into Manchuria, Witte managed to keep the resulting Treaty of Portsmouth as non-punitive as possible for Russia. The Russian Empire gave up its claims to the Liaodong Peninsula and southern Manchuria, but they kept control of the Chinese Eastern Railway that serviced Vladivostok. Most importantly, at least from the Russian perspective, they would pay no monetary indemnity or reparation. Instead, they ceded the southern half of Sakhalin Island to Japan. When signed, the Treaty of Portsmouth ended the Russo-Japanese War, and news reports of its contents were the first good news to come out of the Far East in like a year and a half. The Russian public was thrilled to learn the war was finally over. Sergei Witte added luster to his reputation as a wonder boy. With the war ending and the Beligan Constitution promulgated, there was hope in the halls of the imperial palace that the worst was over. As part of an attempt to effect a final settling of things, General Trepov, remember, he's the guy who had been brought in to run St. Petersburg after Bloody Sunday, who had then been given control of the national police, and was so personally trusted by Nicholas that Witte called him the real dictator of Russia. Well, anyway, Trepov proposed to grant a measure of freedom to the empire's universities. Specifically, he proposed lifting the heavy-handed controls that had been enacted in 1884 during the reactionary response to the assassination of the Tsar Liberator. Lifting these rules would allow the universities more autonomy and self-direction, especially on matters relating to freedom of speech and assembly. Trepov's theory was that by allowing some free speech on campus, that moderates and liberals would be satisfied and drift away from the radicals. It would also allow those radicals to blow off their last bit of steam, hopefully preaching to a dwindling audience no longer drawn in by the romantic allure of listening to dangerous banned speech. With universities set to start a new academic year under these freer conditions, the students and professors who had walked out during the wave of protest returned to campus. But far from releasing some harmless steam, the freedoms now granted to the universities triggered the great explosion that blew a hole in the side of the ship of state. As soon as they were back in session, student groups, working with friends and comrades in the various underground revolutionary groups, started holding meetings. Lots of meetings. Practically every night at every university on a variety of topics and featuring a variety of speakers. They talked about political tactics and organization. They discussed the land question, economic conditions of the workers, political and economic philosophy. Through September 1905, practically every available university lecture hall and theater was filled to capacity at every opportunity. The thing that made these meetings so important was that though they were organized by students and held on campus, they were attended by the whole community. Workers would show up, middle-class professionals, women, soldiers. Thousands of people at a time were showing up to these things. Trepoff's big idea was that these meetings would be an inconsequential release valve. Instead, they pumped a massive quantity of radical energy back out into the population. Workers and professionals who attended the meetings then carried the message back to their friends and family and co-workers. Reflecting back on events, both revolutionaries and members of the Tsar's own government agreed that the general strike of October 1905 was born in the mass meetings movement of September 1905. Nobody planned the general strike. Even the organizers of the Union of Unions, which was explicitly about coordinating activities of different professional groups, only mused wistfully that though a general strike might be great, they couldn't actually pull it off. Nobody even recognized at the time what historians now point to as its origin point. On September the 20th, 1905, printers in Moscow went on strike. A strike by a single group in a single city was a common enough occurrence these days, and these printers were mostly upset about workplace conditions. But from this little spark grew the greatest economic conflagration in the history of the Russian Empire. You see, the workshops of the printers were physically right next to Moscow University, and there had already been a lot of cross-contact between the two groups all through September. When the printers went out on September the 20th, they were almost literally bumping into the people attending the ongoing university meetings. And pretty soon street meetings, orations, and lectures were starting up unprompted as the two forces merged. Moscow police responded by attempting to clear the streets, which was only marginally successful, and mostly what that did was lead the printers in St. Petersburg to call a 3-day solidarity strike. But even with a strike now in the two main cities of the empire, it still seemed confined to a single industry and limited in scope. On October the 1st, the Moscow Okhrana was reporting to their superiors that all was well. It was contained. There was no further chance of spreading. But then came a random, totally coincidental, but incredibly momentous death. On October the 3rd, just a few days after the authorities were predicting that the printers' strike was contained, Prince Trubetskoy, the liberal noble leader of the Zemstva, dropped dead in Moscow at the age of 43. His death was the last and perhaps greatest contribution he made to the cause of liberal reform. Trubetskoy was a particularly revered figure among educated professionals and Zemstva constitutionalists and the liberal intelligentsia. His death was a shock, and his funeral turned quickly from solemn mourning into political rally. People from all classes filled the streets of Moscow praising Trubetskoy and denouncing the regime he had spent his life trying to reform. After the funeral, a group of students were walking to another meeting when they were attacked by Cossack cavalry guards, who beat the students and arrested about 20 of them. This unprovoked attack on Trubetskoy's mourners outraged public opinion. Tempers were now running very high among students, professionals, journalists, and workers. And that is when the Union of Railroad Employees and Workers entered the picture and blew the whole thing wide open. The Railroad Union had been set up back in April as a part of the organizing that had resulted in the Union of Unions. But what made this particular union unique was that it covered both employees and workers. That meant both educated employees of the railroads, like engineers, accountants, clerks, and lawyers, and working-class laborers. In theory, it represented up to 750,000 people working in the railroad sector from all walks of economic life. The Central Committee of this union, recognizing their potential strength and the critical role that railroads played in the economy, had been kicking around the idea of a mass strike since at least July 1905, but conditions just never seemed right. They had, of course, been tracking the printers' workers' strike with interest, but it was the events around Trubetskoy's funeral that led them to conclude that conditions were now right. And they were right. On October the 4th, the Central Committee of the Union of Railroad Employees and Workers announced that they were going on strike, and would remain on strike until the Tsar called a real constituent assembly to actually reform the Russian Empire. By October the 6th, stoppages on the railroads were popping up all over. Service slowed, and lines stopped, first here and then over there. It was hard for either the railroad union or the authorities to know whether the strike would spread and grow or stall out and die. But by October the 10th, the strike had fully consumed Moscow, and rail service in the ancient capital shut down. Being one of the principal transportation hubs of the empire, this meant that service halted anywhere that needed to come or go through Moscow, whether the workers were on strike or not. And with nothing else to do, most of those workers connected to the Moscow rail quit working. As Moscow ground to a halt, a meeting at the University of St. Petersburg, which was attended by as many as 30,000 people, got all fired up and were ready to embrace those magic words that had seemed inconceivable just a few weeks earlier. General strike. In the second week of October 1905, employees and workers from all industries, classes, and regions stopped showing up for work. All of a sudden, all at once. The entire Russian Empire screeched to a grinding halt. The shared demand of the strikers was simple: real, actual political reform. The end of autocracy. A lot of credit for the rapid spread of the strike and its simple demand goes to the Union of Liberation. This had long been their dream, a massive popular front to secure democratic reform and a constitution. And now, all that organizing was paying off, as affiliated sections of the Union of Unions walked off the job. But even at this critical 0 hour, they were still simply trying to catch up with events. As we have seen so often, the real challenge for any revolutionary organization is not so much to strike the first spark of the revolution, but to recognize when the fire has already started. The other revolutionary groups had struggled with this all year. The Bolsheviks and Mensheviks and SRs had all been caught flat-footed by 1905, and even as the great climax of 1905 was building up a head of steam, they were all slow to recognize what was happening. The Moscow Bolsheviks didn't publicly endorse the general strike until October the 10th. Their comrades in St. Petersburg waited until October the 12th. Their stated objection was the limited demands of the strikers, but, perhaps more importantly, they objected to the fact that they themselves were not leading it. The Mensheviks, on the other hand, rushed in and embraced the general strike. Their whole theory of revolution was that at this stage in history, the working classes needed to help the liberal bourgeoisie stage the first revolution, which would democratize the state and create the political freedoms necessary for the open mass organization of the working class. Only after that had been accomplished could they stage the second socialist revolution and usher in the dictatorship of the proletariat. Meanwhile, the Tsarist regime was itself again slow to recognize what was happening under their feet. They responded to this renewed burst of opposition with their usual mix of vacillation and procrastination. During September and October, the Tsar spent most of his days hunting. But with the sudden declaration of the general strike, it sure seemed like they ought to do something. Just sitting around hoping the problem would resolve itself was no longer tenable. So Nicholas did something he really did not want to do. He asked Sergei Witte for advice. It is clear from the comments of both men that Witte and Nicholas did not like each other on a personal level. Witte thought Nicholas weak, indecisive, and shallow, which, fair. Nicholas thought Witte arrogant, overbearing, and ambitious, which, also fair. Witte's resignation from the Ministry of Finance back in 1903 had been a great personal relief for the Tsar. And though Witte had been conspicuously hanging around waiting to be recalled all through the crises of 1904 and 1905, the first real job he had been given was negotiating an end to the war with Japan. But Witte returned home from that trip having negotiated a shockingly good peace treaty, and voices inside the imperial palace, including those Nicholas trusted, were telling him that the time had come to recall Witte. So on October the 9th, for the first time in a long time, the Tsar invited Witte in for a personal meeting to advise him. After 2 years in the wilderness, Witte was back. Witte's reputation was also riding high outside the halls of imperial power. He was known to be the one ministerial-level official who might actually be bargained with. Before Witte was even given any new official authority, a delegation of the Union of Railroad Workers met with him and said, "This strike is for real, and we demand political reform. The Bolivian constitution is simply not enough." But Witte's first contact with the domestic crisis only deepened the conflict. He told the delegation, "First end the strike, and then we will talk." And the delegates heard Witte saying loud and clear, "Give up all your leverage before you negotiate." This posture made the moderates on the Union Central Committee, who had been hesitant about all this, recognize that really they had no friends inside the government. So they all broke decisively in favor of continuing the general strike until their demands were met. The counterproposal to the government was, "Actually, how about this? First, you give us what we want, and then we stop striking." But it's not like anything anyone else in the government was doing wasn't also making things worse. Hardline conservatives argued that the strikers needed to be crushed with an iron fist. On October the 12th, Nicholas heeded this advice and ordered General Trepoff to take all action necessary to break the strike, quote, "not stopping with the application of force." On October the 13th, all public meetings were banned unless approved by the government. Then, on October the 14th, a proclamation was posted all over St. Petersburg warning the public that they had better heed these bans. The proclamation ominously warned that the rifles of the soldiers would contain bullets, not blanks. But this too backfired, as it struck exactly the wrong intimidating tone. It seemed to say to everybody that the Tsar was happy to have another Bloody Sunday if need be, and it also, by the way, only confirmed the common conspiracy theory that Bloody Sunday had been deliberate, not an accident. So all this proclamation did was remind the people that the Tsar was not the protector of the people, but their greatest enemy. Rather than cowering in fear, 40,000 people poured out into the streets of St. Petersburg in defiance, filling every theater and auditorium. In the face of this bold disobedience, the government blinked. It turns out they did not want to risk another Bloody Sunday. Their bluff had been called. The rifles really did contain blanks. By October the 16th, 1905, the Russian Empire was effectively shut down. It ground to a halt. Trains did not run, telegraphs could not be sent, businesses were closed and boarded up, factories stopped running. In every major urban center, economic activity ceased and people just stayed home. It is estimated that more than 2 million people refused to go to work until their political demands were met. This was a sudden and shocking cessation of activity and led to very real consequences. There was food scarcity, medicine supplies started to run low, at night there was no electricity, crime began to rise. But these hardships were born with a kind of jubilant defiance, and in the main, the general strike seems to have been fairly peaceful. There were no riots or barricades or armed uprisings, just a mass refusal to work, and a prevailing sense in communities across Russia that through solidarity and mutual aid, they would get through this struggle together. The principal form of recreation was to attend even more meetings, where people could get news and hear speeches and receive information, and the radicalization of everybody increased exponentially. In the midst of all this, the Mensheviks in St. Petersburg organized round the clock among the workers to create a cross-industry workers' council to manage the strike, a soviet of workers' deputies like the one that had been set up in Ivanovo during the summer. The Bolsheviks held themselves aloof to this organizing. But for the Mensheviks, this was all playing out perfectly. The time was now to start organizing a broad-based labor party that could compete and then triumph in the atmosphere of political freedom that was surely on the way. On October the 13th, they organized about 40 workers who self-declared themselves to be a central strike committee. This committee then issued a call for workers to send delegates from their factories, roughly one per 500 workers. Over the next few days, these delegates were elected and started gathering at the St. Petersburg Polytechnical University. And on October the 17th, these delegates, eventually there were 562 in all, elected a 50-person executive committee to manage their affairs. The St. Petersburg Soviet then took on a number of tasks, pressuring factories still trying to stay open to close, imploring workers off the job to stay off the job. But they also took on other tasks that drifted them into the waters of self-government. For example, taking responsibility for ensuring a fair and equitable distribution of food. They allowed grocery stores to stay open and deliveries to continue under their watchful eye. To promote their authority and spread their message, they started printing a newspaper called Tidings, which became a critical conduit for spreading news, information, and propaganda. The example of the St. Petersburg Soviet was quickly picked up elsewhere, and at least 50 other cities soon had their own workers' Soviets. As we'll discuss next week, the most passionate force behind the St. Petersburg Soviet, who became the leading editorial voice of Tidings and who drafted many of the executive committee decrees, was the one socialist of future note who actually played a real role in 1905, Leon Trotsky. But one of the critical things that made the general strike of October 1905 so successful was that it was not just the workers. It was a general strike. Indeed, one of the big things that made the government hesitate to solve their problems with bullets and grape shot was that they were not just dealing with grubby, faceless workers anymore. All those members of the professional unions were on strike too. Lawyers and doctors and veterinarians and professors. So, respectable, middle-class professionals were also out there in the streets. They were also attending meetings and walking off the job. And though conservatives did not like their uppity pretensions, they recognized the clothes and the educations and the general social comportment of these professionals. So they hesitated to just start killing people because there were like real human beings mixed in with the dirty mobs. At the same time, the leaders of the business community, far from begging the Tsar to do whatever it took to end the strike, were out there raising money for the strikers and pledging to pay wages even while the workers weren't working. They absolutely smelled blood in the water, and they were eager to leverage this mass work stoppage to get the political concessions they craved. Wealthy and respectable parts of society opened their homes and cupboards to hard-pressed workers, providing food and medicine and shelter as the general strike deepened in the middle of October. The general strike was made possible by cross-class solidarity. Everyone joined in together. The workers shutting down the economy and providing visible numbers, the middle and upper classes providing political cover and economic support, to say nothing of the fact that their own withdrawn labor shut down the courts and the banks and other essential components of the empire. It was the whole of Russia uniting against an isolated czarist regime that they all hated equally. With the empire ground to a halt, Sergei Witte drafted a memo to the Tsar outlining two available options. Option number one would be a manifesto declaring the adoption of a new slate of reforms that would effectively supersede the Bolivian constitution. This manifesto would promise new political and civil rights and a complete reordering of the government. Witte proposed creating a unified ministry under a single prime minister who would be principally responsible for the affairs of state. As it stood now, each minister reported individually to the Tsar, who, I've hopefully established by now, was a very busy bee who also managed to never get anything done. This new unified ministry would work alongside an elected Duma, who would have the power to reject or approve new laws. This last bit was a huge concession, an admission that all power did not in fact reside solely with the Tsar. Now Witte was not a Democrat or an idealist. He's a technocrat, and a cynical one at that. The primary purpose of this manifesto was to entice the liberal opposition to break with the radicals and the socialists by promising them some capital G, good government. Witte told the Tsar these concessions were the cheapest and surest way of ending the ongoing crisis, while retaining as much authority as possible for the Tsar. Option number 2, Witte said, was for the Tsar to appoint a dictator empowered to take the necessary steps to force the people to accept the maintenance of the status quo. In other words, a bloodbath. The Tsar was deeply unhappy about the reforms Witte proposed. He believed it was his sacred duty to retain the divine principle of absolute autocracy that had been passed down to him from his ancestors and which originated from God. He was also deeply suspicious of Witte, who would surely assume the mantle of prime minister. As he scornfully put it, Nicholas did not like the idea of sharing power with a glorified railroad clerk. The Tsar attempted to push back and say, well, we can have this unified ministry, but I'll remain the head of it. To this, Witte replied with all the diplomatic language he could muster that the plan wouldn't work without a prime minister, because he couldn't come right out and say, Your Majesty, removing you from the equation is actually one of the most important things in this reform package. Getting you out is how we convince people to buy in. Around the halls of the imperial palace, even inside the Romanov family, a consensus formed that Witte's reforms were the only way to go. The whole empire was shut down. They needed to salvage what they could and regroup. But Nicholas was still not convinced, and it took a meeting with his cousin, Grand Duke Nicholas, to finally break him. Tsar Nicholas and Grand Duke Nicholas shared a name, but were physically complete opposites. The Tsar was small and slight. The Grand Duke was huge and strapping, probably a good 6.5 feet tall. A committed conservative, trusted by the Tsar, and well-liked by all his relatives, Grand Duke Nicholas was currently the best candidate, maybe the only candidate, to serve as dictator if the Tsar actually decided to go with option number 2. But before the Tsar even called the Grand Duke to sound him out about this potential dictatorship, the Grand Duke himself had already concluded that Witte's reforms were the only way to save the Tsar, his family, and the empire. And we don't know exactly what happened in the subsequent private meeting, it was just the two of them. But on his way in to meet the Tsar, Grand Duke Nicholas brandished a pistol and said that he would threaten to blow his own head off on the spot if the Tsar didn't accept Witte's proposal. So whatever happened in there, it was enough. After this private meeting with his cousin, Tsar Nicholas announced that he was ready to go with option number 1. The manifesto promising new political reform should be drafted and issued at once. This was a huge moment for the Tsar. It meant admitting that absolute autocracy was dead. He did not like it, but that did not matter, because he was left with no choice. On October the 17th, 1905, proclamations went up everywhere announcing the promulgation of what history has come to call the October Manifesto. The manifesto itself was brief and to the point. The empire would be reformed, really reformed. People would henceforth be granted freedom of conscience, speech, assembly, and association. There would be an elected Duma who must consent to laws before they were enacted. There would be a newer and better ministry. The manifesto did not elaborate much on the details. Those would have to be worked out by Witte and his new ministry in the months to come. But what was being laid out appeared for all the world to be a stunning capitulation by the Tsar. Autocracy was over? They had won? The October Manifesto was the first time since all of this had begun that the Tsar's response actually seemed in touch with events. That he announced something that was actually better than expected, when he finally got ahead of the curve. The October Manifesto was considered by practically everyone to be a decisive and historic moment for Russia, and the mood of the empire abruptly shifted as people went crazy in celebration. People poured into the streets. In Moscow, they sang La Marseillaise. In St. Petersburg, they flocked to the Winter Palace to cheer the Tsar, marking a happy, symbolic end to the solemn procession they had not been allowed to complete on Bloody Sunday. the Union of Liberation patted itself on the back for a job well done, because they had done it. Look, a cross-class popular front that had forced political reform. Now, did this fall short of a democratic constitution written by and for the people? Yes. But was it still a huge victory? Yes. But not everybody was celebrating. Bolsheviks and Mensheviks and SRs all suspected that this was just more BS from the authorities. Even Pavel Milyakov, the leader of the radical democratic faction, said, "Nothing changes. The war continues." But the war would be advancing to a new front. Even Milyakov could admit that. The workers, meanwhile, were more than happy to return to work and restart the economy. The general strike had been brief and victorious, and there seemed no need to prolong it. Socialist agitators made one stab at trying to convince the people to stay on strike and demand even more, but it was hopeless. On October the 18th, the Executive Committee of the St. Petersburg Soviet voted to end the strike because the workers had already voted with their feet to return to work. But crucially, the Soviet did not disband itself. They simply prepared to advance to that next front in the war. Next week, we will advance with them into the uncertain new world of political freedom. A partial amnesty accompanied the October Manifesto that would pave the way for most of our revolutionary émigrés to finally return to Russia. Lenin and Krupskaya and Martov and Pyotr Struve and Viktor Chernov, they were all ready to test the new waters of freedom that had allegedly been promised, and not allow the regime to backslide on promises that they had clearly made under duress. Suspicions about the Tsar's real motives turned out, eventually, to be entirely well placed. Nicholas had made these concessions under duress, and he would turn on them as soon as he could. But that was for later. For now, he was forced to put his empire in the hands of a glorified railroad clerk named Sergei Witte. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 10.38, The Days of Freedom. The October Manifesto was a watershed moment in the Revolution of 1905. The climax of all the opposition, protests, demonstrations, strikes, mutinies, and bloodshed that had engulfed the Russian Empire since the summer of 1904. For all the disparate and sometimes contradictory hopes, dreams, and motivations animating the people of the empire, the beleaguered workers, land-hungry peasants, resentful intellectuals, ambitious liberals, angry minority nationalities, they had all come together to share a demand for an end to absolute Tsarist autocracy. Tsar Nicholas II spent 18 months trying every which way to avoid giving in to that demand, but the general strike of October 1905 finally forced him to do what he swore he would never do: share power with his people. The months after the proclamation of the October Manifesto were called the Days of Freedom, when everyone tested the boundaries of what this new world of political liberty looked like. And as they soon discovered, there was in fact an edge to that world, an edge that was always threatening to close back in on them. And as we'll see by the end of today, the name, the Days of Freedom, rings with a darkly ironic tone. But in the early days, it was not darkly ironic. It was joyfully earnest. Though there was not yet clear guidance on what was meant by freedom of conscience, speech, assembly, and association, many people took it to mean that they now enjoyed freedom of conscience, speech, assembly, and association. The number of newspapers and publications exploded, with everyone acting like there were no longer rules on what could be expressed. The meetings movement that had surged up from the universities in September and October now spilled out everywhere. Groups, parties, associations, clubs, organizations, impromptu assemblies, They could be found at practically every hour of every day, in theaters, assembly halls, gymnasiums, schools, and open-air parks. Nevsky Prospect in St. Petersburg, site of major casualties on Bloody Sunday, now hosted every would-be rabble-rouser who could find a soapbox to stand on. In Poland, in the Baltic provinces, and the Transcaucasus, newspapers and speakers proudly wrote and spoke in their own native languages, shrugging off years of official Russification. A few days after the October Manifesto, the government announced an amnesty for various prisoners and exiles. Those who had been punished for political crimes that were no longer crimes would be allowed to walk free again. And this meant that the likes of Lenin and Krupskaya and Pyotr Struve and Martov and Viktor Chernov and all their émigré comrades could, if they wanted to, come back to Russia. Many eagerly packed their bags, but many also had grown accustomed to their émigré lives in Paris and London and Geneva and elected to remain in comfortable exile. With these freedoms now claimed, and a representative state Duma set to be elected, most of the leaders of the opposition quickly got down to the business of building political parties, which they had never been allowed to do before. The most important of these new political parties was the Constitutional Democrats, known to one and all as the Cadets. Drawing mostly from the ranks of the educated professional classes, doctors, lawyers, journalists, and teachers, the Cadets represented the organized culmination of the Russian liberal tradition. They were the new home for democratic reformers, Zemstva constitutionalists, and anyone who looked with longing on the political culture of the West. These liberals and Democrats had initially started organizing themselves in the summer of 1905 to contest the elections that would have been held under the Beligan Constitution. But as the political climate abruptly shifted in the fall, they convened for a founding Congress that was held from October the 12th to October the 18th, right smack dab in the middle of the general strike. The Cadets would take the October Manifesto as a mere starting point for further reform. It was a good start, but they wanted more. A real legislative parliament, universal suffrage, strong, defined civil rights, and local self-government, including autonomy for Poland, Finland, and other non-Russian parts of the empire. To curry favor with the lower classes, the Cadets would also advocate labor reforms like an 8-hour day and land redistribution for the peasants, but for the most part their aims were liberal, political, and democratic. At the founding Congress, they elected Pavel Milyukov to be chairman of the party, and Milyukov was now emerging as one of the most important political leaders of post-October Manifesto Russia. But not everybody in the liberal camp wanted to keep pushing. A smaller but still influential group of more conservative liberals formed an association called the Party of October 17, more commonly known as the Octoberists. Their aim was quite the opposite of the Cadets. Where the Cadets wanted to push things further, the Octoberists wanted to stop right here and consolidate. Led, composed, and funded mostly by landowners, manufacturers, businessmen, and technocratic officials, they had been principally exasperated with the Tsar's poorly run government and ineptly unaccountable bureaucracy. But that did not mean they wanted democracy. They knew that whatever the new limits of political freedom, participation, and representation turned out to be, that they would have a place in it, and thus they had little interest in growing the political pool still further. Certainly they did not want to see their own wealth, power, and influence threatened by upstart Democrats and socialists, but more than anything else, they favored a quick return to order after the deeply unsettling chaos of the past 2 years. Meanwhile, on the other end of the political spectrum, well to the left of the Cadets, the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party was now engaging in their own more or less open recruitment and party building, and they were trying to prepare for the second socialist revolution now that the first democratic revolution seemed well nigh at hand. There was hope among both Bolsheviks and Mensheviks that their past differences could now be set aside. Lenin and Krupskaya returned to St. Petersburg in early November, and though they were under constant police surveillance, they were not hindered or arrested. Martov also returned to organize with the Mensheviks, and both of them would start newspapers that allowed them to have their words published legally for the first time. And though bitterness lingered, both men anticipated an eventual reunification of their party. In cities across the empire, previously independent Bolshevik and Menshevik committees started to merge back into single groups. And in late 1905, it looked like the feuding that had divided them for the past few years would end in an amicable reconciliation. It was no more clear to leaders inside the government than it was to leaders outside the government what the limits of political freedom would now be. Loyal Octoberists were probably fine, but were they really going to let avowed revolutionaries like Lenin just say whatever he wants? And this was just one of the many problems that was now left to Prime Minister Sergei Witte to resolve. Despite his previous grumbling that when there was a mess to be cleaned up they always called Witte, he had asked for this job. He designed the role of Prime Minister with himself in mind. But this was a mess unlike any other the Russian Empire had faced. When he assumed his new role as Prime Minister, Witte's to-do list was staggering. Get the immediate social crisis under control. Demobilize 1 million or so soldiers now that the Russo-Japanese War was over. Secure a badly needed foreign loan to shore up the regime's finances. Draft a new constitution for Russia that would be satisfactory enough to dodge calls for a real democratic constituent assembly, and hew to public expectations of the October Manifesto while also maintaining political and economic order. He had to get the workers working again, the trains running again, the peasants settled down. And he had to do all of this with very little support. Conservatives hated his guts for forcing on the Tsar these reforms that betrayed the eternal truth of divine autocracy, and liberals did not trust him because they correctly identified Witte as a cynical technocrat rather than a truly progressive Democrat. And it goes without saying that SRs and Bolsheviks would have been happy to roll a bomb under his chair. And on top of all that, Witte was working for a Tsar who had made him prime minister under duress and who would constantly go behind his back to issue his own contradictory orders and just generally undermine Witte's authority. But Witte did try to form a new government that represented the spectrum of at least the socially respectable parts of political opinion. After the October Manifesto, all the old ministers were dismissed from service, and Witte was allowed to draft a new ministerial cabinet, and he asked many of the most prominent members of the liberal opposition, including the radical Democrat Pavel Milyakov, to join this new ministry, to form a kind of unity government. But the liberals uniformly refused. They remained deeply suspicious of the Tsar's intentions, and they refused to sacrifice their own standing with the people by allowing themselves to be used as disposable window dressing. And Witte did not make it easy for them to overcome their suspicions. He also had to placate conservatives and did so by appointing an arch-reactionary named Pyotr Dernova to be Minister of the Interior. Putting such a heavy reactionary hand in charge of the police and the gendarme and the Okhrana brought some comfort to the Tsar, but it seemed proof positive to liberals that the regime could not be trusted. So they all turned Witte down, and so, in drafting the rest of his cabinet, Witte could only rely on substandard career bureaucrats who were themselves hardly committed to Witte's project, even if they were capable of accomplishing it. To make Witte's life even more difficult, he also had to deal with a rash of fresh upheavals in places that had gone through 1905 in relative peace, and which took the October Manifesto not as a signal to cool down, but instead to get fired up. There was, for example, a sudden eruption of peasant disorder in areas that had thus far not seen much action. Starting on October the 23rd, for example, a group of about 2,000 peasants in Ukraine started knocking off estates one by one, doing the usual routine of breaking in, looting the premises, and burning records and buildings. And this was just the biggest of a string of something like 800 such flare-ups all over the empire all through October and November. Some of them went so far as to see peasants seizing and claiming land from absentee landlords and promising to hold it temporarily, by which they meant until the new State Duma recognized their claims. Often the peasants now rising up did so under that same ever-present belief that the Tsar was with them, that he had signaled in the October Manifesto how much he wanted his people to be happy and free, and that it was fine to attack the landlords and local officials who had treated them so badly. In response to this continuing unrest, Witte finally killed the universally hated redemption payments that the villages had labored under since emancipation. On November the 3rd, Witta's government announced that in 1906, the redemption payment would be half the normal amount, and that on January the 1st, 1907, all remaining redemption debts would be canceled. But even more alarming than the peasants was a growing surge of disobedience and mutiny in the ranks of the Army and Navy. For most of the Revolution of 1905, both the Army and the Navy had stayed loyal, and though we talked about the mutiny on the Potemkin 2 episodes back, that had been an isolated incident. But with the October Manifesto seeming to confirm the breakdown of traditional authority, disobedience and defiance in the ranks started to grow. The first and most disturbing of these was a mutinous uprising in Kronstadt, the critical naval base perched on an island in the Gulf of Finland that protected St. Petersburg, and which was the home of the late lamented Baltic Fleet. On October the 26th, something like 3,000 to 4,000 soldiers and sailors rose up demanding more pay, less service time, and better rations. They rampaged around the island wreaking havoc, and had to be put down by a force of loyal troops from the capital, leaving 24 dead, 72 wounded, and hundreds of arrested by the time the sun set on October 27th. Over the next few months, lesser incidents in the ranks kept popping up. More than 200 mutinies of various shapes and sizes were noted, though most of them took the form of passive disobedience to deplorable conditions or intolerable treatment by officers. The most overtly political incident was a brief mutiny of a few naval cruisers based in Sevastopol in late November, which raised the red flag of rebellion and demanded a real democratic constituent assembly. But their mutiny fared even worse than the Potemkin. No other ships in the fleet joined in, and after a few hours of being shelled by much larger and stronger ships, they surrendered, and 1,600 men were arrested. Afraid that they were losing their all-important grip on the military, Witta's government announced in early December a series of improvements that addressed the most common demands, and from now on, the soldiers and sailors would be paid more, eat better, and have shorter enlistment times. But now we need to pivot, because not everybody wanted to keep pushing, to test the limits of freedom, or even, at a minimum, be satisfied with the gains that had been made. Plenty of Russians hated the October Manifesto, and they wanted things to go back to the way that they were before. If you'll remember from 2 episodes back, we introduced the Black Hundreds, reactionary groups who were motivated in 1905 not by dreams of liberty and equality, but by loyalty to the old regime. The Black Hundreds now form the core of a violent reactionary backlash triggered by the October Manifesto and the Days of Freedom. Watching a bunch of disrespectful kids, effete liberal intellectuals, repulsive socialists, and sinister Jews openly celebrate in the streets made their blood boil. So just about every big public celebration of the October Manifesto was met with a violent counterattack by either organized Black Hundreds or just random reactionary street fighters. For example, on October the 18th, the first day of the Days of Freedom, exultant demonstrators in Moscow went around to the main city jails, demanding that political prisoners be released. Among those leading this demonstration was Nikolai Bauman, that infamous Bolshevik organizer whose scandalous role in the suicide of a fellow comrade had contributed to the early split between Bolsheviks and Mensheviks. While the demonstrators that Bauman was helping to lead were attacked by reactionaries, and in the ensuing fighting, Bauman himself was beaten to death with a steel pipe. And that is how Nikolai Bauman's past unsavory conduct became buried under a mountain of myth-making, as he was instantly celebrated as the first great Bolshevik martyr to die for the cause. His funeral procession through the streets of Moscow drew tens of thousands of mourners, and was turned into a great big show of force, with armed Bolsheviks, students, and workers escorting the coffin to its final resting place. But unquestionably the main target, purposefully the main target, of the post-October Manifesto reactionary backlash was Jews. Among resentful conservative Russians, it was taken as a simple matter of fact that the Jews were to blame for all this. The principal revolutionaries were all Jews. The principal funders of the revolution were all Jews. This whole thing was a great big Jewish plot. That infamous forgery, the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, which originated from Russian presses in 1903, now gained new circulation and currency in 1905. In the weeks after the October Manifesto, there was a run of close to 700 documented anti-Jewish pogroms across the Russian Empire. Jews were the principal victims of attacks by the Black Hundreds. They would rampage through Jewish neighborhoods, destroying property, burning homes, beating people, murdering people. The worst was down in Odessa, already the site of major street fighting back in July. An orchestrated assault on the Jewish community ended with 800 dead, 5,000 wounded, and 100,000 left with nowhere to live after their homes were destroyed. The Odessa pogrom was enabled by the police and other local authorities who funded, armed, protected, and even delivered vodka to the attackers. The support given by the authorities to this anti-Semitic violence was not just random local initiative. It was policy at the highest levels of the imperial government. Tsar Nicholas was himself as viciously anti-Semitic as he was generally racist, and when he and his family complained that real Russians were loyal and only alien elements, foreign elements, urban elements were against them, the Jews are more or less who they were talking about. And so anti-Semitism was positively encouraged as a matter of policy. To use hatred of the Jews to redirect the angry passions of Russians away from the Tsar and towards the Jews. In St. Petersburg, the police operated a secret press that produced mass quantities of anti-Semitic literature and pamphlets. This literature called on true Russians, and I'm quoting now, to rise and exterminate foreigners and Jews. Though he denied it at the time, later records showed that General Trepov, now Nicholas's right-hand man and chief advisor, was personally editing these anti-Semitic diatribes. Sergei Witte eventually found out about the printing press and shut it down, believing the whole project to be enormously counterproductive, but the Tsar personally intervened to protect those involved from further punishment. Eventually, these reactionary forces were organized into their own political party, called the Union of the Russian People. The self-proclaimed defenders of orthodoxy, autocracy, and nationality, the URP was violently opposed to liberalism, socialism, and most especially the Jews, and we can, with the help of hindsight, describe them as a party of proto-fascist reactionary nationalists. Tsar Nicholas loved the Union of the Russian People. He met with their leaders, happily wore a badge they gave him. He believed them proof that real Russians were indeed behind him. He directed his more than willing Minister of the Interior, Dunova, who had already spent 70,000 rubles funding anonymous anti-Semitic screeds, to funnel money and arms to the URP. The Union never had the same kind of support in elite circles that the other new political parties did, and they drew their membership mostly from the ranks of the resentful lower middle classes, small shopkeepers and merchants, low-ranking officials, conservative artisans, and of course, policemen. The URP enlisted anyone who felt threatened, politically, economic, or culturally, by this new order, a new order that was being imposed on them by the disgusting upstart dregs of society, Jews, intellectuals, students, liberals, and socialists. And the URP did not turn out to be a small party. By the end of 1906, they boasted 300,000 members in 1,000 branches across the empire. And when it came time for the Tsar to go all in on reaction, he did not want for willing soldiers. The days of freedom really can be numbered in days. The assertions of complete liberty that prevailed in the uncertain weeks after the October Manifesto eventually found pushback not just from gangs of Black Hundreds, but from the official authorities. Among the first to discover the limits of the days of freedom was the St. Petersburg Soviet. Initially formed to be leaders of the general strike, the St. Petersburg Soviet continued to meet even after the strike was called off. And among their most active leaders was now 26-year-old Leon Trotsky. Trotsky, remember, had been among the few revolutionary émigrés to return to Russia after Bloody Sunday. He spent the next few months teamed up with a Bolshevik organizer named Leonid Krasin, first operating in Kiev and then St. Petersburg. Trotsky did his organizing theorizing and strategizing under various assumed names and living in various safe houses, including at one point living as a fake patient in an eye hospital, admitted under a false name by a sympathetic doctor. Feeling the Okhrana was closing in on him, though, Trotsky skipped over to Finland during the summer, but came racing back to St. Petersburg in October when the general strike got rolling. He showed up in the capital just as the St. Petersburg Soviet was being organized. Already a gifted writer, Trotsky now found his voice as a tremendously self-confident public speaker. He earned the immediate trust of the leaders of the Soviet and became one of its guiding lights, editing their newspaper and drafting their declarations. Trotsky was no great fan of the October Manifesto. He welcomed the new freedoms as a helpful baby step, but rejected the notion that it was nearly enough. He warned both the workers and his fellow intellectuals to submit to neither the wolf's snout of Trepov nor the fox's tail of Witte. So rather than disbanding at the end of the general strike, the St. Petersburg Soviet continued to meet. They enjoyed enough perceived authority in the working-class population of the capital that the city officials and administrators started dealing with them as if the Soviet was an official part of the government. They also started forming their own self-regulated militias, who organized patrols of the working-class neighborhoods, both to generally keep order, but also to protect themselves from reactionary Black Hundreds. But the Soviet was not interested in maintaining a strictly defensive posture. The St. Petersburg workers had supported the democratic political cause. They had been the ones dying in the streets during Bloody Sunday. But they had always been driven first and foremost by the miserable workplace conditions they endured every day. And they now wanted those miseries addressed. And they did not want to sit around waiting for some Duma to eventually form a committee to eventually investigate labor conditions. Within a week of the October Manifesto, the Soviet voted to unilaterally and of their own authority enforce an 8-hour day in all St. Petersburg factories. Any employer who tried to resist would be targeted for strikes and other demonstrations. Now some, including Trotsky, suggested this may be going too far too fast. The SR leader, Viktor Chernov, heard about the 8-hour day movement and said, "Hey, we haven't even finished off the autocracy yet, you're going to have to wait." But the warnings went unheeded. Look what they had just accomplished with a general strike. Why couldn't we get more? Why shouldn't we get more? But as it turned out, the October general strike had worked so well because its political demands had been shared by owners, bosses, businessmen, and managers. And let me tell you, demands for an 8-hour day were not similarly shared by that group. As soon as the workers tried to move on to such economic demands, the cross-class alliance that had so recently broken the Tsar fell apart. The Soviet said they would start enforcing the 8-hour day on October 31st. While on November the 1st, owners retaliated with a lockout. Suddenly, 100,000 workers could not get to work, even if they wanted to. And frankly, support for the 8-hour day campaign wasn't nearly as strong outside the Soviet as it was inside the Soviet. Coming hot on the heels of the general strike, many workers did not believe they could survive another prolonged period without wages. Undaunted, the Soviet plunged forward and simultaneously called another strike that would demand more political reforms. Reforms that, for example, the newly formed cadets were themselves in favor of. But the liberal professionals and intelligentsia were not eager to join in on this. Because look, we just won the National Duma, and that's the next arena that we're going to fight in. We're sympathetic, but this is simply neither the time nor the place. So by the second week of November, the Soviet had to admit defeat. On November the 7th, the political strike was called off for lack of any support, and then on November the 12th, they admitted that they had misread the mood of the population and ended the campaign for an 8-hour day. Some concluded that they would in fact have to wait to see how things went in the Duma. Others concluded that strikes were no longer good enough, and that far from sitting back, far from waiting and seeing, they needed to charge forward aggressively, pistols and bombs in hand. Throughout 1905, the Bolsheviks in particular had become major proponents of an armed insurrection. It's part of what came to distinguish them from the Mensheviks, who were always more committed to peaceful party building among the working classes. The bulk of Lenin's letters to agents in Russia during 1905 implored them to prepare for this glorious eventuality. He recommended stockpiling weapons, training with firearms, and he helpfully sent along everything he knew about the tactics of street fighting, which he learned from books. Upon his return to St. Petersburg in the first week of November, Lenin continued this line, exhorting his colleagues to be ready to take the next step and make the ultimate sacrifice for the cause. Now, there was little to no chance that an armed uprising was going to be successful. The attempt to stockpile weapons had resulted only in a few thousand rifles and revolvers. Most people had no experience as soldiers or as fighters. Their numbers in any one location were few. But after the October Manifesto, they started talking themselves into taking that next glorious step. And there's a famous retort from Lenin when one comrade voiced concern that an uprising wasn't going to work. "Victory," Lenin said, "that for us is not the point at all. We should not harbor any illusions. We are realists, and let no one imagine that we have to win, for we are still too weak. The point is not about victory, but about giving the regime a shake and attracting the masses to the movement. That is the whole point. And so to say that because we cannot win, we should not stage an insurrection, that is simply the talk of cowards, and we have nothing to do with them." By the end of November, just as these radical revolutionaries were talking themselves into running forward at full speed, conservative reactionaries inside the regime decided the time had come to really push back, to bring the days of freedom to an end. In particular, the St. Petersburg Soviet had been tolerated for long enough. On November 26th, police and gendarmes pushed their way into the headquarters of the Free Economic Society, which the Soviet had been using for their meetings, and arrested all the principal leaders of the Central Committee, though Trotsky managed to avoid their detection. The next day, the remaining delegates argued over what to do, and Trotsky stood up to encourage them to just keep going, elect new leaders. The Soviet was not this person or that person, it was all of them together. The delegates promptly elected Trotsky to join two other comrades in an executive triumvirate. But his tenure did not last long. Just a few days later, the various revolutionary parties, supported by the Soviet, published what was called the Financial Manifesto, an open call to starve the government of money by staging a tax strike. And this was too much for the government. Whatever freedom of the press and assembly meant, it did not mean this. Trotsky was leading a meeting of the Soviet on December the 3rd when police showed up with arrest warrants. Apparently, the defiantly cheeky Trotsky made the officer wait to announce the warrant until the chair recognized him, and then, when the officer finished reading an arrest warrant, Trotsky said, "Thanks very much, and we'll take it under further advisement. Next item of business." The officer had to leave in a huff, go get soldiers, and then come back in. As these soldiers pushed their way into the building, Trotsky called on his comrades to show no active resistance, to give the soldiers no excuse to fire. And so, they went peacefully. And with that, Trotsky, the executive committee, 200 other delegates, and all the editors of the newspapers who had published the Financial Manifesto were all arrested. The St. Petersburg Soviet had lived for just about 7 weeks, and it was now effectively dead. The most immediate consequence of the government's crackdown on the St. Petersburg Soviet was that it triggered the biggest armed insurrection of the Revolution of 1905, and it didn't take place in St. Petersburg at all. It is the Moscow Uprising. When they learned that the St. Petersburg Soviet had been broken up, revolutionary leaders in Moscow decided the time had come to go all in on live free or die. Bolsheviks, Mensheviks, and SRs, now all working together, started making bombs, distributing arms to militant students and workers, and studying maps of the city to determine where to build the barricades. As a prelude to this uprising, they called for a citywide general strike to begin on December the 7th. About 80,000 workers joined in this strike, and in short order public transportation and electricity were shut down, soon followed by all the theaters, schools, banks, and shops. And the first 2 days were peaceful, but on December the 9th, real fighting began. Soldiers and police showed up at a technical school where about 500 students and workers, plus another 100 armed militants, had congregated. When those inside refused orders to leave, the soldiers broke out some light artillery and just started shelling the building, killing dozens inside. The firing kept up even after those inside attempted to surrender. And this is the moment the Moscow strike transformed into the Moscow uprising. Now, only about 2,000 actual committed fighters were involved, but for the next 10 days, they erected barricades in the outer boulevards and made fortresses of the working-class factory districts. Then they engaged in running urban guerrilla strikes at police and soldiers patrolling the streets. On December the 10th, SRs bombed the Moscow Okhrana headquarters. The response from the Governor General of Moscow was slow and sluggish, and his principal strategy seemed to be to beg St. Petersburg to send reinforcements because he did not trust the Moscow garrison to aggressively fight back. By December the 12th, the insurrectionaries had secured their own home districts and all but one of Moscow's railroad stations. The point may not have been victory, but suddenly, victory seemed well within their reach. Now, had the rebels advanced and attacked the Kremlin and the central government offices, they might have taken their insurrection to a whole new level, but they were unwilling to leave the relative safety of their home neighborhoods. This allowed crucial time for the reinforcements from St. Petersburg to finally arrive, putting in at that one railroad station the rebels had failed to capture. The 1,500 soldiers who now dispersed into the streets did so under orders to just open fire on any group of 3 or more people. If a sniper rifle appeared in a building window, orders were to just shell the building with artillery. Soon the rebels were in full retreat and falling back into their last stronghold, the working-class district of Presnya. Rather than storm Presnya head-on, the army sat back and began indiscriminate shelling on December the 17th, reducing most of the neighborhood to rubble. The next day, soldiers advanced under orders to show no mercy and make no arrests. On December 19th, the leaders of the uprising admitted defeat, called off the insurrection, and fled from the city as best they could. When the smoke cleared after 10 days of fighting, 1,000 Muscovites lay dead. The vast majority of them innocent bystanders, either killed by jumpy soldiers who couldn't tell the difference between rebel and civilian, or people who just happened to be in buildings when they were shelled. Over the next 2 weeks, the body count rose still higher as police and soldiers carried out aggressive mop-up operations involving summary arrests, floggings, and executions. By New Year's, Moscow was quiet. Smoldering, shattered, bloody, but quiet. The Moscow uprising of December 1905 was a failure. It did not even become a victory is not the point way of attracting the masses to further revolutionary action. And to the extent that it shook the regime, it created a political consensus that extended as far as the cadets that order really did need to be restored. Witte himself threw up his hands and later said the Moscow uprising was the moment he lost all his influence with the Tsar. And Witte himself now backtracked, supporting policies designed to meet the challenges he faced not with reform, but with force. The Tsar remarked on this shift in a letter just a few weeks later, saying of his prime minister, "As for Witte, since the happenings in Moscow he has radically changed his views. Now he wants to hang and shoot everybody. I have never seen such a chameleon of a man. That, naturally, is the reason no one believes in him anymore." Not that the Tsar believed in him in the first place. Next week will be our last episode of Part 1 of our series on the Russian revolutions, and we will bring the Russian Revolution of 1905 to a close. As elections for the first State Duma were held in the first few months of 1906, the government pursued violent punitive measures to end the days of freedom. Cities, districts, villages, and regions that had remained unruly were as likely to meet soldiers as they were candidates for office, and the empire witnessed tens of thousands of floggings, arrests, exiles, and executions. And this would be the soil within which the very fragile green shoots of constitutional government in Russia would attempt to grow. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 10.39, The End of Part 1. So we have come to our final episode of Part 1 of our series on the Russian revolutions. By the time you are listening to this, I am already on podcasting hiatus and working full-time on Citizen Lafayette. When I look back on what we've done so far in the Russia series, it's pretty clear Part 1 can itself be divided into 4 subsections. Episodes 1 through 8 were Intro to Marxist and Anarchist Theory. Episodes 9 to 15 were a general history of Russia that took us through the assassination of the Tsar Liberator in 1881. Episodes 16 to 31 were a far more detailed accounting of the events and personalities that led up to the Revolution of 1905, a section that ended with the beginning of the Russo-Japanese War. And then finally, these latest episodes, 32 to 39, cover the Revolution of 1905 proper. Today's episode closes down all those arcs and concludes Part 1. When I return from hiatus, we will do Part 2 on the Revolution of 1917 and resulting Civil War, which I have no reason to believe won't be at least as long as Part 1. So you'll have that to look forward to. But first we need to wrap up the Revolution of 1905, which we started in 1904 and are now ending in 1906. And what we talk about here today could have been the end of it, the end of all of it. No Part 2 to look forward to. We have in front of us a perfectly realistic and believable story about how an archaic medieval autocracy resisted all pressure to reform itself until its humiliating failures abroad let loose the Pandora's box of revolution at home. Then, after a year of exhilarating chaos, that archaic medieval autocracy gave up the ghost and transformed into a modern constitutional monarchy. This is a story we've heard before. True, there was little chance of Russia transforming into the kind of real parliamentary system that prevailed in the United Kingdom, or, God forbid, a true republic like in France. But certainly the Russian Empire could have wound up sitting alongside its imperial cousins in Germany and Austria, empires that accepted a kind of neo-absolutist constitutional system. And that is basically why I have chosen to end Part 1 here in the spring of 1906. Because in the spring of 1906, it still looked like that was the story. Elections are going to be held, a representative National Duma will meet, the Tsar is accepting the rule of law and civil rights. But that is not the story of the Russian revolutions, because Tsar Nicholas never accepted that which he had been forced to accept under duress in 1905. And as soon as he could, he planned to undo as much as he could. And that undoing of what had been done is how we will begin Part 2. It's why it's not the Russian Revolution singular, but Russian revolutions plural. The project of undoing what had been done was already well underway. It was being signaled and foreshadowed almost as soon as the ink was dry on the October Manifesto. Liberal fears that the Tsar was not actually committed to the promises he had made were entirely justified. And what we will see here today as we talk about events between December 1905 and April 1906 is Nicholas and his personal advisors doing everything in their power to adhere to the letter of the October Manifesto while completely undermining its spirit. They wanted to sabotage any effort to have the October Manifesto mean what everybody thought it meant, an end to absolutist autocracy. Prime Minister Sergei Witte was caught in the middle of this, and his position as alleged head of the government was routinely undermined by the Tsar, who preferred to take direct counsel from and give orders to men like General Trepov and Minister of the Interior Derneva, who were as hostile to liberal reform as Nicholas was. The Tsar's behavior undermined Witte's credibility with everyone, as no one could be sure that promises Witte made wouldn't be contravened by the Tsar. Witte soon grew dispirited, exhausted, and then after the Moscow uprising, ready to let the reactionaries and conservatives have their way. Before the year 1905 was even over, both Witte and the Tsar were casually telling people, oh yes, the October Manifesto will be adhered to, but just so you know, it is a free gift from an autocrat to his people, like Louis XVIII's Charter of Government. It's not a real constitution that binds the Tsar's divinely absolute authority. These were very confusing signals to the cohort of political leaders who thought they had just been freed from their repressive political shackles by the October Manifesto. Their fears and doubts intensified as they watched the forces of reaction steamroll around the empire. We talked last week about the violent reactionary backlash after October 17th, most of which was self-organized or had some help from local officials and police. But after the Moscow uprising in mid-December, the reactionary backlash took on a much larger and more repressively bloody form, and we call that form the punitive campaigns. The punitive campaigns were like a smaller and more restrained version of the infernal columns that were sent out into the Vendée during the French Revolution. Army columns marching around, ruthlessly pacifying the countryside under orders to show no mercy. Surveying an empire that was still beset by lawlessness and disorder and threats of armed insurrection, the Tsar and his closest advisors concluded that to get the people back into line, the carrot of the October Manifesto would have to be paired with a stick, and that stick would be wielded by the army. So over the next few months, 10 distinct punitive expeditions were organized and deployed to particular hotspots around the empire, from the Baltic provinces all the way to Siberia. The smallest of these expeditions involved just a few hundred men, the largest close to 20,000. The point was to root out agitators and threats, punish those guilty of lawlessness, but more than anything else to intimidate the people back into line. Commanding officers were told by the Minister of the Interior, "Arrests alone will not achieve our ends. Shoot anyone who resists and burn their homes." The punitive campaigns cut a deadly swath of destruction. Wherever they appeared, they doled out floggings, forced exiles, and summary executions. Thousands were hanged without trial, peasants were beaten mercilessly, women were raped, homes were destroyed, sometimes entire villages razed to the ground. It was in effect a campaign of deliberate state terrorism meant to break the will of the people. The largest campaign through the Baltic provinces left 1,200 dead and villages everywhere in flames, at which the Tsar expressed his delight to the commander for a job well done. In all, somewhere between 30 and 40,000 troops were involved in these punitive campaigns, and when we add their work to the grab bag of local police crackdowns, we find some grim totals for the period between the October Manifesto and the convening of the First Duma in April. 15,000 people executed, 20,000 non-fatally shot or otherwise wounded, 45,000 deported or exiled, and 70,000 arrested. By the spring of 1906, something like 70% of Russia was living under some kind of emergency law that suspended regular legal rights. If this was meant to be the founding of a new post-revolutionary era of social harmony, I'm reminded of a quote I used in The Storm Before the Storm, that piece of graffiti that appeared on the rebuilt Temple of Concord after the Senate's violent suppression of the Gracchi. A work of mad discord produces a Temple of Concord. Besides these military campaigns, there was also a general crackdown on political activities. Police swept through all the big cities targeting anyone deemed a threat to the regime, arresting and jailing thousands, including, for example, a young activist named Alexander Kerensky. They also went after all those newspapers that had sprung up in the days of freedom. The regime now wanted to restore some measure of censorship by invoking Article 129 of the Criminal Code, which prohibited inciting the people in print or deed. The article was now interpreted to include any attack whatsoever on the Tsar, which nearly every single paper out there contained. So through these early months of 1906, editors and police played a game of cat and mouse with publishers, rapidly opening and closing papers under different names, or flooding the streets with copies before the censors could stop the physical editions from spreading. In some cases, publishers hired a quote-unquote responsible editor whose name would go on all the legal paperwork and whose job it was to literally go sit in jail whenever the police came around. With the police cracking down on freedom of speech in the press and the punitive campaigns rampaging through the countryside, Russia got ready to hold an election. Obviously, everyone was now just a wee bit unclear how much freedom they were actually to be allowed. On the one hand, the election had not been canceled, but on the other, the jails are filling back up, and unfortunate souls are swinging from trees. By February 1906, there was no guarantee that sticking your neck out wouldn't result in the Tsar slipping a noose around it. But these fears turned out to be mistaken, because the Tsar had committed to adhering to the letter of the October Manifesto. He had promised his people an elected Duma, and so his people would be allowed to elect a Duma. This Duma would even be chosen by a more democratic electorate than the now defunct Bolivian constitution would have allowed. There were still minimum property and tax requirements, but the total electorate now expanded to somewhere between 20 and 25 million people. These voters would elect 524 delegates through multi-stage elections in 4 curiae. First, landowners. Second, peasants. Third, town dwellers. And fourth, workers from a factory of more than 50 employees. But the 524 delegates set to be elected were distributed disproportionately, so that the elected delegates from each of these various curiae shook out to 1 for every 2,000 landowners, 1 for every 4,000 town dwellers, 1 for every 30,000 peasants, and 1 for every 90,000 workers. This disproportionate weighting does not even account for all those explicitly excluded: women, servants, students, agrarian wage workers, urban workers from smaller job sites. They were all excluded. So yes, there would be elections. Yes, there would be a representative assembly, as had been promised by the October Manifesto. But the Tsar and his advisors believed they had created a system that would produce a conservative, docile, and loyal Duma. And they would find themselves very disappointed. The elections were set to unfold in stages between February and April, so we will now turn our attention to the parties preparing to contest those elections. Now, the groups we're about to talk about were not the only parties. There were lots of little sub-parties and local groups and independent associations, to say nothing of candidates simply running as individuals not connected to any party. So what we're going to talk about here are the biggest political parties now in existence, but just so you know, they're not the only political parties now in existence. And I want to do this by moving from the far right to the far left. Staking out the far right, we have the proto-fascist Union of the Russian People. They were faced with the immediate dilemma of whether to even run in the elections. Their whole thing was that they hated all this liberal garbage. Elections, democracy, participatory government. Yuck. They wanted to go back to how things had been before, to orthodoxy, autocracy, and nationality. Running in an election was a betrayal of that belief. But because the Tsar himself had called for the election, they felt obligated to be of service and run for office. If they won, they would at least be able to ensure the Duma would be as sycophantic and weak as possible. But again, while the URP was the largest conservative party, they weren't the only one. And as the elections got going, all of them tended to get together to form united conservative blocs to elect the most reactionary slate of delegates possible. Next, we have the Octoberists, that reform group of conservative liberals, representing big landowners, manufacturers, businessmen, and cautious intellectuals. They had been the one group who had been pretty happy with the Bolivian Constitution. And before that, they had been the people in the minority of delegates at that watershed All-Zemstva Congress in November 1904, who had successfully fought to keep the words Constitution and Parliament out of the 10-point list of demands they sent to the Tsar. The only reason these cautiously conservative reformers even wound up in the opposition during 1905 was because of the regime's intransigent belief that anything to the left of pure absolutism amounted to revolutionary treason. Even now they struggled with the question of whether to support Vita's government. They wanted to support the government, but the punitive campaigns were a bit yikes in terms of basic morality, even for a group who tended to prize order over liberty. But they also suspected that if Vita fell from power, that he would likely be replaced by Durnova, who the Tsar clearly preferred, and who would be hostile even to the simplest of reforms. The Octobrists managed to found local branches in 36 different provinces, and though reliable numbers are hard to come by, they probably had 24 to 40,000 active members by the time of the elections of 1906. Those numbers made them only about a quarter of the size of the party who would dominate the elections of 1906, the Constitutional Democrats, aka the Cadets. The Cadets were by far the finest run, most energetic, and best funded of all the new political parties. Drawing as they did from the educated professional classes, their leaders and organizers were all lawyers and journalists who were adept at the art of public persuasion. The Cadets were also the party most excited about the idea of winning control of a representative Duma, because such a representative assembly is the natural home for such modern professional middle-class liberals. With plenty of wealthy members and supporters keeping them flush with cash, the Cadets started up daily newspapers in more than 50 different cities to push their issues and candidates, and they founded more than 1,000 different local branches, soon expanding to over 100,000 active party members. But though the people who joined the Cadets had all been united in the fight against autocracy, now that the question had become, what do you want, rather than what don't you want, rifts began to appear. Right-wing Cadets wanted a constitutional monarchy with suffrage limited by property requirements, essentially what they believed the October Manifesto had established. Left-wing Cadets, on the other hand, wanted a real democratic republic with wide-open, universal democratic suffrage, including giving women the right to vote. They saw the Duma as the logical place to keep waging the unfinished war for freedom and democracy. Though in this first campaign they did acknowledge that running on a platform of "we want a democratic republic" would likely cause more trouble than it was worth, so they resigned themselves to supporting a mere constitutional monarchy. But even with all their energy, funding, and commitment, the leaders of the Cadets still went into the elections pessimistic about their chances. I mean, is the Tsar really going to let us win? To the left of the Cadets were the various socialist parties, the most prominent of which was, of course, our old friend, the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party. The socialists were hostile to the Duma and believed it an empty vessel, a ship that wouldn't take anyone anywhere. But predictably, there was a split between the Bolshevik and Menshevik wings of the party about what to do. Lenin and the Bolsheviks called for an active boycott, not just passive non-participation, but a vocal campaign denouncing the elections as useful only to those who would betray the revolution. Lenin's simple axiom was that to be for the Duma was to be against the revolution, and to be for the revolution was to be against the Duma. Meanwhile, the Mensheviks decided to actively participate in the first round of the election, where something resembling democratic voting took place. This first round would be a great opportunity to expand their ranks and make further connections between socialist leaders and working-class voters. But once the election moved on to the second stage, the Mensheviks would join the boycott and denounce the Duma as an undemocratic farce. Given that the urban working classes would be so thoroughly underrepresented in the final slate of delegates, it wasn't hard for the socialists to make the case to laborers that these elections were a pointless sham, that they shouldn't place their hopes in the Duma, but in themselves, in organizing, agitation, strikes, and ultimately, if need be, insurrection. They had every right to claim that most of what had been achieved in the Revolution of 1905 had been thanks to the direct action of the working classes. Why now participate in an empty ritual that is going to hand the keys over to a bunch of well-dressed liberals who never cared about working-class issues anyway? So turnout among the workers in the election of 1906 was pretty low. And then finally, out on the very furthest edge, we have the SRs, who were even more hardcore about their hateful disdain for the Duma than even Lenin. Where Lenin recognized the Duma's existence, even if just to attack it, the SRs decided to not even acknowledge it, to just pretend like it wasn't happening. Their stance is best summed up by one member who said, and I'm paraphrasing here, "Let the Duma be dominated by the Black Hundreds. We don't care. That will be better. That way there will be no mistaking what it really is." So instead of joining the political campaign, the SRs ramped up their assassination campaign. But this stance did put stress on the party. There was a minority of voices inside the socialist revolutionaries who argued that maybe the time had come to start setting aside terrorism. Meanwhile, another minority of voices, soon dubbed the Maximalists, believed that they should actually take terrorism even further, to expand their target list beyond just state officials to landlords and businessmen and bankers. In any case, the SR Combat Organization, which was still being led by police agent Azef, was busier than ever in 1906. They would elect no members to the Duma, but they would claim 82 assassinations over the course of the year, though the regime put that number at over 1,000 because they included innocent bystanders killed by bombs or in shootouts, which the SRs did not. So the elections, in 2 stages, ran from February to April 1906. With the campaign unfolding against the backdrop of the punitive campaigns and the attacks on the press and the police sweeps in the cities, to say nothing of the Tsar saying, "Oh yes, I'm still an absolute autocrat and technically I can rescind anything I want anytime I want," everyone to the left of the URP half expected to wake up one morning and find the campaign had been cancelled. But though there was some light meddling by hostile local officials and conservative clergymen, mostly the campaigns were allowed to run unhindered. The parties also went into the campaign afraid that nobody out there would really care, that Russian democracy would starve from lack of interest. But to the delight of liberals and the dismay of conservatives, it turns out the population was excited about the election. Not just dedicated political activists here, but regular folks who were enthusiastic about the idea of actually participating in their own government. And this enthusiasm would show itself in the shocking final results. The first set of elections started wrapping up by mid-March, and the returns surprised everyone. Even under the disproportional system devised by the regime, the cadets and other liberal progressive parties were sweeping into office. Conservative parties had been sluggish and unenthusiastic about the election, and it showed. They were getting killed everywhere. Even the leadership of the cadets were shocked at how many seats they were winning, especially out in rural areas which had never been liberal strongholds. Even when peasants didn't vote for officially endorsed cadet candidates, they voted for people clearly promising to vote with the opposition when the Duma convened. Conservatives grumbled that the peasants were just a herd being led around by a few liberal orators, but those are some pretty sour grapes. I mean, the conservatives had always planned on the peasants being a herd led by them. But the revolution of 1905 had had an impact on the psychology of the peasants. They were less docile and more demanding than they had ever been. When the final totals were counted, the cadets won 189 seats, by far the most of any single party. They were joined by another 150 or so delegates, either not aligned with any party, or who came from a smaller liberal party, but who planned to support the cadets. Meaning that when the Duma convened, nearly 350 delegates would be voting with the liberal opposition. And by opposition, we're describing delegates who expected more, not less, out of post-October Manifesto Russia. Conservatives, meanwhile, numbered maybe 10% of the delegates, with exactly 0% coming from the far right. Pavel Milyukov, the chairman of the cadets, was suddenly riding high, declaring triumphantly that they were now on the verge of forcing the Tsar to accept a real parliamentary democracy. The government was, of course, shocked by the results of the election. They had not been expecting this, and Witt's days in power were now clearly numbered. But there was a big but to all of this. While the elections unfolded, the Tsar and his advisors worked diligently on plans that were going to make a mockery of the spirit of the October Manifesto, while sticking cynically to its strict letter. And now that it looked like there was going to be a massive liberal majority in the Duma, the regime rushed to complete their plan to render that Duma as toothless and irrelevant as possible. Just as the elections for the Duma were set to begin in February, the Tsar personally chaired a series of meetings where it was decided that the Duma would not be the only assembly now involved in lawmaking. They decided to take the State Council, currently an advisory assembly of notables and senior officials, and make it a co-equal upper house to balance the Duma, which would now be merely a lower house. This was the role that had originally been envisioned for the State Council when it was first created by Speransky, the father of Russian liberalism, all the way back in 1810, which we talked about way back in episode 10.11. The reformed State Council would have 198 members, half of whom would be directly appointed by the Tsar, while the other half would be elected from groups of nobles or clergymen or senior Zemstva members, guaranteeing a conservative and loyal body that could check anything the Duma might think about getting up to, because the State Council would need to consent to legislation before it could be passed, and it too could deliberate and submit bills and resolutions to the Tsar. So the Duma was not going to be the only game in town. Elevating the State Council was just one small part of a larger plan. After the October Manifesto, there was clearly a need to codify the new legal and political rules that the empire was going to operate under. Russia needed something that would resemble a constitution without actually being a constitution, because the Tsar would never consent to anything called a constitution. So even though the result of all this is called the Constitution of 1906, the whole idea was to avoid using that hateful and dangerous word. Instead, what they did was revise the fundamental laws of Russia. The fundamental laws were a great omnibus of law that had been collected and published for the first time back in 1835. The point of their revisions were to lock into place this new, not a constitution, to preempt the incoming Duma from messing around in constitutional affairs. Because one of the things baked into the fundamental laws was that only the Tsar was allowed to revise or change them. The Duma would be forbidden to even speak of it. Drafts of various new rules and procedures and refined powers for the Tsar were kicked around in the early months of 1906, and then finally settled at a series of meetings between April the 9th and April the 12th, just as the Duma was about to convene. And once you start reading through it, the elevation of the State Council to co-equal branch of government seems practically superfluous. Because in this new era of quote-unquote shared power, the Tsar would have a universal veto over all proposed legislation, unlimited and with no appeal. He would also have sole control over foreign policy, making international treaties, declaring war, settling peace. He would have sole power over the military with no oversight whatsoever. He could declare states of emergency that would suspend regular law. He would rule by simple decree whenever the Duma was not in session. He would appoint and dismiss all ministers, bureaucrats, officials, and judges as he saw fit, without advice or consent from any other branch of government. He retained discretion over budgets and financial matters, through the flimsy cover that if the State Council and the Duma voted for different budgets, the Tsar could pick which one he wanted, and the State Council would surely just present whatever the Tsar wanted. Finally, the Tsar could dissolve the Duma anytime he wanted for any reason he saw fit. The only stipulation was that in the dissolution decree, he had to fix a date for another election. When the changes to the fundamental laws were announced, the Duma suddenly went from looking like the core of a new constitutional government to looking like a fig leaf for the same old absolutist autocracy. Fear that the elections would be canceled soon turned to anger that maybe the elections didn't matter at all. Adding to the frustrated anger of the incoming delegates was the announcement that Prime Minister Sergei Witte had just secured a massive new foreign loan. As we've talked about, it was widely understood that for a Duma to be successful, it would need to have some control over taxing and spending. That was the minimum acceptable baseline of good reform government. But in the early months of 1906, Witte worked tirelessly to buy the Tsar some financial independence from the Duma. The empire was facing massive budget deficits into the foreseeable future thanks to the cost of the war, and Witte lobbied the international banking community, especially their diplomatic allies France, to bail the Tsar out. Ultimately, French policymakers determined that the risk of Russia defaulting on this debt was less than the risk of what might happen if they didn't shore up the regime at this critical moment, and that is, the shaky Tsar being toppled by further revolution. So in April, Witte successfully assembled a consortium of banking houses to float Russia a 2.25 billion franc loan, half of which came from French banks, the rest from British, Dutch, Austria, and Russia's own homegrown financiers. This would be enough to get the regime through about a year without needing to ask the Duma for anything, taking away a hugely crucial bit of leverage that they might have. Milyukov and the other cadet leaders pounded the table over this betrayal. Securing the foreign loan turned out to be Sergei Witte's last act in government. The Tsar had been forced to recall him back in October, but since then, Witte's work had been exhausting and demoralizing, which he had done mostly friendless and alone. So once the fundamental laws had been revised, and the foreign loan was secured, and the people had been beaten back into place by the punitive campaigns, the Tsar felt safe letting Witte go. His singular genius no longer considered essential to saving the empire. On April the 22nd, Witte officially resigned as prime minister after less than 6 months in office. Though he harbored some hope of coming back and being Russia's savior once again, to be the only man of genius in a room full of imperial dunces, it never happened. He was done. He was out. Sergei Witte had done as much as anyone, perhaps more than anyone, to define what the Russian Empire looked like on the eve of her great revolutions. Maybe if the Tsar had listened to Witte more, Russia could have avoided those revolutions. But we shouldn't go too far down that counterfactual road. Witte himself was usually so fixated on the technocratic aspects of his work, progress, modernization, industrialization, that he rarely stopped to wonder about the effect it might be having on the population. Even his appeals to treat workers better were always perfunctory, half-hearted, and only offered as a practical means of avoiding uprisings, more than out of any real conviction that the lives of the workers and peasants actually mattered. Witte measured the health of the empire in miles of railroad track, units of factory production, and metric tons of coal. He was, in this way, a kindred spirit of his scientifico contemporaries over in the Mexican Porfiriato, and they would all leave Russia and Mexico in almost exactly the same place at exactly the same time. Lots of miles of railroad track, lots of foreign investment, lots of new factories, lots of well-run mines, a giant social revolution on the horizon. Out of power, Witte retained a seat in the Council of State, but he would never again be recalled to offer real authoritative advice. He would die in February 1915 at the age of 65, his last stab at influence coming a year earlier, when he attempted to warn the Tsar not to enter World War I. And this is a final, fitting epitaph for Witte's place in Russian history, offering something resembling practical advice to an eternally closed mind. And that's a good place to leave it. Specifically, we're going to leave off on April the 27th, 1906, the first day that an elected National Duma convened. The fruits of the Revolution of 1905 were finally ripening. Except these fruits were not looking so ripe after all. In fact, they were looking downright rotten. Bound by new fundamental laws, checked by this state council, and with police and censors and the Okhrana still swarming around, the new Duma found itself operating in a straitjacket. On April the 25th, Pavel Milyukov addressed his fellow cadets with a rousing speech. Like thieves in the dead of night, he said, all the specialists on state law organized and staged a coup against the people. That which we read in the newspapers today is a fraud against the people, and we must immediately answer that fraud. But even if they were fired up and ready to fight, what could they do? They were even forbidden to speak about the fundamental laws. And outside this narrow band of elected liberals and Democrats, the rest of Russia found itself in a similar place. Workers who had gone out on strike expecting better conditions, peasants who had seized land and believed the days of landlords were over, women who hoped they might be treated as equals, minority nationalities who wanted autonomy, freedom, and respect. The revolution of 1905 had been exhilarating. It had broadened horizons, elevated consciousnesses, taught people to believe in themselves. It led them to expect positive change. But instead of their hopes and expectations being met, they were all instead gripped by a tightening vice of re-entrenching autocracy. All those elevated expectations are going to be dashed. First here, then there, then everywhere. Now, the Tsarist regime would not be without its forward-thinking reformers, men who dared to try new ideas, and so when we come back, we'll talk all about Pyotr Stolypin, who kind of assumed the mantle of the only man of genius in a room full of imperial dunces that had been vacated by Sergei Witte. But Tsar Nicholas himself will remain as disconnected, arrogant, and blind as ever. He would never reconcile himself to the alleged verdict of the Revolution of 1905. So the years after the Revolution of 1905 saw everyone growing bitter and dissatisfied in their own ways. Conservatives, liberals, socialists, neurotics, anarchists, reactionaries, none of them were happy, whether they thought things had gone too far or things had not gone far enough. And for those who believed that things had not gone far enough, they were in the cafes and the salons and the workshops in the villages. They talked, they griped, they vented, and they planned. And so the Revolution of 1905 would not be the Russian Revolution. It would instead go down in history as merely the dress rehearsal for the Russian Revolution. Episode 10.40, Relaunch and Recap. Welcome back. It's good to be back. I survived. Hero of Two Worlds is turned in, and it's time to get back to the great locomotive of history we call the Russian Revolution. Now, since it has been 8 long months since we've done this, me writing episodes and you listening to them, we are going to start part 2 of the series by recapping our story so far. Where did we leave off? How did we get there? Who are we talking about? What on earth happened? So I went back through episodes 10.1 to 10.39 and pulled out the events and characters and themes and turning points that climaxed with the Revolution of 1905, a revolution which, in retrospect, turned out to be merely the dress rehearsal. If you're listening to this after having set the show down for a while, hopefully you will appreciate this little recap. If it's 2 years in the future or whatever, and you're someone just happily binging the entire completed series, first of all, hello from the past. It's nice to have you with us. You might be able to skip this, but you also might find it a helpfully concise summary as we transition from 1905 to 1917 and beyond. We started this series with a brief primer on Marxism and anarchism, 2 of the new ideological programs that emerged from the mid-19th century attempt to answer the social question. Our previous 18th and early 19th century revolutions may have addressed the political question and provided answers like constitutions, declarations of rights, national independence, and participatory self-government. But the social question about poverty, inequality, exploitation, degradation remained unanswered, especially as industrial capitalism exploded outward and transformed societies throughout the world. For many activists, philosophers, and theorists, political rights and constitutions were great. They were necessary, but they did not go nearly far enough to address that huge problem of an emerging modern world driven by rapidly advancing technology and industrial economics that were creating at least as much misery and poverty as happiness and wealth. Probably, one suspects in the mid-19th century, quite a bit more. So we started with Karl Marx and his wingman, Friedrich Engels, who produced voluminous observations about how society functions. Combining those 3 pillars of Marxism, classical German philosophy, French socialism, and British economics, Marx and Engels said the mode of economic production of a society defines its social and political relations, while those social and political relations
then loop back around to reinforce the economic mode of production. Marx also snagged dialectical reasoning, right, the thesis, antithesis, synthesis trinity from Hegel, and applied it to the course of human history, creating what has been dubbed dialectical materialism or historical materialism, which says, among other things, that class conflict is the driver of history, as the development of productive forces inevitably leads to clashes over who controls the economic means of production and who controls the political state apparatus. This is, for example, what they believed the French Revolution was all about, a rising class of bourgeois capitalists tossing off the anachronistic yoke of the feudal Ancien Regime. The work of Marx and Engels would become the text for many of our future Russian revolutionaries, and so if you want to refamiliarize yourself with the theories, by all means, please go back and have a re-listen to those episodes. But we also talked about Mikhail Bakunin and the anarchists, who emerged right alongside Marx and Engels. The anarchist diagnosis was that the coercive power of a parasitic and wholly unnecessary state was the principal obstacle to a just and free world. The anarchists wanted to fulfill what they believed was the thus far unfulfilled promise of the French Revolution: liberty, equality, and fraternity. Because there was no liberty, nor equality, in a world still defined by rapacious economic exploitation. And certainly there was no fraternity. As Bakunin sarcastically said, "I ask you whether fraternity is possible between the exploiters and the exploited. I make you sweat and suffer all day. And when I have reaped the fruit of your suffering and your sweat, at night I say to you, let us embrace. We are brothers." Bakunin detected even in Comrade Marx's politics an authoritarian tendency that he didn't like. And he said of this, liberty without socialism is privilege and injustice. Socialism without liberty is slavery and brutality. Marx, Engels, Bakunin, and their respective followers then got into acrimonious debates with each other about things like, do the peasants have revolutionary potential, which will remain an ongoing topic of debate all through the Russian revolutions. In the process, they would also introduce one of the defining features of left-wing revolutionary politics: personality conflicts and disputes over doctrinal minutiae, leading to denunciations, fractures, resentments, expulsions, and counter-expulsions. And so the attempt by the founders of the First International to forge a grand coalition of socialist forces ended with everyone accusing everyone else of doing it wrong and forming their own breakaway splinter faction. This would become a recurring pattern, which would always ensure that the only group the People's Front of Judea hated more than the Romans was the Judean People's Front. And don't even get them started about the Judean Popular People's Front. So after this intro to Marxism and anarchism, we moved on to a general history of Russia. We talked about the origins of modern Russia back in the 800s. The princes of Moscow become the czars of Russia, and then expanded towards a multinational empire, which, after centuries of expansion, conquest, and absorptions from Ukraine to Siberia and from the Arctic Circle to the Black Sea, forged a giant Russian empire that was multi-ethnic and multinational with dozens of languages and religions, all under the umbrella of the Russian Tsar. Then, beginning with Peter the Great and the move from Moscow to St. Petersburg, and then later with the arrival of the enlightened despot Catherine the Great, we got into the ongoing debate about westernization, whether Russia should be looking west for ideas and models and technological improvements, or whether Russia was on its own unique path as the Third Rome, straddling the divide between Europe and Asia. This is a debate that was still ongoing right through 1905 in the halls of power, intellectual salons, and revolutionary committees. And coming out of the age of the French Revolution and the Napoleonic Wars, a young generation of Western-looking Russian liberals came back from those wars looking for a constitution and political rights and the emancipation of the serfs. This led to the Decembrist uprising in 1825, whose failure sent Russian liberalism into abeyance and called forth a new, uniquely Russian ideology that would guide the czars for the next century, an ideology built on its own three pillars: orthodoxy, autocracy, and nationality. That is, the combination of Orthodox Christianity, absolute political dictatorship and the supremacy of the Russian national language and culture to govern their multi-ethnic empire. This was a theory of imperial absolutism to stand against dangerous imports from the West, like political rights and constitutions and representative assemblies. To enforce this reformulated brand of absolutism, they created the infamous Third Section, a political police to monitor subversives at home and abroad. But despite trying to hold the line against Western quote-unquote progress, Russian failures in the Crimean War in the mid-1850s laid bare how far Russia was quote-unquote falling behind the rest of Europe. The whole absolute dictatorship founded on the superiority of the army shtick doesn't really work if your army and the economy that supports it has become an archaic shambles. So in response, Tsar Alexander II approved a slate of major reforms spearheaded by a clique of not quite liberals who wanted to rejuvenate the empire through a program of enlightened despotism. The two biggest and most consequential reforms being the emancipation of the serfs in 1861 and the creation of the Zemstva, elected local assemblies with some limited administrative authority, in 1864. Emerging alongside those top-down reforms of the 1860s was a new generation of social critics, revolutionaries, reformers, and idealists, mostly students and young professionals, both men and women. They were inspired by Chernyshevsky's What Is to Be Done, and they subsequently bucked conventional customs and morality. These hippie punk nihilists embraced the theory of Narodism, faith not in the Tsar, but in the people of Russia. They regarded the common Russian people as the embodiment of simple, timeless virtue who were unjustly exploited and oppressed by the parasitic Tsar. This movement led to the infamous Going to the People of 1874, where those idealistic students flocked to the countryside to enlighten the people and teach them how to be free, and the people were like, "Who are you? Get out of here." So this is when they went to the people and the people sent them back. The failure of the Going to the People disillusioned some of these idealistic radicals right out of the movement, but others simply changed tactics. They formed a new party called Land and Liberty, on the premise that the people were too hopelessly ignorant, superstitious, and oppressed to throw off their own chains. Enlightened intellectual revolutionaries needed to do it for them. They believed that for all its pageantry, trappings, and megalomaniacal assertions, the Tsarist apparatus was actually quite small and flimsy. So they decided to focus all of their attention and energy on destroying that apparatus. Once the Tsar and his minions were gone, and there weren't that many of them, the people would realize they never actually needed them in the first place. I mean, after all, what had the Tsar ever done for the Russian villagers except gobble up the fruits of their labor? With this in mind, in the late 1870s, Land and Liberty underwent an internal shakeup, with most of its members reorganizing themselves as a new group called People's Will to wage a relentless terrorist campaign of assassinations and bombings. And finally, after many attempts and many other assassinations, People's Will managed to blow up Tsar Alexander II with a bomb on March 1st, 1881. This, of course, led to a glorious new dawn for the people of Russia. Yeah, just kidding. It was the permanent end of all reform, a hard reactionary turn, the arrival of the far more ruthless Okhrana to replace the Third Section, and the total destruction of People's Will as a viable organization. But from the explosion of People's Will, we find a little escape pod shooting away, containing a few former Land and Liberty members who had gotten out after opposing the terrorist campaign. In this escape pod, we find Grigory Plekhanov, Vera Zasulich, Pavel Axelrod, and Leif Deutsch. In 1882, they organized themselves in Switzerland under the exciting new theories of a scruffy German exile holed up in the British Library named Karl Marx. They called themselves the Emancipation of Labor Group, and they were the first explicitly Russian Marxist organization in existence. But organization kind of goes too far. It was just the four of them engaged in an isolated attempt to apply Marxist theories, analysis, and the force of historical materialism to Russia. engaging in a running battle with neurotists and anarchists who thought it was crazy to try to apply theories best suited for advanced industrial economies to backward and agrarian Russia. But then things suddenly changed in the early 1890s. Sergei Witte arrived in the Tsar's ministry as first head of railroads and then Minister of Finance. He convinced the government that Russia needed to revive its modernizing push. They needed to invest in mining, manufacturing, shipbuilding, and more than anything else, railroads. The British and French and Germans were all way ahead of them, and Russia risked falling into permanent great power irrelevance if they didn't keep up. The sudden and energetic arrival of industrial modernization to Russia in the 1890s had been predicted by Plekhanov and the Emancipation of Labor Group as they were working from Marx's historical materialism, and it made them seem like prophets who had found the one true doctrine. Their work then inspired a new generation of Marxists inside Russia, people like Lenin, his future wife Krupskaya, Julius Martov, Pyotr Struve, Arkady Kremer, all of whom were in their early to mid-20s when the so-called Witte boom got started in the 1890s, and suddenly Marxism seemed very relevant to Russia indeed. But one of the key points we need to make about these early Russian Marxists is that they really believed historical materialism to be an objective and scientific description of the course of history, that it was as predictive as it was descriptive. But they weren't idiots, and they knew the Russian Empire at the turn of the 20th century, even with the Witte boom and the arrival of industrialization, was still incredibly medieval and agrarian. To get to the socialist revolution they wanted, Russia was going to have to pass through some kind of bourgeois capitalist mode of production to reorganize the empire politically and economically, creating the proletariat necessary for the socialist revolution, and also unlock all the bourgeois democratic institutions like constitutions and civil rights that would allow them to operate freely and out in the open. Because all of them expected the coming socialist revolution to be a mass democratic uprising, not some tiny neo-Jacobin vanguard thing. So Lenin and his comrades embraced the doctrine of two revolutions, that capitalist industrialization with all its requisite transformative miracles and horrors must be embraced rather than resisted. It was the only way forward. First, there had to be a democratic revolution by the new capitalist bourgeoisie who would overthrow the medieval czarist apparatus, and then we can move forward with the socialist revolution towards the dictatorship of the proletariat. Now, this whole theory was roundly condemned by neo-neurotists, who were starting to come back to life in the mid-1890s after the failure of People's Will, and form new groups that would eventually become known collectively as the Socialist Revolutionaries, or as we call them, the SRs. They didn't really want to embrace or hasten the arrival of Western industrial capitalism, which they read Marx too and were like, this is terrible, we don't want this here, and they wanted to fight it off at all costs. They believed that the ancient culture and organizational structures of the Russian villages made them uniquely suited to move directly onto an agrarian form of socialism without the need to import the dehumanizing industrial horrors of the West. In 1894, all of these revolutionaries, whatever their stripes or intentions or theories, received the same gift when Tsar Nicholas II ascended to the imperial throne. Like Louis XVI, Nicholas was not a bad person per se. He loved his family, he loved his children, and he even took his job seriously. But he was just not the man for that job. He was absolutely committed to sticking with orthodoxy, autocracy, and nationality. He told even the most cautious reformers amongst his subjects to not engage in senseless dreams. He was not going to engage for 1 second with modern modes of politics. This stubborn resistance to change as the Russian Empire moved from the 19th century to the 20th century was only going to make the case for revolution even stronger and more alluring. Nicholas was also weak-willed, close-minded, and lived in a bubble only slightly less manufactured than the Truman Show. The revolutionaries could not have asked for a better opponent. But meanwhile, those revolutionaries were jockeying for position, and trying to rev up the growing industrial working classes and the perennially oppressed Russian villagers into a force that could overthrow the Tsar. But they also seemed to fight amongst themselves as much as they fought against Nicholas. The Marxists formed the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, but quickly fell into fighting between orthodox Marxists like Plekhanov and Lenin, who made their base in the newspaper Iskra, and various revisionists, legal Marxists, and economists who either wanted to eschew revolution entirely or focus on the material needs of the workers as an end unto itself. Also in this mix, we find Arkady Kremer and the Jewish Labor Bund, who had their own specifically Jewish approach to everything. At the Second Party Congress of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party in 1903, Lenin politicked his way into imposing his vision on the party, even icing out his old friend Martov over the issue of how to define party membership, leading to the famous split between Bolsheviks and Mensheviks. The SRs had their own disagreements about whether they should attempt to go to the people again and create a groundswell democratic uprising, or continue to focus on vanguard-style elite terrorism. The latter faction forming the SR Combat Organization to plot and carry out assassinations of police and government officials, a campaign orchestrated, as you'll recall, by Yevna Azev, who was himself a double agent in the employ of the Okhrana. Now, the efficacy of terrorism would remain a source of much debate, but the SR Combat Organization's successful assassination of the Minister of the Interior led to the appointment of an arch-conservative to replace him, and everybody hated that guy, driving even super-conservative liberal reformers into the arms of the revolutionary opposition. And then, when the combat organization killed that guy, the Tsar appointed a more liberal Minister of the Interior in 1904, which raised everyone's hopes that Nicholas was finally getting it, and was finally giving up on hardline conservatism and reform was on the way. When those hopes were dashed, well, the revolution of 1905 is right around the corner, isn't it? Now, this brewing domestic crisis may not have gotten out of hand had not the Tsar simultaneously and accidentally gotten himself entangled in a foreign crisis, a war with Japan. Russian foreign policy had been looking east for years. Not thinking China or Japan posed much of a military threat, they provocatively annexed Manchuria and then Port Arthur. Except the Japanese really super did pose a military threat to Russia, and after the Russians insulted Japanese ambassadors with high-handed stupidity, the Japanese launched a surprise attack in February 1904, starting the war Nicholas never thought would happen because he did not wish it. A wave of patriotic enthusiasm in Russia quickly gave way to disillusionment, anger, and shock, as all the news from the war front was nothing but mistakes and debacles and defeats. By the summer of 1904, the Russian Empire was entering a major political crisis. So that brings us to the final run of episodes in Part 1, the Revolution of 1905 itself. It unfolded in a series of stages, each of which found the Tsar and his chief advisors steadfastly and resolutely right behind the curve and scrambling unsuccessfully to keep up with events. The first phase was defined by the defeats in the Far East, which led to widespread calls for reform from liberals and Zemstva constitutionalists, many of whom joined the underground organization the Union of Liberation, which aimed to create a broad anti-Tsarist coalition that would include everyone who wanted to see the end of raw despotic autocracy, from SR terrorists to extremely cautious reformers in the liberal nobility. This movement included a banquet campaign modeled on the French Revolution of 1848, and resulted in the tacitly condoned Zemstva Congress in November 1904, which was regarded at the time as something akin to the Estates General of 1789. Except in response, the Tsar offered only the flimsiest of vague promises, and mostly just planned to re-entrench his autocratic regime once he won this damned war against the Japanese. The second phase was defined by Father Gapon and the St. Petersburg workers. Angry over terrible conditions and themselves sensing an opportunity to have their complaints addressed, the St. Petersburg workers began seriously organizing in late 1904 and then staged a mass procession to present the Tsar with their grievances and beg him for help. Instead, on January the 8th, 1905, they walked into the Bloody Sunday Massacre, which is widely regarded, though I think a bit erroneously, as the beginning of the Revolution of 1905. But though I personally think the revolution was already well underway at that point, the Bloody Sunday Massacre was a huge event. It was a major event, and it kicked off the third phase of the revolution. Immediately after Bloody Sunday, a wave of protests and strikes swept Russia in February 1905 that included workers and professionals and intellectuals and revolutionaries, many of them coordinating through the underground Union of Liberation. They sent in petitions, they made speeches and published pamphlets, all of which were demanding reform, real reform, political reform. They wanted constitutions and rights and guarantees. The Tsar answered this wave of protest with the February edicts, where the Tsar said, fine, some real reform is coming, maybe even a nationally elected Duma. Fine, whatever, go away. The February edicts raised everyone's hopes once again, just so that they could be dashed against the rocks as quickly and as stupidly as possible. Now, things hovered in a kind of uncertain state until May 1905, the beginning of the fourth phase of the revolution. The Tsar procrastinated on implementing the February edicts in the hope that the war would turn around and he could get a handle on his domestic problems. But around May Day, a new set of strikes broke out. This new wave of strikes and protests were more centrally planned and organized by agents of the Union of Liberation and the Marxist Social Democrats. These new strikes witnessed, among other things, the first Workers' Soviet, a governing council to administer striking workers. Professional unions also came together to form the Union of Unions, and they elected a liberal dissident, sometimes professor and sometimes exile named Pavel Milyukov, as their president. Now, the Tsar hoped he might be able to sneak out of all these domestic troubles if his foreign troubles might end, and then his foreign troubles ended in a very monkey's paw wish kind of way. At the Battle of Tsushima, the Japanese Navy sank the Russian fleet that had sailed halfway across the world carrying the last best hope of winning the war. And when they sank, they took Nicholas's last best hope of maintaining the political status quo in Russia with them. So by the summer of 1905, Nicholas has to cave, and he directed his prime minister to draft what became known as the Beligan Constitution in August 1905. And this defined, I think, what are we on, the fifth phase of the revolution? The Beligan Constitution involved elections and a national Duma and a bunch of stuff that would have seemed visionary in November 1904 and would have probably avoided everything that happened in 1905 had they done it in November 1904, but which now fell way short of the mark. There was, for example, going to be roughly 7,000 voters for the entire 1.5 million people living in St. Petersburg. That's just not good enough anymore. Units in the Army and Navy started mutinying, like on the battleship Potemkin. But not everybody was against the Tsar, and we started to see the arrival of the Black Hundreds in the summer of 1905, armed proto-fascist groups fighting for orthodoxy, autocracy, and nationality rather than against it, and low-grade civil war conditions prevailed in most major cities in the empire. This gave way to the sixth and you might call final phase of the Revolution of 1905 proper. The light freedoms granted as a concession over the summer of 1905 allowed students returning to school in September to begin the mass meeting movement, where they used their university meeting halls to host overtly political lectures and rallies to continue the push for greater political reform. In Moscow, the mass meeting movement ran into a strike by the Moscow printers, which became the first spark of a new wave of strikes that accelerated dramatically when the railroad employees and workers went on strike, effectively bringing the empire to a screeching halt. Once this happened, unions and workers in every major city followed suit. They went on strike, and they were soon joined by white-collar professionals like lawyers and doctors, who saw this as the moment to force the Tsar to accept civil rights and a constitution. The general strike of October 1905 successfully forced the Tsar to recall Sergei Witte to government service and then publish the October Manifesto, which dramatically expanded political freedom and participation and promised a nationally elected Duma. The October Manifesto made it feel like the revolution of 1905 was going to be a resounding success for the revolutionaries. This was it. We have finally won. But the deliriously happy days of freedom that followed over the winter soon turned into a darkly ironic joke. Yes, there would be a Duma and elections, but in January 1906, the Tsar launched the punitive expeditions. Military columns sent through areas of unrest with orders that arresting people simply wasn't enough. Tens of thousands of people were executed, wounded, or exiled. Homes and sometimes entire villages were destroyed. And despite the promises made in the October Manifesto, something like 70% of the Russian Empire would be operating under emergency martial law by the spring of 1906. This was the environment in which the elections for the first National Duma were held. The Tsar hoped his critics and enemies had now been beaten into place, and he continued to live under the fantastical fantasy that the vast majority of real Russians actually loved him. But instead, the election produced a resounding victory for the cadets, the constitutional Democrats who had run on a platform of using the Duma to advance more reform and challenge the Tsar as a unified political opposition. Conservatives of all stripes were wiped out. The Tsar was shocked and pissed. So, facing an almost certainly hostile Duma, the Tsar ordered the fundamental laws of the empire to be hastily rewritten, right on the eve of the first meeting of the Duma. Known informally as the Constitution of 1906, though Constitution was not a word you used around Nicholas, the quote-unquote reforms ensured that almost all power remained with the Tsar. And to make double sure, they also reformed the Council of State and turned it into a hand-picked upper legislative house that would have to consent to anything the Duma might try to do. Sergei Witte then secured a massive foreign loan that ensured the Tsar would not need to ask the Duma for new taxes or any financial reforms that might tend to give them leverage over him. Having secured this much-needed loan, Witte was then forced back out of the government on the eve of the Duma's first session at the end of April 1906. So that brings us to the end of episode 10.39. That's when I decided would be a good place to leave it. Specifically, we left off on April the 27th, 1906, which was set to be the first session of a nationally elected Duma. The fruits of the Revolution of 1905, which had seemed so ripe in October, now looked quite rotten. Bound by the new fundamental laws, checked by the new state council, and with police and censors and the Akhrana still swarming around, the new Duma found itself in a straitjacket. Once again, expectations of liberals and reformers and revolutionaries were set to be dashed. But for what it's worth, Tsar Nicholas was no happier. He remained as discontented, arrogant, and blind as ever. He would never reconcile himself to the revolution of 1905, never accept its quote-unquote verdict, and mostly he looked forward to a day when he could sweep it all aside. So, the immediate aftermath of the revolution of 1905 saw everyone growing bitter and dissatisfied, each in their own ways. Conservatives, liberals, socialists, neurotists, reactionaries, none of them were happy. And next week, we will begin to talk about all the wonderfully specific ways their mutual unhappiness manifested. So, I hope that this recap has helped. It certainly helped me. I hope that maybe along the way you were like, oh yeah, I remember that. Now looking ahead, I'll be able to do 3 more new episodes before I have to immediately duck out again to finish editing Hero of Two Worlds, but that's kind of perfect timing because it will allow us to spend the next 3 episodes on the first sessions of this nationally elected Duma, and Nicholas's growing rage at their impertinence. It will also allow us to introduce Pyotr Stolypin, who will be replacing Sergei Witte in the role of the only smart guy in a room full of imperial dunces. All of which will build up to the top-down coup of 1907, where the Tsar and Stolypin will do their very best to put all of this revolutionary nonsense behind them once and for all.